A traveler unexpectedly gains a god-level replication system, and in a level underdog will defy the odds in the martial arts world. Under the scorching sun on the field of Yuanwu City's 5th high school, countless young men and women gazed fervently at the spirited young man on the podium. The speaker, Liu, wore a carefree smile and an air of arrogance that somehow inspired admiration rather than resentment. Wow, that's Liu, the top genius of Yuanwu City. They say he has an A-level talent. I'm so jealous, I'm only a clevel. He's definitely going to be admitted to the top martial arts school on Blue Star. I heard he's already been reserved by the top martial arts school. Whoa! Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a young man in white looked around in confusion, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? Wasn't I just on my way home from work? Lu Yu was panicking inside when a sudden burst of pain hit him, and a flood of memories surged into his mind. In an instant, Lu Yu understood everything had transmigrated to a high martial world called Blue Star, occupying the body of a senior high school student. If not for the original owner's sudden death, he would never have had the chance to come here. This world was brutally clear. Martial artists reigned supreme, and ordinary people existed only to serve them. The martial arts exam and the college entrance examination was the pivotal moment that determined one's fate. Passing it meant even those with mediocre academic scores could leap to success. Failing meant a life of servitude to martial artists, no matter how good one's academic scores were. Due to spatial rifts, numerous star beasts descended upon Blue Star, wreaking havoc. Humanity discovered star sources, and martial artists emerged. Although technology developed, it could not rival the flourishing martial arts. Damn it, this body has a level talent. How can I even think about taking the exam? Lu Yu was in utter despair after accessing the memories. Most people had talents around Clevel. With effort, they could at least get into a mediocre martial arts school, and if lucky, become martial artists enjoying generous federal subsidies. But with a level talent, even the original owner died from overexertion without changing his fate. Talent levels ranged from SSS to E, with A-level talents like Li Yu on stage being a rarity in Yuanwu City for many years. Those with A-level talent were almost certain to become martial artists, and could even aspire to higher realms, potentially becoming a city overseer and truly soaring to great heights. Just as Lu Yu was feeling hopeless, a crisp electronic voice suddenly sounded. Ding! God-level replication system is loading. Loading successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a novice gift package 1. A system panel instantly appeared. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, none. Replication points, 100. Talent, E. Strength, 100 kilograms. Speed, 10 milliseconds. Nerve reaction, E. Martial skills, none. Weapons, none. Ding. This system is called the God-level replication system, capable of replicating any attribute of all things. The brief explanation made Lu Yu's eyes light up, as it meant he could duplicate others' abilities for himself. All things. System, can I replicate Li Yu's talent? Lu Yu asked, his heart racing. Ding. It can be replicated. The host must make contact with the person to be replicated. The system will automatically deduct replication points. Even talent can be copied. Lu Yu's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. No matter what, I have to try. On stage, Li Yu was giving an impassioned speech. Actually, there's no need to worry. Besides the first talent assessment, there's a second assessment 10 days later during the college entrance exam. As long as you reach the level of a prospective martial artist before the exam, what does talent matter? Aren't there plenty of people with poor talent who still became martial artists? Effort is ultimately more important than talent. The 1,000+ students below erupted with enthusiasm. Li Yu is right. What does talent matter? As long as we work hard, anything is possible. Let's give it our all for the exam. We must get into martial arts school. Li Yu smiled confidently, while the school leaders nodded in agreement outwardly, but disagreed inwardly. Talent not important? The Federation's exploration over thousands of years wasn't in vain. Effort is important, but talent determines the ceiling, an undeniable fact. Just as the principal was about to conclude the motivational assembly, a shout suddenly came from the back of the crowd. Li Yu, can I get your autograph? The entire venue fell silent, and all eyes searched for the source of the voice, finally focusing on Lu Yu in the back row. The principal also showed a surprised expression. How could he not recognize the student with the worst talent in the senior class? Amidst the astonished gazes, Lu Yu walked through the crowd to the front of the stage, feigning admiration. Li Yu, can I get your autograph? Li Yu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to have a little fan. Without hesitation, he signed the notebook Lu Yu handed over and smiled. Keep it up, classmate. In that moment of exchange, Li Yu's fingers inadvertently brushed against Lu Yu's hand. System, replicate talent. System, copy the talent. As soon as Lu Yu's voice fell, the system's prompt immediately sounded. Ding. Copying talent. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an A-level talent. Before the words were finished, the system delivered another shocking message. Ding. Talent is upgrading. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an SS level talent. Lu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief at everything happening before him. An A-level talent was already quite rare, and an SS-level talent was legendary in the Federation's theoretical framework, never before seen in the entire history of the Federation, with even S-level being the highest known. Liu, my classmate. Lu Yu excitedly grabbed Liu's hand. Thank you so much. You're my savior. I'll treat you to a meal next time we meet. With that, he hurriedly turned and left, not even giving Liu a chance to respond. Liu watched Lu Yu's retreating figure with a slight frown, sensing something unusual about his behavior. But she soon had no time to dwell on it, as Lu Yu had set an example. The students below the stage swarmed forward, all asking for her autograph. By the time she snapped back to reality, Lu Yu had already disappeared into the crowd. System, open the personal panel. As he reached the playground's edge, Lu Yu casually walked towards the classroom while quietly commanding. Instantly, a transparent panel appeared before him. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, none. Copy points, 50. Talent, SSS. Strength, 100 kilograms. Speed, 10 milliseconds. Neural response, SSS. Martial skills, none. Weapons, none. Seeing the golden SSS on the panel, Lu Yu almost couldn't contain his excitement. Just a touch, and he skyrocketed from a level to SS level talent. This was simply unbelievable. Ding. Host, apologies for not explaining earlier. There is a certain probability of obtaining an upgrade when using the copy ability. The system explained timely. Just as Lu Yu was about to inquire about the specific upgrade probability, the homeroom teacher arrived with the students. Everyone, return to the classroom for lessons and prepare well for the college entrance exams. Lu Yu, come with me. As expected, in the office, the homeroom teacher Zhang Mingshan said with a worried expression, Lu Yu, with your talent, it's difficult to get into a martial arts school. The other teachers present also looked at Lu Yu with concern. After all, an A-level talent was unique among this year's students, and the chances of getting into a martial arts school were almost zero. I understand, teacher. Lu Yu responded with determination. I will become a preparatory martial artist before the college entrance exams. He spoke with great seriousness. After all, with an SS-level talent now, getting into a martial arts school would be a breeze. Unfortunately, Zhang Mingshan was unaware of this and could only shake his head helplessly. Lu Yu, having ambition is a good thing, but you need to think it through, said Zhang Mingshan, the homeroom teacher, sitting in his office with a serious expression as he looked at the student in front of him. Talent is something that's already fixed. To become a trainee warrior before the college entrance exam, you need to meet the 300 kilogram strength requirement. That's a tall order. He paused for a moment, his tone softening slightly. I suggest you decide on a school soon. Attending a liberal arts school isn't necessarily worse than a martial arts school, especially given your family situation. If you fail, it's not something your parents would want to see. Teacher, please trust me. I will definitely pass the exam, Lu Yu replied with determination. Zhang Mingshan sighed, patting him on the shoulder. All right then, young people should strive hard. The exam is in 10 days. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me or seek help from your classmates. After Lu Yu returned to the classroom, the teachers in the office started discussing again. They unanimously believed that Lu Yu had no chance of passing, which made Zhang Mingshan think of another student, Li Yu. Despite being the same age, their differing talents meant they were destined for vastly different life paths. After school, Lu Yu took the vacuum supersonic train back to the outskirts of Yuanwu City. This area, far from the bustling city center, with its low buildings and ordinary residential neighborhoods, reminded him of Earth before he crossed over. Once home in the Garden District, Lu Yu immediately locked himself in his bedroom. His memories told him that his parents were ordinary laborers who had passed away early due to long-term overwork, leaving behind an old house and some compensation money. In this era, the gap between social classes was even more pronounced than on Earth. Those with strength enjoyed endless resources, while the weak were exploited to death. Opening the system panel, Lu Yu noticed that his replication points had dropped from 100 to 50. The system explained that any replication action would consume points, but they could be earned by completing tasks or achieving accomplishments. System, give me the first task. Generating random task. Current task, complete the warrior certification in 10 days. Reward, 500 replication points. This task made Lu Yu frown. Reaching the body refining stage and passing the Federation Warrior Center certification in 10 days was extremely difficult, even with SS level talent. The key issue was that the star source in the air was too thin. Without a source crystal worth at least 500,000, simply absorbing the star source from the air was impossible to break through. As he pondered his strategy, the doorbell rang, accompanied by a clear voice calling, "Brother, I'm back. Brother, I'm back." Hearing this voice, Lu Yu froze in place. Memories from his past life flooded his mind. He had a younger sister who attended a different school. As he pondered this, the door swung open and a cute-looking girl peeked in. "Brother, are you not home? You scared me. I thought you weren't back yet." Seeing Lu Yu, the girl flashed a sweet smile. She put down the shopping bag she was carrying and cheerfully announced, The market had discounts today, so I bought groceries for the whole week and saved a lot of money. Looking at his sister, Lu Ling, Lu Yu felt a mix of emotions. Since their parents passed away, this well-behaved sister had been taking care of the household. If one were to rate her, Lu Ling would easily score above a 9, a true beauty in the making. Brother, Lu Ling asked curiously, seeing Lu Yu silent. I heard the city's top talent, Lu Yu, came to your school today? An A-level talent, with a limitless future. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Although her clever talent was slightly higher than Lu Yu's, the chances of becoming a warrior were still slim. Mentioning this, Lu Yu felt a pang of frustration. An SS-level talent sounded great, but what good was it without resources? Missing the first system reward was not an option. At that moment, he deeply understood the importance of money. Seeing her brother's silence, Lu Ling assumed he was upset and quickly said, Brother, don't worry about it. What's an A-level talent? I believe you must have the legendary S-level talent. Look at this. She carefully took out a small black box from her pocket. Lu Yu immediately sensed the strong energy emanating from the box. A source crystal? That's right. Lu Ling proudly opened the box, revealing a deep purple crystal, 5 centimeters in diameter, like a magnificent gemstone. Brother, aren't you about to take the college entrance exams? With this source crystal, you'll definitely get into your dream martial arts school. She beamed, eager for her brother's reaction. Just as Lu Yu was about to reach for it, he paused. Where did you get the money to buy this? A source crystal this small would cost at least 500,000 star coins. Faced with his question, Lu Ling lowered her head and softly said, I used the compensation money. But don't worry, brother. I can work part-time and won't go hungry. She then smiled again. Lu Yu looked at the cheap groceries on the table, then at his sister's forced smile, and felt his nose tingle with emotion. Lu Yu smiled and accepted his sister Lu Ling's kind gesture. He indeed needed the source crystal. Seeing her brother agree so readily, Lu Ling nodded in satisfaction and pushed him back to his room. Since you've agreed, don't let me down. Okay, brother, she said with a smile. Go ahead and absorb the source crystal. I'll go make dinner. With that, she gently closed the door. Alone, Lu Yu gazed at the source crystal in his hand and took a deep breath. For Xiaoling, he had to become a martial artist. System, how many replication points do I have left? Lu Yu asked in his mind. Host, you currently have 50 replication points remaining. How many times can 50 points replicate the source crystal? 5 times. This answer made Lu Yu frown. 5 source crystals would likely be far from enough. Just as he was worrying about the lack of replication points, the system suddenly alerted him. Ding. The host still has an unopened novice gift package. Would you like to open it? Lu Yu remembered its existence and immediately said, Open it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 8 free replication opportunities within any range. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a double drop rate card 1. 8 free replication opportunities, and they were unrestricted. Lu Yu's eyes lit up, and he became curious about the drop rate card. The system explained, Host, the drop rate card gives a chance to yield items of a higher quality than the original copied item. Lu Yu quickly understood the intricacy. When the system replicates items, there's a chance for an upgrade, and the double drop rate card can double that chance. For example, if the original upgrade probability is 50, using the double drop rate card would make it 100. After careful consideration, Lu Yu devised a plan. Use the 7 free chances first, and then use the drop rate card on the last attempt to maximize benefits. System, replicate the source crystal. Ding. Replication successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 low-grade source crystals. After several rounds of replication, the number of source crystals grew exponentially. 4, 8, 16, finally reaching an astonishing 128. System, use the drop rate card. Lu Yu decided to use the tool before the last replication. Ding. Drop rate card successfully used. Current drop rate, 101 inch. This number made Lu Yu pause. 101. Did this mean his base drop rate was 50.5? Although this probability seemed odd from a mathematical perspective, now was not the time to dwell on it. Whatever, let's go for it. System, replicate. Ding. Replicating. Ding. The system notification chimed, leaving Lu Yu momentarily stunned. Copying in progress. Congratulations, host. You've obtained 250 mid-grade source crystals, 5 high-grade source crystals, and 1 supreme-grade source crystal. All source crystals have been stored in the system space and can be accessed at your convenience. Lu Yu's eyes widened with excitement. While he expected the 250 mid-grade source crystals, the 5 high-grade and 1 supreme-grade ones were beyond his wildest dreams. In the current market, each high-grade source crystal is worth over 2 million star coins, and a supreme-grade crystal is valued at an astounding 5 million star coins. The value of these high-quality source crystals alone exceeds tens of millions of star coins, not to mention the 250 mid-grade ones. As for the remaining 50 copy points, Lu Yu didn't give them much thought. These points were insufficient to replicate such a quantity of source crystals, so it was better to reserve them for future use. Besides, This newfound wealth was more than enough to allow him to spread his wings. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu extracted a high-grade source crystal to begin absorbing it. As a concentrated form of star energy, source crystals contain the potent energy refined by powerful warriors. A single low-grade source crystal is equivalent to 1 cubic unit of pure star energy, while a high-grade source crystal's energy equals that of 10 low-grade ones combined. As the absorption began, the advantage of his SS-level talent became immediately apparent. Unlike the struggles he faced with his previous A-level talent, he now attracted star energy like a natural magnet, with the abundant energy eagerly flooding into his body. He could vividly feel each cell rejuvenating under the star energy's influence, his bones becoming sturdier and his muscles more defined. In just a few minutes, what would have taken days to absorb, the high-grade source crystal had turned into an ordinary gray stone. Lu Yu was amazed to discover that this single high-grade source crystal had increased his strength by 100 kilograms and his speed by 10 milliseconds. No wonder they say wealth fuels martial prowess, Lu Yu mused. Even with exceptional talent, without ample resources, it's hard to compete with those who can use wealth to elevate themselves to high-level warriors. Without dwelling on it further, he commenced another round of absorption. This time, he simultaneously absorbed dozens of mid-grade source crystals. The immense flow of star energy surged into his body like an invisible torrent, and he seemed to transform into an insatiable black hole. His strength continued to climb, 240 kilograms, 280 kilograms, rapidly surpassing 300 kilograms. Source crystals were quickly depleted, only to be immediately replenished. Anyone witnessing this scene would undoubtedly be left speechless. Most people handle source crystals cautiously, and even the wealthy wouldn't indulge so extravagantly. It's akin to savoring gourmet delicacies, where moderation is key. Lu Yu gazed at the astonishing number of source crystals scattered on the ground, a hint of fervor in his eyes. While others might cautiously ration such precious resources, he consumed them as if they were ordinary stones. In a short span, he absorbed dozens of these source energy crystals. As night deepened, time slowly passed. By dawn, Lu Yu opened his eyes and glanced at the ground where once there were 200 medium-grade source crystals gleaming, now lay dull, lifeless remnants. Yet, this night's cultivation had elevated his strength to an unimaginable level. System, open personal panel. At Lu Yu's command, a virtual panel unfolded in the air. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, pre-warrior. Copy points, 50. Talent, SSS. Strength, 1,500 kilograms. Speed, 150 milliseconds. Neural response, SSS. Martial skills, none. Weapons, none. Looking at these stats, Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle wryly. By all accounts, his current strength should have already broken through to the body refinement stage. The standard for a pre-warrior was merely 300 kilograms of strength and 30 milliseconds speed, while the threshold for a warrior was just 1,000 kilograms strength and 100 milliseconds speed. His stats far exceeded these limits, yet he hadn't broken through. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Yu took out the top-grade source crystal he had been reluctant to use. The deep blue crystal shimmered enticingly in the morning light. Taking a deep breath, he began to absorb the precious resource, which only high-level warriors could handle. The domineering star source energy surged into his body, and Lu Yu could distinctly feel the shackles binding him being shattered. He spent the entire morning focused on absorbing the energy from the top-grade source crystal. When he opened his eyes again, the crystal had turned into gray-white powder in his hand. Meanwhile, Lu Yu experienced a remarkable transformation. His height increased silently by a few centimeters. Even his hair grew. A layer of black impurities was expelled through his pores, emitting a foul odor. Most striking were his eyes, sharp as lightning, radiating an awe-inspiring brilliance. He had finally broken through to the body refinement stage. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Yu summoned the system panel once more. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, body refinement stage 2. Copy points, 50. Talent, SSS. Strength, 3,300 kilograms. Speed, 330 milliseconds. Neural response, SSS. Martial skills, none. Weapons, none. Seeing these stats, Lu Yu couldn't help but marvel. To achieve this breakthrough, he had consumed 200 medium-grade source crystals, 1 high-grade source crystal, and 1 top-grade source crystal. Such a lavish cultivation method, if known, would likely shock the entire Blue Star. But the rewards were equally abundant. His current strength far surpassed the standard 2,000 kilograms of a typical body refinement stage 2 warrior, even rivaling those at stage 3. Now that he had broken through, it was time to undergo warrior certification. This not only offered system rewards, but also entitled him to federal subsidies. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Lu Yu's mouth, and a glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Lu Yu decided to head to the Martial Artist Certification Center, confident that with his current strength, he could pass the test with ease. Just as he was about to get up, he noticed an unusual odor emanating from himself, a natural phenomenon that occurs after a warrior enters a new stage. purging impurities from the body. With a chuckle and a shake of his head, he recalled the hierarchy of the martial arts system, starting from the body refining stage, progressing through the mountain moving stage, sea expanding stage, profound connection stage, to the heavenly origin stage, and beyond to the Star Lord level. Each stage represents the ultimate development of one's physical potential, built upon the foundation of star energy. The initial purification is just the first step. True masters are said to temper their bodies in the heat of the sun, a rarity even within the Federation. One day, I'll reach that level, Lu Yu vowed silently to himself. After washing up, Lu Yu stepped out of his room. Though it was the weekend and there were no classes, his sister Lu Ling had already left. On the dining table, breakfast awaited him, accompanied by a note. I've gone to school for extra classes. Remember to eat your breakfast, brother. The meal had gone cold, but it didn't matter to Lu Yu now. His appetite as a body-refining stage martial artist was voracious, a necessity driven by his body's metabolism. Not until the mountain-moving stage could he sustain himself on star energy alone, making food unnecessary for days. After devouring his breakfast and changing into clean clothes, Lu Yu headed straight to the city center. Although Yuanwu City was a small fifth-tier city, it housed a branch of the Martial Artists Association. As he walked among the futuristic skyscrapers and watched the flying vehicles pass by, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel nostalgic for the earthly charm of his family's garden apartment. Just as he was about to enter the Martial Artists Association, a staff member stopped him. Sir, you can't enter here freely. Despite the apologetic tone, the staff did not underestimate Lu Yu because of his simple attire. I'm here for martial artist certification. Certification? The staff member looked him up and down in disbelief, seemingly surprised that this school-aged young man was here for such a purpose. Nonetheless, he dutifully opened the door, saying, Welcome to the Martial Artists Association. I hope your certification is successful. Upon entering the association, the technological prowess of Blue Star was immediately apparent. A flying robot scanned Lu Yu's entire body and then displayed an arrow pointing the way. Lu Yu, citizen of the Federation, here for martial artist certification. Please proceed to the certification area. Best of luck with your certification. Following the directions, Lu Yu noticed dozens of people in the certification area staring at him in surprise, clearly having heard the robot's announcement. This kid, coming for the martial artist certification? How old is he? Inside the examination hall, dozens of participants stared at Lu Yu in disbelief. Most of them were already past their 30s, which was no coincidence in times of scarce resources. Ordinary people could only reach the level of a martial artist through years of accumulation. Even becoming a certified martial artist at 30 was considered quite an achievement. More importantly, the vast majority of people could never achieve the martial artist status in their lifetime, as it meant extending one's lifespan to 150 years. The peculiar gazes of the crowd kept scanning Lu Yu. It was surprising enough that he was so young, but even more puzzling was his extremely simple and ordinary attire. Every other participant was dressed in combat suits, whose dazzling appearance and expensive aura formed a stark contrast. Combat suits, costing at least 50,000 star coins per set, not only enhanced a martial artist's combat power, but also provided various auxiliary functions. Generally, possessing a high-quality combat suit would significantly boost one's chances of success in the martial artist certification. However, Lu Yu paid no mind to the disdainful looks around him and stood alone. Before long, the ground suddenly opened up into a circular hole, and a burly examiner emerged from it. He surveyed the room, his gaze finally landing on Lu Yu. Don't you have a combat suit? The examiner asked with evident curiosity, clearly surprised by Lu Yu's age as well. Sir, no, I don't. Lu Yu replied calmly, noticing the flash of surprise in the examiner's eyes. All right, the examiner nodded. First, let me explain the examination rules. The martial artist examination consists of 2 stages. The first tests your strength, speed, and adaptability. The second is a sparring session with me. But don't worry, I'll control my strength and won't harm you. He emphasized the last sentence. Upon hearing this, several participants' faces changed dramatically. Some of them were not strong enough, but had come hoping for a stroke of luck. These subtle reactions did not escape the examiner's notice, but what intrigued him more was Lu Yu's consistently calm demeanor. Interesting, the examiner thought to himself, then added, remember, you only get 2 chances in your lifetime to take this exam. If you fail both times, even if you later reach the martial artist level, the Federation will not recognize it. This statement caused a few more faces to change, as they were clearly unaware of this rule. Examiner, I'm withdrawing. Me too, I'll come back next time. Several people left dejectedly, but Lu Yu's expression remained as calm as ever. The examiner's frown deepened, but he said no more. Since he had already given them all the advice he could, if this young man insisted on proceeding, the first stage of the exam would serve as the filter. He refocused his attention on the surroundings. The examiner's gaze swept across the room, his expression stern. The atmosphere immediately grew tense, leaving only those who were confident in passing the assessment. Good, the examiner began. I am Luo Sha, the examiner for this assessment. As soon as the name was mentioned, the atmosphere in the room froze. Many faces turned pale, and whispers spread through the crowd. Luo Sha? He's the strictest examiner in Yuanwu City, with a pass rate never exceeding 3. Lu Yu stood among the crowd, his expression calm, seemingly unfazed by this revelation. Now the assessment begins. Candidate number 1, step forward for the test. Luo Sha's gaze lingered on Lu Yu for a moment before a massive force testing machine appeared in the center of the hall. A middle-aged man in a red combat suit stepped forward. He was well built, exuding confidence with every move. He took a deep breath and delivered a powerful punch. Boom! The machine vibrated, and the numbers flashed. Candidate number 1, strength 1,120 kilograms. Warrior, level 1. The man beamed with joy. This was his second test, and he had finally met the standard. The surrounding crowd erupted in envious chatter. Lu Yu silently observed everything, pondering to himself. As a warrior level 2, his strength reached 3,300 kilograms. Should he reveal his true strength? One punch could shock everyone present. The tests proceeded rapidly. Within minutes, dozens completed their assessments, but only 3 reached the standard of warrior level 1. Luo Sha frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the overall level of today's candidates. Number 46, it's your turn, Luo Yu's voice called out. All eyes turned to Lu Yu. Seeing the young man without a combat suit, most quickly lost interest. To them, this ordinary-looking boy couldn't possibly pass the assessment. Unhurriedly, Lu Yu approached the testing machine, glanced up at it, and suddenly asked, Examiner, if my strength reaches 2,000 kilograms, can I be recognized as warrior level 2? This question deepened Luo Yu's frown. A teenager talking about warrior level 2? Especially since he himself was only at that level. A wave of derisive laughter rippled through the crowd, with some unable to resist voicing their scorn. Kid, aren't you a bit too full of yourself? One bystander sneered. We've been practicing martial arts for decades and wouldn't dare claim we could pass the certification, yet you think you can jump straight to a level 2 body refinement warrior? Exactly, young man, take it easy. Be grounded and don't aim too high, another chimed in. I've seen plenty of young people with no sense of their limits. Last time I was here for a test, there was one who wasn't even close to being a preparatory warrior. Amidst the chorus of mocking laughter, jeers echoed around. In the face of such ridicule, Lu Yu remained calm, not even glancing at them. He simply turned to the examiner and said, All right, as long as it's fine with you, instructor, I'll just go all out. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lu Yu suddenly grinned and unleashed a punch with thunderous momentum. The entire 5-meter-high force tester shook violently, and the numbers on the screen jumped wildly. 100 kilograms, 500 kilograms, 1,000 kilograms. A level 1 warrior's strength, gasped the onlookers. Even the examiner, Luo Sha, showed a hint of surprise. But this was just the beginning. As everyone thought the test was over, the numbers on the screen climbed higher. 1,500 kilograms. Isn't this clearly a level 1 in martial arts? The crowd exclaimed. Yet the numbers continued to soar. 2,300 kilograms. With a boom, the entire testing area fell into a stunned silence. Dozens of spectators instinctively stepped back, their eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? 2,300 kilograms. That's definitely level 2 martial arts strength. No way. The force tester must be malfunctioning. At only 18 years old, with such power, his future is unimaginable. Amidst the rising wave of exclamations, candidate number 1 couldn't help but speak up. Examiner Luo Sha, is there something wrong with the force tester? Clearly, being outperformed by Lu Yu left him feeling uneasy. Luo Sha frowned in contemplation. Logically, an 18-year-old from an ordinary family shouldn't reach this level. Force tester, run a self-check, he ordered. The surrounding crowd wore expressions of anticipation, except for Lu Yu, who remained indifferent, thinking to himself, a problem? I haven't even used my full strength yet. Moments later, an electronic female voice announced, self-check complete. No damage detected. The force tester is operational. Once again, the room plunged into silence. Everyone looked at Lu Yu as if he were a phenomenon. An 18-year-old at level 2 in martial arts? That's downright extraordinary. That's absolutely insane. A gasp erupted from the crowd, and everyone drew in a sharp breath. Lu Yu, an 18-year-old, had astonishingly reached the level of a second-tier martial artist. This news created a huge stir in Yuanwu City, who was undoubtedly the youngest person in the city's history to achieve such a feat. Luo Sha stared at Lu Yu, disbelief etched in his eyes. But the truth was undeniable. This young man's strength had indeed reached the second-tier level. Silence, Luo Yu commanded in a deep voice. A martial artist test is comprehensive, not just focused on one aspect. He had to calm the crowd, as the confidence of other candidates was severely shaken. After all, seeing someone achieve at 18 what others strive for over decades is enough to unnerve anyone. Luo Yu's words had the desired effect, and the venue gradually settled down. Everyone understood that becoming a true martial artist requires overall capability. Against fierce star beasts, any weakness could be fatal. The crowd's gaze at Lu Yu became less apprehensive. In their eyes, reaching such a level of strength at his age was already remarkable. Surely, he couldn't also excel in speed and reflexes. Lu Yu simply smiled faintly in response. Speed and reflexes? He excelled in those areas too, but now wasn't the time to show it. He knew well the principle of keeping a low profile while achieving great things. The second round of testing began, which was also the final round. Speed and reflexes were tested together. The test was straightforward. Candidates needed to sprint along a kilometer-long track while dodging high-speed objects launched from the walls and avoiding sudden ground collapses. Being hit once meant elimination. The elimination rate was extremely high. Having 20 of candidates pass was considered good. Testing starts. Candidate number 1, step forward, Luo Yu announced, casting a meaningful glance at Lu Yu. The first candidate stood at the starting line, carefully adjusting his state. Even though this wasn't his first test, he couldn't suppress his nervousness. Lu Yu watched with interest. Although he had briefly tested his reflexes before coming, he wasn't sure how he'd fare in the official test. He would soon find out. At that moment, candidate number 1 shot forward like a cannonball. By the standards of a first-tier martial artist, a kilometer should take only 10 seconds. This candidate indeed had that capability, covering over 100 meters in the first second. But the real challenge was just beginning. On both sides of the walls, high-speed objects kept popping out, while the ground suddenly sank, revealing trap-like black holes. Faced with these sudden obstacles, the man displayed an astonishing reaction speed, with each evasive move perfectly timed, as if he had anticipated the danger. 11.5 seconds. As the result was displayed, the man fell to his knees in excitement, laughing out loud. Just 0.5 seconds short. The audience was in awe. Amazing. Just one more step to becoming a certified warrior. Congratulations in advance. Truly enviable. The praise was endless. The man returned to the crowd, his face full of pride. Anyone can do it. The key is to stay focused. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Lu Yu, a hint of jealousy in his eyes. To him, although this young man had incredible strength, he might not surpass him in speed and reflexes. The second test began immediately, but Lu Yu was already distracted. 12 seconds is considered overtime. He smirked slightly. Judging by the previous situation, finishing in 3 seconds shouldn't be a problem. Half an hour later, the tests for the dozens of people ahead were completed. Luo Sha turned to Lu Yu with a tone of anticipation. It's your turn. If Lu Yu could meet the standards of a second-level warrior, he would surely become the brightest star in Yuanwu City. There was a buzz of discussion among the crowd, some filled with anticipation, others dismissive. He's definitely going to struggle this time. If he succeeds, I'll do a handstand and eat my words. Lu Yu stood at the starting line, with 30 seconds to go before the start, yet showed no intention of warming up. Luo Sha couldn't help but remind him. Number 46, warming up can help you perform better. Lu Yu just responded with a smile. The moment the timer started, Lu Yu's figure vanished without a trace, not even giving a hint of movement that anyone could catch. Where is he? The crowd exclaimed. Then someone pointed to the middle of the field. He's already there. The high-speed obstacles had just popped out, only to be left dozens of meters behind by Lu Yu. The ground steel doors didn't even have time to fully open before he leaped over them. As everyone tried to continue tracking his movements, Lu Yu was already standing at the finish line. A mechanical female voice announced, Test subject number 46, speed 220 milliseconds, neural response level. Hey! The entire venue fell silent. Everyone was in shock, with only one thought in their minds. Today, they truly encountered a monster. The hall fell into a sudden silence. Everyone stared at Lu Yu in shock, their jaws practically hitting the floor, and their eyes seemed ready to pop out of their sockets. Speed of 220 meters per second? That's already at the level of a second-tier martial artist, someone whispered in astonishment. Even more surprising was Lu Yu's nerve reaction test result grade A. This meant his talent was at least grade A, possibly higher. Everyone present collectively drew in a breath of cold air. The earlier doubts about Lu Yu being too well-rounded vanished without a trace. The facts showed that this young man had no weaknesses in any aspect and was truly a prodigy. At this moment, no one dared to show even the slightest hint of contempt. Even the most oblivious person understood that Lu Yu was bound to advance to the second tier of martial artists today. At this rate, his future potential not only included reaching the mountain lifting level, but possibly even the ocean spanning level. Man number 1 stood frozen in place, his face turning extremely grim. At 18, what was I doing? Chasing girls? Playing video games? Sneaking off to internet cafes? The vast gap in abilities struck a heavy blow to his self-esteem. The entire room was silent, everyone looking down, not daring to meet Lu Yu's gaze. The examiner, Luo Sha, trembled as he held his record book, dropping his pen to the floor. Lu Yu walked calmly up to Luo Yu, a faint smile on his lips. Examiner, how did I do? In truth, He had deliberately held back some of his abilities. Reaching the second tier at 18 was indeed rare, but there were precedents in federal history. Revealing that he had already reached the third tier would be too astonishing. Even though he had thought of an excuse, he would likely become a subject of study, which he wanted to avoid. His goal was simply to gain resources, not to attract unnecessary trouble. Luo Sha stared intently at Lu Yu, Adam's apple bobbing as if trying to discern something, but Lu Yu's gaze remained calm and steady. Luo Sha was puzzled. Why would such a genius appear here? First test results. 5 at first tier martial artist, 1 at second tier, announced Luo Yu. Once again, all eyes were on Lu Yu, with no one paying attention to the other first tier candidates. Now for the second test, Luo Yu continued, suppressing his inner shock. The rules are simple. Spar with me for 1 minute. I'll control my strength, and lasting a minute means you pass. This was the most crucial test. If one couldn't last even a minute, they would stand no chance against star beasts. Of course, Luo Yu would moderate his power, otherwise, even a first-tier martial artist couldn't last 60 seconds. The 5 candidates who passed the first test stood up, including Lu Yu. Only 6 out of over 40 candidates had made it through the first round. The first test eliminated 90 of the candidates, and the second test was even more rigorous, with only 5 passing being considered an impressive outcome. Having 3 out of 6 pass was already a commendable result. The break was a brief 30 minutes. Among the 5 candidates, everyone except Lu Yu appeared particularly anxious. This was understandable, as the second test traditionally had the highest elimination rate. Unlike the first test, which had clear standards, this round was more demanding. Even those with the strength of a martial artist might be eliminated due to a lack of practical experience. When the candidates learned that Luo Sha was the examiner, their anxiety intensified. Luo Sha was notorious for his strictness. Candidates who breezed through other examiners' tests might not last a minute with him before being sent to the hospital. Of course, the Federation covered all medical expenses. In stark contrast to the others' tension, Lu Yu was resting with his eyes closed. As someone whose strength could already match the third level of body refinement, he felt confident facing Luo Sha, who was at the second level. The 30 minutes flew by. All 5 candidates stood up simultaneously, their eyes fixed on Luo Sha. Luo Sha composed himself and coldly scanned the group. Shall we go in order, or will you volunteer? An invisible pressure filled the room. In the tense atmosphere, candidate number 1 stepped forward first. Examiner Luo Sha, I'll go first. The burly man stared at Luo Sha with determination. Luo Sha nodded approvingly. Not bad, more guts than the others. As a reward. Before he finished his sentence, he launched a punch that sent the man flying, knocking out a tooth. This scene made the other 4 candidates' scalps tingle. Modern technology could regenerate teeth, but Luo Sha's strike was undeniably ruthless. Yet the man seemed unfazed by the pain and charged back with a roar. What followed was almost a one-sided beating. Luo Sha remained in place, effortlessly sending the man flying each time. This vividly demonstrated the terrifying strength of a second-level martial artist. Surprisingly, despite being battered and bruised, the man persistently got up to retaliate. Just as Luo Sha was about to deliver the final blow, the bell rang. Congratulations, you're now a martial artist, Luo Sha said with a smile. The man finally collapsed, unconscious but smiling victoriously. The other candidates were shocked. Witnessing their peers' successful advancement was a huge morale boost. Luo Sha nodded in approval. His strength might be average, but his tenacity is more than enough. His gaze swept over the remaining candidates. Who's next? Faced with this question, the others hesitated. At that moment, Lu Yu stood up. I'll go. Instantly, all eyes focused on him. This guy volunteered. Everyone's eyes turned to Lu Yu, filled with surprise. Nobody present had expected Lu Yu to have the courage to step forward. Luo Sha looked at Lu Yu and nodded slightly, indicating, go ahead. Without another word, Lu Yu strode confidently to the martial arts stage. The platform was made of special materials, capable of withstanding the full force of martial artists below the 5th level of body refinement. Standing firm, he smirked slightly. Shall I begin? In truth, Lu Yu deliberately didn't go first to observe Luo Sha's strength. Considering his true strength at the 3rd level of body refinement, he wanted to ensure he controlled his power to avoid accidentally injuring Luo Sha. Make your move. As Luo Sha's words fell, Lu Yu's figure vanished like a phantom. Boom. In the next instant, Lu Yu appeared beside Luo Sha, delivering a punch without hesitation. Luo Sha clearly hadn't anticipated Lu Yu's speed. Although both were at the 2nd level of body refinement, his reaction was a split second too slow. Hastily raising his hand to block, he was already too late. Lu Yu's punch landed solidly on his chest. Thud. With a dull thud, Luo Sha was sent flying over 10 meters, barely stopping at the edge of the stage. Luo Sha was at a loss for words, his face burning with embarrassment. As a dignified examiner, being knocked back by a single punch from a participant was humiliating. The surrounding audience was already dumbfounded. What just happened? Examiner Luo Sha was sent flying by Lu Yu's punch. Surely the examiner was caught off guard. This kid won't have the upper hand again. Right, it was just a lucky shot. The examiner is on guard now. He won't succeed again. Dozens of onlookers chatted animatedly, none of them leaving. Very good. You've done well. Luo Sha got up from the ground, his voice steady. This time, he was truly serious. If he didn't show his true skills and got defeated by Lu Yu, he wouldn't be able to maintain his reputation in the Yuanwu City Martial Arts Association. Kid, get ready to take my punch. Before the words were out of his mouth, Luo Sha's figure transformed into a dark shadow, rushing towards Lu Yu with a thunderous momentum. As he approached, he raised his fist high and shouted, "Martial technique, mountain crushing fist." The onlookers exclaimed, "Mountain crushing fist? This kid is done for. That's a mid-grade mortal martial technique. Ha ha ha. Martial techniques can boost a warrior's strength by 50. He's overdone it now, and the examiner is really angry." The crowd discussed gleefully. If they had held some respect for Lu Yu before, now his actions seemed more fitting for a high school student. Arrogant. A disdainful murmur erupted from the crowd. They watched the young figure on the field, shaking their heads. He has no idea when to hold back. Angering the examiner like this, he'll be eliminated in no time. Indeed, unless this high school student possessed extraordinary skills to defeat the examiner, such arrogance was nothing short of self-inflicted humiliation. But to the onlookers, this seemed as unlikely as a fairy tale. On the field, Luo Sha's fists came crashing down like thunder, aimed directly at Lu Yu. Faced with such a formidable force, Lu Yu initially planned to dodge, but a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Why not test the power of this martial technique? Lu Yu pondered to himself. If it's powerful enough, maybe I can copy it. In the Federation, martial techniques were notoriously expensive. Even a basic low-grade technique could start at 5 million star coins, with mid-grade ones exceeding tens of millions. This opportunity was too good to pass up. With this in mind, Lu Yu stepped forward without hesitation. Boom! As fists collided, just as the crowd had expected, Lu Yu retreated 3 steps, each step leaving a distinct imprint on the ground. The onlookers exchanged smug smiles at the sight. However, Luo Sha's expression grew serious. He was inwardly shocked. His punch had combined 2,000 kilograms of second-level warrior strength, augmented by martial technique, reaching the actual power of a third-level warrior at 3,000 kilograms. Yet this kid only stepped back 3 times? Even more puzzling, why was he smiling? At this moment, Lu Yu was indeed secretly pleased. The system panel displayed. Host, Lu Yu. Level, Body Refining Stage Level 2. Copy points, 30. Talent, SSS. Strength, 3,300 kilograms. Speed, 330 milliseconds. Neural response, SSS. Martial technique, mountain splitting fist low grade, 70 power boost, upgradable. Weapon, none. With a 50.5 explosion rate, the martial technique was directly upgraded to a low-grade level. Such a technique on the market would be valued over 20 million star coins. While not as high as a spirit-grade technique, it was more than sufficient for Lu Yu's current stage. Are you hiding your strength? Luo Sha stared at Lu Yu, unable to comprehend how an ordinary level 2 body refining stage could so effortlessly withstand his punch. No, Lu Yu calmly replied, his nonchalance only deepening Luo Sha's frown. Just then, the bell rang. Luo Sha sighed. Number 46, you passed the test. The result left the onlookers dumbfounded. Others barely scraped through by gritting their teeth, while Lu Yu not only passed effortlessly, but also sparred with the examiner. This meant he was already a certified warrior, just 1 certificate away. The crowd's gaze shifted from contempt to awe. Lu Yu, seemingly oblivious, simply nodded with a smile. Thank you, examiner. He turned to leave, but was stopped by Luo Sha. Wait, I have something to ask you later. Luo Sha's words made Lu Yu frown slightly. He understood that this examiner was questioning his abilities. However, considering the examiner's position, Lu Yu could only wait patiently. The assessment proceeded as scheduled. The 4 candidates took turns, but each was mercilessly defeated by Luo Sha. It seemed as if he was venting pent-up anger, with every move being exceptionally fierce. The onlookers watched this scene, their fear of the name Luo Sha deepening. The final results were announced. Only 2 people passed the assessment: Lu Yu and Candidate 1. Candidate 1, follow me, Luo Sha said with a meaningful glance at Lu Yu before turning to enter the interior of the Martial Artists Association. After a short while, Candidate 1 emerged. He walked with difficulty, his body covered in wounds, and his expression was complex. Before leaving, he said to Lu Yu, "Hello, Candidate 46. It's nice to meet you. I hope we can fight side by side in this year's hunting competition." With that, he departed. Lu Yu watched his retreating figure thoughtfully. At this moment, Luo Sha came out and briefly said, "Come in." Inside the ash-gray room, Luo Sha sat opposite on the sofa, staring at Lu Yu for a good 10 seconds before speaking. "Do you have any concerns?" Lu Yu scrutinized the fierce-looking man in front of him and shook his head, saying, "No concerns." Though inwardly he thought, who doesn't know how to play dumb? Luo Sha stood up and took out a document, speaking in a calm tone. Those who come for the martial artist assessment are not content with mediocrity. For someone your age to achieve such accomplishments, you must feel the same way. I've looked into your background. Your family conditions don't seem very good. You really need the Federation's support, don't you? These words made Lu Yu's eyes narrow. What do you mean? Is this a threat? You can see it as a threat because it concerns your future achievements, Luo Sha replied, handing over the document. If you want access to endless wealth and resources, I have an opportunity, the Genius Martial Artist Tournament. You must have heard of it. Lu Yu glanced at the document and immediately understood Luo Sha's intention. The Genius Martial Artist Tournament is the ultimate test set by the Federation to select talented martial artists. The entry requirements are extremely stringent. One must reach martial artist level 2 by the age of 22, a condition that eliminates most candidates. More importantly, participants are directly placed into an unprotected star beast zone. Aside from television broadcasts, there is no rescue. Those who survive will receive focused development from the Federation. The others will become food for the star beasts. You want me to enter? Liu asked, looking up. Your abilities are far greater than this. I have high hopes for you. Don't let your talents go to waste, Luo Sha said. If you're interested, the Yuanwu City hunting competition is in 3 days. Secure a top 3 position, and you'll qualify to enter. When the time comes, the entire Yuanwu City will support you, Luo Sha said in a calm tone. He looked at the young man in front of him without any hint of threat or coercion, just laying out the pros and cons clearly. As an administrator, he didn't want a genius like Lu Yu to suffer losses due to a lack of information. Lu Yu squinted slightly, nodded after a brief silence, and turned to leave. Feel free to come to me once you've made up your mind, Luo Sha added. Also, here's a little personal sponsorship from me. Lu Yu checked his smart account and found that a transfer of 1 million star coins had been made at some point. He chuckled softly, said nothing, and left the office directly. Luo Sha watched Lu Yu's departing figure and returned to his office, lost in thought. If he can participate in the hunting competition and enter the Genius Tournament, he will certainly revitalize Yuanwu City's weak image. It's just, he rubbed his temples. These geniuses are so hard to figure out. With that thought, he sent a message to the president of the Yuanwu City Martial Artists Association. At this time, Lu Yu had already returned home, unaware of the sensation his test results had caused at the Yuanwu City Martial Artists Association. He hadn't touched the 1 million star coins yet, and the idea of participating in the Genius Tournament left him hesitant. After all, an anomaly where a test result jumps from a level to SS level might attract unnecessary attention. When he got home, his sister Lu Ling was watching TV in the living room. Seeing her brother return, she greeted him with a smile and then went back to her room to study. Lu Yu also returned to his room to practice martial arts. System, apply for task rewards, he said calmly. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task. Reward, 500 replication points. The system's prompt sounded immediately. Looking at the 530 replication points balance in his account, Lu Yu unhesitatingly took out the 3 high-grade source crystals he had previously saved and ordered directly. Replicate 4 times. Ding. Replicating. Replication successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining high-grade source crystals 47. Supreme grade source crystal 1. The system deducted 400 replication points in one go, which made Lu Yu feel a bit of a pinch. However, the harvest was quite good. 47 high-grade source crystals plus 1 supreme grade source crystal should be enough to enhance a small realm. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu began to focus on absorbing the star source power from the source crystals. An entire night passed, and by the next morning, he suddenly opened his eyes, a tangible gleam flashing in his gaze. Phew. At the moment he broke through to the 3rd level of the body refinement realm, Lu Yu let out a long breath. Just as he was about to take a shower, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. Ding. Host has been detected breaking through to the 3rd level of the body refinement realm. Main quest issued. The main task notification sounded in Lu Yu's ear. A prodigy cannot remain ordinary. Main task. Make a name for yourself 21. The host must participate in the Yuanwu City hunting competition in 3 days and achieve 1st place. Task rewards. 1,000 replication points and 10 free replication opportunities, with no restrictions. Lu Yu was taken aback. He had intended to keep a low profile, but the system had assigned him such a high-profile task. Host, a strong person's growth requires a vast amount of resources. The system's voice chimed in again. A true prodigy never fears danger. If there is any, overcome it. The enticing rewards paired with this message stirred Lu Yu's interest. Competing could not only yield abundant resources, but also offer the chance to meet other talents. The potential skills and opportunities made Lu Yu smile slightly. System, I accept this task. Ding. System acknowledged, looking forward to the host's performance. The system replied before falling silent. As Lu Yu excitedly contemplated the upcoming hunting competition, his sister Lu Ling's voice came from outside the door. Bro, get up for breakfast. It's time for school. Lu Yu left his room and sat at the dining table. While pouring him milk, Lu Ling scrutinized him closely. Wow, you look more handsome, bro. Indeed, ever since entering the body refinement stage and undergoing a cleansing transformation, Lu Yu's appearance had become more striking. However, his sister's delayed observation of these changes amused him. Your brother has always been handsome, Lu Yu responded calmly. Got it, bro is the most handsome. Super handsome. Lu Ling stuck out her tongue and focused on her breakfast. Looking at his sister, Lu Yu felt a headache brewing. How was he going to explain becoming a martial artist to her? Shaking his head, he decided to put off thinking about it for now. After breakfast, the siblings headed to their respective schools. Lu Yu attended Yuanwu High School No. 5, while the more gifted Lu Ling was at Yuanwu High School No. 1. After advising his sister, Lu Yu boarded the vacuum supersonic train to school. Due to a train malfunction, Lu Yu arrived at school at 9 in the morning. Faced with the closed school gate and the security guards watching him intently from the security room, he decided to find another way in. Spotting a secluded section of the fence, he tossed his backpack over and then effortlessly vaulted the wall without using any support. This scene was witnessed by an elderly passerby. Are all high school students martial artists now? The old man muttered to himself, a look of excitement spreading across his wrinkled face. Ha! If that's the case, our federation will drive away the star beasts in no time. Unaware of this small incident, Lu Yu picked up his backpack and began recalling his previous memories. In this world, the martial arts class is equivalent to the physical education class from before Lu Yu's time travel, but its status and importance are far greater. As Lu Yu pondered this, he quickly walked towards the sports field. Lu Yu, why are you late? Asked the martial arts teacher, Zhang Hai, standing in the center of the field. His robust build and fierce expression made the surrounding students instinctively step back. Seeing Lu Yu's tardiness, many classmates showed a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes. Mr. Zhang, there was an unexpected delay with the train, Lu Yu calmly explained. Zhang Hai frowned, but merely gestured for Lu Yu to join the group. No sooner had Lu Yu taken his place than a mocking voice came from the front. Oh, Lu Yu's late? How unfortunate. Can't afford a car, huh? The speaker was He Yuan Ming, and a few nearby boys laughed in agreement. Looking at He Yuan Ming, Lu Yu recalled the past of this wealthy young man. Despite his talent and privileged background, He Yuan Ming had held a grudge against Lu Yu ever since Lu Yu rejected his advances towards his sister, Lu Ling. Just as He Yuan Ming was about to continue his taunts, Zhang Hai's roar interrupted him. Silence! Zhang Hai commanded, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sharp as lightning. Today, we are assessing basic martial arts techniques, which are crucial for your college entrance exams. I reminded you of this last month. I expect your performance to not disappoint me. He Yuan Ming shot Lu Yu a resentful glance before withdrawing his gaze. Lu Yu smirked slightly, thinking he had almost given the guy a slap. The assessment began, and the first to step up was a frail boy who was immediately scolded by Zhang Hai. No strength at all. What do you eat every day? He Yuan Ming seized the opportunity to show off. This weakling is always like this. No need to get upset, teacher. Relying on his sturdy physique, he spoke with increasing arrogance. Although Zhang Hai frowned, he refrained from saying anything, considering He Yuan Ming's background. Enough, I'll demonstrate it once more, Zhang Hai said, proceeding to demonstrate the basic martial arts techniques. His movements appeared slow but were imbued with great force, each punch capable of felling an adult man. The essence of basic martial arts lies in being steady and composed, slow yet not sluggish. Now who wants to come up? The scene fell silent until He Yuan Ming suddenly spoke up. Teacher, I have an idea. Can I spar with Lu Yu to practice the basic techniques? He turned to Lu Yu, his eyes filled with provocation. Don't worry, Lu Yu, I won't hurt you. With that, all eyes were instantly on Lu Yu. In an instant, all eyes in the room turned to Lu Yu. Standing in the center of the classroom, He Yuan Ming wore a provocative smile. Tall and arrogant, he exuded the aura of an aspiring martial artist. As a prodigy already capable of lifting 300 kilograms, he was clearly confident about the challenge ahead. Lu Yu, how many times have you refused my challenge? He Yuan Ming looked down at Lu Yu with disdain in his voice. As a man, we should. Before he could finish, Lu Yu interrupted. I accept. This brief response brought a hush over the classroom. Students exchanged incredulous glances, whispering among themselves, is he crazy? Is he really going to fight? He's brave, but isn't this just asking for trouble? Several classmates who were close to Lu Yu hurried to dissuade him. Even their homeroom teacher, Zhang Hai, frowned. Lu Yu, are you sure? Absolutely sure, teacher, Lu Yu replied, his tone unusually calm. He Yuan Ming laughed loudly, striding over to Lu Yu and using his height to look down at him. All right, you're a man after all. So, how many punches do you think you can take before you fall? Lu Yu looked up, a teasing smile playing on his lips. I was about to ask you the same thing, how many punches before you go down? This retort infuriated He Yuan Ming. He sneered. Have you forgotten the lesson you learned from our last fight, you loser? At the mention of the past, a shadow crossed Lu Yu's eyes. The original owner of this body had indeed suffered at He Yuan Ming's hands, But now, how do you want to go down? Lu Yu's voice was now laced with coldness. Unfazed, He Yuanming was instead provoked by Lu Yu's attitude. Oh, you've got some spirit now? I'll knock that right out of you with one punch. Before the words had fully left his mouth, He Yuanming lunged forward with a basic but powerful punch aimed at Lu Yu's face. The force was fierce and commanding, causing some of the girls nearby to cover their eyes, unable to bear watching what might come next. Zhang Hai's eyes suddenly narrowed. As a martial arts instructor, he could clearly see that He Yuanming had put all his strength into this punch. As a prospective martial artist, this punch carried a force of 300 kilograms. Combined with his mastery of basic martial arts, it was clearly intended to kill Lu Yu. Stop! Zhang Hai shouted in anger, but it was too late to intervene from that distance. A cruel smile appeared on He Yuanming's lips. So what if I kill him? He's just a worthless orphan with no power or influence. I'm going to be a martial artist in the future. Would the Federation punish me for dealing with someone from the lower class? However, what unsettled He Yuanming was that instead of showing fear in the face of this deadly blow, Lu Yu smiled at him. Such audacity, thinking you can disregard human life because of your background? Lu Yu's smile gradually turned cold. If not for the system he obtained, he could almost imagine his fate. But fortunately, he was no longer the same Lu Yu. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yu struck. His movements were so fast they surpassed everyone's visual limits, and in an instant, he firmly grasped He Yuanming's fist. He didn't take a single step back, as if he had merely caught a feather. He Yuanming froze entirely. His full-force punch of 300 kilograms couldn't even make Lu Yu budge. The surrounding crowd finally reacted, staring in shock at the scene. He Yuanming, let me tell you something. Lu Yu's lips curled into a mocking grin. You're not the only one whose life matters. He Yuanming struggled desperately, but he couldn't break free from Lu Yu's grip. In the next moment, Lu Yu lightly raised his arm, sending He Yuanming flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the railing and spitting out a mouthful of blood. This is impossible. He Yuanming screamed in disbelief. How could a worthless person like you defeat me? That punch should have killed you. If I killed you, I could have had Lu Ling. This statement completely enraged Lu Yu. He walked up to He Yuanming with an expressionless face and stomped heavily on his chest. With a crack, He Yuanming's chest caved in, and another mouthful of blood spewed out. Don't mess with me, Lu Yu said, leaving those words behind as he turned away from the now defeated He Yuanming, who lay there like a dead dog. He faced Zhang Hai with a cheerful smile. Mr. Zhang, the sparring is over. Everyone was still in shock and couldn't recover, and Zhang Hai nodded mechanically. All right. Okay. Zhang Hai instinctively uttered the word, but his brow furrowed tightly. Lu Yu's ability to defeat He Yuanming indeed surpassed the level of a prospective martial artist, but this brought considerable trouble. He Yuanming lay on the ground, severely injured, needing at least 10 days to half a month to recover, and the college entrance exams were just 7 days away. This not only posed a potential loss of a martial arts school candidate for the school, but, more importantly, He Yuanming's family background would certainly not let this go easily. Zhang Hai sighed, arranged for He Yuanming to be sent to the hospital, and continued teaching, though his mind was clearly elsewhere. The atmosphere in the classroom subtly shifted. Students occasionally glanced at Lu Yu with a mix of awe and fear, especially the few pretty girls in the class, who couldn't take their eyes off this handsome young man who had previously seemed ordinary, but now displayed astonishing strength. Lu Yu, however, appeared indifferent to this attention. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, Lu Yu was about to leave when Zhang Hai called him back. Let's have a chat, Zhang Hai said. Lu Yu nodded. Mr. Zhang, you want to talk about He Yuanming, right? Yes. Do you know about his background? Zhang Hai's tone carried resignation. He wasn't sure whether Lu Yu had been hiding his strength all along or had suddenly become stronger, but injuring He Yuanming like this was bound to cause trouble. Lu Yu just waved it off with a smile. Teacher, I know you're worried about the He family causing trouble, but I'm not afraid. He thought to himself. With the system and the golden finger, I'm no longer the Lu Yu who could be bullied. A true genius never fears danger, they overcome it. Zhang Hai was taken aback for a couple of seconds, then suddenly laughed heartily. Yes, that's the spirit a martial artist should have. Over the years, I've seen many promising martial artists suppressed by powerful forces. What you did today, though reckless, was satisfying. I'll handle things on the school's side, but I can't help with the He family. Teacher, what exactly is He Yuanming's family background? Lu Yu felt a growing sense of admiration for this straightforward teacher. Ah, Zhang Hai's expression turned serious. He Yuanming's father has an old friend who is an examiner at the Martial Artists Association. With that connection alone, the He family is quite influential in Yuanwu City. He paused and added, you have to understand, in this city of nearly 10 million people, only about 10,000 have martial artist certification. Lu Yu marveled at the strength achieved even under systematic education. He himself had only just touched the martial artist realm. Having a friend employed at the Martial Artists Association was indeed a rare and valuable connection. However, Zhang Hai didn't notice the flicker of surprise on Lu Yu's face when he mentioned the examiner. An examiner from the Yuanwu City Martial Artists Association? The image of Luo Sha immediately flashed in Lu Yu's mind, but he quickly dismissed the thought as too coincidental. Still, he wasn't worried. With his current strength at the third level of body refining, even if the opponent was an examiner, getting a bit injured in a normal sparring match was to be expected. Zhang Hai continued. Anyway, the college entrance exam is in 7 days. Lu Yu, although I don't know how you've become so strong, everyone has their secrets. I hope you do well in the exam and get into a good martial arts school, becoming a martial artist soon. With that, he smiled, patted Lu Yu on the shoulder, and left. Lu Yu couldn't help but smile. Become a martial artist soon? Teacher, I'm already a martial artist. Of course, he kept this thought to himself. This surprise was best saved for the exam day. With this in mind, he returned to class in high spirits. After the morning classes ended, Lu Yu didn't go home for the 2-hour lunch break, but headed straight to the Martial Artists Association. Since he had decided to participate in the hunting competition, he naturally needed to register with Luo Sha first. He took the vacuum supersonic train to the association, only to find out that Luo Sha was not there. Sorry, Examiner Luo Sha is out for the day. You can contact his private number, the receptionist said respectfully. She was impressed by this young talent who had already passed the second level of body refining exam. After thanking her, Lu Yu left the association and immediately called Luo Sha. Hello, Examiner Luo Sha. About the matter you mentioned last time, is it convenient to meet and discuss? You've succeeded? Luo Sha's voice was filled with surprise, but he quickly corrected himself. Currently, it's not convenient here. If possible, could you come to Yuanwu City First Hospital? Lu Yu agreed and hung up, feeling a bit guilty. Could it be that last punch injured Examiner Luo Sha? After all, he had copied his martial arts technique and even got paid for it. Thinking of this, Lu Yu felt even more embarrassed. At that moment, outside the VIP ward of Yuanwu City First Hospital, Luo Sha was standing by the door. A chubby middle-aged man asked in confusion, "What's up, brother Luo?" Luo Sha waved his hand with a smile. "Nothing, a newly certified genius martial artist is coming to see me soon." "A genius martial artist? Please introduce us later, brother Luo. Let's continue discussing Yuan Ming. That school kid went too far. He actually broke 5 of Yuan Ming's ribs." He broke 5 of Yuan Ming's ribs. He Yuanshu said, his facial muscles tense and eyes flashing with cold anger. Turning to Luo Sha, he deliberately slowed his speech. "I hope you can help with this, brother Luo. You've watched Yuan Ming grow up. You can't just stand by and watch him get bullied like this." Luo Sha frowned slightly. To be honest, he didn't want to get involved. Regardless of who started it, a martial artist going after a student just didn't seem right. Seeing Luo Sha's hesitation, he Yuanshu quickly changed tactics. "Actually, brother Luo, you don't have to get directly involved. We just need to make some adjustments during the martial arts exam of the college entrance test." Just as Luo Sha was about to respond, his smartphone rang. The screen displayed a call from Lu Yu. "Hello, Examiner Luo Sha. I'm at the hospital. Where are you?" "12th floor, room 4. Luo Sha answered, glancing at the door sign. Before long, Lu Yu appeared at the elevator entrance, a warm smile on his face. "Examiner Luo Sha, we meet again." Luo Sha quickly stepped forward, laughing heartily. "Haha, just call me brother Luo." He Yuanshu was initially displeased at the interruption, but as he took a closer look at Lu Yu, he was momentarily stunned. Such a young martial artist? A thought struck him must seize the opportunity to build a connection. Becoming a martial artist at a young age promised a bright future, and if he could establish a relationship, the He family could rise to new heights. With this in mind, He Yuanshu immediately put on a smile and extended his hand. "Haha, I've heard brother Luo had a friend coming, but I didn't expect someone so young and talented. Truly a young hero." This sudden enthusiasm took both Luo Sha and Lu Yu by surprise. Luo Sha awkwardly introduced, "This is a friend of mine." Lu Yu scrutinized He Yuanshu's round face, finding it oddly familiar. At that moment, a voice shouted impatiently from the hospital room, "Dad, I'm dying of thirst. Get me some water." Hearing his son's voice, He Yuanshu turned to Lu Yu with a smile. "You look about the same age as my son. How old are you?" 18, Lu Yu replied calmly. 18? Same age as my son, He Yuanshu remarked. "But unfortunately, my useless son is nothing compared to you." His words were sincere. Luo Sha wholeheartedly agreed Lu Yu's talent was indeed the most remarkable he had ever seen. After exchanging pleasantries, He Yuanshu extended an invitation. "Since you're the same age, you probably have a lot in common. Why not come in and meet him?" He Yuanshu was determined to win over Lu Yu. In his eyes, a young genius with such achievements had limitless potential. Forming a connection with him could ensure a bright future for the He family. However, his words amused Lu Yu. The coincidence was laughable. He Yuan Ming was the very person Lu Yu was looking for, and Luo Sha was the He family's backing. Imagining He Yuan Ming's reaction upon meeting him, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile. "Sure, I'd like to meet him." Lu Yu's response delighted He Yuanshu. Please come in. He Yuan Chu gestured for him to enter the hospital room. Yuan Ming, sit up straight. A genius your age is here to visit. He's already a certified warrior at 18, so mind your manners. He Yuan Chu made sure to speak loudly enough for He Yuan Ming to hear clearly. He Yuan Ming was startled. An 18-year-old certified warrior? Befriending someone like that could easily help him deal with Lu Yu. As he secretly rejoiced, Lu Yu stepped into the room. It's you. The moment he recognized Lu Yu, He Yuan Ming was shocked, frozen, eyes wide open. Sensing something was off, He Yuan Chu frowned. Yuan Ming, show some respect. What do you mean by it's you? But He Yuan Ming was already trembling, pointing at Lu Yu. Dad, this is the guy who put me in the hospital. The room fell silent instantly. He Yuan Chu turned to Lu Yu in disbelief, while Lu Yu maintained a bright smile. Oh, I see. Sorry, I hit the wrong person before, Lu Yu said, his tone mocking despite the apology. He Yuan Chu felt a chill. How had his useless son managed to provoke someone even Luo Sha treated warmly? He had been planning to align with Lu Yu, only to face such a dramatic reversal. Luo Sha frowned. He had a great impression of Lu Yu and knew of He Yuan Ming's past behavior, so his expression darkened. He Yuan Ming, is there something you're not telling us? You must have started it, right? I didn't. He Yuan Ming began to protest, but was cut off by Lu Yu. Why not admit it? Lu Yu said with a faint smile, stepping past the stunned He Yuan Chu to stand before He Yuan Ming, lightly tapping his cheek. Now that I know Luo is your backing, I regret not finishing you off back then. The undisguised threat in Lu Yu's words terrified He Yuan Ming, causing him to wet himself, staining the bed linens. Although Lu Yu wasn't afraid of He Yuan Ming, he was concerned about any potential harm to Shaoling. He Yuan Ming looked around and noticed that his supporter, Luo Sha, was merely watching with cold eyes, which made him panic. He knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. Lu Yu, brother Lu, I was wrong. I really was. Give me another chance. I promise I won't oppose you again. Luo Sha remained silent. In his view, the He family's connections weren't worth offending someone as promising as Lu Yu just to save He Yuan Ming. He Yuan Chu stood nearby, pale-faced, already considering whether to abandon his son to save himself. At that moment, Lu Yu suddenly gave a cold smile. All right, haven't you always looked down on people like me from the lower strata? Then let you experience what it's like to be at the bottom. With that, he struck swiftly, breaking He Yuan Ming's spine. A piercing scream echoed through the hospital room. He Yuan Ming's face turned ashen, and cold sweat poured down. Seeing this, He Yuan Chu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking this was the end of the punishment and planning to keep He Yuan Ming as a cripple. However, Lu Yu's revenge was just beginning. He turned to Luo Sha and asked, feigning confusion, Brother Luo, do you think there's anything in the He family that violates federal law? Luo Sha caught the underlying meaning, a wry smile tugging at his lips. This young man's talents were extraordinary, and his mind was even more profound. Such revenge was far crueler than simply killing He Yuan Ming. He Yuan Chu immediately understood Lu Yu's intent and fell to his knees. Brother Lu, please give me a chance. It's all because of my useless son. Lu Yu ignored him and walked straight out of the hospital room. In his view, killing He Yuan Ming outright would be too lenient, leaving him paralyzed, watching his family's decline, and ultimately being abandoned by his calculating father, left to wander the streets. That was the most severe punishment. Even better, it cut off any chance of him leveraging family power for revenge. As he exited the hospital, Lu Yu turned to Luo Sha and said, Brother Luo, I think it's time we talked about participating in the Blue Star Genius competition. Let's talk about participating in the Blue Star Genius competition. As soon as these words were spoken, Luo Sha immediately turned his head, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Looks like you've made up your mind. A smile spread across his face. Lu Yu nodded slightly, his tone calm. Yes, I've decided. It's about securing more resources. That's the spirit. Luo Sha patted Lu Yu on the shoulder. We martial artists are all about striving forward, no need to hold back. He glanced around, ensuring no one was near, and lowered his voice. So, since nobody's around, why not tell me what your talent really is? Lu Yu chuckled softly. Luo, the talent you see is the talent I have. All right, you're not giving anything away, Luo Sha said with a smirk, then led Lu Yu to a flying car parked by the roadside, heading towards the Martial Artists Association. Meanwhile, in the highest-level meeting room of the Yuanwu City Martial Artists Association, several elderly men sat in solemn silence. Among them was an elderly man with graying hair, the most notable figure in the room. They were the decision-makers of the association. President Wang, this kid is definitely hiding his true strength, said a man in a black uniform. How else could they have so easily taken a punch from Luo Sha? The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, he must be concealing his power. But what's his reason for doing so? No idea, especially when the Federation is in dire need of geniuses. Wang Chongming, seated at the head of the table, waved his hand. Regardless, this genius is from Yuanwu City. I've already asked Luo Sha to persuade him to participate in the competition. If he agrees, that's great. If not, we can't force anyone. These words left the room in a thoughtful silence. They were frustrated, knowing a rare talent was right in front of them, yet unwilling to seize the opportunity. Just then, Luo Sha's voice came from outside the door. "President, I'm back." "Come in," Wang Chongming replied. As Luo Sha entered with Lu Yu, the leaders' gazes immediately fixed on the young man. They quickly recognized the face they'd seen in the video footage. "Let me introduce you all. This is Lu Yu," Luo Sha said with a smile, observing the astonished expressions of his superiors. Lu Yu maintained a composed demeanor, nodding slightly. "Greetings to the association leaders." He was well aware of the stature these men held in Yuanwu City, particularly Wang Chongming, a master of the mountain-moving realm who once single-handedly held off a beast tide, buying crucial time for reinforcements. The leaders' faces lit up with pleased smiles at Lu Yu's arrival. "Ha, this must be Lu Yu, right? Please have a seat." The meeting room was filled with voices of enthusiastic executives. Their warm reception made Luo Sha, standing nearby, a bit envious. This is the treatment a genius gets. Under the gaze of everyone present, Lu Yu calmly took his seat. Wang Chongming got straight to the point. "Lu Yu, you're here to prepare for the genius competition, correct?" Luo Sha thought the opening was a bit blunt, but Lu Yu simply nodded calmly. "Yes, I'm here for the genius competition." The elder sitting at the head of the table, though his eyes appeared cloudy, had a sharp gaze. After he scrutinized Lu Yu and nodded with satisfaction, Wang Chongming continued, "Excellent. According to the rules, you need to place in the top 3 in the Yuanwu City hunting competition before entering the genius competition. But with your abilities, there's no need for you to participate in such beginner events. I can directly recommend you for the genius competition." Luo Sha completely agreed with this suggestion. Given Lu Yu's demonstrated skills, there truly was no match for him in his age group. However, to everyone's surprise, Lu Yu shook his head. "I think I should still participate in the hunting competition." What a joke, Lu Yu thought to himself. The system task requires participation in the hunting competition. He knew clearly that this must be a chain task. First complete the hunting competition, then proceed to the genius competition. Skipping the first step would only cause him to miss out on task rewards. Wang Chongming, a bit puzzled, said, "The genius competition doesn't start for another 15 days. You could use this time to adjust your condition and familiarize yourself with the rules." Lu Yu slightly twitched his mouth, then replied seriously, "President Wang, I don't need to rest. As a martial artist, one must strive for self-improvement, and a recommendation goes against fairness. Besides, I'm new to martial arts and haven't yet faced a star beast, so I need this kind of training opportunity." His words were so impassioned that the executives present were moved. Even Luo Sha was surprised to realize that he had misunderstood Lu Yu all along. This wasn't someone timid, but a principled genius. Wang Chongming nodded repeatedly. "Well said. Lu Yu, do you need any other assistance? Although your martial artist certification is still being processed, I can offer personal help." While Lu Yu was still contemplating, Wang Chongming made a decision. "Luo Yu, give Lu Yu the grade battle suit we've prepared as a reward." This decision startled Luo Yu. "President, that battle suit is worth." "No worries, I'll make up for it separately," Wang Chongming interrupted with a wave. Luo Yu felt a sense of awe. His own gift of 1,000,000 star coins paled in comparison to the president's grade battle suit worth tens of millions. However, this seemed a bit out of character for the president. Despite his doubts, Luo Yu quickly brought over a silver-white carrying case. "Lu Yu, try it on and see how it feels." Lu Yu gazed at the case, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "Grade A battle suit," Lu Yu exclaimed. This was not just any ordinary equipment. The starting price alone was at least 10 million star coins. As a reward from the Warrior Association, they would undoubtedly choose a higher quality, mid-range option. The moment the safe was opened, Lu Yu's eyes lit up. The silver-gray battle suit exuded an air of elegance and grandeur. As he reached out to touch it, the outer material felt pleasantly warm. "Try it on," Wang Chongming suggested with a smile. Lu Yu didn't hesitate and immediately put on the battle suit. The silver-gray armor fit his body perfectly, and the intelligent adjustment system automatically tailored it to his size. To his surprise, a holographic display appeared before his eyes, and as his gaze shifted, a micro-intelligence system continuously analyzed battlefield data in real time. This was one of the unique features of a Grade A battle suit, capable of instant battlefield analysis and providing optimal tactical solutions. After the experience, Lu Yu bowed slightly to Wang Chongming. "Thank you, Chairman Wang." He didn't refuse, as he had been planning to purchase a battle suit, saving himself a fortune. Wang Chongming nodded in satisfaction and, after a few glances, asked, "Lu Yu, what weapon do you use? I can get one for you." This made Luo Sha, who was standing nearby, widen his eyes. The usually stingy chairman not only gave away a battle suit worth millions, but now offered an even more expensive weapon. His gaze darted between Lu Yu and Wang Chongming. His mind in turmoil. Could Lu Yu be the chairman's illegitimate son? Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, then politely declined. "Thank you for your generosity, Chairman Wang, but I haven't found the right weapon yet." Let's talk about it later. Is that so? Well, alright then. If you need anything, feel free to come to me. Wang Chongming's tone carried a hint of regret, further confirming Luo Sha's suspicions. Since you've agreed to compete, you should start preparing, Wang Chongming continued. The hunting competition begins in 2 days, with all warriors in Yuanwu City below the second level of body refinement participating. Luo Sha will answer any questions you might have. Lu Yu nodded in gratitude. Thank you, Chairman Wang. Haha, no need to be so formal. Seeing young people like you makes me happy. The future of Yuanwu City rests on your shoulders, Wang Chongming said cheerfully. These words touched Lu Yu, but as for the Warrior Association, he had only one assessment. Truly heartless. Luo Sha escorted Lu Yu to the entrance of the Warrior Association, where Lu Yu signaled that there was no need to see him off further. As they parted, Luo Sha smiled and said, "Prepare well, and let's see how you perform when the time comes." After Lu Yu left, Luo Sha returned to the top-floor meeting room and found several executives engaged in conversation. As he entered, the room fell silent. "Luo Sha, aren't you curious why I've suddenly become so generous?" Wang Chongming asked with a faint smile. Although Luo Sha had his suspicions, he waited for Wang to explain. "Let me tell you," Wang Chongming said seriously, "this year's hunting competition will be attended by the inspector. If he notices Lu Yu's potential, the kid might gain an unexpected opportunity. Indeed, it's unbelievable that the kid's file marks him as a level. He should at least be S-level," the other executives agreed. "If the inspector takes an interest in him, our Yuanwu City Martial Arts Association might be ranked among the top 100 associations this year." Luo Sha was taken aback. This was quite different from his previous assumptions. No wonder the president was suddenly so generous. It was because he was worried about Lu Yu's performance in the competition. Considering the inspector's level of expertise, any reward he casually bestowed could be an unattainable treasure for most people. Luo Sha couldn't help but feel happy for Lu Yu. If Lu Yu knew about this, he might be too excited to sleep. An expert of the Tuo High realm? Talents, weapons, abilities, any of these would be worth his replication ability for thorough study. But currently unaware, Lu Yu was on his way home, contemplating whether to replicate a battle suit. Despite a 50.5 chance of upgrading, with only 130 replication points left, he decided against this tempting idea. Replication points. Oh, replication points. When can I get 10,000 of you? Lu Yu sighed to himself, then called his homeroom teacher Zhang Mingshan to request leave. Due to the Shanghai incident and his feat of beating up He Yuanming, which had spread across campus, Zhang Mingshan readily granted the leave and advised him to prepare well for the college entrance exam in 6 days, aiming for a top 1,000 martial arts school on Blue Star. Top 1,000. Lu Yu thought to himself, I guess I was too lenient when I beat He Yuanming. For the next 2 days, Lu Yu stayed at home. He didn't use the remaining 130 replication points to replicate source crystals, partly to reserve points for any potential opportunities and partly to allow his recently skyrocketed strength to settle. This made him even more eager for the upcoming hunting competition. Hundreds of martial artists below the second level of body refining gathered together, with the chance to battle unknown star beasts outside the city. It was an excellent training opportunity for him. With strength comparable to the 4th level of body refining and an SS level talent, Lu Yu was confident. Just as he was about to set off, the system suddenly chimed. The sound of the system startled Lu Yu for a moment. He stared at the system panel that suddenly appeared before him, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, body refining stage level 3. Copy points, 630. Talent, SSS. Strength, 4,300 kilograms. Speed, 430 milliseconds. Neural response, SSS. Weapon, none. Reflecting once a day earns me 100 copy points, and accumulating for 30 days grants a 1,000-point silver achievement reward. Lu Yu's eyes lit up as he quickly calculated the potential future rewards. What excited him even more was the improvement in his mastery of the mountain-splitting fist. In just a few days, thanks to his SS level talent, he had already reached the beginner level of this martial skill. Now, the system had directly advanced it to the mastery level, saving him at least a year of hard training. The skill's effectiveness had doubled, achieving an astonishing 100 increase. Lu Yu attempted a set of mountain-splitting fist moves, and even without exerting full strength, the power of his punches was several times stronger than before. His movements were fluid and natural, like a seasoned practitioner. If Luo Sha, the founder of the mountain-splitting fist, were to witness this, he might be left speechless on the spot. System, can I see what other achievements I can unlock? Lu Yu asked tentatively. Ding. Currently, you can only view the achievements that have been unlocked, the system responded briefly. Lu Yu felt a tinge of regret, but quickly shifted his focus to the upcoming Genius Martial Artist Tournament. The rewards for this task were quite substantial: 1,000 copy points plus 10 free chances for copying within any range. He was brimming with confidence. With the actual power of a body refining stage level 4, an SS level talent, and a top-tier martial skill now at the mastery level, he was well equipped to sweep through opponents of the same rank. With a determined resolve to win, Lu Yu strode toward the Martial Artists Association. By the time he arrived at the Yuanwu City Martial Artists Association Hall, a considerable number of rarely seen martial artists had already gathered. When Lu Yu arrived at the hall, he was greeted by a dense crowd, roughly estimated to be around 200 to 300 people. Looking around, most of them were competitors at the first to second level of martial arts, all drawn by the generous rewards of the hunting competition. This event was specifically designed for lower-level martial artists to hone their fighting spirit and gain experience in battling star beasts. Unlike others, Lu Yu didn't seek out Luo Sha for special treatment. Instead, he quietly found a place to sit. Although the hall was buzzing with noise, there was little conversation, as everyone was a competitor. Yet, Lu Yu's youthful face, which seemed barely 20, attracted quite a few glances. As he was recalling the competition rules, a man with a long scar approached him. "Hey, little brother, we meet again. I forgot to introduce myself last time. I'm Zhuang Jianan." This was the very first competitor Lu Yu encountered during his martial artist certification. "I'm Lu Yu," Lu Yu replied with a smile, extending his hand since the man seemed friendly enough. "Sorry about that day. Jealousy got the better of me, and I talked bad about you," Zhuang Jianan admitted frankly. "It's silly to envy someone you can never catch up to." "No worries, I've got a big heart," Lu Yu responded with a grin. "See you inside, and don't go easy on me." Zhuang Jianan laughed as he walked away. At that moment, Luo Sha appeared on the stage. His gaze swept across the room, pausing briefly on Lu Yu before he spoke. Silence. The entire hall fell silent instantly. Luo Sha continued. "Although you all know the rules, I must reiterate. You will be sent to the Star Beast area outside the city. While it mainly contains first and second level Star Beasts, there are also third and even fourth level ones. These dangerous areas are marked on the map, and for your safety, please avoid them. In case of an attack by higher level Star Beasts, we may not be able to rescue you in time. This competition is based on a point system. First level Star Beasts are worth 10 points, second level 30 points, and third level 60 points. The top 3 scorers under the age of 22 who are at the second level of body refinement will qualify for the Blue Star Genius Tournament." While most overlooked this last detail, Zhuang Jianan suddenly remembered. Lu Yu was only 18 and already at the second level of body refinement. Could he be aiming for the Blue Star Genius Tournament? The thought left him staring at Lu Yu in shock. "Now, everyone head outside and board the aircraft. In 15 minutes, you'll arrive at the Star Beast area." With Luo Sha's command, everyone surged towards the exit. The hunting competition was about to begin. The hunting competition is about to begin. With a command from Luo Sha, the participants quickly surged towards the helipad. Dozens of sleek, silver aircraft were lined up in perfect order, gleaming under the sunlight. Lu Yu moved swiftly, effortlessly leaping onto the nearest one. In no time, every seat in the aircraft cabin was filled. With a gentle hum, the fleet ascended to several hundred meters, then transformed into streaks of light, speeding towards the outskirts of Yuanwu City. Within just a few minutes, the bustling city's outline vanished from view, replaced by an endless expanse of lush, untouched forest. Lu Yu looked at the primeval forest and shook his head. Since the arrival of Star Beasts, human activity had been greatly restricted, only improving slightly over the last 10,000 years. However, significant areas on Earth remained occupied by powerful Star Beasts, with space rifts continually releasing mysterious Star Beasts. This is why the Federation places such importance on martial artists when facing Star Beasts with immense individual power. Martial artists are the most effective countermeasure, while technology often falls short. As Lu Yu pondered, the aircraft suddenly halted. A deep male voice resonated, accompanied by a projected hologram. Lu Yu immediately recognized the judge, Zhao Ming, one of the high-ranking officials he had seen at the Martial Artists Association days before. "We have arrived at the Star Beast area. The hunting competition will begin in 3 minutes, Zhao Ming announced solemnly. This competition strictly limits participants' strength to below the third level of the body refining realm. Although this area is primarily inhabited by Star Beasts below the second tier, there are also formidable third and even fourth tier beasts that could pose a deadly threat to you all, or even trigger a Star Beast tide. Please act with caution." He continued. "There is no need to elaborate on other rules. Your intelligent wristbands will handle everything. Your task is simple. Kill as many Star Beasts as possible. The first place winner will receive 20 million star coins, while the second and third places will receive 15 million and 10 million star coins, respectively. Good luck to everyone. Now, the Yuanwu City Star Beast competition officially begins." Before he finished speaking, the martial artist participants leapt from the aircraft, disappearing into the dense forest in an instant. Lu Yu followed suit. Immediately, a large number of drones were deployed, with each martial artist being tracked by one above their head. These images would be transmitted back to the command center. At this moment, a massive aircraft hovered high above, with the command center filled with the high-ranking members of the Yuanwu City Martial Artists Association. Wang Chongming and Luo Sha were among them, standing respectfully behind a mysterious figure. The person asked, "Do you have any outstanding young individuals in this year's group from Yuanwu City?" He had a square face, a thick beard, and wore a long robe, with the emblem of the Federation Martial Artists Association gleaming on his chest, a symbol of his status as an inspector. At this moment, he was intently staring at the screen. "Inspector, you might find number 101 interesting," Wang Chongming said with a smile. "He's 18 years old and has already reached the second level of body refinement." "Oh, reaching the second level of body refinement at 18. A trace of curiosity flashed in the inspector's eyes as he turned his gaze to the surveillance footage labeled number 101, which showed Lu Yu. Lu Yu had long noticed the drone hovering above, but he paid it no mind. He was carefully observing his quiet surroundings. Despite the calm appearance, he remained vigilant and opened his map to take a look. "There's a third-tier star beast 5 kilometers away," Lu Yu mused. Though he was tempted to test the strength of a third-tier star beast, he decided to find a lower-tier one to practice on first, considering his lack of experience in fighting star beasts. "The first prize of 20 million star coins is quite tempting, enough to buy a few source crystals," he muttered as he moved forward. He hadn't gone far when rustling sounds emerged from the woods. Lu Yu leaped alertly, landing on a large tree. In the next moment, a massive tiger head emerged from the forest. His battle glasses immediately displayed data. "First-tier star beast, red-tailed tiger. Danger rating, 7-inch. It's the red-tailed tiger," Lu Yu exclaimed, recognizing this well-known creature from the school's Star Beast Encyclopedia. This star beast was indeed impressive, large in size, covered in fiery red fur as if ablaze, and ranked among the top 10 first-tier star beasts. Its most feared ability was its innate skill, Scarlet Flame, capable of unleashing an unquenchable, bone-devouring fire that consumed anything it touched. Ordinary martial artists at the second level of body refinement would likely retreat from such an opponent, but Lu Yu was eager to fight. Just as he was about to make his move, the system suddenly notified him that he could replicate the red-tailed tiger's innate ability as his own. "A star beast's innate ability can be transformed into my power." Lu Yu's breath quickened, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Let's do this." His gaze towards the red-tailed tiger turned instantly friendly. Lu Yu gazed at the scarlet flame tiger with affection, having just received exhilarating news. He could actually convert the star beast's innate abilities into his own superpowers. In this world, superpowers are extremely rare and valuable talents. Whether it's controlling the basic elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, or wielding other unique powers, these abilities significantly enhance a warrior's strength. Take fire-based powers, for instance. They not only allow one to conjure flames out of thin air, but also amplify combat techniques by at least 30. However, the rarity of such powers is astounding. Only 1 in 10,000 possesses them, and they must be innate, as they cannot be acquired later in life. Now, the system informed Lu Yu that he could obtain superpowers by replicating the star beast's talents. What does this mean? It means while others might have only one superpower, he could potentially have a dozen. From the basic elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth to the mysterious powers of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, each star beast has its unique talents, all of which could become his. With this thought, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile knowingly. He watched intently as the scarlet flame tiger sniffed around the tree, patiently waiting for the perfect moment. Once it got close enough, he would rush forward to touch it, replicating its talent. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the high-altitude control room was tense. Wang Chongming was on edge, hoping Lu Yu would impress the inspector by easily defeating a few weak star beasts. But who would have thought he would encounter a scarlet flame tiger right away? This was no ordinary first-tier star beast. Its size, nearing that of a second-tier star beast, indicated its strength was enough to rival typical second-tier creatures. And Lu Yu, only at the second level of body refining, was still a novice with no combat experience. Wang Chongming silently prayed, "Don't confront it, Heaton. Retreating would be the wise choice. It would be best to practice on weaker star beasts before challenging such a formidable creature." The inspector, standing at the forefront, watched the screen and finally acknowledged Lu Yu's caution. This brought a sigh of relief to Wang Chongming and the others, who had feared Lu Yu might anger the inspector with his actions. It seemed Lu Yu was more prudent than they had anticipated. Just as Wang Chongming began to smile with relief, Lu Yu on the screen suddenly sprang into action, lunged directly at the scarlet flame tiger. "What is he doing? Is he going to fight it?" Luo Sha exclaimed in disbelief. The others also widened their eyes in shock at the scene unfolding. Was Lu Yu really going to confront it, Heaton, or did he have the confidence to take down the scarlet flame tiger in a single blow? "Confident," the inspector suddenly remarked, praising Lu Yu. It turned out they had all misunderstood. Lu Yuha wasn't being cowardly. He had been waiting for the perfect opportunity all along. Wang Chongming was cheerfully praising Lu Yu when his expression suddenly froze. He watched as Lu Yu leaped from a height, seemingly losing control and awkwardly brushing past the crimson flame tiger before landing clumsily on the ground. The command room fell into complete silence. Wang Chongming's smile stiffened, and even the inspector furrowed his brow. After all, not even a novice at the first level of the body refining realm should make such a basic mistake. The Crimson Flame Tiger sensed Lu Yu's presence and let out a deafening roar, opening its massive jaws to tear him apart. On the screen, Lu Yu appeared panicked, scrambling up a tree and climbing all the way to the top. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Wang Chongming wished he could disappear into a hole. His earlier boasting now seemed utterly ridiculous. Luo Sha stared in disbelief at the screen. This was completely unlike Lu Yu's usual performance. Was he just too nervous facing a star beast for the first time? However, just as everyone was sighing, the inspector asked, "Did you notice anything unusual?" He gestured to rewind the video. "Stop, right at this frame." The image froze at the moment Lu Yu jumped. The inspector pointed to Lu Yu's raised fist in the video and explained, "Look closely at his muscle movement. Number 101 didn't actually exert any force. He merely assumed a stance to engage his muscles. His aim was clearly not to attack the Crimson Flame Tiger." This revelation left everyone in the room astounded, deepening their respect for the inspector. As a master of the Taku realm, his ability to notice such subtle details was impressive. But what was Lu Yu's true intention? Meanwhile, Lu Yu was unaware that his actions were being scrutinized by these experts. He wore a satisfied smile as he checked the system panel. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, 3rd level body refining. Copy points, 600. Talent, SSS. Ability, Crimson Flames Glass Fire Element. Strength, 4,300 kilograms. Speed, 430 milliseconds. Neural response, SSS. Weapon, none. His earlier leap was merely a ruse to touch the Crimson Flame Tiger and complete the copying process. Unexpectedly, the system upgraded the ability from class to class. This hunting competition was an incredible gain, and class ability was far more valuable than its class talent, doubling his strength. Looking down at the Crimson Flame Tiger, Lu Yu's lips curled into a smile. "Thanks for the talent. As a return favor, I'll make your death quick." Before he finished speaking, he descended like lightning, his fist enveloped in blazing fire. With a superior grade mortal martial technique combined with his class fire ability, this punch sealed the fate of the Crimson Flame Tiger. With this punch, the Red Flame Tiger is doomed. Lu Yu's fist shot out like lightning, causing the air to tremble. The Red Flame Tiger reacted swiftly, spewing a stream of red flames at Lu Yu's face with a roar. In the past, this might have forced Lu Yu to dodge, but now he was unfazed. His strength talent was far superior to a mere brank. Lu Yu's fist pierced through the flames without hesitation, emerging unscathed. In the shrinking red pupils of the Red Flame Tiger, this unstoppable punch landed heavily on its skull. With a crisp crack, the tiger's skull shattered, leaving a large, gaping wound, with blood and brain matter gushing out. The massive body froze for a moment before collapsing to the ground, its 7 to 8 meter long frame causing the ground to tremble and raising clouds of dust. Congratulations to contestant 101 for killing a Red Flame Tiger, earning 10 points, the AI announced. Lu Yu quickly checked the leaderboard, frowning when he saw he was ranked 51st. This ranking is too low. I need to speed up if I want to take first place, he thought to himself. This astonishing scene had been transmitted back to the command room. Wang Chongming, who had been in despair, was dumbfounded, and Luo Sha was left speechless, muttering in disbelief. How? How is this possible? He killed the Red Flame Tiger with just one punch. Everyone present gasped, except for the inspector, whose eyes sparkled with interest. As expected, this kid is extraordinary. The power of that punch is outstanding even among those at the 2nd level of body refinement. And what's more, he's a fire element user with impressive talent. Why didn't you tell me earlier that there was an ability user? The inspector asked, slightly dissatisfied. Wang Chongming felt bitter and thought, ability user? When did Lu Yu become an ability user? He glared at Luo Sha, blaming him for not informing him earlier. Luo Sha, feeling the heat of the glare, was annoyed, thinking, blame me? How was I supposed to know he was an ability user? This kid kept it from me. He resolved to give Lu Yu a good talking to later. Just then, Lu Yu made a new move on the monitor. Look, what's Lu Yu doing? Someone asked in confusion. They watched as Lu Yu leaped onto the Red Flame Tiger's corpse, unhesitatingly tearing open its abdomen and hanging its organs on the surrounding branches. Does this guy have some kind of weird habit? Luo Sha frowned, puzzled. But the inspector furrowed his brows, seemingly having realized something. Inspector's words hit Wang Chongming like a bolt of lightning. Didn't you tell him that the scent of star beast blood will attract other star beasts, and might even trigger a star beast tide? Wang Chongming immediately turned to Luo Sha, who looked panic-stricken. We did mention it before, and specifically warned about this. Could it be that he didn't listen? At this moment, Lu Yu's actions were tantamount to courting disaster. Although this star beast region wasn't densely populated, it was home to over 100 star beasts. Among them were not only numerous first-tier star beasts, but also terrifying second, third, and even fourth-tier ones. Everyone's faces changed drastically, and just as they were about to rush down to stop him, The inspector raised his hand to signal. Wait, let's see. He pointed to the ranking board. This kid is competing for rank. On the ranking board, Lu Yu was in 51st place, while the top contender had already accumulated 50 points, meaning they had slain at least 5 first-tier star beasts. Although Wang Chongming understood Lu Yu's desire to improve his ranking, he couldn't help but express his anxiety. Even if he wants to compete for ranking, he shouldn't risk his life like this. If he attracts 3rd or 4th-tier star beasts, he won't even have a chance to escape. The inspector, however, had a different expression, with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Lu Yu's previous performance had given him a feeling that something exciting was about to unfold. In the forest, Lu Yu finally finished dealing with the red flame tiger's innards, the heavy stench assaulting his senses. He wiped his sweat and noticed his rank had dropped 2 more places, but he wasn't worried. His teacher had mentioned in class that the flesh and blood of star beasts were irresistibly attractive to other star beasts, which was exactly his fishing plan. Ignoring the grime on his body, he quickly returned to the tree and held his breath, waiting for prey to take the bait. However, 7 or 8 minutes passed, and the surroundings remained eerily silent. Lu Yu began to doubt whether he had chosen the wrong spot, or if the nearby star beasts had been cleared out by others. Just as he was considering whether to change locations, a deafening roar echoed from afar. Looking up, he saw dozens of star beasts of various shapes and sizes, kicking up clouds of dust as they thundered towards him, shaking the earth. Even more alarming, Lu Yu spotted the silhouette of a 3rd-tier star beast among the herd. Dozens of star beasts surged toward Lu Yu, with the most notable being a 3rd-tier star Biasta Uthwood wolf. This rare creature possessed both earth and wood elemental abilities, making it far stronger than its peers and consistently ranking in the top 5 among 3rd-tier star beasts. In the command room, everyone watched the scene unfold on the screen, their breaths quickening. We can't wait. We need to rescue him now, someone shouted anxiously. The Uthwood wolf is a top-tier 3rd-level star beast. Lu Yu can't handle it. He's really attracted a star beast tide, with dozens of 1st and 2nd-tier beasts, plus a 3rd-tier one. All eyes turned to the inspector. Wang Chongming shook his head with a wry smile, thinking that Lu Yu was always stirring up trouble right from the start. However, the inspector merely furrowed his brow and said, "This kid isn't panicking, so why are you?" Everyone looked closely and saw that Lu Yu indeed remained calm, his face even showing a fervent expression. It was understandable. For Lu Yu, these were all potential sources of power, especially the dual-talented Uthwood wolf, which he was eager to engage with. At that moment, a 1st-tier ape-like star beast launched an attack, frantically climbing a tree. Without hesitation, Lu Yu delivered a powerful punch, shattering its head with blood splattering. His combat goggles immediately displayed points 10. His ranking jumped 10 places. Awesome, Lu Yu exclaimed, leaping into the fray of star beasts, no longer concealing his strength. His crimson flame ability was unleashed, enveloping him in fire as he charged through like a fire god, heading straight for the 3rd-tier Uthwood wolf. Points soared continuously, 10, 10, 10. His ranking climbed rapidly, 30, 25, 19. Almost every 1st and 2nd-tier beast blocking his way fell with a single punch. When the star beasts attempted to surround him, Lu Yu deftly maneuvered, leaping and diving to simultaneously take down 5 1st-tier star beasts. Points 50. His ranking shot up to 4th place. In the command room, everyone was stunned, witnessing Lu Yu decimate nearly 20 star beasts in just a minute. Even the inspector was surprised. Although he had high hopes for Lu Yu, he hadn't expected him to be so fierce, with even 2nd-tier star beasts unable to withstand more than 2 punches from him. Meanwhile, other candidates in the star beast area were puzzled. Why hadn't they encountered a single star beast after searching for so long? Just as they were wondering, the leaderboard suddenly shifted dramatically, revealing the reason. Whoa, how did I suddenly drop a rank? A warrior, who had just defeated a 1st-tier star beast, wiped the sweat off his forehead and eagerly opened the leaderboard. To his surprise, not only did he not move up, but he actually dropped a position. Even more shocking was the chaotic movement on the entire leaderboard. A warrior named Lu Yu was climbing at an astounding pace, from 40th place to 30th to 15th, and in the blink of an eye, he broke into the top 10. In just moments, he surged to 4th, then 2nd, and finally secured the top spot with an impressive 300 points, leaving the 2nd place trailing by a full 80 points. All of this happened within just 10 minutes. Every warrior watching the leaderboard was bewildered. Was there a glitch in the system? Impossible. They all had one question. Who exactly is this Lu Yu who emerged from nowhere? A score of 300 points means he must have taken down at least 30 1st-tier star beasts, a number that left everyone in awe. Deep in the forest, Lu Yu finally stopped. Around him lay the bodies of dozens of star beasts, both 1st-tier and 2nd-tier. Blood stained the ground a dark red, and the air was filled with a faint mist of blood. Standing amidst the carnage, Lu Yu's gaze was fixed on a massive beast over 10 meters tall ahead of him, a 3rd-tier star beast, the Uthwood wolf. This Uthwood wolf, possessing intelligence on par with humans, watched Lu Yu warily. Although it had initially planned to attack immediately, witnessing Lu Yu's prowess made it retreat to the back. Its instincts sensed the danger Lu Yu posed, prompting it to wait and see. Howl. The Uthwood wolf let out a challenging howl, its eyes gleaming with mockery. It knew that Lu Yu, after slaying so many star beasts, must be at his limit. Meanwhile, in the distant spaceship command room, the shock among the crew gradually turned to concern. This is bad. Lu Yu's not in good shape now. He can't afford to push himself any further. Wang Chongming said anxiously. Even the inspector showed signs of hesitation. Despite the impressive strength Lu Yu had displayed, facing the Uthwood wolf Hedon could have unpredictable consequences. Just as the inspector was about to speak, Lu Yu on the screen suddenly smiled. Running out of stamina? Makes sense. Lu Yu chuckled softly and snapped his fingers. Instantly, dozens of deep purple top-grade source crystals appeared out of thin air, hovering around him. A massive surge of star power erupted, which Lu Yu absorbed with incredible speed. This scene left not only the Uthwood wolf stunned, but also everyone in the command room wide-eyed. Top-grade source crystals? And dozens of them. Everyone gasped. Each top-grade source crystal was worth at least 5 million star coins, and the ones Lu Yu produced were of the highest quality, likely exceeding a total value of 100 million star coins. Luo Sha couldn't help but laugh at the thought of the 1 million emergency funds he had once given Lu Yu. Wang Chongming suddenly realized why Lu Yu's smile had been so bright when he accepted the combat suit. At that moment, everyone, including the inspector, fell silent. They fully grasped the meaning of poverty limits imagination. While ordinary people carefully treasured top-grade source crystals for cultivation, Lu Yu unhesitatingly used them as battle supplies. In an instant, a wave of bitterness washed over everyone present. Charity for Lu Yu? That was clearly a sign of self-contempt. Watching Lu Yu casually pull out dozens of premium source crystals, everyone fell into silence. At this moment, however, Lu Yu was in high spirits. With a new method to refresh his replication points, he no longer needed to be frugal. The emergency supply of premium source crystals he had been carrying had gone through 8 replications, resulting in his current extravagance. With an abundance of premium source crystals, he felt invigorated and clear-headed. The Uthwood wolf, though fierce, was not dull. It hesitated only briefly before sensing something was amiss. A whoa! Its roar was even more deafening than before, and its ghostly green eyes locked onto Lu Yu's figure intensely. Lu Yu had nearly absorbed all the energy from the source crystal, yet the crystal in his hand remained almost intact. He put it away and looked at the Uthwood wolf with keen interest. After slaying dozens of star beasts, his combat awareness had become increasingly refined, and his foundation was solid. With the star energy he had just absorbed, he was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th stage of body refinement. The Uthwood wolf, in his eyes, was merely an opponent that required a bit more effort to defeat. So, little one, how do you want to die? Lu Yu spoke with arrogance. The Uthwood wolf clearly understood the taunt and erupted in fury. A whoa! It roared, its massive body lunging straight at Lu Yu. The oppressive presence of its towering figure was suffocating, but Lu Yu merely chuckled, not dodging or flinching. Instead, he propelled himself forward with a powerful leap, charging toward the Uthwood wolf like a cannonball. The command room shook once more. The Uthwood wolf is known for its strength, with talents leaning towards defense and speed. This kid, Luo Sha shook his head. Others agreed. Even the inspector nodded in agreement. However, the next scene left everyone dumbfounded. As Lu Yu neared the Uthwood wolf, he didn't strike. Instead, he deftly stepped onto its tusk and, with a nimble leap, landed atop its head. A whoa! The Uthwood wolf missed its target and, feeling the weight on its head, was even more enraged. It wildly shook its head, trying to throw Lu Yu off, but he had already agilely leaped dozens of meters away. Replication successful. As soon as Lu Yu landed, the system notification sounded. The 2 talents he acquired filled him with joy. Earth Spirit Body, which boosts defense by 100, and Wood Healing, which accelerates healing speed by 50. These were exactly the abilities he needed. Although he had the mountain-crushing fist and flame power for offense, defense had always been his weakness. After battling dozens of star beasts, his combat suit had sustained damage. Now, that weakness was finally addressed. Now you can die, Lu Yu said calmly. He had completed his comprehensive enhancement. What chance did the Uthwood wolf have now? However, the Uthwood wolf, oblivious to its lost advantage, was utterly enraged by the humiliation of having Lu Yu perched atop its head. It roared, baring its sharp, white teeth, and opened its massive maw, intent on swallowing Lu Yu whole. Seeing this, Lu Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. Without hesitation, Lu Yu unleashed a powerful punch. Crimson flames coiled around his fist, but the cost of this full-force attack was completely abandoning his defensive stance. In the command room, Wang Chongming and Luo Yu were already breaking out in cold sweat, and even the usually composed inspector narrowed his eyes. Too reckless, the inspector thought to himself. Unless Lu Yu was confident he could withstand the Earth Wolf's teeth, comparable to a fourth-tier star beast, this was as good as a death wish. However, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. The Earth Wolf's fangs did pierce Lu Yu's combat suit, but at that moment, a thick yellow glow suddenly emerged from Lu Yu's body, firmly blocking the sharp teeth. The Earth Wolf sensed something amiss and tried to retreat, but it was too late. Lu Yu's punch, charged and ready, struck precisely at its exposed upper jaw critical weak point. The immense force pierced through the Earth Wolf's brain, shattering its skull. The massive beast, over 10 meters long, collapsed with a ground-shaking thud. The command room fell into a stunned silence. This kid, he has Earth abilities? The inspector abruptly stood up, eyes wide with shock. But he already has fire abilities. Everyone realized that Lu Yu was likely one of those rare dual-ability individuals. In the Federation's history spanning tens of thousands of years, dual-ability users were extremely rare, and each one was a top-tier presence that could shake the Federation. Wang Chongming's hands were trembling, while Luo Yu looked numb. That bastard, hiding everything from me. Meanwhile, warriors scattered across various locations were in an uproar again. On the leaderboard, Lu Yu's score skyrocketed by another 60 points. This meant he had slain a third-tier star beast. The red dot on the map representing the Earth Wolf had vanished, confirming this astonishing fact. This guy is a monster, someone exclaimed in disbelief. In just half an hour, Lu Yu had climbed from outside the top 50 to the very top of the ranks, now leading the second place by a full 100 points, and surpassing the 10th place by 200 points. For seasoned veterans of the hunting competition, the emergence of this previously unknown name could only mean one thing: Yuanwu City had produced an unprecedented genius warrior. The performance of the brilliant martial artist left everyone present in awe. Just then, a clear announcement echoed through the venue. Time's up. The hunting contest is over. All participants, return to the spaceship. The spaceship, which had been absent for a while, reappeared in the sky, and the participating martial artists hurried towards the assembly point. Lu Yu looked down at the battle suit in his hands and sighed. I should have made a copy. Now I have to buy a new one, and it's so expensive. Luo Yu overheard this. At that moment, he was piloting a small spaceship hovering above Lu Yu. Hearing this, he was almost furious, using a top-grade source crystal like an ordinary stone and still complaining about the cost. Come with me, Luo Yu said with a blank expression. Examiner Luo Yu, shouldn't I go with the main group? Lu Yu asked, puzzled, looking up. Luo Yu almost wanted to thrash Lu Yu, but knowing he probably or definite telecalm beat the kid, he suppressed his anger and said, someone wants to see you. Just get on. Seeing Luo Yu's insistence, Lu Yu shrugged and jumped onto the spaceship. In the command room, Lu Yu saw several senior members of the Yuanwu City Martial Arts Association, including Wang Chongming. They all stood respectfully behind a man in a robe, with Wang Chongming constantly winking at Lu Yu. You're Lu Yu, right? The robed man turned around, scrutinizing Lu Yu with surprise in his eyes. Although the young man before him showed the strength of a second-stage body refiner, how did he manage to defeat a third-stage Earth Wolf? Lu Yu noticed the badge on the man's chest and immediately realized he was from the Federation. Though he wasn't very familiar with these matters, the attitude of Wang Chongming and the others, along with that badge, suggested the man's identity was significant. Yes, I am Lu Yu, he replied calmly. The inspector smiled at this and removed his hat to reveal a short haircut. What a coincidence. My surname is also Lu, and I'm called Lu Yushan, he said, intrigued. As the winner of this hunting contest, have you considered participating in the Genius Tournament? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu beamed with joy. To be honest, sir, participating in the Genius Tournament is exactly why I joined the hunting contest. Wang Chongming chuckled as he added, honestly, Inspector, I wanted this kid to go straight to the Genius Tournament, but he insisted on honing his skills first, so he joined the hunting contest. Hearing the title Inspector, Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, finally understanding the man's identity. Inspectors hold a prominent position in the Federation, overseeing the operations of local bases with the authority to make immediate decisions. Most importantly, all inspectors are at least at the Tua High Realm level. With this realization, Lu Yu excitedly asked the system in his mind, System, what level is Lu Yushan's talent? Response to host, Hey. The system quickly answered, leaving Lu Yu slightly disappointed. Only an A? Lu Yu frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied with the rating. It's understandable, given his SS level talent. It's hard for him to be interested in anything less. Is there any special ability or something? Lu Yu persistently asked the system, as he believed one can never have too many abilities. No special abilities, the system replied, leaving Lu Yu completely disappointed. Just as he was pondering how to extract himself from the situation, the system suddenly alerted him. Detected Lu Yushan possesses an A-grade weapon, the Huaming Spear, which can be copied. This unexpected discovery brightened Lu Yu's eyes. His gaze involuntarily fell on Lu Yushan, silently contemplating how to get close to that spear. At that moment, Lu Yushan spoke up. Lu Yu, as the winner of this competition, Is there any reward you would like? His tone was casual, clearly assuming that given Lu Yu's wealth, he wouldn't be interested in ordinary prizes. Wang Chongming thought the same, hoping to gain some benefits from Lu Yu, who was notoriously wealthy. However, to everyone's surprise, Lu Yu actually spoke up. Inspector, would it be okay if I asked for the weapon on your back? He pointed to the small case on Lu Yushan's back, flashing a flattering smile. This request made Lu Yushan freeze. Wang Chongming was equally stunned, thinking this kid must be tired of living to directly ask for someone's weapon. Even Lu Yushan, who had lived for over a century, had to suppress his irritation and say, "No. Choose something else. If that's not possible, can I at least take a look?" Lu Yu backtracked. In reality, this was his strategy to make a bold request, first to leave room for negotiation later. Lu Yushan's expression softened slightly. He took the black case off his back and handed it to Lu Yu, not forgetting to remind him. "The blade is sharp, be careful." Although his tone was calm, his eyes remained fixed on Lu Yu's hands. For any warrior, their weapon is a prized possession, not only because of its immense value but also because it is vital to their survival. Yet, Lu Yu carelessly opened the case and began to fiddle with the retracted spear, making Lu Yushan's forehead veins twitch. After some exploration, Lu Yu finally found the mechanism. With a click, a long spear, entirely black with dark stripes, was revealed. This Tumderlong Huaming spear was stunningly dark red, and a grade weapon, worth over 1 billion star coins. Everyone present looked at this rare treasure with envy. For a warrior, a weapon is like an extension of their body, enhancing their abilities even more than martial skills. And a grade weapon is something an ordinary warrior wouldn't even dare to dream of. Looking at the spear, Lu Yu had only one thought in his mind. "Damn, it's awesome. I want it." "System, copy," he whispered. The next moment, the system's voice rang out. The red lightning spear and glass weapon. The system's prompt sounded as an information box appeared before Lu Yu. He quickly scanned the weapon details. The unique passive skill, Red Lightning, which has a 20 chance to trigger during an attack. Once activated, it not only increases attack speed by 40, but also adds a paralyzing lightning effect. Awesome. Lu Yu couldn't contain his excitement. And glass weapon was already quite extraordinary, and he was thrilled that this spear came with its own skill. Typically, only S-class weapons have such privileges. No wonder it's a system product. The quality is top-notch. Lu Yu feigned a look of envy as he handed the box containing the weapon to Lu Yushan. "This spear is amazing, truly enviable, Inspector. We can only admire it." This comment made Lu Yushan's expression turn subtle, while Wang Chongming and the others looked at him with puzzled expressions. In their minds, Lu Yu was labeled as someone who didn't care about spending billions of source crystals. Yet he could still make such statements. It was too hypocritical. The inspector, seeing that the weapon was returned to its rightful owner, sighed in relief. Even for someone of his status, the cost of an A-class weapon was considered expensive. "Since you don't need a reward, the genius competition will start in 7 days. I'll come to pick you up then," he said, patting Lu Yu on the shoulder. "All right, Inspector." Lu Yu replied with a bright smile, then deliberately asked, "By the way, do you have any other weapons? Next time, bring them along for me to admire. I'm really too poor to afford any." This made Lu Yushan's face darken. Someone who could casually produce billions of source crystals claiming to be unable to afford something? Without another word, he turned and left. Although the flying ability of a Tuo High Realm cultivator isn't long-lasting, he quickly disappeared from everyone's sight, as if frightened by Lu Yu's seemingly insatiable demeanor. The spaceship landed outside the Martial Artists Association, and Wang Chongming turned to Lu Yu. "As the first-place winner of the hunting competition, the association should reward you with 20 million star coins. But since you're quite..." "Hold on, President Wang. I want it. Lu Yu immediately interrupted. "Are you kidding? I don't even have 1 million in my bank account. I need that money." "No, you don't need it. It should go to those in need. I am the one in need. To those in need. I am the one in need." After some back and forth, Lu Yu finally heard the delightful sound of the transfer, feeling satisfied as he prepared to leave the Martial Artists Association. "The genius competition starts in 7 days. Make sure you attend," Wang Chongming reminded him. "All right," Lu Yu responded nonchalantly. Seeing his attitude, Wang Chongming added, "The first-place prize is 100 million star coins." "What?" Lu Yu immediately turned around, his expression becoming incredibly determined. "President Wang, don't worry, I'll definitely be there for the genius competition. This is not just my honor, but the honor of millions of people in Yuanwu City. It is the pride of our Yuanwu City Martial Artists Association," Lu Yu declared with a serious expression, his eyes gleaming with a mischievous light. Wang Chongming looked at the young man in front of him, who could become so passionate, for 20 million star coins. He clenched his fists, barely restraining the urge to punch him. This kid was already filthy rich, yet he still acted like he was money-hungry. After leaving the Martial Artists Association, Lu Yu happily calculated his finances. With 20 million added to his existing 21 million star coins, this wealth was enough to make him a minor tycoon. Although money didn't seem to serve much purpose for him, it's always better to have it than not. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind: why hadn't his martial artist certification arrived yet? It should have come yesterday. Did Luo Sha forget to notify him? Just as he was about to turn back to inquire, he saw Wang Chongming standing menacingly at the association's entrance with a large knife. Haha, almost forgot to say goodbye to President Wang. Lu Yu laughed awkwardly. Life is a series of farewells, paving the way for future reunions. Goodbye. With that, he took off running. He had to admit, facing the oppressive aura of a mountain-moving expert was quite daunting. Trying to dismiss me with just 20 million? President Wang is too stingy. Lu Yu muttered to himself, suddenly remembering something else. Oh right, system, where's my task reward? Replying to the host, the reward is being processed. The delay is a bit long. Lu Yu shook his head and boarded the train home. A few minutes later, standing in front of the old garden apartment complex, Lu Yu pondered whether he should move to a villa. But before making a decision, he needed to gauge his sister Lu Ling's opinion. Returning home, he saw Lu Ling bent over her homework. Brother, you're back. The little girl ran over with a bright smile, affectionately grabbing his hand. Seeing that smile, Lu Yu had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next moment he was dragged to the desk. Brother, how do you solve this problem? Lu Ling's big, watery eyes looked at him expectantly. The math problem laid out on the desk read, given an ellipse centered at the origin with foci on the z-axis and eccentricity, e32, and knowing that the farthest distance from point P0, 32 to a point on this ellipse is 7, find the equation of the ellipse. As someone who graduated years ago and is now a working adult, Lu Yu broke into a cold sweat at the sight of this geometry problem. Sister, how about we talk about something else? No way. This is homework from the teacher, and it's due for a check tomorrow. Lu Ling clung to his arm, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Didn't you say you were top of your class in all subjects? You wouldn't be lying to me again, would you? Remember the last bet? All the dishes for the next month are yours. It dawned on Lu Yu the girl didn't really want help with the problem. She was looking for an excuse to make him do the dishes. As a proud genius of the third stage of body refinement, about to break through to the fourth stage, who shone in the hunting competition and will soon excel in the college entrance exams and win the Blue Star Genius competition, how can I do the dishes? Lu Yu suddenly said seriously. Xiaoling, let me ask you, if your brother is at the third stage of body refinement, does he need to wash dishes? He decided it was time to come clean. I'm done pretending. I'm revealing it all. Lu Yu stood there, his eyes gleaming with pride. He was already envisioning the moment when he would confess to having an SS-level legendary talent as a martial artist and imagining the look of despair on his sister Lu Ling's face. He could almost see her tear-filled eyes in the future where she would wash dishes for him forever. However, reality hit him hard. Lu Ling examined him with a puzzled look, her voice filled with concern. Brother, snap out of it. What SS-level genius martial artist? What Blue Star Genius competition? Are you running a fever? She reached out to feel his forehead. It's really hot. Go lie down on my bed for a while. Watching Lu Ling walk away, Lu Yu felt a bit defeated. He regretted blurting out his thoughts, and it was clear his sister didn't believe him at all. He realized he needed to find a different way to reveal the truth, as saying it outright might shatter her worldview. Having such an outstanding brother could indeed be overwhelming. As Lu Yu lay on the bed, contemplating his rapid progress and nearing the breakthrough to the fourth level of martial artist, Lu Ling happened to overhear him. Brother, you must be really feverish, you're daydreaming already, Lu Ling said earnestly. We need to be grounded and aim to become a preliminary martial artist first. I'll always support you. Her words warmed Lu Yu's heart, but then she added, even if you don't become a preliminary martial artist, it's okay. Once I'm married, you'll manage on your own. This devastating blow made Lu Yu give up on arguing and lie quietly on the bed, which carried a faint fragrance. Soon, a warm towel gently landed on his forehead. Brother, make sure to get rid of that fever, Lu Ling said gently. Lu Yu secretly admired his sister's profile, noting her classical beauty reminiscent of a Jiangnan maiden, so different from the trendy celebrities. Just as he was about to compliment her, Lu Ling, with a twinkle in her eye, asked, Brother, can you wash the dishes now? After half an hour of bargaining, Lu Yu eventually found himself obediently standing by the sink. As he washed the dishes, he lamented not being able to reveal his secret to his sister, worried she couldn't handle the shock. Suddenly, a pair of small hands pinched the soft flesh on his waist. Brother, make sure the dishes are clean. Yes, ma'am. Several minutes later, Lu Yu finally returned to his room, rubbing his sore waist. Just as he was about to complain, he remembered, walls have ears, and quickly shut his mouth to focus on absorbing the star energy. He was just a step away from reaching the fourth level of body refinement, and he felt closer than ever. Lu Yu glanced around, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of premium source crystals floated in the air. These were what he had left from his previous battle with the Earth Wolf. Just then, the system's notification chimed in. Detected. Host has achieved first place in the hunting competition. Reward, 1,000 replication points. 10 replication uses within any range. System, your delay is way too high. Lu Yu couldn't help but complain. Response to host. Rewards are issued only after the organizers officially validate the results. All right then. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. So even Elder Wang doesn't fully trust my first place, huh? Thinking of Wang Chongming's strength, he quickly gave up. Never mind. I'll confront him once I've improved my strength. With several premium source crystals in hand, Lu Yu focused on absorbing the power of the star source. Within just an hour, he broke through to the 4th level of body refining. The energy surge from the breakthrough caused the entire room to tremble, and Lu Yu let out a satisfied sigh. Brother, are you watching that kind of stuff again? His sister Lu Ling's voice suddenly rang out. Lu Yu's face turned red instantly. What nonsense? That's just a reaction to my breakthrough. You. Wait, where did you put the monitor? Fortunately, Lu Ling didn't press further, and Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. If his sister misunderstood and spread rumors at school, it would be truly embarrassing. After showering, Lu Yu began to plan his next steps. With 4 days left until the college entrance exam, he decided it would be better to stay home and aim for the 5th level of body refining rather than attending classes. With 2/3 of the premium source crystals remaining, his goal was clear: break through to the 5th level and outperform all the city's geniuses on exam day. The system panel appeared. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, 4th level of body refining. Replication points, 1050. Replication uses, 10. Talent, SSS. Abilities, Red Flame S level Fire, Earth Spirit Body A level Earth, Wood Healing B level Wood. Strength, 5,300 kilograms. Speed, 530 milliseconds. Neural Response, SSS. Weapon, Red Lightning Spear S level. The next morning, Lu Ling came knocking to urge him to go to school. Brother, what were you doing last night? The noise was so loud. Lu Ling peeked into the room, but was blocked by Lu Yu. Where's the tissue? Did you put it away? Wait a minute. Aren't you supposed to be all worn out? How come you're so energetic? With a dark expression, Lu Yu grabbed his sister's ear. Who taught you this stuff? Lu Ling, not to be outdone, grabbed his ear too. Tu heard it from the boys talking. Her eyes quickly reddened. Brother, let go, it hurts. Lu Yu released his grip. Stay away from those pervs. I'm not going to school today. I'll be studying at home to prepare for the exams. Studying at home makes it easy to get distracted by colorful things. Ouch. Let go. Lu Ling was pushed out the door as Lu Yu grabbed her ear again. Go to school and wait to see your brother outshine all the city's geniuses on exam day. Brother, you're always bragging. I'm leaving. Watching his sister's pitiful figure as she left with her backpack, Lu Yu chuckled. As someone who didn't have a sister before crossing over, it was nice to have someone to banter with. Back to training. Only 3 days left to outshine everyone. With determination in his eyes, Lu Yu resumed absorbing the star source power. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. On the 3rd day, Lu Yu managed to break through to the 5th level of the body refining realm, thanks to the massive accumulation of star source power. System, open the personal panel. As Lu Yu spoke, a semi-transparent panel appeared before him. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, body refining realm level 5. Copy points, 1050. Unlimited copy attempts, 10. Talent, SSS. Abilities, Red Flame Strength Fire, Earth Spirit Body A rank Earth, Wood Healing Brank Wood. Strength, 6,300 kilograms. Speed, 630 milliseconds. Neural Response, SSS. Weapon, Red Lightning Spear Strength. Glancing at the data on the panel, Lu Yu's lips curled up slightly. Although he was currently at the 5th level of the body refining realm, his actual combat power could easily rival that of a 6th level martial artist. With such strength, the college entrance exams would be a piece of cake, posing no pressure at all. The best student at Yuanwu High is probably only at the 2nd level of body refining, Lu Yu mused to himself. And that was my level just a week ago. Just as he was shaking his head in reflection, his phone rang. Hello, Lu Yu, how's the preparation going at home? Confident about getting into a top-tier university. Zhang Mingshan's concerned voice came from the other end. As the homeroom teacher, he had readily approved Lu Yu's request for leave to study. Preparation is going well, Mr. Zhang. Lu Yu replied calmly, though he thought to himself. The results will likely astonish everyone. That's good to hear, Zhang Mingshan laughed. Come to school later to pick up your exam admission ticket and for a medical checkup. Okay, teacher. Checking the time. Lu Yu immediately headed to Yuanwu High School number 5. On the last day before the college entrance exams, the school gave the senior year a day off for medical checkups and to allow the students to rest and prepare for the exams in their best condition. When Lu Yu arrived, the entire senior year building was deserted. He went straight to the office, where Zhang Mingshan greeted him warmly. Since Lu Yu had defeated He Yuanming, the teacher's attitude towards him had noticeably changed after all. Lu Yu was now seen as a promising candidate for martial arts colleges, possibly even top-tier ones. Half an hour later, they emerged from the medical room. Lu Yu, your blood vitality is far beyond the norm. Zhang Mingshan recalled the doctor's amazement, looking shocked himself. In reality, This was because Lu Yu had deliberately suppressed his power. Otherwise, the readings would have been several times higher. Zhang Mingshan patted Lu Yu on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You really kept things under wraps. I used to think you were just average. Who knew you'd make such a turnaround? Haha. Whether I get promoted to grade director this year depends on your performance. Make us proud. Who says students from regular classes can't get into top-tier schools?" He looked at Lu Yu with pride. If Lu Yu had shown this level of ability from the start, he would have definitely gotten into the advanced class. Zhang Mingshan looked at the student in front of him, surprised, and shook his head in amazement. This kid had been hiding his abilities all along. Even though he was just a novice warrior, he managed to defeat He Yuanming, who was at the same level, with ease. Even if his talent isn't the best, with such an advantage, getting into a good university shouldn't be hard. Zhang Mingshan said excitedly. Seeing his teacher so concerned about him, Lu Yu gave a knowing smile. Any other class teacher would probably have been eager to let go of a student who might lower the graduation rate. But Zhang Mingshan was different. He never gave up on him and always offered encouragement and support. "Don't worry, teacher. The results will definitely surprise you," Lu Yu promised with a smile. "It would be great if you could surprise me," Zhang Mingshan nodded. "But you've done enough to surprise us already. It's getting late. Go home and rest well. Stay in your best condition for tomorrow's college entrance exam. Oh, here's your electronic admission ticket. Keep it safe." Taking the admission ticket, Lu Yu bid farewell and left the school. Standing outside the school gates, he looked at the banners and slogans hanging everywhere, feeling a mix of emotions. Challenging life is my unwavering choice. Succeeding in the college entrance exam is my relentless pursuit. To honor my parents, I've endured 10 years of hard work under the scorching sun. Facing life with a smile, I'll fight with all my might to come out on top. Remember the aspiring ambitions of youth, once promised to be the best in the world. These slogans had been prepared days earlier. Just like in his previous life, the college entrance exam on Blue Star was considered even more important than the Spring Festival. To ensure the exam goes smoothly, the whole nation will take a holiday tomorrow. The city will be under lockdown, special lanes for examinees will be opened, and even law enforcement officers will be deployed to escort and protect them. All of this is to select warriors, the hope of humanity. It is thanks to generations of powerful warriors emerging from the college entrance exams that the Federation has remained strong. Warriors are essentially the cornerstone of Blue Star society, holding an incredibly esteemed position. Lu Yu observed all this and silently shook his head. As he boarded the bus, the school badge of Yuanwu No. 5 High School on his chest immediately caught everyone's attention, and soon someone kindly offered him a seat. Back home, his sister Lu Ling suddenly jumped out from behind the door, her face adorned with 2 cute little red hearts. "Brother, good luck on your exam tomorrow. I'll cook and wash the dishes tonight. I hope to see your name on the Yuanwu City leaderboard." Lu Yu chuckled and ruffled his sister's hair. "The Yuanwu City leaderboard? Why don't we aim higher? How about the Blue Star leaderboard? Does that sound good? Is the Blue Star ranking feasible?" After returning to his room, Lu Yu poured himself a glass of water while pondering the conversation he had just had with Lu Ling sitting on the edge of the bed. He couldn't help but assess his own strength at the 5th level of body refining, yet possessing combat power comparable to the 6th level. With this level of prowess, securing the top spot in Yuanwu City seemed almost effortless. Even the higher-level Blue Star ranking didn't seem too far out of reach. Forget it, why overthink it? Lu Yu shook his head, downed his water, and lay down to rest. The next morning, Lu Yu was sleeping soundly when he was abruptly awakened by urgent shouting. "Brother, you can't sleep in today. Get up, get up." Before the words had even finished, Lu Ling yanked the covers off him. The sudden turn of events jolted Lu Yu awake, and once he saw the situation, the scene became awkward. "Xiaoling, get out of here." Lu Yu grabbed the blanket and threw it at Lu Ling, watching his sister scurry out of the room. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. "How does she have a key to my room? This is too embarrassing. I'll have to explain this to her later." After getting dressed, Lu Yu found Lu Ling still waiting outside the door. She was about to speak when Lu Yu cut her off. "Zip it." "Okay, I'm silent now." Lu Ling grinned at him. Lu Yu wished he could slap himself. He sternly tapped her on the head. "Read less of those romantic novels. I bet I look great, right? You just don't want to admit it." Lu Ling persistently teased. "With that flat figure, your brother wouldn't even glance at you." Lu Yu rubbed his temples, retorting with a cold smile. "No wonder you're still single, showing no reaction even with a fairy in front of you." Lu Ling huffed. "Go to school. I'm not having breakfast at home today. The martial arts exam starts at 10. If you don't get into college, that source crystal I gave you will go to waste, and you'll be eating synthetic food for 2 years." Lu Ling said with a pout. "Don't worry, who am I? A genius martial artist. Just watch how I uplift humanity." "Braggart." Lu Yu ruffled his sister's hair and, amidst her protests, slung his backpack over his shoulder and made a hasty exit. As he approached Yuanwu No. 5 High School, the intense atmosphere of the college entrance exam was palpable. The senior students were placed in separate train carriages, guarded by 4 fully armed enforcers, and the train speed was unusually reduced to below 1,000 km/h. Around the school, Hundreds of enforcers were stationed, maintaining strict security from the ground to the sky. Lu Yu even suspected there were deployments underground. After passing through multiple verifications such as electronic admission tickets and facial recognition, Lu Yu entered the campus. A flying robot immediately appeared overhead. Yuanwu number 5 High School, candidate 0739, please proceed this way. The robot displayed an arrow pointing towards the sports field. Thousands of examinees had already gathered on the field. Lu Yu quietly made his way to his class's assembly area, where Zhang Mingshan spotted him and smiled. Lu Yu, you made it. Lu Yu, the proud student, stood in the classroom, facing the complex gazes of his teacher and classmates. Once dismissed as having an A-level talent, his unexpected rise surprised everyone. Some speculated whether he had been hiding his true abilities all along, as similar dark horses had emerged in Yuanwu City before. Students from the worst class at Yuanwu 7th High School had previously ranked among the top 10 citywide. With a smile, Lu Yu nodded and calmly walked to his seat. At that moment, a chubby boy hurried over. This was Zhong Xing, a clever talent known more for his affluent family background than his presence in class. Lu Yu, do you think you can compete with the students from the experimental classes? Zhong Xing asked, his eyes filled with admiration. Maybe there's a chance, Lu Yu replied modestly. He knew the art of humble bragging. Be modest first, then showcase your strength. Rubbing his hands together, Zhong Xing implored. Lu, could you give me some pointers? I feel like I'm just a bit short of making it to a second-tier university, but I can't pinpoint the problem. After the exams, I'll treat you to a big meal. Lu Yu thought for a moment, recalling the goodwill this class had shown him, especially Zhong Xing, who had once stood up for him when he Yuanming bullied him. Although it hadn't helped much at the time, Lu Yu appreciated the gesture. Channel your star power, and let me take a look, Lu Yu instructed. Zhong Xing immediately mobilized all his star power. With Lu Yu's current level of 5th stage body refinement and SS level talent, he quickly identified the issue. Your foundation is solid, nearly at the preparatory warrior level. However, there's some congestion in your Qi. Try using all your star power to break through it. Zhong Xing closed his eyes, concentrating all his star power on his Qi. With a hiss, his aura visibly strengthened. Oh my god, did I just break through to a preparatory warrior? Zhong Xing exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Lu Yu, I love you. This scene attracted the attention of their classmates. Could Lu Yu really help someone break through just with a casual suggestion? Everyone was astonished. At that moment, a striking girl timidly approached Lu Yu. Lu, could you give me some guidance too? Lu Yu looked up at the girl in front of him, and memories flooded back. Yin Xiaoxiao, the class president, the school beauty who had once let him copy her homework. Seeing the anticipation in her eyes, Lu Yu decided to offer some guidance. Channel your star power, and let me see, Lu Yu instructed. Yin Xiaoxiao nodded immediately, and her spiritual energy began to circulate. After observing for a moment, Lu Yu noticed that she was close to reaching the level of a preparatory warrior. You need to adjust how you use your star power. Don't force it. Treat it like a part of your body and guide it naturally, Lu Yu patiently advised. Following his instructions, Yin Xiaoxiao soon widened her eyes in amazement. Oh my gosh, I can feel the threshold of a preparatory warrior, she exclaimed, hugging Lu Yu in excitement. Feeling the softness of the embrace, Lu Yu's expression turned subtle. Realizing her overexcitement, Yin Xiaoxiao quickly let go. Thank you, Lu Yu. I want to try breaking through. I'll find you after the exams, don't leave, she said earnestly. Lu Yu nodded. I'll definitely teach you step by step. His words made Yin Xiaoxiao blush instantly. The surrounding classmates were stunned. Whoa, is Lu Yu really that amazing? Just a few pointers, and he can help someone break through. Lu, help me out too. Lu, I'll do anything. Lu, I'll give you my first time. Please help us. A group of classmates swarmed around him. Lu Yu didn't hold back. These classmates had always been nice to him, and in the face of the Star Beast threat, having one more warrior meant more hope. More importantly, several girls were already looking at him with admiration. The commotion in Class 3 caught the attention of others around. In Experimental Class 1, a burly boy frowned. His followers chimed in. Brother Zhang, that Lu Yu is showing off too much. Even the goddess Yin seems interested in him. Huh, it's just because he beat He Yuanming. Wait until Brother Zhang steps up. He'll show him who's boss. As Lu Yu continued to guide his classmates, the broadcast announced, the college entrance exam is about to begin. Students in the first sequence, please proceed to the testing area. A third of the students began to move towards the center of the field, where various comprehensive testing devices were set up to assess not only abilities, but also talents. The students were already lined up according to their exam numbers, waiting below. On the seats outside the sports field, students from the first and second years gradually arrived. The martial arts exam, being an important part of the college entrance examination, required students from all grades to attend and observe. This was intended to help younger students gain experience and witness firsthand how the graduating class of seniors approached the exam. The assessment was divided into 4 sections: strength, speed, nerve response, and talent. Each test was conducted 3 times, with the median score being recorded as the final result. Candidate number 0001, please step forward. The mechanical voice announced. A burly student known as Zhang stepped onto the testing platform. He stood over 190 centimeters tall, with muscles that seemed to be carved from stone. Wow, that's Zhang Tong. He's the school's top prospect, about to break through to become a martial artist. The school is looking for a strong start. I'm so envious. Zhang Tong is definitely heading to a top university. Amidst the chatter, Zhang Tong threw his first punch. 901 kilograms. The number displayed, causing the audience to gasp. Just a bit more to reach the martial artist standard. He'll probably advance to martial artist in a few months. Zhang Tang's second punch reached 910 kilograms, and his third was 905 kilograms. He completed the strength test with a median score of 905 kilograms. In the subsequent tests, he also performed exceptionally. Speed at 90 milliseconds, nerve response B level, and talent B level. With these scores, getting into a top university is a sure thing. The audience was full of admiration. However, as Zhang Ting stepped down from the testing platform, he ignored the surrounding praise and fixed his gaze in a certain direction, provocatively raising his middle finger. Instantly, all eyes turned to Lu Yu. Doesn't this guy know Zhang Tong likes Yin Xiaoxiao? He just teased Yin Xiaoxiao in public. Zhang Tong is the undisputed #1 in the school. Even though Lu Yu recently defeated the pre-martial artist He Yuanming, he's still far behind Zhang Tong. Lu Yu looked bewildered. I was just standing here doing nothing. What's wrong with teasing Yin Xiaoxiao a bit? You two aren't even together. Yin Xiaoxiao frowned and said, Lu Yu, this isn't your problem. I'll go talk to Zhang Tong. Let me handle it. Lu Yu stopped her. I wanted to keep a low profile, but someone just had to bring it on. Now I have no choice but to fight. Zhang Tong sneered. Keep pretending. Let's see how you keep it up after your scores come out. Zhang Tong responded with a cold laugh. In the examination hall, the second candidate had already started the test, achieving quite an impressive score, reaching the level of a prospective warrior, enough to secure admission to a top university. Time flew by, and soon it was the turn of the 700th candidate. As the numbers increased, the overall quality of the candidates noticeably declined, making it increasingly difficult to see another score at the prospective warrior level. Candidate 0738, please come forward. Standing in front of Lu Yu, Zhong Xing trembled all over, so nervous that he could barely stand. Lu Yu gently patted his shoulder and said warmly, Relax, your scores will be fine. This reassured Zhong Xing a bit, and he nodded heavily before heading to the test platform. Zhong Xing's test results were indeed good. Strength 320 kilograms, speed 31 milliseconds, neural response level, talent level. These results were enough to ensure his entry into an undergraduate institution. As he stepped down, though drenched in sweat, his face was beaming with joy. Lu, your turn now, you're definitely strong. Zhong Xing said excitedly. Lu Yu didn't respond, but many around him had already turned their attention to him. After all, the earlier minor conflict with Zhang Tong was still fresh in everyone's mind. If Lu Yu's scores were lower than Zhang Tong's, it would be embarrassing. Class monitor Yin Xiaoxiao waved her fair hand at Lu Yu. Lu Yu, go for it. Aim for the top university score. Lu Yu smiled back. Candidate 0739, please step up. As the mechanical female voice sounded, Lu Yu calmly walked onto the test platform. The first test was strength, and the force meter was glowing. Candidate 0739, please hit the force meter with all your strength. The whole school's attention was on Lu Yu, with discussions buzzing around. What do you think Lu Yu's strength is? At most 600 kilograms. I heard he's been hiding his real strength, so it's hard to say. Hiding or not, it's not easy to surpass that freak Zhang Tong. Zhang Tong stood in the distance, watching coldly. Someone beside him asked, Zhang, how much strength do you think that guy has? Zhang Tong sneered disdainfully. How much could he have? If he exceeds 800 kilograms, I'll eat dirt. He said loudly enough for many present to hear, including Lu Yu on the platform. Lu Yu turned to Zhang Tong with a peculiar expression. Are you sure? What's there to be unsure about? Zhang Tong scoffed. If you can do it, I'll eat it. Eat what you make. This exchange immediately livened up the atmosphere, with everyone anticipating a good show. Lu Yu sighed, betting so big? Why bother? Are you just here for a free meal? This remark brought a burst of uncontrollable laughter from the crowd. Zhang Tang's face instantly darkened as he glared at Lu Yu. You better hit 800 kilograms, or else you'll regret it. Outside, Zhang Tang's class teacher's face also turned grim. This student is way too arrogant, claiming he can manage 800 kilograms. The bald man looked at Zhang Mingshan with disdain in his voice. Once the college entrance exams are over and the federal student law no longer protects him, he'll face the consequences. The surrounding teachers shook their heads. To them, it was ludicrous that Lu Yu, a student from the regular class, dared to challenge Zhang Mingshan's proudest student. Although Lu Yu had recently shown some promising abilities, comparing himself to Zhang Tong, the top student in the school, seemed overly audacious. Zhang Mingshan snorted, though inwardly he was unsure. He could only secretly hope that Lu Yu would perform exceptionally well in the test. Candidate number 0739, please strike the force tester with full strength. As the broadcast announced, Lu Yu withdrew his wandering gaze and a confident smile played on his lips, bragging about 905 kilograms. Let me show you what true strength is. In the next moment, Lu Yu's fist shot out like a bolt of lightning. Boom! A deafening sonic boom exploded in the air, and a strange white vapor appeared around his fist. The shockwave from the punch made the nearby candidate's eardrums buzz, causing many to instinctively step back. Everyone's eyes were glued to the force tester's display, eagerly anticipating the final result. However, the screen only flashed a series of symbols, leaving everyone puzzled. Suddenly, the numbers began to jump wildly. 500 kilograms, 1,000 kilograms, 2,000 kilograms, 3,000 kilograms, 4,000 kilograms. Finally, the numbers settled at a value that left everyone utterly speechless. 5,000 kilograms. Wow! The entire examination hall erupted instantly, with thousands of candidates and tens of thousands of onlookers collectively stunned. This figure far exceeded anyone's expectations. The entire playground was shaking. Lu Yu's first punch landed on the strength tester, and the numbers shot up to 5,000 kilograms, causing many examinees and onlooking underclassmen to gasp. Such power requires at least the strength of a fifth-level body refinement. Before the crowd could recover, Lu Yu's second punch was already in motion. Boom! The numbers on the tester climbed again, settling at 5,200 kilograms. Then came the third punch, with a loud bang. The metal casing of the tester was deformed, and the numbers finally stopped at an astonishing 5,500 kilograms. Holy, this is insane! Gasps of awe erupted from the crowd. Everyone's gaze towards Lu Yu changed, filled with reverence. Such terrifying strength meant his physical attributes far exceeded the ordinary, undoubtedly marking him as a true martial artist. Zhang Teng stood nearby, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, unable to utter a word. His homeroom teacher was equally baffled, finding it hard to believe such power resided in Lu Yu. Zhang Mingshan looked at Lu Yu and suddenly burst into laughter. Damn it! Lu Yu, I knew you were hiding your true strength. He thumped his chest and declared, keep testing. If you don't make it into a top-tier school today, don't even mention you're my student. At this moment, Zhang Mingshan was beaming with pride, while other teachers looked at him with envy. The principal approached and patted Zhang Mingshan on the shoulder. Old Zhang, I have a feeling our school is about to produce an extraordinary student today. Despite his excitement, Zhang Mingshan remained rational. Principal, it's too early to say. Let's see how the rest of the tests go. He knew well that while Lu Yu's strength was impressive, other aspects remained uncertain, especially given his A-level aptitude upon entry. Someone next to Zhang Teng quickly comforted him. Don't worry, Zhang. This guy probably just has a unique physique with a bit more strength. In other areas, he surely can't match your level aptitude. These words eased Zhang Teng's mind a bit. Lu Yu had already moved to the next test point, the speed test. It was a 500-meter straight track. The principal introduced. Our school's historical record for this event is 4 seconds. If Lu Yu can break this record, despite a lower aptitude, entering the martial arts school in Shanghai, or even in the capital, isn't out of the question. Zhang Mingshan watched the track nervously, silently praying. Lu Yu, please don't be too one-sided in your skills. Do your homeroom teacher proud. Class 3 students also cheered enthusiastically for Lu Yu. Go Lu Gu! The deafening cheers echoed across the field. Initially, it was just a few scattered voices, but soon it spread like ripples. The underclassmen from the first and second years joined in the chant. Go Lu Yu! Go senior! Break the record! Zhang Teng stood aside. His face darkened with a cold smile as he anticipated Lu Yu's failure, yet a hint of unease crept into his heart. Standing on the track, Lu Yu glanced around at the eager faces and broke into a bright smile. With such support, I have to give it my all. A flying robot hovered beside him, its mechanical voice announcing, Candidate number 0739, you have 1 minute to prepare. No need to wait, let's start now. All right, prepare for the countdown. The robot moved in front of Lu Yu, its glowing display starting the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Yu burst into action. No one could catch his movement. They only heard a thunderous sonic boom. The next moment, a figure shrouded in mist was already at the finish line. 522 milliseconds. As this number appeared, the crowd erupted. 522. That's definitely the level of a fifth-tier body refinement. Teachers were astounded. Even with average talent, getting into Modu Martial University would be a breeze. Within a level or higher talent, he might even make it to the Blue Star Genius rankings. The students were even more excited. Lu Yu is a dark horse. Yuanwu High School will be devastated. Zhang Teng's expression turned sour. Reaching the speed and power of a fifth-tier body refinement level meant Lu Yu's overall strength was likely at that tier. He realized he might have underestimated him this time. Lu Yu calmly proceeded to the next test, the neural response test. He pondered briefly and asked the system in his mind, "Can you disguise my SS level talent as S level? Jumping from a level to SS level overnight is too shocking." "Yes," the system replied. Delighted, Lu Yu entered the testing phase. The test was akin to a warrior's certification, involving navigating through an obstacle environment. When the final rating showed as S level, the crowd was once again left in awe, jaws dropping. "Candidate number 0739, please proceed to the talent test." The notification for the final test sounded just in time. The talent assessment phase finally arrived, marking a crucial moment for evaluating a warrior's potential. Everyone present held their breath, especially the principal, whose eyes were fixed on the testing platform. For him, whether the school could stand out this year depended entirely on Lu Yu. The testing equipment was a state-of-the-art machine worth millions of star coins, typically reserved for college entrance exams. Lu Yu connected the sensors to his body as instructed. These devices could precisely capture every subtle change within him. 30 seconds later, Lu Yu stepped out of the testing area, joining everyone in looking at the display panel. When the S-level result appeared, the room erupted. Everyone was stunned. Even the principal was taken aback. His most optimistic expectation had only been in a level talent. But who could have anticipated an S level? "This can't be," someone exclaimed in disbelief. "Wasn't he in a level before? Even with changes, it shouldn't be this dramatic." The principal was so excited that his hands trembled slightly. A genius at the 5th level of body refining, coupled with S-level talent, meant that Yuan Wu Middle School was about to give rise to a true future star. Cheers filled the air like thunder. The classmates who previously wanted to compete with Lu Yu now only had pure admiration in their eyes. Conversations buzzed around. A 5th level body refining with S-level talent getting into any university on Blue Star would be a breeze. "Have you noticed? Lu Yu looks especially cool now. By the way, wasn't Zhang Teng provoking Lu Yu earlier?" This remark caused a burst of laughter. Zhang Teng's face turned ashen. An A-level talent preparatory warrior who hadn't even reached the 1st level of body refining dared to challenge an S-level 5th level body refining powerhouse. What a self-inflicted humiliation. Lu Yu walked slowly up to Zhang Teng, a playful smile on his lips. "Remember our bet?" Zhang Teng's expression changed several times before he finally lowered his head. "Lu Yu, I concede." He had no choice. He was indeed no match for Lu Yu now. Zhang Teng was not someone who didn't know when to concede. Faced with an obviously stronger opponent, he quickly made the wise choice to admit defeat. Seeing Zhang Teng bow his head decisively, Lu Yu showed a hint of disappointment on his face. "How boring. I thought you were going to be a stubborn antagonist, but you surrendered after just a couple of moves. I didn't even get to finish the fight. Let's have a meal together sometime," Lu Yu said, leaving these words behind as he turned and walked towards his class. Before he even reached the classroom door, a crowd of classmates swarmed around him. "Lu Gu, you're awesome. You're sure to reach the Tuo High Realm soon." "Tuo High Realm? I think he's already a Tong Xian Realm master." "Tong Xian Realm. Let's align ourselves with him early," they shouted enthusiastically. Thanks to Lu Yu's guidance, these classmates had all made significant progress, far exceeding their expectations in exams, and they were naturally grateful to him. Yin Xiaoxiao stood among the crowd, looking at Lu Yu with delight. "Lu Yu, you're amazing. You've secretly reached the 5th level of body refining with an S-level talent." Lu Yu just gave a slight smile. 5th level? S-level? If they knew he was still hiding his true strength. But since he had decided to play the underdog, he wouldn't say much more. At that moment, the principal approached with a group of school leaders. "You must be Lu Yu, right? I remember you. At the last college entrance exam pep rally, you even asked Lu Yu for an autograph." The principal looked Lu Yu up and down with amazement. As a principal with a 5th level body refining background, he couldn't see through this young man in front of him. Zhang Mingshan strode over and gave Lu Yu a friendly tap on the chest. "You sneaky kid, keeping secrets from your teacher? What else have you been hiding from me?" "Teacher, I didn't hide anything. I told you from the beginning that I could get into college," Lu Yu replied, spreading his hands helplessly. Zhang Mingshan suddenly remembered Lu Yu's words from the office and burst into laughter. "It was my mistake to underestimate you back then." Zhang Teng's homeroom teacher stood at the back of the crowd, feeling a mix of emotions as he watched the lively scene. The glory that should have been his had shifted because of Lu Yu. Other teachers eagerly engaged with Lu Yu, hoping to build a relationship with this future powerhouse. "Principal," a teacher suddenly asked, "once the college entrance exams are over and the city's results are tallied, where do you think Lu Yu will rank?" Without hesitation, the principal replied, "Definitely first. S-level talent. 5th level of body refining. If he doesn't take first place, who can?" "Haha, the principal is too kind," Zhang Mingshan laughed. "The top 10 in the city are determined by martial arts duels, and if Lu Yu lacks combat experience, his ranking might be uncertain. Let's see. This leaderboard has been dominated by our 1st and 2nd schools for years. Lu Yu, it's up to you now." The principal patted Lu Yu's shoulder, his eyes full of expectation. By this time, all the tests on the playground had been completed. Two huge holographic projections slowly rose the school leaderboard and the city leaderboard. On both lists, Lu Yu's name prominently occupied the first position. This scene not only set Yuanwu 5th High School abuzz, but also shocked other schools across the city. The city's top performer had emerged from Yuanwu 5th High School. A massive holographic screen hovered over the campus of Yuanwu No. 1 High School, ready to display the final rankings of the citywide martial arts exam. School leaders gathered on the playground, their faces brimming with confident smiles. With Li Yu on our side, the top spot is definitely ours, the vice principal said, scanning the surroundings. Yuanwu No. 2 and No. 3 might snag a few spots in the top 10, but the top 100 is absolutely dominated by our school. Other school leaders nodded in agreement, their confidence stemming from having the best resources, the most outstanding students, and the strongest faculty. The vice principal turned to a male student in school uniform, none other than Li Yu, who had previously appeared at Yuanwu No. 5 High School. Prepare your valedictory speech. The school will need you for promotion. Li Yu smiled and shook his head. Principal G, the rankings aren't out yet. I wouldn't dare claim the top spot. If I say you're first, then you are. The vice principal replied with unwavering confidence. Just then, the holographic screen began to display the rankings. Everyone instinctively focused on the top position, but as soon as they saw the name, they were all stunned. Lu Yu. The school leaders exchanged glances. Do we have a student by that name? When they looked at the school column, their eyes almost popped out. Yuanwu No. 5 High School. This can't be. The school leaders exclaimed in disbelief. How could it be Yuanwu No. 5? There must be a mistake. Li Yu stood frozen. Although he had always appeared humble, as an 18-year-old martial artist who had reached the second level of body refinement, he was confident in securing the top spot. Yet, that strangely familiar name shattered all his expectations. In the seating area, Lu Ling, who had been dozing off, was awakened by the chatter of her classmates. Are the rankings out? Who got first? She asked groggily. Not from our school. The girl next to her quickly replied. It's Lu Yu from Yuanwu No. 5. The name jolted Lu Ling awake, her heart racing. She stared at the leaderboard in disbelief, a thought flashing through her mind. Could it be my brother? She immediately called Lu Yu, but there was no answer. At that moment, Lu Yu was surrounded by the leaders of Yuanwu No. 5 High School. The principal excitedly announced, Lu Yu, we've received notice. You need to go to Yuanwu No. 1 High School for the final exam now. To them, regardless of the final outcome, having a student in the top 10 was enough for years of school promotion. Lu Yu smiled faintly, then boarded the principal's flying car, heading towards Yuanwu No. 1 High School. On the way, Lu Yu noticed a missed call from his sister, Lu Ling, on his phone, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He could already imagine his sister's reaction when she saw him. First excitement, then a meltdown, and finally, she would burst into tears saying, You're amazing, big brother, followed by a regretful complaint. Why am I so useless? You must have stolen all my talent. Meanwhile, the leadership at Yuanwu First High School was having a serious discussion. Eventually, the principal stepped forward and said to Li Yu with determination, Don't worry. Even though you aren't first in the data rankings, the real champion will be decided through actual combat. His stats might be strong, but you can already handle a second-tier star beast on your own. He won't be a match for you. Hearing the principal's encouragement, Li Yu felt himself calming down and nodded earnestly. Don't worry, principal. I won't let everyone down. Let's go to the gymnasium. I'm sure many people are already waiting. The gymnasium at Yuanwu First High was buzzing with excitement. This venue, which could hold 20,000 people, was packed to the brim, as the martial arts exam was crucial to the Federation's future. The final round would determine the city's top scorer, a title that promised a bright future and possibly the achievement of becoming a Takuma-level powerhouse. Almost every Takuma-level powerhouse was once a top scorer, making this competition a major attraction for the public. The top 10 contestants took their places. Yuanwu First High School held 5 spots, second and third high schools each had 2, and fifth high school had just 1. That was Lu Yu, the top name on the data leaderboard, who had yet to appear. This news caused quite a stir among the audience, as the top 10 had been dominated by the first, second, and third high schools for decades. Now, a dark horse had emerged, taking first place on the data leaderboard, which was truly astonishing. When Lu Yu finally arrived at Yuanwu First High, the principal patted his shoulder and said appreciatively, Enter through the contestants' passage. Do well and bring glory to our 5th high. The principal was secretly pleased. Such a genius had hidden his strength until now, allowing 5th high to have the honor of teaching him. As Lu Yu entered the venue, all eyes were on him. A flying robot quickly confirmed his identity. Contestant identity confirmed. Yuanwu 5th High Lu Yu. The crowd erupted. People scrutinized this dark horse contestant. His 5th level body refinement made him impressive, with striking eyebrows, sharp eyes, and a calm demeanor. He was undeniably handsome. Many girls from Yuanwu First High blushed as he glanced in their direction, unaware that he was simply searching for his sister, Lu Ling. Soon, Lu Yu spotted Lu Ling jumping up and down in the back row. Brother, I'm here, Lu Ling shouted excitedly. Lu Yu smiled and responded. Now you know your brother is a genius martial artist. Tears filled Lu Ling's eyes as she cupped her hands around her mouth and yelled, Brother, go get him. Beat that guy Li Yu and take first place. At this, the entire venue fell silent. A student from Yuanwu First High cheering for a fifth high contestant to defeat their school's top student was indeed a comical sight. At this moment, the principal of Yuanwu First High stepped forward, his voice booming across the venue. Quiet. I now declare the martial arts competition open. The martial arts competition officially began. The principal of Yuanwu First High School paused for a moment as his gaze landed on Lu Yu, then announced that the rules for this year remained unchanged. 3 rounds of matches, with 10 contestants drawing lots to determine their opponents. The first round involves all participants, while the second and third rounds each have a bye for 1 position, until the final winner is determined. The contestants stepped forward one by one to draw their lots. Li Yu looked at Lu Yu with a complex expression, recalling the young man who once asked for his autograph. He couldn't help but say, Lu Yu, long time no see. Lu Yu felt a twinge of something unusual after all. His talent was copied from Li Yu. He flashed a bright smile and said, Brotherly, no need to worry. I'll definitely go easy on you later. This remark instantly darkened Li Yu's expression. Going easy on me? You think you can beat me before we've even started? The draw results were quickly revealed, and everyone had an opponent in the first round. Lu Yu's opponent was Jiang Wensheng from Yuanwu Third High School, a medium-built student with a friendly smile. Lu Yu, you're the dark horse of the year. I'm looking forward to our match, Jiang Wensheng said enthusiastically, extending his hand. Lu Yu nodded in response. We're all from the same city. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. This statement not only made Jiang Wensheng understand the reason for Li Yu's earlier change in expression, but also prompted the spectators to grumble internally. This kid is too arrogant, always saying he'll go easy. Does he really think he's unbeatable? However, as soon as the match started, the spectators' doubts were quickly dispelled. In their first exchange, Jiang Wensheng was sent flying. What level of body refining are you at? Jiang Wensheng asked incredulously, supporting himself on the railing with blood at the corner of his mouth. He had intended to give Lu Yu a tough fight, but his attack was effortlessly neutralized, and he nearly flew out of the arena. To note, he was at the first level of body refining. The audience was in an uproar, just as bewildered as Jiang Wensheng. Lu Yu had hardly made any significant moves and had already sent his opponent flying. Hey, you should concede now and save on medical bills. Lu Yu sighed, seemingly resigned. This remark thoroughly infuriated Jiang Wensheng. Come on, let's continue. How can a martial artist? Before he could finish, Lu Yu had already flashed in front of him. Jiang Wensheng's eyes widened, but before he could react, he was hit hard in the chest, sending him flying towards the edge of the arena. In a split second, Lu Yu reached out and caught him, stopping him right at the edge of the red line. Field 5, Lu Yu wins. The referee robot announced the result. Jiang Wensheng stared at the red line beneath his feet, utterly bewildered. It wasn't just him. All the spectators were stunned. This wasn't a martial arts competition. While others fought with all their might, fearing a counterattack from their opponents, Lu Yu was effortlessly in control to such an extent. Jiang Wensheng stood on the stage, his face flushed with embarrassment. He was filled with regret. Lu Yu had only made 2 moves, and he couldn't even counter once. If Lu Yu hadn't held back at the end, Jiang might have been hospitalized for a month. But what made it worse was that all of this happened under the watchful eyes of thousands of spectators. Jiang Wensheng, I admit defeat, he said, his voice low and subdued. It's good that you admit it. Are you okay? Lu Yu asked with concern. I felt like I might have hit too hard with that last punch. His tone was genuinely worried. These words only fueled Jiang Wensheng's anger. He nodded, suppressing his fury, and left the stage with a sullen face. Damn it, he fumed internally. Not only did he go easy on me, but he also asked if I was hurt, acting all nonchalant the whole time. The audience buzzed with chatter. Now that's a real tough guy, someone remarked, shaking their head. Others try to be ruthless, but he just crushes the spirit. Look at the faces of those students from the third school. He's only 18. How is he supposed to handle such a blow? Another spectator chimed in. Listening to the surrounding comments, Lu Yu's mouth twitched slightly. He silently defended himself. I just didn't want to go too far. We have no grudges, after all. How did I end up being seen as the ruthless one? The matches on the other stages also concluded. When the other competitors learned how effortlessly Lu Yu had won, they all showed signs of shock. He didn't even take Jiang Wensheng seriously. What level is his body refinement? They began to speculate. After the first round ended, the second round's draw began. The principal of Yuanwu First High School glanced at Lu Yu again, signaling the contestants to draw lots. This time, Lu Yu drew a male student from Yuanwu First High School, while Lu Yu got a bye. As Lu Yu stood on the stage, facing his strong-built opponent, he spoke earnestly. They say I disrespected people in the last match by not giving it my all. So, do you want me to go all out? The straightforward student frowned. Use all the strength you have, and don't pull any of that annoying stuff. This comment irked Lu Yu a bit. How did I become annoying again? He wondered. All right, you want my full strength? Then I'll give it my all. You go first, the opponent said, seemingly polite, but actually trying to gauge Lu Yu's strength. Unfortunately for him, the idea that attacking is harder than defending only applies to opponents of similar strength. Lu Yu looked at his opponent's ready stance and shook his head. Second level of body refinement. That's a bit weak, he sighed softly. Then, in a flash, he appeared in front of his opponent, his fist already striking out. Boom. Lu Yu's punch landed with a dull thud echoing through the air. The boy from Yuanwu First High School's chest caved in instantly, a mouthful of blood spewing forth as his star power dissipated. He flew back dozens of meters like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the spectators' stands. The crowd erupted in astonishment. All eyes were on Lu Yuho would have thought he could defeat a body refinement level 2 expert with just one punch. In the entire senior year of Yuanwu City, fewer than 5 students had reached this level. The principal of Yuanwu First High School was already in the stands, checking the boy's injuries. His expression grew grim. If that punch had been slightly off and hit his heart, Fong Hao would have been a goner. Lu Yu shrugged, looking helpless. He asked me to go all out, but I only used less than half my strength. Plus, I wasn't aiming to kill. This statement exploded like a bomb among the audience, causing an uproar. Less than half. One punch to seriously injure someone, how is that even possible? That's brutal. Pretending to be low-key before, now going all out. If he doesn't meet his end, he'll surely achieve greatness. The audience buzzed with discussion, their eyes filled with shock and awe. Lu Yu stood on the stage, watching the increasingly exaggerated speculations around him, momentarily at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He decided to remain silent to avoid further misunderstandings. As matches in other arenas concluded, competitors turned their attention to this scene. Seeing Fong Hao being carried to an ambulance, many secretly felt relieved they hadn't drawn Lu Yu as an opponent. Even Li Yu, who had been observing, pondered quietly. Just how strong is this guy? Despite both being at body refinement level 2, Fong Hao couldn't even withstand a single punch from him. The third round of drawing lots began. Li Yu was lucky to get a bye again, while Lu Yu's opponent was a girl from Yuanwu First High School. She had a single ponytail, radiating youthful vibrance like sunshine. As Lu Yu contemplated how to approach the match, the girl stepped onto the stage, glanced deeply at him, and then turned to the referee robot. Referee, I forfeit. Gong Bichin from Yuanwu High School conceded, advancing Lu Yu to the finals. This sudden announcement left the entire audience in an uproar. Even Lu Yu was momentarily stunned. He opened his mouth to say something, but saw the girl leaving without looking back, saying, I'm not stupid. Why would I go up there just to be your punching bag? The audience exploded with chatter. A student from Yuanwu High School conceding on the spot sparked intense discussion. Truly a bold move. Winning without a fight. If I were in her shoes, I wouldn't fight either. Going up there would just mean getting beaten and having my mindset messed with. And just like that, Lu Yu advanced to the finals. Standing before Li Yu, Lu Yu was deep in thought. Something seemed awfully. You had 2 buys in a row, and the girl conceded upon facing him. While it might have been due to his strength, it seemed more likely that someone wanted Li Yu to personally defeat him. Li Yu, do you think I should? Li Yu started to say, but hesitated. Lu Yu, just go all out. Li Yu interrupted. At worst, I'll end up in the hospital for a few months. The audience had split into 2 camps. Those supporting Li Yu, mostly students from his school, and those rooting for Lu Yu, primarily citizens of Yuanwu. Among the crowd, Lu Ling's voice stood out. She had somehow acquired a sign with Lu Yu's name on it, and was loudly cheering among the students. Go, brother. Take down Li Yu. This scene made the school leaders' faces darken, especially when they learned that Lu Ling was Lu Yu's sister. With 2 minutes left before the match, the school leaders were in a private discussion. The principal revealed a shocking piece of information. Li Yu has a level fire talent. This news excited the other leaders, who felt confident about the outcome. However, as they looked at Lu Yu on stage, who still appeared innocent, a sense of unease crept into the principal's heart. Li Yu, are you sure you don't want me to hold back? Lu Yu confirmed once more. No need, just go for it. All right then. I'm worried you might not handle it. Lu Yu hesitated. Honestly, I feel kind of bad. How about I concede and let you win? This suggestion was met with Li Yu's cold chuckle. Lu Yu, are you trying to trick me again? Just go all out, no more games. The audience erupted in applause and laughter. This guy is trying to mess with his head again, but he's been caught. Faced with the skepticism around him and Li Yu's distrustful gaze, Lu Yu sighed in resignation. Can't you guys believe me just this once? Fine. If that's the case, I'll really give it my all. Li Yu, don't blame me when you're on the ambulance. It's fine, I won't. Li Yu's words were cut off as Lu Yu's fist came flying at him. Lu Yu's punch was as swift as lightning. Although Li Yu was prepared and raised his hand to meet it, the moment he touched Lu Yu's fist, he immediately understood why Fong Hao had been so overwhelmed before. With a muffled sound, Li Yu spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, nearly punched out of the arena. Supporting himself on the ground with both hands, he looked at Lu Yu in shock. What level are you exactly? Levels are just illusions, Lu Yu replied calmly. Brotherly, you did well to withstand that punch. Even though he had used only half his strength, it was an attack that an ordinary second-level body refiner couldn't endure, considering he was on par with a sixth-level body refiner. Hearing this, Li Yu's mouth twitched. Although Lu Yu's words lacked mockery, he still felt as if Lu Yu was showing off. The audience erupted. Now that's how you show off. That's a knockout punch. Almost knocking someone out with one punch, and saying, well done for taking it. If that's not showing off, what is? Regaining his composure, Li Yu faced Lu Yu again and took a deep breath. Lu Yu, you may be at a higher level, but you're not my match. As soon as he finished speaking, an ancient, mysterious aura surged around Li Yu. The space seemed to warp, and flames rose around him, yet they didn't harm him at all. Superpower. Li Yu is a superpower user. Haha, now let's see him show off. With superpowers combined with martial skills, his strength will skyrocket. The principal of Yizhong sneered. Humph. What use is a high level when facing a superpower user? He said it loudly enough for the principal of Yuanwu Wuzhong to hear, who then looked worried. In the stands, Lu Ling stomped her foot angrily. That guy hit it well. The Yuanwu Yizhong students around her fell silent. Li Yu, cloaked in flames and appearing composed, said, Lu Yu, step down. For the sake of our acquaintance, I won't harm you. Lu Yu, however, offered a mysterious smile. Li Yu, what's your superpower level? Level. Li Yu replied proudly, puffing out his chest. Only Blevel. No wonder the system didn't alert me. Lu Yu's mutter was broadcasted to the entire arena by a flying robot overhead. The audience erupted again. He's the king of showing off. The use of only is brilliant. His level of showing off is masterful. I'm begging for lessons. Li Yu frowned. Do you have a superpower too? Kind of, Lu Yu answered ambiguously. What level? Also fire-based. Level 2. Li Yu pressed on, with all eyes on Lu Yu. Lu Yu shook his head. It's not Blevel, nor Clevel. He sighed. Just and Slevel. As soon as he finished speaking, an intense flame erupted from within him, so hot that the surrounding space began to distort. Standing in the center of the flames, Lu Yu appeared like a fire deity descended to earth. At that moment, the entire gymnasium fell into a deathly silence. Superpowers. This guy has superpowers too. The crowd erupted in astonishment, all eyes fixated on Lu Yu. On the stage, Li Yu watched his opponent, and the flames that once burned fiercely around him seemed to weaken involuntarily. He knew this feeling all too well. It was the absolute suppression from a higher level, as if his own powers were bowing before the true Lord of Fire when faced with Lu Yu. Power level suppression. I can't believe I'm witnessing it today. This kid is serious. He's at least in S-level power. S-level? That's even rarer than in a level talent. The audience was in an uproar, with countless people standing up excitedly, frantically snapping photos with their phones. On the stage, Li Yu was more shaken than anyone as he observed the flames around Lu Yu. As a superpower user himself, he could clearly sense that Lu Yu's abilities were far beyond a mere level. Lu Yu, what level is your power exactly? Li Yu asked, taking a deep breath, his eyes fixed on his opponent. Lu Yu sighed lightly in response to the question. Do you really want to know? Spit it out, Li Yu urged, thinking that this guy was about to put on a show again. In truth, Lu Yu was reluctant to admit his power level. Saying S-level always felt a bit underwhelming. If it were S-level, he'd announce it with pride. Just S-level, Lu Yu replied nonchalantly, trying to mask his lack of confidence. This statement was devastating for Li Yu. He stood there stunned, his mind echoing with just S-level. The dismissive tone made it sound as if S-level powers were nothing special. The entire place fell silent. The audience, like Li Yu, was in disbelief. Just S-level. I can't take it. Let me challenge him on Ianon. What a show-off. Get real, you're not even a warrior. I know I'm just a trainee warrior, but this is too much. Since when did S-level powers become so insignificant? The school leaders exchanged bewildered glances, particularly the principal of number 1 high school, who was deeply puzzled. A Blevel talent against an S-level talent. How is this even a fair fight? Number 5 high school has really produced a monster this time. Even after decades as a principal, he'd never seen a student with such prowess second-level body refinement and S-level powers. It was unheard of. Seeing the silence, Lu Yu pondered. Seems like I've killed the mood. Is it because S-level talent is too low? Should I tell them I actually have 2 more talents? Nah, the other 2 are even lower. I'd rather not be ridiculed. As Lu Yu contemplated, Li Yu suddenly spoke up. I concede. With that, he left the stage without looking back, ignoring Lu Yu's calls. He's definitely a show-off king. He was setting this up since I visited number 5 high school. All those autographs and admiration, it was all fake. Li Yu's figure appeared particularly dejected. I need to leave this place of heartbreak. Lu Yu watched as Li Yu walked away, his shout echoing in the gymnasium, but unable to stop his friend's departure. His heart sank sharply this time. He had truly hurt his brother's feelings. As he pondered how to make amends, the voice of the referee robot suddenly announced, Lu Yu wins, first place in Yuanwu City, entering the Blue Star Genius list. Current ranking, 45th. Before the words had fully settled, a gigantic leaderboard appeared in the sky above the gymnasium. Each name on the list glowed brightly, and Lu Yu's name stood prominently at the 45th position. The audience, who had been criticizing Lu Yu for showing off, fell into a stunned silence. This silence was unusually prolonged, as everyone widened their eyes, their throats dry. The Blue Star Genius List. 45th on the Genius List? That's explosive. You know, the Genius List comprises the top 100 students before the Blue Star entrance exams. Yuanwu City is about to produce a big figure. Anyone on the Genius List will at least start at the Tongxian realm in the future. The murmurs of shock spread throughout the crowd. This achievement far exceeded being the top scorer in Yuanwu City, considering the Blue Star Federation has hundreds of cities, each with around 50,000 graduates. Ranking 45th was simply astonishing. The crowd's gaze towards Lu Yu shifted from skepticism to awe. Just as the discussions reached a peak, a voice suddenly resonated across the venue. It was Lu Yu's self-talk. Lu Yu was stunned. He had clearly lowered his voice, so how? Until he noticed a flying robot hovering just a few centimeters above his head. Mr. Lu Yu, please don't misunderstand, the robot said with a human-like smile. I just want to interview you about your feelings on being ranked 45th on the Genius List. Lu Yu could distinctly feel that this robot had been lurking above him for quite some time. I swear I'm taking you apart today, he fumed, almost bursting with anger. The audience erupted once more. Damn, so he really was showing off. A master indeed, only showing off a little, saving the rest for later. Can someone just give this guy a beating? Amidst the chatter, Lu Yu stepped onto the podium, internally collapsing. Lu Yu was well aware that his reputation as a show-off would likely follow him for the rest of his life. The irony was that he genuinely wasn't putting on an act, but he couldn't exactly voice that out loud. At the moment, as he faced the nearly exasperated expression of Principal Ji Feng from First High School, he could only manage a faint smile. Principal Ji Feng looked at Lu Yu's smiling face with mixed emotions. Losing wasn't the issue. It was how Lu Yu had won that was too much. The students from First High were mentally shattered. Lu Yu had ended up in the hospital, and the other students were drowning in guilt. In this situation, who could he possibly complain to? Lu Yu, congratulations on becoming this year's top scorer in Yuanwu City, Ji Feng said, taking a deep breath as he placed the medal around Lu Yu's neck. Thank you, Principal Ji, and thanks to the students of First High for giving me the opportunity. Otherwise I wouldn't have achieved this. Lu Yu's humble words almost made Ji Feng choke. Beside him, Shen Shanghe tugged at Lu Yu's sleeve, whispering, That's enough, the whole of First High is about to collapse because of you. Despite his words, Shen Shanghe was inwardly overjoyed. First High had thought their level talent would secure the top spot. But who knew that their own Fifth High was the true champion with an S-level talent paired with S-level ability? How could anyone compete? Thank you for the match, Principal Ji. Shen Shanghe almost lifted his nose in pride. We at Fifth High just managed to scrape by with first place, though being ranked 45th on the Genius List is really too low. Thank you to Principal Wang and Principal Mo for your students' courtesy. The expressions of the other principals were visibly strained. In the audience below, whispers circulated. It seems the type of principal really does influence the type of students. Fifth High is full of show-offs. Just as Lu Yu was about to leave the stage to check on Lu Ling, a commotion erupted from outside the door. Hey, why are people from the Martial Artists Association here? This question immediately drew everyone's attention. Members of the Martial Artists Association were easily recognizable by their distinct attire. When Wang Chongming appeared at the door, the principals were taken aback. President Wang, what brings you here? Ji Feng quickly approached, followed by the other principals, and Shen Shanghe, with Lu Yu in tow. Ha! President Wang is here today. Is it because Li Yu's martial artist certification has come through? Ji Feng attempted to regain some dignity for First High. Wang Chongming nodded in confirmation. Indeed, Li Yu's martial artist certification has been approved. This news made Ji Feng smile even wider, while Shen Shanghe was slightly displeased, though unsure of what to say. Only Lu Yu sensed something amiss. Wang Chongming had been giving him significant looks. Sure enough, Wang Chongming soon spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold on. The Yuanwu City Martial Artists Association has an important announcement for everyone. Wang Chongming stood on the stage, his deep voice resonating throughout the room. As a martial artist at the mountain-moving level, his voice carried a unique, penetrating quality that immediately captured everyone's attention. The students in the audience paused, casting curious glances toward the stage. Principal Ji Feng, however, wore a delighted expression, thinking that with such a grand setup, it must be to announce the good news that Li Yu had successfully received martial artist certification. After all, reaching the second level of the body refinement stage at 18 was indeed something to celebrate. Students of Yuanwu High, please stay put. President Wang has an important announcement. Ji Feng called out. Hearing this, The students who were about to leave returned to their seats, eagerly awaiting the purpose of the Martial Artists Association's visit. Lu Yu stood in the crowd, increasingly sensing that something was off. Noticing Luo Sha nearby, he quietly moved closer and asked, "Brother Luo, what's President Wang up to?" "Haha, isn't it because you're going to participate in the Genius Tournament? President Wang came specifically to boost your popularity," Luo Sha said, patting Lu Yu on the shoulder. Although he had the urge to teach the young man a lesson, he lightened his grip, remembering that Lu Yu was about to compete in the tournament. "Brother Luo, focus, this tickles," Lu Yu said, shrugging his shoulder, causing Luo Sha's expression to darken. "No one to stop, kid," Luo Sha huffed before turning to leave. Lu Yu was puzzled, silently wondering why everyone seemed so emotionally unstable lately. Could it be that men have their own version of mood swings? Meanwhile, Ji Feng, beaming, led Li Yu onto the stage. "President Wang, you see. Principal Ji, let me address some urgent matters first," Wang Chongming indicated to the audience. Ji Feng's smile widened, thinking this was finally a chance to overshadow Lu Yu's prominence. Wang Chongming cleared his throat. "I've come to Yuanwu High today to announce some great news. Our Yuanwu city has produced a true genius." His voice was filled with excitement. "This is an S-grade talent with dual abilities. Such a genius has never appeared in Yuanwu City since its founding. He will represent our city in the Blue Star Genius Tournament. He is Lu Yu." As soon as he finished speaking, the spotlight from the Martial Artists Association illuminated Lu Yu. Lu Yu remained unfazed, and the audience seemed unsurprised. Only Ji Feng was dumbfounded, quickly pulling Li Yu forward. "President Wang, isn't there a mistake? My student." Only then did Wang Chongming remember something, and added with a slap on his thigh, "Oh, and there's more good news. Li Yu has passed the martial artist certification at 18, reaching the second level of the body refinement stage." The audience fell silent. The room fell into an eerie silence. Instead of having the intended effect, Wang Chongming's words only made the situation more awkward. Li Yu's face turned even paler, almost on the verge of tears. Ji Feng was too shocked to speak. Lu Yu was going to participate in the Genius Tournament? The Blue Star Genius Tournament? This news left his mind completely blank. Wang Chongming looked around in confusion and asked, "Where's your applause?" Despite the shocking news, only sparse clapping was heard among the more than 20,000 people present, while a buzz of murmurs filled the air. "Indeed, the essence of showing off is to do it subtly," someone remarked. "The Genius Tournament? Isn't that the grand event held once every 10 years by the Federation? New here? Don't be surprised. With Lu Yu, we're used to his antics." Wang Chongming was completely baffled and turned to Lu Yu. "What exactly did you just do?" Lu Yu looked innocent. "I just became the top scorer and ranked 45th on the Blue Star Genius list." "Impressive. Looks like you don't need my help to gain popularity. Your fan base is already strong," Wang Chongming said with satisfaction. However, Lu Yu felt uneasy, fearing that this might lead to trouble for him. The news spread rapidly throughout Yuanwu City. In this technologically advanced world, brainwave receivers could convert people's thoughts directly into text, sending them across the network. The entire online community of Yuanwu City was abuzz. Is Yuanwu number 5 high school really this impressive this year? An S-level talent with S-level abilities truly frightening. Can't wait for the Genius Tournament live stream, starting in 4 days. The discussions were endless, but Lu Yu was unaware of them. At that moment, he was following Wang Chongming and the others as they walked out of Yuanwu number 1 high school. "Lu Yu, I'm heading back to school. You should spend some more time talking with President Wang and the others," Xin Shang has said before quickly leaving. He knew that Wang Chongming's interest was solely in Lu Yu, and there was no need for him to get involved unnecessarily. As they walked, Wang Chongming asked, "Lu Yu, are you ready for the genius competition?" "I'm well prepared." Lu Yu nodded briefly in response. "Good," Wang Chongming smiled. "If you need anything, feel free to ask. The Yuanwu City Martial Artists Association is here to support you unconditionally." "Really?" Lu Yu's eyes lit up. "Not really." Wang Chongming's smile faded quickly as he felt Lu Yu might be up to something. Lu Yu's mouth twitched. He had been thinking about asking for a few hundred yuan crystals. With his 10 free replication opportunities, the larger the base amount, the more yuan crystals he could obtain. After a moment of silence, Wang Chongming said somewhat awkwardly, "Even though I know you're not short on money, the association has prepared 10 top-grade yuan crystals and 20 high-grade ones for you. I hope you can do us proud." With that, Luo Sha handed over an exquisite box. Lu Yu opened it, and the neatly arranged yuan crystals on black velvet made his eyes shine. "Thank you, President Wang. This really is a timely help," he said excitedly, though Wang Chongming clearly didn't buy his act. "Use them well. If you can place in the top 1,000, I'll be very pleased." "How many people are participating in total?" 8,000. Lu Yu looked skeptical. "You really don't have any faith in me?" Wang Chongming sighed. "The genius competition is far more dangerous than you imagine. The Star Beast area even has mountain-moving realm star beasts, and you'll be there for 3 days. There are no restrictions on fights between contestants. I'm not expecting you to rank high. Staying alive is the priority. He went on to explain the brutal nature of the genius competition. It was an almost survival-of-Thefidus selection process, where only those who stood out in the bloody battle were deemed worthy of the Federation's full resources. In a few days, come to the Martial Artists Association. Lord Lu Yushan will be there to pick you up. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. With these instructions, Wang Chongming boarded his aircraft and left. Lu Yu stood alone at the entrance of the school, lost in thought. Glancing at the time, he saw there were still 30 minutes until school let out, so he decided to wait at the gate. This made the students coming and going feel immense pressure, as they speculated about who this show-off might be targeting next. Half an hour later, the bell rang, and Lu Ling was the first to rush out of the school gate, jumping onto Lu Yu like an octopus. Brother, feeling a bit embarrassed by the surrounding students, Lu Yu said, "There are people around. Let go, or you'll never get married." "I won't. My brother is a genius martial artist. Whoever dares not to marry me, I'll break his third leg." With those words, the nearby boys all lowered their heads, clamped their legs together, and hurriedly fled. On the way back, Lu Ling kept her eyes fixed on Lu Yu, and her scrutinizing gaze made him feel uncomfortable. "Brother, is it really okay to keep this from me for so long?" Lu Ling asked in a not-so-friendly tone, her slender fingers stealthily reaching for Lu Yu's waist. Lu Yu's facial muscles twitched slightly as he resisted the urge to jump away and explained, "Xiaoling, your brother is a genius martial artist. I've already been upfront about it. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." "That's what you call being upfront. You had no sincerity at all." Lu Ling pouted, then flashed a mischievous smile. "I don't care, since you're a genius martial artist now and you're entering the genius tournament. If you don't win first place, you'll have to wash dishes for a year when you get back." She raised a pale finger, speaking with mock seriousness. Seeing his sister's smug expression, Lu Yu couldn't resist reaching out to pinch her cheek. "Ouch, brother. Don't pull a girl's face, it'll make her ugly." "Don't worry, you're already ugly. It's not like anyone would want to marry you anyway." "Brother, I'm going to kill you." Lu Ling immediately retaliated, furiously pinching Lu Yu's waist. "Don't pinch my waist." Lu Yu's cries drew the attention of many passengers in the carriage. The male passengers' eyes were first caught by Lu Ling, and they were momentarily stunned upon seeing her. "Wow, a beauty. And she's worried about not getting married." They then turned to scrutinize Lu Yu, their eyes filled with confusion. "Why does this guy look so familiar?" "Yeah, I think so too. Could he be some celebrity?" "No way. His looks aren't quite celebrity material." Hearing this, Lu Yu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. After a while, someone suddenly realized, "No way. Isn't this Lu Yu?" "Lu Yu? The top genius on the list, the one entering the genius tournament. It really is him. Didn't expect to meet him today." The entire carriage of passengers wore expressions of shock. While Lu Yu was secretly feeling pleased, Lu Ling suddenly tightened her grip and pinched his waist harder. "Sorry, you might have mistaken him for someone else," Lu Ling said with a charming smile. But clearly, no one believed her. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed woman gave Lu Yu a thorough look, flipped her hair, and approached. "Hello, Lu Yu, I'm Zhang Xian." This woman, who appeared to be in her early 20s, was dressed in expensive clothes and had a glamorous makeup look, clearly belonging to the social elite. Confirming Lu Yu's identity, a shrewd glint appeared in her eyes. Such a genius martial artist already had access to resources far beyond the ordinary, and forming a connection with him would be immensely beneficial. Lu Yu was taken aback and instinctively reached out to shake hands. But Lu Ling quickly slapped his hand away. "What are you doing? He's my boyfriend." Lu Ling immediately linked arms with Lu Yu, leaving him bewildered once more. "Aren't you his sister?" Zhang Xian was also taken aback. "Who says a sister can't be a girlfriend? I'm not a biological one." Lu Ling huffed. Everyone around them showed surprised expressions. "Not biological?" Even Lu Yu couldn't help but frown. He decisively pulled away from Lu Ling's grip and looked Zhang Xian straight in the eye, saying, "Sorry, I'm not interested in you." Such a straightforward rejection left Zhang Xian embarrassed. "Oh, okay, goodbye." She turned and walked away awkwardly, drawing a round of chuckles from those around. On the bus, passengers glanced at the flamboyantly dressed woman with disdainful sneers. Dressed so provocatively, is she trying to catch the attention of a martial artist? Huh, with her looks, she thinks she can attract Lu Yu? Exactly. Lu Yu is the pride of Yuanwu City now. Amidst the surrounding chatter, Lu Yu remained expressionless. When the bus arrived at the stop, he silently pulled Lu Ling off the bus. "Brother, not so hard. It hurts," Lu Ling complained as her fair arm turned red from his grip. Lu Yu stopped in a secluded corner, looking at his sister with a stern expression. "Xiaoling, some things should not be said carelessly." Lu Ling seemed to understand, lowering her head in silence. Seeing his overreaction, Lu Yu was about to apologize when Lu Ling suddenly looked up, her eyes burning with intensity. "Brother, do you really think Mom and Dad were joking?" "Huh? Joking about what?" Lu Yu was momentarily confused. "I'm adopted," Lu Ling said calmly. "In the two wills they left, mine mentioned it." Lu Yu was completely taken aback, taking a moment to regain his senses before knocking his sister lightly on the head. Being adopted is a joke every family makes. You took it seriously? Why didn't they say I was a promotional giveaway with a phone plan? It's different, brother. Lu Ling pulled up a report on her smart wristband. I really am adopted. I secretly used your hair for a test. Looking at the report, Lu Yu felt a thunderous noise in his mind. Could it be true that his sister was indeed adopted? Even after dinner, back in his room, Lu Yu was still processing this revelation. He gazed around the familiar room, his brow furrowing and relaxing intermittently. Well, adopted or not, it's been so many years, it doesn't matter, he thought wryly. Strictly speaking, I'm not the original owner either. The original has long since passed. Putting these thoughts aside for now, Lu Yu focused on the upcoming talent competition. With 4 days until the event, he could use his replication points to enhance his strength. System display. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, 5th level of the body refinement stage. Replication points, 1250. Free replication uses, 10. Talent, SSS. Abilities, Red Flame Strength Fire, Earth Spirit Body Rank Earth, Wood Healing Brank Wood. Strength, 6,300 kilograms. Speed, 630 milliseconds. Neural Response, SSS. Weapon, Red Lightning Spear Strength. Lu Yu took out all his source crystals, 12 top-grade source crystals, 2 leftover from before, and 20 high-grade source crystals. System, how many points to replicate these source crystals? Host, 350 points. Replicate once, Lu Yu said reluctantly. A flash of white light, and the source crystals doubled. 24 top-grade source crystals, 40 high-grade source crystals. System, use the free replication 5 times. In an instant, dazzling white light filled the room. The source crystals multiplied rapidly, spilling off the bed and clattering onto the floor. The sound caught Lu Ling's attention. She entered the room, stunned by the sight of the scattered source crystals. Brother, did you rob a bank? Bro, did you rob a bank or something? Lu Ling asked in a hushed voice, looking tense. Maybe we should turn ourselves in now. We might get a reduced sentence. Lu Yu tossed a few pieces of top-grade source crystals to her. This is your brother's reward. I don't believe you for a second. Lu Ling widened her eyes at the high-quality source crystals in her hand. How much are these worth? Just these 2 pieces, are they meant to keep me quiet? Bro, you're so stingy. I'm your sister, after all. As his sister's imagination ran wild, Lu Yu couldn't help but click his tongue. This girl's ability to jump to conclusions was impressive. Seeing he wasn't responding, Lu Ling dropped her joking demeanor and said seriously, all right, I guess you didn't rob a bank. Just as Lu Yu felt a sense of relief, Lu Ling looked at him intently. So, tell me, are you being sponsored by some rich woman? You're being so generous. Lu Yu was at a loss for words and simply lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, refusing to engage. Seeing this, Lu Ling pouted and tossed the 2 top-grade source crystals back onto him. Hurry up and train. If you don't get first place, you'll be washing dishes for a year. Don't you want them? Lu Yu asked, puzzled. Lu Ling shook her head. Nah bro, just come back with first place, and I'll take whatever you give me, she said, closing the door with a bang. Lu Yu felt a warmth in his heart, thinking his sister was quite considerate. But then he heard her voice from outside the door. Bro, the talent competition is coming up. Don't overindulge, or you'll be too drained to perform well. Get lost, Lu Yu shouted, tossing a source crystal at the door. Once everything was quiet again, he calmed himself down. Where did she learn to talk like that? She's going to drive me crazy. Then, Lu Yu focused on absorbing the source crystals. The recent duplication had yielded a significant bounty, 768 top-grade source crystals and 1,280 high-grade source crystals. The sight of hundreds or thousands of source crystals releasing starlight energy was awe-inspiring. With his SS-level talent, Lu Yu could absorb this enormous quantity of source crystals with ease, a feat that was truly astonishing. Indeed, for someone with ordinary talent, absorbing so many source crystals at once would inevitably lead to waste. But for Lu Yu, with his SS-level talent, absorbing starlight energy was like pouring it into a bottomless pit. He could take in as much as there was. By morning, Lu Yu successfully broke through to the 6th level of the body refining stage. He checked his system panel. Host, Lu Yu. Level, body refining stage, level 6. Copy points, 900. Unlimited copy uses, 5. Talent, SSS. Abilities, Red Flames level Fire, Earth Spirit Body a level Earth, Wood Healing level Wood. Strength, 7,300 kilograms. Speed, 730 milliseconds. Nerve Response, SSS. Weapon, Red Electric Spears level. Looking at these stats, Lu Yu was quite satisfied. After Lu Ling went to school, he enjoyed the breakfast she left behind and indulged in a few rounds of gaming. When Lu Ling returned home, the inviting aroma of food filled the entire room. She was surprised to find Lu Yu busy in the kitchen. Brother, you can cook? Lu Ling asked incredulously. Lu Yu chuckled. I was a chef in a Michelin restaurant in my past life. Making these home-cooked dishes is no big deal. Lu Ling eagerly took a bite and immediately closed her eyes in delight. Brother, this is so delicious. I want another bowl. Careful, you might gain weight and no one will want you. Lu Yu teased. No worries, I'll have you to take care of me. Lu Ling replied with a smile. Xiaoling, we're moving. Lu Yu suddenly announced, projecting a hologram from his smart brain. The Martial Artists Association has awarded me a sky villa in the city center. Seeing Lu Ling's reluctant expression, Lu Yu ruffled her hair. We're not selling the house. You can come back anytime you want. All right then, Lu Ling nodded in agreement. After lunch, they moved into the Cloud Tower in the city center. Standing in the sky villa, Lu Ling excitedly looked down at the people below who seemed as small as ants, then turned to admire the aerial garden in the backyard. Martial artists are truly impressive, but unfortunately, I can never catch up to you, brother. Although she said this, her tone was not one of disappointment. Lu Yu gently patted her head, secretly planning to help his sister enhance her skills in the future with his replication points. After settling Lu Ling and sending her off to school in the smart flying car gifted by the Martial Artists Association, the villa finally quieted down. With a thought, Lu Yu summoned a fiery red spear into his hand. This was the class weapon, the Qi Dian spear, which he had yet to truly use. He opened his smart brain and began browsing the martial arts skills for sale online. Smart brain. Search for spear techniques of mortal grade superior or above. Found 354 items matching the criteria. The smart brain quickly listed various skills, with prices generally above 25 million star coins. Soon, a martial art called Jingyun Spear Technique caught his attention. Priced at 24.43 million star coins, the description read, the spear strikes like thunder, tearing through the sky, extremely fast and deadly. This perfectly matched the characteristics of the Qi Dian spear, whose speed and critical hit bonuses would significantly boost combat effectiveness. Just as Lu Yu was about to make the purchase, he realized he was over 3 million star coins short, causing him to frown. Zinio, sell 2 top-grade source crystals. Lu Yu instructed the interface. Soon, 4 million star coins were credited to his account. For him, this transaction was just routine. Zinio purchased the Jingyun Spear Technique. Note, the Jingyun Spear Technique costs 24.43 million star coins. Do you wish to proceed? The system prompted, highlighting the significant amount. Without hesitation, Lu Yu confirmed the purchase. Moments later, a delivery robot bearing the Shunfeng Express logo appeared outside the villa's balcony. After a quick identity scan, the robot left behind a black box. Eagerly, Lu Yu opened it and took out the black magnetic block inside. System copy. Lu Yu attempted to duplicate it immediately. The first attempt failed, but his determination remained undeterred. Try copying again. This time, the system delivered exhilarating news: a successful duplication of a lower-grade spiritual level Jingyun Spear Technique. Despite consuming 400 copy points, it was absolutely worth it for Lu Yu. The market value of a spiritual level technique exceeded 50 million star coins, and this technique was perfectly suited to his weapon. Lu Yu placed the magnetic strip against his forehead, and a flood of information surged into his mind. Once the data transfer was complete, he set aside the now useless magnetic block, satisfied. This lower-grade spiritual spear technique was indeed remarkable. Even at the introductory level, it could boost attack speed by 30, with a power increase of around 120. After listing the extra top-grade Mortal Jingyun Spear Technique for sale on Zinio, Lu Yu headed to the villa's training room. Although not as sophisticated as the Martial Arts Association's facilities, it sufficed for his needs. He immediately immersed himself in practicing the spear technique. Initially, his movements were somewhat awkward, but his progress was astonishing under the influence of his SS-level talent. From evening to deep into the night, and then to dawn, he practiced tirelessly. His body, tempered to the 6th level, felt no fatigue, and his sweat bore witness to his progress. Finally, at daybreak, Lu Yu sensed that he had broken through an invisible barrier. As he gripped the spear once more, an unprecedented sense of familiarity washed over him. Had successfully mastered the basics. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. A notification sounded in Lu Yu's mind. Reward: 1,000 replication points. Mastery level proficiency in firearms. He was momentarily stunned. Then, a peculiar sensation spread throughout his body. His understanding of firearms instantly advanced by 2 levels, and the gun in his hand felt like a natural extension of his body. What was even more astonishing was the flood of insights about marksmanship that surged into his mind, equivalent to decades of battlefield experience gained in mere minutes. Lu Yu couldn't help but marvel at the system's power. He quickly checked the system panel. Host: Lu Yu. Realm: Body Refinement Level 6. Replication points: 500. Unlimited replications: 5. Talent: SSS. Abilities: Qi Yin Grade Fire Element. Earth Spirit Body a Grade Earth Element. Wood Healing Grade Wood Element. Strength: 7,300 kilograms. Speed: 730 milliseconds. Neural Response: SSS. Weapon: Qi Dian Guns Grade. Lu Yu then reviewed the requirements for the Weapon Master achievement to reach the next level. He needed to master 3 introductory weapons, with the reward being an upgrade of all weapon proficiencies to the master level. The generous reward left him secretly amazed. After practicing with the gun for a while, Lu Yu took a shower. With 1 day left until the genius competition, he decided not to absorb any more source crystals. Having just made a breakthrough, being overly ambitious could destabilize his realm. Besides, with the mastery of his gun skills, combined with his own strength and abilities, he should be well prepared for the competition. That day, Lu Yu accompanied his sister Lu Ling to shop for clothes, shoes, and daily necessities. In the evening, Lu Ling earnestly said, "Brother, good luck in the genius competition tomorrow. With your brother's talent, going to the genius competition is like a walk in the park," Lu Yu replied casually. "Braggart," Lu Ling scoffed. "All right, I'll believe you this once. If you don't come first, you'll be doing the dishes. And if I do win, then you'll be doing the dishes for 6 months. Get lost. Go to bed." Lu Yu quickly made his exit. The next morning, Lu Yu woke up early. Gazing at the sky outside his window, a confident gleam sparkled in his eyes. The genius competition was about to begin. With Lu Ling cheering him on, he walked confidently towards the Martial Artists Association. Inside the Martial Artists Association of Yuanwu City, it was as calm as usual, with only a few martial artists coming in for certification. The receptionist, spotting Lu Yu, immediately put on a professional and radiant smile. "Welcome, Mr. Lu Yu. President Wang is already waiting for you inside." She felt relieved for having strictly adhered to the Federation's etiquette guidelines. Offending this future powerhouse, destined to reach the Tongxian realm, due to arrogance could have led to dire consequences. After all, a Tongxian realm expert held a status in the Federation that far surpassed that of any city official in Yuanwu. Lu Yu nodded in acknowledgement and walked into the association hall, carrying a weapon case containing the red lightning spear. This appeared much more natural than drawing the weapon directly from a system space. Inside the hall, Wang Chongming was conversing with 2 people. One was Li Yu, and the other was a female martial artist dressed in a light purple combat suit. The suit's snug fit perfectly accentuated her impressive figure. "Li Yu, just in time," Wang Chongming said with a smile, introducing them. "You know Li Yu, and this is another martial artist from the city. Get acquainted with each other. Li, good to see you again. I'm sorry about the other day." Lu Yu apologized sincerely, causing Li Yu's face to twitch involuntarily. To him, this was sheer showing off. Li Yu chose to remain silent. "You're the one ranked 45th on the genius list, right?" the woman in purple suddenly asked. "Just barely," Lu Yu replied with a smile. "Indeed, barely. The standard of the genius competition isn't that high." Her response made Lu Yu's smile falter slightly. Her level of showing off seemed to surpass his. Just as the atmosphere grew slightly awkward, the sound of footsteps broke the silence. Lu Yushan, dressed in a black robe, appeared at the door. "Are you ready?" The 3 of them responded in unison. "Then let's go," Lu Yushan said succinctly, turning to lead the way. Wang Chongming escorted them to the door, offering heartfelt advice. "The genius competition is extremely perilous. Rankings are important, but your lives matter more. Make sure you come back alive." "Understood, President Wang," Lu Yu replied with a smile, while the other 2 remained silent. The 3 boarded Lu Yushan's private aircraft. This aircraft was far superior to ordinary vehicles, and within seconds of takeoff, the outline of Yuanwu City had vanished from view. Lu Yushan entered the passenger cabin, casting a glance over the 3 of them. "You 3 know each other's levels, right?" Lu Yushan looked around at them. Seeing them all shake their heads, he pointed at Li Yu. "You go first." "Li Yu, body refinement level 2, Li Yu said as he released his energy, a moderate wave of power rippling through the cabin. "You." Lu Yushan's gaze shifted to Meishin. "Body refinement level 4, Meishin replied calmly, then unleashed a strong aura. The entire aircraft trembled, and Li Yu felt a palpable pressure, causing him to reassess this woman. To participate in the genius competition, a martial artist must be under 22, and reaching body refinement level 4 at this age was indeed impressive for Meishin. Lu Yushan smiled with satisfaction and finally turned to Lu Yu. "What level are you at now?" "Level?" Lu Yu feigned contemplation. "Lord Lu, what level do you think suits me?" "Stop playing games. No one here will spill your secret," Lu Yushan said, his expression darkening. "All right, I recently reached body refinement level 6. As soon as Lu Yu finished speaking, the energy he released sent Lu Yu flying from his seat. Even Meishin turned pale. "This guy is actually body refinement level 6. Lu Yu was utterly shocked. The aura was unmistakably genuine. "You okay, Li?" Lu Yu offered a hand to help, but Li Yu brushed it away. "No need. I can get up myself." Noticing Li Yu's slightly displeased expression, Lu Yu felt a bit awkward. "I really didn't mean to." Lu Yushan's shock turned into satisfaction. "Not bad. With body refinement level 6 and your special abilities, you should at least make it to the top 10. From what he knew, martial artists at this level were rare in the genius competition. Mei Xin's eyes were complicated upon hearing this. She had thought she was the strongest among them, but this high school graduate had reached body refinement level 6. Remembering her previous comments, she felt a tinge of shame. The aircraft began to decelerate, and Lu Yushan announced, "We're almost there. Beneath you is the Star Beast Zone." The three simultaneously looked down to see a vast, boundless forest stretching beyond their sight. Star beasts roamed the woods, including formidable ones of the 6th and 7th levels. A giant eagle with a wingspan of dozens of meters circled the aircraft. Scram! Lu Yushan snorted, and the eagle's wing exploded in a burst of blood before it fled in panic. Is this the application of star source power at the Tua High realm? Mei Xin asked thoughtfully. Lu Yushan nodded. You all have the potential to reach this realm. You'll experience it yourself then. Now, get ready to disembark. The aircraft's exit slowly opened. Lu Yu looked around and realized they had left the Star Beast area. In front of him was a vast plaza, 5 kilometers wide, densely populated with at least 700 to 800 contestants. Above, aircrafts were shuttling back and forth, constantly bringing in new participants. Just as the three of them were about to leave, Lu Yushan added, "Here's a little extra info. The top 10 in this talent competition will receive special rewards. Do your best." This was clearly directed at Lu Yu, stirring a competitive spirit in Li Yu and Mei Xin. Upon landing in the plaza, Li Yu and Mei Xin were utterly shocked by the scene. The contestants were all formidable, with everyone at least at the 2nd level of body refining, and many at the 3rd or 4th level. Lu Yu's appearance immediately drew attention. His powerful aura at the 6th level of body refining caused many to step aside warily. Lu Yu, however, was unfazed by these reactions. He left Li Yu and Mei Xin behind and began to weave through the crowd, thinking to himself, in a gathering of so many talents, I should make the most of this opportunity. After walking just a few steps, a system notification sounded. Ding! A grade water ability detected. Lu Yu immediately locked onto the Sauersea Lala-type girl dressed in a pink combat suit. She was conversing with a guy, but Lu Yu unhesitatingly inserted himself into their conversation. Hello. The guy frowned, eyeing Lu Yu, and subtly released his 4th level body refining aura as a warning. Lu Yu inwardly chuckled. 4th level is decent, but still not enough against my 6th level. Hello, beautiful, Lu Yu said naturally, extending his hand. The guy's expression turned even darker. Who the heck are you? You're awfully forward. Before he could finish, Lu Yu released an aura far beyond the 4th level and completed a handshake with the girl under the guy's shocked gaze. Thanks. If you run into trouble inside, just mention my name, Lu Yu. Hearing the system prompt that the ability had been successfully copied, Lu Yu turned and disappeared into the crowd, satisfied. This guy, he's really forward. The guy grumbled at Lu Yu's retreating figure. I don't think so, he seems nice, the girl said. It's just a handshake. He's at the 6th level of body refining. We might even cooperate later. In Blue Star, where martial prowess reigns supreme, talents like Lu Yu are always in demand, especially given his good looks. Hearing this kind of praise from a fellow student, the guy's face turned green with envy. Meanwhile, Lu Yu remained unaware of this and continued to search for other opportunities in the crowd. Lu Yu had just spent 100 replication points to acquire a level water-based ability called Water Escape. The name reminded him of a popular anime series ninja technique, but in reality, Water Escape is one of the 5 escapes in the classical celestial and divine system of Flaunting Kingdom, alongside metal, wood, fire, and earth escapes. This thought sparked his imagination. If he could collect all the escape techniques, wouldn't his ability to escape danger be unmatched? His desire to collect them all was instantly ignited. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated across the square. All participants, quiet down. The Genius Tournament is about to begin. With this announcement, a powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire venue. All participants felt a momentary pause in their movements and instinctively looked up. A middle-aged man with an indifferent expression was standing in midair, gazing down at the crowd. Profound realm warrior. This thought simultaneously occurred to everyone present. In the Federation, the ability to stand in midair is a hallmark of a profound realm expert, signifying a status, resources, and power beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Warriors at this level are above 99 of their peers, and the warrior class itself far exceeds ordinary people, forming a strict hierarchy. My name is Zhuiqi, and I am the referee for this Genius Tournament, responsible for all your scores and violation rulings, the middle-aged man announced, his voice still cold. Unlike the reverent gazes of others, Lu Yu looked at Zhuiqi with a different thought in mind. Profound realm? His talent must be quite high, right? He should at least have one ability. If I could replicate an S-level weapon to upgrade myself. The more he thought about it, the more eager he became. As if sensing Lu Yu's unusual gaze, Zhuiqi frowned slightly and released a wave of pressure in his direction. Instantly, the participants around Lu Yu fell to their knees as if bearing a tremendous weight. Yet, Lu Yu looked around in confusion, not understanding why everyone was suddenly bowing. Zuichi noticed this, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Body refinement level 6? From Yuanwu City? Not bad. He quickly withdrew the pressure and continued to announce the tournament rules. Although everyone is familiar with the rules, I'll reiterate them to prevent any omissions. The Genius Tournament operates on a point system. First tier star beasts are worth 100 points, second tier 200 points, third tier 300 points, fourth tier 500 points, fifth tier 1000 points, sixth tier 2000 points, seventh tier 5000 points, eighth tier 10,000 points, and ninth tier 25,000 points. Zuichi explained that the points increase exponentially with the star beast level because the intelligence and strength of high-tier star beasts far exceed those of lower tiers. An 8th tier star beast has intelligence comparable to an adult human, and a 9th tier can reach the mountain-moving realm. In addition to hunting star beasts, there is another way to earn points defeating opponents. Everyone holds an identity card, and if you are defeated, 50 of your points will be taken. Accumulate 3 defeats, and you will be eliminated, is what she added coldly. Remember, compared to star beasts, human hearts are harder to guard against. This competition does not concern itself with life or death, and no one will come to save you. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive aircraft appeared on the horizon. Zuichi surveyed the crowd. If there are no questions, let's set off now. Above the massive aircraft, Lu Yu gazed down at the vast forest in the Star Beast area. Contestants continuously leaped from the cabin doors, jetpacks strapped to their backs, resembling scattered seeds falling to the ground. This aircraft, spanning the entire Star Beast area, allowed participants to jump off at any location. However, those who hesitated too long would eventually be forced off. Lu Yu looked around but couldn't spot Li Yu and the others. Their previous separation had caused them to lose contact, but he didn't intend to search for them. In the genius competition, cooperation was rare. Everyone operated with a sense of distrust, preferring to go it alone. Utilizing the jetpack's range, Lu Yu chose to land in an unoccupied area. After removing the jetpack, he quickly confirmed his position southeast, about 20 kilometers from the center. This Star Beast area, spanning over 100 kilometers, featured diverse terrain, primarily forest. Over the next 3 days, all contestants would compete here until the aircraft returned for retrieval. Suddenly, a noise erupted from the nearby woods. Lu Yu immediately became alert, gripping his red thunder gun as he rushed over. Surprisingly, the source of the sound was just an ordinary deer. The deer froze for 2 seconds before attempting to flee, but Lu Yu was faster, swiftly shooting it down. He didn't waste this unexpected gain. After skinning the deer, he set up a campfire to roast the meat, while spreading deer blood on the ground to attract star beasts. All of this was silently captured by the aircraft's cameras. In the broadcasting studio, the hosts were enthusiastically commenting on the live competition. As a decennial event on Blue Star, each contestant represented top-tier talent. Within just 30 minutes, the battles had become fiercely intense. Contestant 0043 killed a Tier 2 Star Beast. 0323, with a 4th level body refinement, slayed a Tier 3 Star Beast earning 300 points, and contestant 0001 had even killed a Tier 4 Star Beast. However, when the camera shifted to Lu Yu leisurely enjoying roasted deer meat, the host's expressions suddenly froze. Wait, what is contestant 0100 doing? Let's zoom in on the footage. As the camera zoomed in, the host's faces were filled with confusion. Contestant number 0100, Lu Yu, caused quite a stir in the live stream. While all the other contestants were racing against time to find star beasts, he was sitting leisurely on the ground, focused on enjoying his food. The host watched the holographic projection with shock and instinctively checked Lu Yu's profile, gasping in surprise. Oh my! This contestant is a level 6 body refiner and even ranked 45th in the Blue Star High School entrance exams. The live stream chat was flooded with comments. What on earth is he doing? He's so relaxed even though he's at the bottom. Is he giving up on the competition? In the control room, Zuichi frowned, while Lu Yushan, standing beside him, looked at the holographic projection with confusion. Just as the host was about to switch the scene, Lu Yu suddenly stood up. Contestant 0100 is making a move, the host narrated excitedly. With his level 6 body refining skills, it's not too late for him to take action now. However, Lu Yu merely glanced disdainfully at the stone beneath him, muttering, "This stone is a bit prickly," before moving to another stone to continue enjoying his meal. The host was momentarily speechless, just about to switch the scene again, when Lu Yu suddenly dashed into the forest like an arrow. Moments later, he dragged out a first-level mutated wild boar, killed with a single punch. The system showed he earned 100 points, still placing him last, but this action reignited the host's anticipation. To everyone's surprise, Lu Yu then pulled out a knife, skillfully began skinning and cutting the meat, and set up a fire to roast it. "Smells amazing," Lu Yu exclaimed, leaving the host at a loss for words, while the live stream erupted in laughter. Is this a cooking channel or what? A level 6 body refiner doing a barbecue. I'm dying of laughter. This is a breath of fresh air in the chaos. However, What no one knew was that Lu Yu's seemingly carefree demeanor was actually strategic. Instead of exhausting himself searching for star beasts, he preferred to use the blood and meat to attract prey to him. At that moment, heavy footsteps could be heard approaching from afar. In the distance, heavy footsteps shattered the silence. The scent of the flesh and blood of a first-tier star beast successfully attracted a third-tier star beast. It had been exactly an hour since Lu Yu landed. Finally, it's here. Lu Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. In the live broadcast, viewers stood up as the camera pulled back to reveal a massive Creaturia, gigantic star beast over 10 meters tall, its back covered in spikes, resembling an oversized porcupine. A third-tier star beast, an ice porcupine? The audience buzzed with discussion. This won't be easy. Even higher-level warriors struggle with those spikes. But with his 6th-level body refining strength, he should be able to crush it with stones. The host paused the commentary at the right moment. The ice porcupine is a rare star beast. Attention viewers, the purpose of this live broadcast by the Federation is to allow ordinary people to learn from the combat experience of genius warriors. We recommend those who haven't faced an ice porcupine start recording or prepare to take notes now. What follows will showcase the combat skills of a 6th-level body refining warrior. Contestant number 0100 is approaching the porcupine, the host continued. Attacking with stones, as mentioned by the audience, is indeed one method. Additionally, since the contestant is armed with a spear, he can exploit the weapon's length to breach the porcupine's defenses. On sight, Lu Yu assessed the ice porcupine before him, pondering to himself, this guy is quite tricky. I need to use it as bait. Killing it outright would make skinning difficult. Suddenly, a brilliant flame formed in Lu Yu's hand, which he hurled at the ice porcupine. Although the massive creature had long noticed Lu Yu, it panicked and attempted to flee at the sight of the fire. Yet, with its sluggish nature, how could it evade such a deadly strike? The flames instantly engulfed the ice porcupine's body. The power of abilities grows with one's strength, and Lu Yu had been able to kill an earthwood wolf with crimson flame at the 3rd level of body refining. Now, being 3 tiers above the ice porcupine, this strike was undoubtedly unstoppable. The enormous porcupine rolled and struggled on the ground, resembling a giant torch, its spikes blackening and snapping in the intense heat. Moments later, it lay motionless on the ground, smoke rising from its charred body. Is it dead? The audience exchanged bewildered glances. They had anticipated witnessing a textbook-level battle, only to be met with such a swift and decisive conclusion. Lu Yu threw a ball of fire, and the ice porcupine melted into a puddle of water. The host was momentarily stunned but quickly noticed a crucial detail. Contestant 0100 seemed to possess an extraordinarily powerful fire ability. The audience erupted in disbelief. That was way too easy, someone complained. I was ready to take notes on how to deal with an ice porcupine, and it was solved just like that? Unfazed by the chatter around him, Lu Yu approached the star beast's carcass and skillfully began skinning and cutting the meat, as if preparing for an outdoor barbecue. The host, his eyelid twitching at the sight, awkwardly shifted the topic. It seems contestant 0100 has some other unknown skills. Let's check in on the other contestants. Meanwhile, other competitors had already surpassed 2,000 points, but Lu Yu remained focused on his culinary task. Most livestream cameras had shifted elsewhere, though a few viewers still found this contestant intriguing and kept watching his actions. Just as Lu Yu was about to start grilling, a commotion arose in the distance. He swiftly climbed to the treetops, and in the direction he looked, a massive, rolling object was crushing trees as it approached. His combat goggles identified it as a 6th-tier ice porcupine. Lu Yu glanced at the small porcupine he had just processed, then at the furious behemoth in the distance, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Damn, I've run into its parent. This realization gave Lu Yu a headache. A 6th-tier ice porcupine is no easy foe. Even advanced practitioners avoid provoking it. Its spines can launch explosively, turning the surrounding area into a sieve. Most troublesome is its vengeful nature. Whoever crosses it faces consequences. Other contestants also noticed the commotion and started talking. Which unlucky guy killed the ice porcupine's offspring? This is going to be interesting. Everyone knew that ice porcupines have difficulty reproducing and fiercely protect their young, making this a significant problem. Faced with this formidable opponent, Lu Yu showed a hint of contemplation. Although a 6th-tier star beast is worth only 2,000 points, its strength is comparable to a 7th tier, making it a challenging foe. However, a glint of interest appeared in Lu Yu's eyes. I've heard the ice porcupine has a pretty nifty skill. Watching the massive figure drawing nearer, Lu Yu didn't hesitate. He grabbed his spear and advanced. In his view, no opponent below the 7th tier had ever made him feel fear. In Lu Yu's live streaming room, a small group of viewers remained steadfast. When they saw Lu Yu advancing rather than retreating, they were wide-eyed in disbelief. Holy cow, that's a tier 6 ice porcupine. Is the streamer really going for it? I told you contestant 0100 was playing a big game. Taking down this ice porcupine would catapult him into the top 3. The chat was buzzing with excitement. as everyone interpreted Lu Yu's previous slacking off as part of a master plan. To them, Lu Yu's actions seemed exceptionally clever, entering the Ice Porcupine's territory, luring out and eliminating its offspring, and then drawing the adult away from its familiar ground. For a beast like this, which thrives in its own territory, leaving it would significantly weaken its power. If Lu Yu knew what the audience was thinking, he might have been exasperated. He wasn't executing a plan. He was just whimsically trying to fish out this Tier 6 beast, exerting the effort of a Tiers even for no real purpose. At this moment, Lu Yu had no time to worry about such interpretations. Less than a kilometer away, the Ice Porcupine had halted. Its small beady eyes were fixed on Lu Yu, filled with endless rage, and Sorowit could sense the scent of its offspring on him. Lu Yu set aside any underestimation, focusing intently on his opponent. Suddenly, the Ice Porcupine sprang into action. Advancing in an unexpected manner, it ran while rolling on its back, rapidly closing the distance to Lu Yu. On a distant mountain peak, 7 or 8 martial artists stood scattered, observing the scene. They wore expressions of surprise and disdain. How can this guy be at the 6th level of body refinement? Did he just pile resources to get there? It's right in front of him, and he still hasn't dodged? Before they could finish speaking, Lu Yu made his move. But instead of dodging, he charged straight at the Ice Porcupine. The scarlet lightning spear in his hand turned into a flash of lightning, striking with precision at the Ice Porcupine's head. Shoo! The spearhead plunged deep into the Ice Porcupine's skull, and with a horrific scream, the beast's quills stood on end, revealing its deadly intent. Oh no! The body of the ice hedgehog suddenly tensed, and its quills stood up instantly, emanating a piercing coldness. It was about to unleash its innate ability, the rain of ice needles. The onlookers gasped. This ice hedgehog was so bent on revenge that it was using its strongest attack right from the start. At such close range, Lu Yu had nowhere to hide. He locked eyes with the ice hedgehog, catching a glimpse of the almost human-like hatred in its gaze. Lu Yu sneered. Instead of dodging the impending storm of ice needles, he took a step in midair, precisely landing on the tail of the red electric spear. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed. This kick carried a terrifying force of over 7,000 kilograms, and even the physique of a star beast couldn't fully withstand it. The ice hedgehog's skull cracked on the spot, but the injury wasn't fatal. The ice hedgehog's quills were completely erect, each gleaming with a cold light, like icy spears. Everyone present knew that even a second-level body-refining martial artist would be doomed if hit by one of these, and the chances of survival for a 6th-level body refiner under concentrated attack were extremely slim. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Yu, puzzled as to why he hadn't retreated. Even more astonishing, Lu Yu not only didn't withdraw but grabbed the handle of the red electric spear, pulling it out and launching a frenzied assault on the ice hedgehog beneath him. As everyone was bewildered, Lu Yu's continuous attacks finally triggered the passive skill of the red electric spear. Crimson light accompanied by electric arcs flowed along the spear, and Lu Yu could clearly feel his spear speed increase by a level. At that moment, the ice hedgehog finally unleashed its innate ability. Countless gleaming quills shot towards Lu Yu like a torrential rain. Everyone held their breath. How on earth would Lu Yu handle such a dense barrage of quills from an opponent of the same level? Yet Lu Yu's response left everyone dumbfounded. The red electric spear in his hand transformed into a crimson arc, its shadow forming an impenetrable barrier. Each strike precisely hit the tip of the incoming quills, creating a perfect defensive field around him. The martial artists on the distant peaks watched in astonishment. To swing a spear several times in a second and hit the tip of each quill accurately was clearly the domain of a master spear technique. A body-refining martial artist under 22 years old, not only possessing high-level fire abilities, but also mastering a consummate spear technique. Such talent was simply astounding. The live stream chat exploded. This is supposed to be a loser? I came to see a loser, but I found gods fighting. A master spear technique at under 22? That's just absurd. As the last ice needle was knocked down, Lu Yu shook his slightly numb arm and turned his gaze toward the ice hedgehog in front of him, now stripped of all its quills. The ice hedgehog stood frozen in place, a flicker of fear flashing through its eyes. It had thought that with its near-human intelligence, dealing with Lu Yu would be a simple task. However, when it unleashed its innate abilities, it was shocked to see Lu Yu effortlessly deflecting all its attacks with his weapon. At that moment, the shadow of death loomed over the ice hedgehog. Forgetting its desire for revenge, it instinctively curled into a ball and fled at high speed. But Lu Yu wasn't about to let his prey escape. Using the treetops for leverage, he swiftly caught up with the creature and landed a heavy kick on its back. A piercing scream erupted from the ice hedgehog as it lost its protective quills. System copy. Without hesitation, Lu Yu spent 100 copy points. The system's notification brought him joy. It was an S-level drop on the first try. Not bad, not bad. Thanks for your contribution, Lu Yu said with a smirk, eyeing the ice hedgehog beneath his feet. Before the words were fully out, his spear had already pierced the wound on the creature's head, reaching its brain. The ice hedgehog convulsed violently a few times before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Congratulations on slaying a tier 6 star beast. Points 2,000. These 2,000 points catapulted Lu Yu's ranking to second place, just behind the first place contender, who had a 5,000 point lead. All other competitors were pushed down a rank. This shift quickly caught the host's attention. Huh? It seems a contestant has taken down a high tier star beast. Let's check the leaderboard. Upon seeing contestant number 0100 in second place, the host was taken aback. Wait, isn't this the contestant who seemed like a slacker before? The host hurriedly opened Lu Yu's livestream. The chat was in an uproar, as viewers who initially tuned in to watch Lu Yu's laid-back approach were now fervently discussing his impressive feat of defeating a tier 6 star beast. "I owe contestant 0100 an apology," the host exclaimed excitedly after watching the replay. He wasn't slacking off. He was planning this all along to take down the tier 6 ice hedgehog. This revelation hit the audience like a bombshell, causing a massive stir. That's insane. While others are hunting lower-tier beasts, he just took out a tier 6 one. Quick, watch the replay, it's mind-blowing. The host quickly pulled up the replay footage. In it, Lu Yu could be seen advancing towards the ice hedgehog rather than retreating, while the creature immediately deployed its innate abilities. Lu Yu's response left the audience utterly astonished. Instead of retreating from the Ice Porcupine's attack, he advanced, wielding his scarlet lightning spear like a dragon, creating an impenetrable defensive field around him. The fierce Ice Porcupine couldn't break through at all. Master-level spear technique. "This is the mastery level of spear skills," gasped viewers in the livestream. "Reaching this level before the age of 22, is this guy practicing martial arts since he was in the womb? I've been practicing spear techniques for decades and only reached a minor level. Today, I've finally witnessed what true mastery looks like," an old martial artist sighed. This is no underdog. He simply disdains hunting low-level star beasts. In the star beast area, many competitors suddenly noticed their rankings had dropped by one position. They quickly identified the unfamiliar number on the leaderboard, 0100. This contestant, who had never been in the top 10 before, had suddenly surged to second place. On a distant hill, 7 or 8 martial artists shivered as they watched their rankings plummet. This guy is too fierce, taking down a 6th-level star beast alone and jumping to second place. They all had second thoughts, realizing it was best to steer clear of such a formidable opponent. Standing on the Ice Porcupine's carcass, Lu Yu glanced thoughtfully at the few martial artists on the distant hill, noting he was still 500 points behind first place. He recalled the competition rules mentioning the possibility of plundering other contestants' points. With this thought, Lu Yu's lips curled into a smile as he sprinted toward the hill. The martial artists, seeing this, were terrified and fled, but none of them, being no stronger than the 4th level of body refining, could outrun Lu Yu. It wasn't long before they were captured and brought back. "Everyone, meeting like this is fate, so why the hostility?" Lu Yu said with a cheerful grin. The martial artists sat on the ground, faces filled with fear. "What kind of fate is meeting you? All right, let's get straight to the point, it's a robbery," Lu Yu said, shaking his scarlet lightning spear. They protested, claiming they had few points, but the smart device immediately displayed their exact scores. Number 0242 had 1,100 points. Number 0245 had 800 points. Their expressions turned even more dismal. In the end, under Lu Yu's persuasion, they reluctantly conceded. When the last woman, dressed in a light purple combat suit, stood before Lu Yu, he suddenly paused, taken aback. "Isn't this Meixin? Wow. Life really does have a way of bringing people together unexpectedly." Meixin had been trying to stay hidden, not wanting Lu Yu to notice her. But now, she had been spotted. "What a coincidence, right, Meixin?" Lu Yu's smile said it all. Meixin bit her lip, contemplating. "Can we avoid this?" "Avoid it? Do you really think that's possible?" Lu Yu's smile turned playful. Meixin sighed, and was about to speak when Lu Yu suddenly had a mischievous idea. "Actually, there's a way. Call me Dad, and I'll let you go. How about that?" Lu Yu glanced at his score, which was now 1,000 points above the previous leader, so he felt no pressure. He went ahead and made the offer. "Weren't you quite proud before? Want points? Call me Dad first." Naturally, everyone in the live stream heard Lu Yu's words. Instantly, the chat exploded. "Oh wow, what a move. This game just got a whole lot more interesting. I have to say, after taking a closer look, these two pieces are really something." Why do I feel like something's off with you two up there?" "If it feels off, then it's probably right. I also think there's more to these two pieces." A large crowd of viewers got excited, eagerly waiting for Meixin to respond. Meixin's face turned bright red with embarrassment. Her usually alluring eyes now looked a bit flustered. Lu Yu wasn't in a hurry. He just waited patiently. Finally, after a moment, Meixin spoke up. "Dad, Daddy." Mei Xian's face turned a deep shade of red as she spoke, overwhelmed by a sense of embarrassment that nearly left her speechless. Lu Yu, however, felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment upon hearing her call him that. As a man who had never experienced fatherhood, a wave of joy surged through him. "Let's go, my good daughter. I won't take any of your points, Lu Yu said with a smile, then added, oh, and if anyone bullies you, just tell them who your dad is, and I'll stand up for you. His words were full of bravado. Mei Xian's initially shy expression gradually turned to one of delight. Really? Have you ever seen a dad lie to his daughter? Lu Yu asked with a grin. But there's one condition: you have to call me dad every time I help you. He thought to himself. Helping her could also mean gaining some points from the other side, a win-win situation. Mei Xian bit her lip lightly and nodded before disappearing into the distance. Lu Yu watched her graceful figure, secretly impressed. My daughter really has a great figure, he mused. The live stream chat was in an uproar. Oh my, that daddy melted my heart. Daddy, easy there, good son, calm down. Her figure is indeed nice, and she seems pretty familiar with contestant 0100. As the chat buzzed with discussions, Lu Yu began strategizing. After defeating the Ice Porcupine and looting others' points, he was now leading by 500 points, comfortably at the top of the leaderboard. This was why he was willing to let Mei Xian call him dad. The girl was usually quite proud, and as her father, it was his duty to teach her some lessons to prevent future setbacks. Casually glancing at the Ice Porcupine's carcass, Lu Yu opened his smart device. Search for star beasts above level 6 nearby. Lower level star beasts weren't worth his time, especially since the beasts in this area seemed indifferent to their own kind's flesh, which was quite uninteresting. Contestant 0100, there's a level 6 golden horn rhinoceros dwelling 30 kilometers northwest. Avoid it if possible. Avoid it? What's that about? Give me its detailed information. The smart device promptly displayed. Golden horn rhinoceros, level 6, innate ability. Golden holy light, gold attribute. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. The gold attribute in beasts was typically associated with combat, and according to his Star Beast Encyclopedia, the Golden Horn Rhinoceros's ability should be Golden Horn Charge, not Golden Holy Light. Contestant 0100, the Golden Horn Rhinoceros has undergone an innate mutation. It's not advisable to approach. This warning only made Lu Yu's eyes light up with excitement, eager for the challenge. What? A talent mutation? Lu Yu's eyes lit up. The Golden Horn Charge was already in a level talent, and now with this mutation, it might have directly jumped to S level. His gaze fell on the distant golden-horned rhinoceros, a smile playing on his lips. That's it, little rhino. I'm coming to take your horn. However, Lu Yu didn't act rashly. The talent skill of the golden-horned rhinoceros had evolved to S level, requiring thorough preparation. He turned and walked in the opposite direction. At this moment, Lu Yu's livestream was bustling with activity. Some were drawn by his top ranking, others heard the news from different streams, but most were there for the commentator's analysis. Ladies and gentlemen, the commentator exclaimed excitedly. Contestant 0100 has set his sights on a 6th-tier Star Beasta golden-horned rhinoceros. And this isn't just any golden-horned rhinoceros. Its talent has mutated to S level. Combined with its formidable physical strength, it might already be at the 7th-tier level. Seeing Lu Yu not heading directly to the rhinoceros's location, the commentator nodded in approval. Contestant 0100 is wise not to let his victory over the Ice Porcupine make him overconfident. This cautious approach is something we can all learn from. The audience agreed, recognizing that the golden-horned rhinoceros was not only tough and fast, but also one of the strongest among 6th-tier star beasts. It was better to target weaker opponents since the points earned were the same. However, as Lu Yu headed towards the outskirts of the star beast area, the chat was filled with confusion. Where is 0100 going? Finding a secluded spot, Lu Yu looked around to ensure he was alone, then muttered to himself. Time for some hard training. Before facing the golden-horned rhinoceros, I need to boost my strength. Besides, after the Ice Porcupine fight, I've stabilized at the 6th tier in body refining. It's time to advance further. The audience suddenly understood. So he's going to train. Indeed, the Star Beast area's star energy is denser than outside. This contestant is so down-to-earth, unlike those wealthy ones who casually use mid-grade source crystals for training, each one costing 1,000,000 star coins. As everyone discussed, Lu Yu opened a large black box he carried. When hundreds of deep purple source crystals spilled out, he frowned and said, "Isn't this too little?" This remark dealt a significant blow to many watching the livestream. That's way too little. Lu Yu's casual remark instantly set the livestream ablaze. The viewers were glued to their screens. Scattered on the ground were over 100 premium source crystals, each worth 5,000,000 star coins. This simple calculation left everyone in profound shock. The chat exploded with comments. Stop pretending, this is just showing off. I'm losing my mind over this. Just said he was down to earth, and now he's got hundreds of premium source crystals? Player 0100, please be a bit more realistic. What do you mean just? Only 100? Only over 50,000,000 star coins? And that's too little? Wow, you're a real math genius. The host was momentarily speechless, standing there in shock. They've seen wealth, but never to this extent. Most people save premium source crystals for breakthrough moments, but Lu Yu treated them like casual snacks. What was even more astounding was that Lu Yu seemed unsatisfied with the haul. He thoughtfully opened a compartment in the black box, dumping out another 100 premium source crystals. He even carelessly stepped on a couple, showing no sign of distress. The audience in the live stream erupted again. Over 200 premium source crystals, worth billions in star coins. He must know we're watching, and he's doing it on purpose. He can't possibly absorb that much. Just wait for him to fail. Finally, some dirt on player 0100. The host appeared puzzled. Even with exceptional talent, a warrior at the 6th level of body refinement can't absorb such a massive amount of star source energy all at once. He must be planning to absorb it in batches. The viewers agreed. Yeah, definitely in batches. Even with an S-level talent, no one would dare do that. Meanwhile, Lu Yu had finished surveying his surroundings and quietly sat down on the ground. The power of the stars surged like a tide from over 200 top-grade source crystals, visibly flowing into Lu Yu's body. This scene left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Lu Yu was actually absorbing this massive amount of star power. Impossible. He must be forcing himself. Even with an abnormal physique, this shouldn't be possible, right? Isn't he afraid of overloading himself? The live stream was buzzing with discussions and doubts. Just then, a leisurely sigh broke through the speculations. Ah, this feels amazing. Lu Yu's voice was filled with enjoyment. He could clearly feel his cultivation level rising, his entire body warmly enveloped by the star power, even causing a slight tickling sensation. What was even more astonishing was that instead of cautiously focusing on absorption, he began practicing the Kaishan fist. The live stream fell silent once again. The host stared at the screen, almost questioning reality. What kind of monster is this? It's already absurd to absorb normally, but to absorb while practicing fist techniques. Wait, did you notice? This fist technique, it's not ordinary. This is clearly a perfected level fist technique. The flow of the fist intent is smooth, without any hindrance. Perfected spear technique, perfected fist technique, 6th level of body refinement. Could he be the reincarnation of a mighty being? Achieving such prowess at 18 is unheard of. The audience was completely overwhelmed. Achievements that most martial artists could only dream of in a lifetime seemed as easy as eating and drinking for Lu Yu. While others would be cautious and fearful of exploding from absorbing such vast star power, he found the star power not active enough and proactively practiced his fist techniques. In the command room, Zui Qi stood frozen. If Lu Yu's earlier feat of killing the ice spike beast was considered extraordinary talent, his current display left Zui Qi speechless with awe. An 18-year-old at the 6th level of body refinement, with perfected spear and fist techniques, dual abilities, and S-grade talent. Most importantly, the terrifying strength of his physique. Zui Qi thought to himself, this is truly a genius among geniuses, perhaps capable of fulfilling the Federation's hopes of thousands of years. How about it, Lord Zui Qi? The person I brought back is quite impressive, isn't he? Lu Yushan almost chuckled. Very impressive. I will report this truthfully to the higher-ups. This young fellow is quite interesting. Zui Qi nodded in response. Lu Yushan looked at Lu Yu on the screen, a smile playing at his lips. As for winning first place, given Lu Yu's displayed abilities, the other contestants would likely only face overwhelming defeat. In the depths of the forest, Lu Yu was fully absorbed in practicing his mountain-splitting fist. Little did he know, he had become the center of attention for many onlookers. As he unleashed his final punch, a massive tree, several meters away, split in response. At the same time, a booming sound erupted from within him, and a formidable aura swept through the surroundings, causing the star-powered beasts nearby to flee in panic. Just barely reached the 7th level of body refinement. Still a long way to go compared to others, Lu Yu said with a smile. This statement reflected his understanding of the word genius, to remain humble and avoid arrogance. He intentionally downplayed his achievements to prevent becoming overly conceited. However, to the audience in the live stream, his words took on a completely different meaning. I can't believe it. Barely and long way? Seriously? Are there any other contestants at the 7th level of body refinement? Nope. This guy is definitely a show-off. I checked Yuanwu City's network. This guy was already showing off during the college entrance exams. Now you understand the struggle of being a martial artist from Yuanwu City. The host watched this scene with mixed feelings. Has the era changed? Do geniuses now prefer this reverse show-off style? He mused. Back in my day, I was quite proud of making it to the top 1,000 in the talent competition. To back up his claim, he even reminded everyone to check the competition records from back then. This comment caused a brief silence in the live stream, followed by uproarious laughter. No worries, host. I believe you. There were only 1,000 people in the last talent competition. Top 1,000, doesn't that mean last place? Why did you have to say it out loud? That's harsh. Amidst the laughter in the live stream, everyone noticed Lu Yu moving. He stored away the partially absorbed source crystal, confirmed his direction, and swiftly dashed towards the northwest. The live stream erupted. Is Lu Yu going after the golden horn rhino? The host immediately caught on. I see. Contestant 0100 was gathering strength to break through to the 7th level of body refinement, and now he's going to hunt the golden horn rhino. He deliberately used the word hunt, clearly confident in Lu Yu's abilities. Show off enters, Star Beasts retreat. It's over, the golden horn rhino is doomed. Golden horn rhino. Hello everyone. I am the real golden horn rhino. Lu Yu is coming. I'm really scared. What should I do? Call for dad. As the audience enjoyed the humor, Lu Yu, while speeding along, silently checked his personal stats panel. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, 7th level of body refinement. Copy points, 400. Unlimited copy uses, 5. Talent, SSS. Abilities, Torrential Ice Needles, S-Class Ice. Crimson Flames, Class Fire. Earth Spirit Body, a Class Earth. Water Escape, a Class Water. Wood Healing, Class Wood. Strength, 8,300 kilograms. Speed, 830 milliseconds. Nerve Response, SSS. Weapon, Scarlet Lightning Spears Class. Looking at these stats, Lu Yu felt completely at ease. After reaching the 7th level of body refinement, Lu Yu's strength was comparable to the 8th level. He thought to himself that dealing with a golden-horned rhinoceros should be a piece of cake. A few minutes later, Lu Yu arrived at the target area. His AI assistant issued a red warning, but he remained calm. By carefully sensing the aura of the star beasts around him, he quickly pinpointed a cave that housed a powerful presence. Notably, the area around the cave was barren, with no signs of wildlife or star beasts, a clear indication of the golden-horned rhinoceros's lair. Lu Yu's lips curled into a smile as the scarlet lightning spear appeared in his hand. His plan was straightforward. Use his superior level to infiltrate the cave, replicate the golden-horned rhinoceros's ability, then take it down with a flurry of attacks, earning points easily before making a smooth exit. The livestream audience saw through his plan. Wow, that's sneaky. Definitely sneaky, but I like it. Enough talk, just stab it in the rear. The audience was confident, knowing that Lu Yu's level was higher than the golden-horned rhinoceros, ensuring his victory. Once inside the cave, Lu Yu saw a massive rhinoceros, 20 to 30 meters long, in deep slumber. Its snores were thunderous, each breath accompanied by a faint glow. The most striking feature was the golden horn atop its head. Lu Yu grinned, stealthily approaching with his scarlet lightning spear. Just as he was about to replicate the ability, a pair of large, cold beast eyes suddenly opened, staring straight at him. Momentarily stunned, Lu Yu locked eyes with the golden-horned rhinoceros. He forced a smile and said, "Impressive, little guy. You look quite refined." He patted the rhinoceros on the rump, then without hesitation, raised his spear and thrust it in. Moo! The golden-horned rhinoceros let out a deafening roar, its eyes filled with rage. Lu Yu's smile froze instantly. Sorry, my bad. You go back to sleep, I'll just be on my way." With that, he pulled back his spear and turned to flee. Damn it! Who told me this was a 6th-grade star beast? This is clearly an 8th-grade golden-horned rhinoceros. AI, explain yourself. The AI responded. Apologies, contestant 0100. It seems the original female golden-horned rhinoceros has left. Before Lu Yu could finish, a golden horn was already pressing into his back. Ugh! Even with his current strength, he was sent flying out of the cave, spitting blood, and tumbling through the air before he could stabilize himself. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Lu Yu's face twitched. You tricked me, AI? This isn't a 6th-grade golden-horned rhinoceros, it's an 8th-grade one. He awkwardly smiled and said, "Hey buddy, how about we sit down and talk this over calmly?" Moo! The golden-horned rhinoceros glared at him, deliberately turning to show the bleeding wound on its body. Lu Yu was left speechless. Lu Yu's expression was tinged with sadness. From the fiery eyes of the golden-horned rhinoceros, he clearly understood the creature's mood. Being rudely awakened by a prod in the rear wouldn't sit well with anyone. The livestream chat exploded instantly. Comments flooded in like a downpour. A painful farewell. Your memorial photo is already turning yellow. Farewell, contestant 0100. 1210086. All the viewers realized that Lu Yu might be in serious trouble this time. Initially, everyone assumed that with Lu Yu's 7th-level body refinement skills, handling a 6th-level golden-horned rhinoceros would be a piece of cake. But reality hit them hard. This was no mere 6th-level star beast, but a formidable 8th-level powerhouse. The host's voice grew somber. Contestant 0100 is now facing an unprecedented challenge. The golden-horned rhinoceros is a naturally gifted star beast, and this one is an 8th level. Honestly, I just hope he finds a chance to escape with his life. The atmosphere on-site was tense. Looking at the massive creature before him, Lu Yu's face was filled with helplessness. Hey buddy, can't we just talk it out? Roar! The 8th-level golden-horned rhinoceros let out a thunderous roar. As a high-level star beast with intelligence comparable to humans, it had developed a sense of lordly dignity. Lu Yu's actions had thoroughly enraged it. Seeing this, Lu Yu realized that negotiations were impossible. He shrugged. I hoped we could be friends, but it seems that's not happening. Fine, Let's lay it all out. How well done do you want to be today? Though he spoke casually, Lu Yu was calculating his options. He knew that the idea of a protagonist's halo allowing him to effortlessly defeat stronger foes was nonsense. The opponent's level was higher, and a direct confrontation would be tough. With other 7th level star beasts, he might have managed easily, but this golden-horned rhinoceros clearly had murderous intent, making it a fight to the death. Fortunately, Lu Yu wasn't without his own trump cards. His actual strength had reached the 8th level of body refinement. The outcome of this battle was still uncertain. The audience in the livestream was shocked to see Lu Yu choosing to stand his ground rather than flee. Even the host couldn't help but exclaim, "Contestant 0100's decision continues to surprise us." Lu Yu stood before the golden-horned rhinoceros, not choosing to flee, but rather displaying a playful smile. "Wondering how well done you'd like to be." His taunting words left the host and audience stunned. The golden-horned rhinoceros was instantly enraged, its sturdy golden horn gleaming brightly. In the next moment, the massive beast charged at Lu Yu like an arrow released from a bow, the ground trembling beneath its hooves. The audience held their breath, fearing that Lu Yu would be gravely injured by this colossal creature. However, Lu Yu dropped his joking demeanor, his gaze locking onto the golden-horned rhinoceros with a piercing intensity. Instead of retreating, he advanced, pointing his red electric spear directly at the rhinoceros's forehead. Clang! The red electric spear clashed with the golden horn, producing a crisp metallic sound. "This rhino horn is quite hard. Must be worth a lot," Lu Yu quipped, leaving the audience amused and exasperated at his consideration of the horn's value in such a dire moment. Just as the golden-horned rhinoceros prepared to lift its head and exert its force, Lu Yu skillfully positioned the spear tip on its horn. Utilizing the rhinoceros's strength, he appeared to be flung away, yet he adjusted his posture midair, landing steadily 100 meters away. Impressive. Contestant 0100 has demonstrated remarkable combat awareness, the host exclaimed excitedly. He not only managed to drain the golden-horned rhinoceros's energy, but also perfectly distanced himself. Such precision and timing is extraordinary. Infuriated by the mockery, the golden-horned rhinoceros charged again, this time faster, its horns shining more brilliantly. Lu Yu, however, wore a confident smile. "Why are you always trying to ram into people?" he remarked, and with that, his entire body erupted into blazing flames. His class ability, Crimson Blaze. The audience was electrified by this incredible display of power. On the battlefield, the golden-horned rhinoceros had already reached Lu Yu. Unexpectedly, Lu Yu did not evade. Instead, he stepped forward, stomping heavily on the ground. Enraged by this act, the golden-horned rhinoceros jerked its head upward, flinging Lu Yu into the sky. It watched its airborne opponent with satisfaction, planning to deliver a fatal blow when he landed. However, as Lu Yu ascended to 500 meters, the flames around him intensified in the strong wind, making him resemble a god of fire descending from the heavens. His red electric spear aimed directly at the rhinoceros's head as he dove downwards with great force. Lu Yu's dramatic descent left an indelible impression on the live broadcast. At that moment, the golden-horned rhinoceros let out an earth-shaking roar, "Moo!" This colossal creature stared directly at Lu Yu, its eyes showing no fear. Its body was enveloped in a blazing golden light, with each hair shimmering in dazzling gold. The horn on its forehead appeared as if forged from pure gold, emanating a sharp, menacing aura. This was its innate ability, Golden Holy Light, which, though not a direct combat skill, significantly enhanced all its abilities while imparting a deadly aura. At this moment, the golden-horned rhinoceros's strength was nearing the 9th tier of star beasts. However, unnoticed by anyone, a layer of golden light also began to subtly appear on Lu Yu, too had mastered the Golden Holy Light ability. Viewers watched the screen intently, holding their breath for Lu Yu. Just then, Lu Yu's spear came crashing down. Boom! The sound of this strike surpassed any previous clash. The spear tip collided with the horn, producing a thunderous explosion. Even more astonishing was the sheer force of the blow, causing the golden-horned rhinoceros's head to bow and the ground beneath it to crumble. As the audience gasped in amazement, Lu Yu's spear tip suddenly slid off the horn, piercing directly into the golden-horned rhinoceros's head. Compared to the indestructible horn, the head's defense was noticeably weaker, and it was instantly pierced, drawing blood. But before the blood could flow, it was incinerated by a fierce flame, burning the flesh along with it. The golden-horned rhinoceros, driven mad with pain, thrashed wildly, throwing Lu Yu off. It then turned to charge at Lu Yu with its horn, only for him to effortlessly dodge. This scene left the audience utterly stunned. How was it possible that Lu Yu remained unscathed, seemingly toying with the golden-horned rhinoceros? This defied all their expectations. The host gasped, attempting to attribute it to the extraordinary combat talent of contestant 0100. He was about to analyze how the golden-horned rhinoceros's defense was nearly perfect, and that human stamina might be exhausted, when he saw Lu Yu open the black box behind him and casually begin absorbing dozens of top-grade source crystals. The host fell silent, leading viewers of the live stream to speculate that he was rendered speechless by contestant 0100's astonishing solution. The plan was so perfect that it felt like a slap in the face to the host. "Damn it. I'm just jealous of the rich," someone in the live stream exclaimed indignantly. "This guy not only trains with top-grade source crystals, but now uses them to recover stamina. Who can compete with that?" The chat exploded with reactions. Everyone initially thought that even with an advantage, Lu Yu wouldn't last long. But who would have guessed he would pull out dozens, if not hundreds, of top-grade source crystals to absorb? Such extravagance left all the viewers dumbfounded. This approach could outlast even a star beast. While the audience was filled with frustration, Lu Yu was deep in thought, strategizing. Although he considered wearing out the golden horned rhinoceros, he quickly dismissed the idea was too time-consuming. He could achieve a breakthrough in that time. However, this thick-skinned opponent was impervious even to the red flames, which was indeed troublesome. At that moment, the golden horned rhinoceros let out a thunderous roar, driven nearly insane by the pain in its head, its gaping mouth like a black hole, seemingly ready to swallow Lu Yu whole. Staring at the massive maw, Lu Yu paused. "That mouth is really big," he mused. "A single golden needle mushroom won't satisfy you, but what if I throw an entire storm of ice needles in there? Even if your body is armored, surely your stomach isn't." With this thought, Lu Yu's eyes lit up, and a sly smile crept across his face. "Feeling hungry, little rhino? Let me feed you well today." The atmosphere in the live stream turned peculiar. That's a deep statement. Whoa, is 0100 into that kind of thing? Not just into it, it's a male rhino. Whoa, the golden horned rhinoceros, provoked to the limit, charged at Lu Yu again. Lu Yu, composed, deftly dodged the attack and, with practiced skill, thrust his red electric spear into the wound on the rhino's head. Roar, the rhino bellowed in pain. Seizing the moment, Lu Yu conjured a ball of intense cold in his hand. "Here you go, little rhino, enjoy my special treat," he said, launching the icy sphere precisely into the rhino's throat. The rhino felt a chill slide down its throat, while Lu Yu swiftly retreated to a safe distance. "Now it's time for you to enjoy," Lu Yu said with a satisfied smile, confident in his strategy. The live stream buzzed with speculation. What did he throw? A special treat? Is that what a man's special treat looks like? Are you a girl? Yes, that's what a man's special treat looks like. Which city are you from? We could discuss this further. On the battlefield, Lu Yu closely monitored the golden horned rhinoceros, calculating the position of the ice sphere. Just as the rhino recovered from its discomfort and prepared to attack again, Lu Yu stopped his internal chant and looked up with a triumphant smile. "It's about time." This left everyone puzzled. About time? Time for what? In the next instant, a crisp cracking sound echoed. The storm of ice needles had been released. Released the ice needle rain. The golden horned rhinoceros's eyes widened in shock as its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, convulsing violently. Blood gushed from its mouth as if it had suffered an invisible, devastating blow. Its struggles caused the entire ground to tremble, kicking up clouds of dust. The livestream audience was momentarily stunned. Just then, the host quickly brought up a slow-motion replay. "Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a closer look at contestant 0100's actions." The footage zoomed in, finally revealing to everyone that Lu Yu had thrown a suddenly appearing ice sphere into the golden horned rhinoceros's mouth. The comment section exploded. "What kind of special weapon is that? Wait, aren't weapons banned in the competition? Hold on, is this a superpower? Wasn't he already a dual power user? Holy crap, a triple power user. That's insane." The audience was utterly shocked by this unexpected discovery. The existence of a triple power user was beyond their comprehension, and the situation for the other contestants seemed increasingly dire. On the field, Lu Yu calmly approached the convulsing golden horned rhinoceros. Seeing the giant creature still twitching slightly, he decided to end it once and for all. "That's what you get for roaring at me," Lu Yu sneered, thrusting his spear directly into the old wound of the rhinoceros. Blood immediately stained the ground red as the golden horned rhinoceros's struggles gradually weakened, finally reduced to faint tremors. The livestream audience was left speechless. That finishing move, brutal. The damage isn't huge, but the insult is massive. Just then, the AI's notification sounded. Contestant 0100, points 10,000. This move not only skyrocketed Lu Yu's total points to 12,100, overtaking the second place with 9,100 points, but also prompted the system to send a message to all contestants. Contestant 0100 has successfully hunted an 8th-tier star beast, the golden horned rhinoceros. Location shared. Plundering is advised. This message left all contestants in shock. Who would dare to plunder from someone who could take down an 8th-tier star beast? That would be a death wish. The mighty golden horned rhinoceros, a formidable 8th-tier star beast, crashed to the ground, sending shockwaves throughout the arena. This astonishing news spread like wildfire, causing an uproar among the spectators. Competitors quickly checked the leaderboard, and upon seeing the staggering number at the top, they collectively gasped, 12,100 points. This score was not only extraordinarily high, but also a full 9,100 points ahead of the second place. In the northeast corner of the Star Beast zone, a young man who was intensely focused on his hunt paused at the sound of his smart device's alert. As he glanced at the leaderboard, he was so shocked that he nearly got ambushed by a 5th-tier Star Beast. Did number 0100 really take down an 8th-tier Star Beast? He wondered, looking at the 5th-tier beast before him, feeling his fighting spirit vanish. Even if he gave it his all, he couldn't bridge that gap. This sense of defeat spread among the top 10 talents. They stared at the leaderboard, feeling as if the motivation to compete had been snatched away by such an extraordinary display. Their previously balanced competition now seemed meaningless. In a forest several kilometers away, Meishin saw the notification on her device, her eyes sparkling. He really was hiding his strength. His claim of being at the 6th level of body refinement was a lie. Remembering Lu Yu's earlier words, her cheeks flushed slightly. In the northwest corner, Liu Yu had just slain a 3rd-tier Star Beast, feeling proud of the 300 points he earned. However, upon seeing the notification, his smile froze. After double-checking, he had to accept the reality. Number 0100, Liu Yu, had indeed killed an 8th-tier Star Beast. I guess I was too full of myself, Liu Yu admitted with a bitter smile, letting go of his long-held obsession. This kind of strength is beyond my reach. Meanwhile, Liu Yu was leisurely sitting on the carcass of the golden-horned rhinoceros, calmly slicing its tender meat with a small knife. With such a commanding lead in points, he could afford to take his time and enjoy the moment. He lit a campfire, ready to savor this rare 8th-tier Star Beast feast. In the live stream, viewers watched as Liu Yu expertly grilled the Star Beast meat, finding themselves growing hungry as they watched. It's only been a day and a half, and this guy has already racked up over 10,000 points. Liu Yu thought as he chewed on his grilled meat, glancing at the system panel with a satisfied smile. The meat of an 8th-tier Star Beast is rare and can sell for tens of thousands per pound in the market, considered a great boon for warriors. Under the flickering firelight, Liu Yu leisurely enjoyed his meal. Although the fierce battle had ended, the crowd around him remained, watching enviously as he cooked the meat. As night deepened, the crackling of the bonfire filled the air with the aroma of roasting meat. Seizing this rare moment of tranquility, Liu Yu opened the system panel to examine his attributes. Host, Liu Yu. Realm, Body Refining Stage Level 7. Copy points, 300, unlimited copy attempts, 5. Talent, SSS ability. Torrential Ice Needles, Ice SS level. Scarlet Flame, S level fire. Golden Holy Light, S level metal. Water Escape, A level water. Earth Spirit Body, A level earth. Wood Healing, B level wood. Basic attributes. Strength, 8,300 kilograms. Speed, 830 milliseconds. Neural Response, SSS. Weapon, Scarlet Lightning Spear, S level. Previously, he successfully copied the Golden Horned Rhino's talent skill, Golden Holy Light, a remarkable support ability that enhances overall strength. A 50 increase in power, 30 in speed, 20 in neural response, and 20 in weapon potency. Crucially, this ability can be stacked with others, making it a divine skill. Just as Liu Yu was about to continue enjoying his meal, he heard the sounds of a fierce battle in the distance. He immediately stood up and effortlessly climbed to the top of a hill. Using his high-tier warrior night vision, he clearly saw a man and a woman being chased by a group. Huh. Liu Yu squinted, a smile playing at his lips. Isn't that the little girl in the pink battle suit whose water escape talent I copied before? Seeing the petite figure in pink, Liu Yu recalled his promise to help if she ever got into trouble. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the battle, already determined to lend a hand and maybe make some extra gains in the process. Liu Yu couldn't help but chuckle to himself, feeling like a little genius for doing a good deed while also helping himself. Without any hesitation, he disappeared into the night. Under the moonlight, Han Yueqing and a young man were desperately fleeing. Her level 3 body refinement and her companion's level 4 were powerless against their pursuers, especially the leader, who was at level 6. His mere presence was suffocating. Why bother running? Hand over your points and I might let you live. The leader sneered, waving his hand to send a roaring earth dragon towards them. The young man gritted his teeth and swung his sword in defense, only to be knocked back, coughing up blood from the impact. Two students, so clueless. The leader's eyes glinted with greed, lingering on Han Yueqing. As he prepared to strike again, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Hold it, this is a stick-up, Liu Yu's lazy voice sounded. The group, caught off guard by the speed, couldn't immediately see Liu Yu's face. Han Yueqing halted, her face filled with despair. Another one after their points? The young man looked serious, weighing their options. Who are you? Robbing us? The leader laughed, gesturing to his 7 or 8 subordinates, who joined in the mocking. Among them were 2 skilled fighters at level 5, and they thought this reckless guy was asking for trouble. Liu Yu shook his head, turning to Han Yueqing in her pink combat suit. Are you okay? It's you? Han Yueqing was first surprised, then said sadly. This has nothing to do with you, just go. Their levels are too high. The leader's eyes lit up. Oh? You know him? Trying to play the hero? His lackeys laughed louder. Why? Lu Yu sighed. Why is it always the same cliché? Why don't you ever believe me? I'm ranked first. If you run now, I might let you live. The scene fell silent. Han Yueqing seemed thoughtful, but assumed Lu Yu was bluffing to save her. After a moment, the young man spoke up. Bro, I remember you're at level 6, right? This statement only brought more laughter from the pursuers. It's not just me saying this, buddy. Even your own people don't believe you. The woods echoed with laughter. The man leading the group laughed so hard, he almost doubled over, and the others followed suit. Lu Yu stood there, looking up at the western building. A crescent moon hung in the night sky like a hook. He sighed helplessly. I've laid all my cards on the table. Why don't you believe me? Meanwhile, the live stream chat was in an uproar. The viewers, who had been speculating about Lu Yu's sudden departure, were shocked to see it was for a heroic rescue, unfolding into such a dramatic scene. Look at Bai Wang's expression. Is this the loneliness of being unbeatable? I'm dying of laughter. Do they really not know, or are they pretending not to know Lu Yu is number 1? They probably genuinely don't know. They've been too busy chasing to check their AI notifications. Even if they did check, the competitors aren't aware of the exact serial numbers. These guys are doomed. Lu Bai Wang is about to put on another show. R.I.P. May heaven be free of Lu Bai Wang. Even the host paused for a moment, then showed a sympathetic expression. Folks, we should feel sorry for these competitors. Next time, remember to verify the opponent's identity first. This remark drew more laughter. On sight, the leading man finally stopped laughing and squinted at Lu Yu. Kid, you seem interesting. Hand over your points voluntarily today, and I'll let you off the hook. He raised the knife in his hand, a vicious look on his face. Lu Yu spread his hands helplessly. I really am the number 1. If you don't believe me, check the leaderboard now. I'm serial number 0100. Who are you trying to fool? You, number 1? The man mocked. Actually, let me level with you. I'm the real number 1, serial number 0100. Han Yueqing grew increasingly anxious. With your skills, you can still escape. Just go. This has nothing to do with you. No, Lu Yu shook his head. I promised you back then, if you got into trouble, I'd help. A message suddenly flashed across the live stream. Lu Bai Wang. How can I miss such an opportunity to show off? The audience erupted in laughter again. The man clearly lost patience. You stubborn kid. All right, you'll be the first I take down today. With that, he lunged at Lu Yu, his knife flashing. At the same time, an earthen dragon erupted from the ground, leaping towards Lu Yu. Facing this fierce assault, Lu Yu merely shook his head lightly. Why push it? You're just asking for trouble. He simply thrust his spear. Lu Yu casually thrust his spear forward. It seemed completely unstructured, almost as if a child from the streets was playing. The man sneered disdainfully, raising his sword to strike Lu Yu's head. But in that instant, a chilling sensation pierced his chest. Before he knew it, Lu Yu had silently appeared in front of him, his spear deeply embedded in the man's chest. The man's eyes widened in shock, his body momentarily frozen before he collapsed heavily to the ground. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in disbelief, their faces turning pale. Their leader had been taken down with a single thrust. Their legs went weak, struggling to stand. Han Yueqing was also momentarily stunned, rendered speechless by the shock. She hadn't even seen how Lu Yu made his move, and the fight was already over. Your spear skills, they're incredible, she finally managed to say, her face full of disbelief. However, to everyone's surprise, the victor, Lu Yu, showed no signs of triumph. Instead, he hurried to the man's side, anxiously trying to lift him up. Hey, brother, are you dead? No, come on. I really didn't mean to kill you. Get up, and I promise I'll let you strike this time. I won't fight back, seriously. He frantically shook the man's head, bewildered. No way. I used less than half my strength. How could he not withstand that? No, you can't die. I really didn't mean to kill anyone. Hearing this, the surrounding people were left dumbfounded. What? He used less than half his strength and still pierced the man through? The man, shaken awake, barely opened his eyes. Hearing Lu Yu's words, he coughed up blood and weakly muttered, You shattered my spirit, before passing out completely. The AI quickly announced, Contestant 0455 has been rendered unable to continue. Disqualified. All points awarded to Contestant 0100. No sooner had the announcement finished than an emergency craft descended, swiftly taking the unconscious man away. The remaining people exchanged glances, fearfully looking at Lu Yu. Someone shakily checked the leaderboard and almost cried upon confirming. You really are in first place? The others' expressions were filled with regret, as if saying, had we known you were in first place, we wouldn't have dared to be so reckless. Faced with their reproachful looks, Lu Yu could only shrug helplessly. What could I do? I revealed my rank, but you didn't believe me. How's that my fault? Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, the audience was doubled over with laughter. The live stream erupted with laughter. The audience couldn't help but cheer for Lu Yu's skillful display of bravado. First, he casually defeated his opponent, then pretended to help them up, and finally added, "I only used less than half my strength." This psychological blow left everyone in awe. Lu, the king of bragging, has truly mastered this art. The comments scrolled rapidly across the screen. The host widened his eyes, taking a moment to find his voice. Contestant 0100's behavior is not recommended for others to imitate, as it could easily cause psychological trauma to other participants. The atmosphere in the venue had completely shifted. The remaining contestants looked at Lu Yu with fear in their eyes and surrendered before he even spoke. They didn't want to end up like his previous opponent, beaten down and mentally crushed. With their surrender, Lu Yu's smart device immediately notified him of a 6,000-point gain. Combined with the points from defeating the leader earlier, his total had increased by over 10,000. The contestants who surrendered scattered in different directions, as if avoiding a plague, not even daring to escape together. This scene made Lu Yu chuckle. He turned to look at Han Yueqing beside him, whose adorable expression was quite pleasing to him. However, staying true to his humble and low-key demeanor, he simply smiled lightly and said, "My skills are just average." This statement clearly impacted Han Yueqing. She was stunned for a moment before asking, "So you're the first?" Lu Yu nodded in response. "I barely managed to kill an 8th-level star beast to become first, but I'll be overtaken soon." Hearing this, Han Yueqing couldn't help but bite her lip. Was he really about to be overtaken? By 19,000 points? Lu Yu, with his extensive reading of online novels, recognized her slight lip-biting as a classic hero saves the damsel scenario that could go two ways. Either she would fall for him, or he'd get a nice guy card. But with his protagonist's face and extraordinary talent, plus his modest demeanor, he felt confident. Just as he was about to continue, a young man nearby extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Han Lingyun." Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, thinking, a competitor? But judging by his appearance, he lacked both talent and a protagonist's face, so he was no threat. He maintained a gentlemanly smile as he shook hands with him. Han Lingyun's mouth twitched slightly as he continued, "I want to thank you on behalf of my sister and myself for saving our lives." Lu Yu was taken aback by the words he heard, as if struck by lightning, leaving him momentarily speechless. He blinked in disbelief, thinking to himself, wasn't there supposed to be a beautiful woman offering herself? How did the situation change so suddenly? To repay the debt of saving my life, I, Han Lingyun, can only... The young man's words were quickly interrupted by Lu Yu. This was definitely not the direction he wanted this conversation to go. "Are you her brother?" Lu Yu scrutinized the young man in front of him. Han Lingyun's expression darkened slightly. "Don't we look alike?" "Not at all," Lu Yu replied bluntly. Han Lingyun took a deep breath. "You saved both of our lives, so how about this? My sister and I will give you half of our points. Is that okay?" Han Yueqing, standing nearby, nodded repeatedly. "Please don't refuse." Lu Yu wanted to say, "Can I have your sister instead?" But seeing Han Lingyun's fluctuating expression, he wisely waved it off. "I don't need your points." The siblings were taken aback by his straightforward refusal, clearly not expecting such a response. "So why were you being chased?" Lu Yu asked, changing the topic. "It's because of the points," Han Lingyun explained, shaking his head. "Yueqing and I had hunted quite a few star beasts, and a group that specializes in robbing others' points targeted us." This information surprised Lu Yu. "There's a team dedicated to robbing others' points?" "Of course," Han Yueqing said indignantly. "Robbing others' points is way easier than hunting star beasts, and it's less risky." Lu Yu fell into thought, imagining himself robbing others. But he quickly dismissed the idea. He was a man of principle. Han Yueqing, sensing something, instinctively took a step back. "You wouldn't be thinking of doing that, would you?" "Don't worry, if it comes to that, I'll let you off the hook." Lu Yu accidentally voiced his thoughts, causing the siblings to fall silent. "Let's leave it at that," Lu Yu said, pointing to his shared location with a smile. "Yueqing, if you ever miss me, feel free to come find me for some deep martial arts discussions." Han Yueqing blushed immediately, but before she could respond, Han Lingyun's face turned as dark as a pot. "Thanks for your help, brother. I hope we meet again in the future." With that, he quickly grabbed his sister's arm and hurried away, faster than when they were being chased. It seemed to him that his sister really did take a liking to this guy. "Meet again? I'd rather we never do." Han Lingyun vowed silently. Watching them leave, Lu Yu clicked his tongue in regret. What a pity for this little romance, to miss out on such a genius. But he soon turned his attention to other matters. Robbing other contestants for points? On second thought, it seemed unnecessary. First, finding people was troublesome since participants were constantly moving. It was easier to hunt star beasts in fixed territories. Second, with his current score of over 20,000 points, far surpassing the second place's 5,000, he didn't need to earn more points. Having figured this out, Lu Yu decisively returned to his original spot, spread out the source crystals beside the golden-horned rhinoceros's corpse, and began his opulent training. The viewers in the live stream were taken by surprise. What the heck? Is contestant 0100 planning to just coast along now? It seems like no one can challenge him anymore. Wait, something feels off. Knowing 0100's personality, is he planning something big? Some even speculated. The host, watching Lu Yu as he absorbed the power of the stars with fervor, fell into contemplation. Lu Yu's actions seemed both logical and illogical. It made sense because he had accumulated enough points and didn't need to hunt more star beasts. However, it was illogical considering his personality, suggesting he might have a grand strategy in mind. Unbeknownst to Lu Yu, his every move was being overanalyzed by many. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care because the exhilaration of rapidly gaining strength was intoxicating. In the spaceship's command room, Zhuiqi was staring at the leaderboard with an intrigued expression. The young one you brought back? His name is Lu Yu, right? He asked Lu Yushan, who nodded in confirmation. Yes, Lord Zhua. Zhuiqi smiled. This young one is fascinating. With 1 day left, he might just break the record set in the last genius competition. Who set the record last time? I did. How many points? 30,000. And now, with 1 day remaining, Zhuiqi believed Lu Yu might indeed break that record. He looked forward to it without envy, only admiration. He had to admit, Lu Yu's talent surpassed his own from 10 years ago. Lu Yushan was surprised by Zhuiqi's words. Known for his pride, Zhuiqi rarely praised anyone. After all, he had been the champion of the genius competition a decade ago, rising from the body refinement realm to the profound realm in just 10 years. For him to speak so highly of Lu Yu was astonishing to Lu Yushan. I hope Lu Yu doesn't disappoint Lord Zhua. Lu Yushan thought happily. If Lu Yu succeeded, his own rewards would be substantial. Just then, a man burst into the room, looking panicked. Lord Zhua, there's trouble. 3 ninth-tier star beasts have escaped from the central area of the star beast zone. Zhuiqi's brow furrowed instantly. How could 9th-tier star beasts leave their domain without reason? We're not sure, but we suspect it might be related to the mountain-moving beast, the man replied. Zhuiqi's frown deepened. The mountain-moving beast was supposed to be confined at the center of the star beast zone by the Federation. Though its presence was acknowledged, it was never meant to be released. Otherwise, no genius would survive. Even the 9th-tier star beasts were fixed in the central area, unable to escape easily. Participants were only supposed to face threats below the 9th tier. But now, the situation had changed dramatically. The escape of 3 9th-tier star beasts would have unimaginable consequences. Even Lu Yu, the highest-ranked contestant, was only at the 7th tier. Should we intervene or recall all participants? Lu Yushan asked, frowning. But Zhuiqi shook his head. No, the genius competition is broadcast across the entire planet. Doing so would mark this event as a failure. Then what should we do? Everyone wondered. Zhuiqi smiled and looked at Lu Yu on the screen. Don't forget, we have a Ancient Millennium prodigy here. Suddenly, all eyes were on Lu Yu, who was absorbing star power like a black hole. Are you suggesting? Announce it. Let everyone, including the participants, know that 3 9th-tier star beasts are on the loose. Consider it a trial, Zhuiqi stated. He was curious how Lu Yu would handle the situation. It was a risky gamble. If Lu Yu chose to run, many participants would likely perish. But if he stood up to the challenge and even turned the tide, he would become the Federation's brightest new star. The resources he would gain would be beyond imagination. After all, the Federation had every reason to nurture a genius capable of altering the course of human history. In the Star Beast Zone, after a night had passed, Lu Yu finally opened his eyes the next day. Instantly, hundreds of premium source crystals cracked and turned to dust. Lu Yu stood up, his bones emitting cracking sounds. Body refinement level 8, just a step away from level 9, he mused, feeling the surging power within him as if he could punch the sun out of the sky. At that moment, a sudden announcement echoed throughout the Star Beast Zone. A voice thundered across the entire Star Beast area, vibrating in the eardrums of every participant. This voice delivered a shocking announcement. To increase the trial's difficulty, 3 9th-tier star beasts would soon be released into the arena. Simultaneously, the intelligence system sent an important notification to all participants. After careful consideration, the command center decided to give the contestants 2 choices: withdraw from the competition immediately and forfeit their current achievements, or continue participating for more substantial rewards. 9th-tier star beasts. This news was like a heavy blow to the hearts of all participants. These were terrifying entities, just a step away from reaching the mountain-moving realm, far beyond what the genius competition participants could contend with. Standing atop the corpse of a golden horn rhinoceros, Lu Yu frowned slightly. This decision was puzzling. Normally, 9th-tier star beasts should have fixed territories, but now they were to be allowed to roam freely? He quickly accessed his personal panel to check his status. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, Body Refining Stage, Level 8. Copy points, 400. Arbitrary copy uses, 5. Talent, SSS. Abilities, Storm Ice Needle S level Ice. Scarlet Flame S level Fire. Golden Holy Light S level Metal. Water Escape a level Water. Earth Spirit Body a level Earth. Wood Healing level Wood. Strength, 9,300 kilograms. Speed, 930 milliseconds. Nerve reaction, SSS. Weapon, Scarlet Lightning Spears level. Looking at these stats, a confident smile appeared on Lu Yu's lips. His actual combat strength had reached the 9th level of the body refining stage. Coupled with multiple abilities and mastery in spear and fist techniques, he need not worry too much even if he encountered a 9th tier star beast. He could defeat them in an unknown fight, and if necessary, he could escape using his speed advantage. Meanwhile, the live stream chat was in an uproar. 3 9th tier star beasts? This competition is brutal. The strongest contestant, number 0100, is only at the 7th level of body refining. How can they possibly match a 9th tier star beast? As expected, upon receiving the notification, over 100 participants with lower realms chose to withdraw immediately and were picked up by aircraft. This decision left the remaining contestants in a dilemma, continuing facing life-threatening risks, as the competition organizers would not intervene if they encountered a 9th tier star beast. The live stream host couldn't help but express amazement. This year's Genius competition had indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. Most participants could only leave with regret, while those who stayed would likely resort to hiding and waiting for the competition to end. The host analyzed that contestants who choose to stay in the competition can earn greater rewards, but they also face deadly risks. For a 9th tier star beast, the entire star beast area is too small, and once discovered, death is inevitable. This speculation is evidently reasonable. At this moment, the contestants who rank higher have given up on vying for points and are instead seeking out caves, dense forests, or other hiding spots. In this perilous 24-hour period, no one would risk hunting star beasts and drawing attention. As a result, the leaderboard has essentially stabilized, and the audience is now deeply interested in this thrilling hide-and-seek game, where the consequence of being caught is death. Contestants, you have 10 minutes left to decide, the broadcast announced again. Several dozen more participants opted to withdraw and were picked up by aircraft. Then, the broadcast went silent. Dear audience, the host's voice was filled with undisguised excitement. You are witnessing the most intense and thrilling phase of the Genius competition. Out of 1,000 contestants, only 813 remain, who will survive the next 24 hours. All contestants have ceased other activities and are now seeking hiding places. Compared to the previous hunting phase, this test is clearly more perilous. Facing 9th tier star beasts, the contestants have no chance to fight back and can only hide. As for the Federation's intentions, it can only be understood as a test of the contestants' temperament for now. However, amidst this tense atmosphere, there is an unusual presence. Why is contestant 0100 still wandering around? Isn't he worried? Oh my, he's still grilling meat? That's fearless. Gutsy, I like it. Wait, why do I feel like contestant 0100 seems to have anticipated all this? Are you suggesting his previous training was premeditated? All the spectators stared in astonishment at the screen showing Lu Yu. At this moment, he was leisurely grilling meat. This time, it wasn't the spoiled golden-horned rhinoceros meat from the previous night, but a fresh mutated goat. Though the goat's level is a bit low, the meat is so tender. Lu Yu remarked as he tasted it, carefully searching for wild onions nearby to sprinkle on the golden brown lamb leg. The viewers in the live broadcast were stunned by this scene. His composure was beyond anything they had imagined. The atmosphere in the live stream was incredibly tense as everyone focused on the enigmatic figure of Lu Yu, who was leisurely roasting a leg of lamb, seemingly indifferent to the chaos around him. This is way too calm, the comment section exploded. Everyone else is practically digging their own graves in fear, but he's acting like nothing's happening. Someone quickly pointed out a crucial detail. Wait, is he at the 7th level of body refinement now? No, it's the 8th. Another viewer corrected, sharing a video clip. He broke through last night in the middle of the night, causing quite a stir. The footage showed that Lu Yu had indeed completed a breakthrough the previous night, consuming source crystals worth billions of star coins in the process. This information plunged the live stream into silence, leaving even the host speechless. But doubts quickly resurfaced. Even if he's reached the 8th level of body refinement, there's no way he could take on a 9th tier star beast, let alone 3. A keen observer immediately brought up a map of the star beast area. Look, he's in a very remote location. As long as he doesn't provoke them. Before the sentence was finished, Lu Yu in the live stream suddenly put down his roasted lamb, letting out a satisfied belch. I'm full. Time to get some exercise. He scanned his surroundings and was soon captivated by a particular mount of flame horse standing over 3 meters tall, with a fiery red mane that shimmered in the sunlight. Known for their fierceness, these 3rd-tier star beasts were rare in Yuanwu City, typically reserved for the elite. Today, I must ride you. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and in an instant, he was on the horse's back. Let's go, little horse. Caught off guard by this unexpected rider, the flame horse bucked and neighed wildly, trying to throw Lu Yu off. But given Lu Yu's vastly superior level, its struggle was futile. He rode with abandon, his laughter echoing. The host watched this scene, subconsciously touching his cheek, as if he'd been slapped. Meanwhile, the livestream audience was left once again in awe of Lu Yu's unpredictable actions. The host's cheeks were already swollen, but Lu Yu remained unfazed. The audience was buzzing with discussions. Some were amazed at his audacity, while others worried that his actions were too reckless. Riding a horse so ostentatiously at a time like this was practically an invitation for the ninth-tier star beast to engage in battle. After leaving the forest, Lu Yu arrived at a vast grassland. The fiery horse beneath him was exhausted, too tired to even resist. Leisurely, he surveyed his surroundings, frowning slightly. Strange, why haven't I seen any other contestants along the way? As he pondered this, a pile of rocks not far away suddenly stirred. More surprising was the sight of a round, full backside wobbling outside the pile, seemingly trying to squeeze in. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow with a smile, thinking this star beast was clever, using something of human interest to lure its prey. Without hesitation, he struck with his palm, expecting to gain more points. However, as he prepared to leave, a sharp cry came from the pile of rocks. Who dares to smack my butt? Mei Xian angrily emerged from the rocks, looking at the bleeding wound on her leg. If she hadn't dodged quickly, the slap wouldn't have just caused an injury. She glanced around, her gaze finally landing on the equally stunned Lu Yu. Mei Xian, Lu Yu. The two stared at each other, and Lu Yu awkwardly explained, "Sorry, I thought it was a star beast." "Have you ever seen a star beast with a butt?" Mei Xian gritted her teeth, her wound still bleeding. "I haven't, but that doesn't mean they don't exist," Lu Yu replied, shaking his head. "As martial artists, it's always better to be cautious. By the way, why were you hiding in the rocks?" "Because I wanted to." Lu Yu could only attribute this behavior to some strange hobby. His expression turned serious. "Let me see your wound." "Get lost." Mei Xian glared at him. She had finally found a spot unnoticed by the star beasts, only to be hit by Lu Yu. After some persuasion, Mei Xian finally allowed Lu Yu to inspect her injury. The wound was at the top of her thigh, and after carefully examining it, Lu Yu quickly gathered some wild herbs, crushed them, and applied them to the wound. "You really know medicine?" Mei Xian felt the coolness from the herbs and was a bit surprised. "Of course," Lu Yu said proudly. "My great-grandfather's medical skills were legendary, and I picked up a lot from him." "Really? What does your family specialize in treating?" Lu Yu pointed meaningfully at Mei Xian, causing her to blush. "You're clearly teasing me." "I swear it wasn't intentional." Lu Yu sighed. "People just don't understand." At that moment, a massive shadow appeared in the sky. The broadcast immediately sounded. "A ninth-tier star beast, that Song Yu giant eagle, is approaching. Contestants, please evacuate quickly." As Lu Yu was lamenting the lack of appreciation for his craft, an urgent alert from his smart device jolted him. Looking up, he saw a massive shadow blocking the sky. It was a colossal Song Yu giant eagle with a wingspan of several dozen meters, a top-tier star beast starting at the second order. Its signature ability, Wind Wing Slash, is renowned for slicing through the air with razor-sharp precision. Wow, running into such a behemoth right off the bat, Lu Yu thought with a flicker of excitement in his eyes. With such a powerful ability, it'd be a shame not to get a closer look. Beside him, Mei Xian was pale with fear, urgently saying, "Now you see why I was hiding in the rocks earlier? Everyone's taking cover, and you're just wandering around out here." "Because I can't bring myself to hide with my butt sticking out," Lu Yu replied with a light chuckle. "You?" Mei Xian's face flushed with anger. "I hadn't finished hiding. Stop talking and run." Grabbing Lu Yu's arm, she dashed towards the forest. Feeling the softness of her grip, Lu Yu was surprised, thinking, "This girl, she's something else." He intended to stop, but the sensation of being pulled along was rather pleasant, so he went with it. However, before they reached the forest, the shadow in the sky swooped down. A pair of talons, black as iron, came crashing down. In the nick of time, Lu Yu wrapped his arm around Mei Xian's waist, narrowly dodging the lethal strike. The eagle's talons gouged two massive craters in the ground before it soared back into the sky, its sharp eyes fixed on the pair below. "What do we do?" Mei Xian panicked, looking at the forest several kilometers ahead. "There's no way we can make it, and even if we do, this level of star beast will find us easily. We're doomed." Meanwhile, the livestream chat was flooded with comments. "Lou's in trouble now. Flirting too much, huh? Mei Xian's definitely top tier in looks and figure. You're drooling over her when they're about to be toast?" The host nervously added. "Viewers, contestant number 0100 has been targeted by a ninth-order star beast, that Song Yu giant eagle. While it may not be the strongest in terms of power, its speed and agility are unmatched at its level. It seems 0100 has lost the chance to escape and must fight to the death. Now, we can only hope he manages to slay this eagle, otherwise." The host's words trailed off, but everyone understood the grim implication. If Lu Yu couldn't defeat that Song Yu giant eagle, he was indeed facing a dead end. At this critical moment, he lightly patted Mei Xin's shoulder, feigning calmness, and said, "It's okay. I'm still here." This should have been a moment to showcase his masculinity, and Lu Yu even felt quite dashing. However, Mei Xin quickly shattered his confidence with a single sentence. I remember you're still at the 7th level of body refinement. Her eyes were full of doubt. Lu Yu took a deep breath and curled his lips into a disdainful smile. I'm already at the 8th level. Before he finished speaking, he unleashed a powerful aura, causing the surrounding sand and stones to fly. Mei Xin watched in shock at the scene before her. In just a short time, Lu Yu had broken through from the 6th to the 8th level of body refinement, a progress she found unbelievable. However, she quickly became worried again. The Sanyu giant eagle is a 9th-tier beast. Even at the 8th level, it's too risky. We should think about escaping first. Feeling the lack of trust, Lu Yu looked up at the giant eagle circling in the sky and suddenly revealed a sly smile. Mei Xin, how about we make a bet? What kind of bet? If I can defeat that Sanyu giant eagle and take you away, you owe me a favor, Lu Yu teased. Mei Xin became wary. What kind of favor? Don't worry, it's not that kind of favor. Then what kind? There's no fun in asking that way. Forget it, I'm leaving. Lu Yu pretended to put away his red electric spear and leave. Just then, that Sanyu giant eagle seized the moment and dove down from high above. Mei Xin panicked. Wait, I agree. Anything? Lu Yu asked unhurriedly. Mei Xin gritted her teeth. Anything. The live stream erupted instantly, with comments flooding the screen. Lu, the king of flirting, even in this situation? A role model for us all. Anything? Really? You guys are hopeless. Think about how to deal with the Sanyu giant eagle. At this moment, the Sanyu giant eagle was diving down from 10,000 meters high, its wings tucked in, reaching maximum speed. The host's voice trembled. It's going for a kill shot. Even a lion uses all its strength to hunt a rabbit. This 9th-tier Sanyu giant eagle clearly doesn't plan to give Lu Yu any chance to counterattack. Mei Xin looked at the menacing giant eagle in despair. Lu Yu, run. I can't dodge it. But Lu Yu shook his head and smiled. I would like to leave, but you've already agreed to my terms. As he spoke, flames erupted around him, and the red electric spear crackled with arcs, as if a fire god had descended. A 9th-tier star beast, the Sanyu giant eagle, is it? If you're seeking death, there's nothing I can do. If you're looking for trouble, there's nothing I can do to stop you. Faced with the giant azure-winged eagle diving from the sky, Lu Yu remained calm and fearless. As a peak-level body refinement practitioner with numerous abilities, mastery in both gun and fist combat, and, most importantly, an SS-grade talent, he was fully confident. Mei Xin, unaware of his confidence, turned pale and fixed her gaze on the sky. Well, dying here with you isn't the worst thing. Dying here wouldn't be so bad. The scenery's nice, and it's good company, Lu Yu replied nonchalantly. Just as Mei Xin was about to speak, the giant eagle swooped down to 100 meters above them. Its enormous, several-meter-long body exuded a strong stench as the wind howled. At that moment, Lu Yu sprang into action. He turned into a blaze of fire, his step causing the ground to tremble. Like a spear piercing the heavens, he aimed his gun straight at the giant eagle. This sudden attack left Mei Xin no chance to follow. The eagle hadn't anticipated its prey would fight back. Its narrow eyes flashed with disdain as it opened its sharp beak to strike, already considering Lu Yu as caught. Overconfident, aren't you? Lu Yu, expressionless, thrust his weapon skyward. Boom. Man and beast collided midair. Lu Yu's strike was so powerful that it not only neutralized the eagle's dive, but also left it momentarily dizzy, nearly causing it to plummet. He landed back on the ground with ease. Your strength is incredible. Mei Xin's eyes widened in astonishment. Lu Yu smiled. No need to thank me yet. Just remember what I said before. Mei Xin blushed at his words. The live stream audience erupted once again. The king of bravado lives up to his name, always making a statement. That strike was insane, even stunned the giant eagle. No wonder he was so calm before. His strength is truly terrifying. The host was equally astonished. This guy, challenging a 9th-tier star beast as an 8th-tier body refiner? Unbelievable. He quickly added, though contestant 0100 is formidable, the giant eagle won't give up easily. After failing its frontal assault, it's likely to seek another opportunity to attack, so the situation remains dangerous. Sure enough, realizing Lu Yu's strength, the giant eagle temporarily halted its attack and began to circle in the sky. Mei Xin, noticing this, couldn't help but feel anxious. Lu Yu, what should we do now that this guy has his eyes on us? Mei Xian asked anxiously. It's simple. I could just leave you here, and it wouldn't be able to do anything to me, Lu Yu said nonchalantly. Seeing the reproachful look in Mei Xian's eyes, Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh. Relax, you're my daughter. How could I ever leave you behind? Mei Xian sighed helplessly. For some reason, she always felt at a disadvantage when dealing with Lu Yu. So what do we do now? The competition doesn't end for over 20 hours, she asked seriously, looking at her seemingly unreliable father. Nothing to worry about, Lu Yu said casually, killing a star beast with ease. When it comes down, we'll just give it a good beating. To everyone's surprise, Lu Yu started roasting meat on the spot. He even whimsically used the tough hide of the star beast as a pot to make soup. Despite the lack of any seasoning, the aroma quickly filled the air. Mei Xian was initially worried about the giant Songyu eagle overhead, but after tasting the food, she was won over by its deliciousness. Wow, this is amazing, she exclaimed while devouring the meal. Why doesn't it have any fishy taste? I use so many spices at home and still can't get rid of it. Let's split this leg. The audience in the live stream was stunned. Isn't this supposed to be a genius competition? How did it turn into a cooking show? Lu the Glutton is impressive, but Mei Xian is just as much. That's a valuable 5th-tier star beast. I want some too. Lu Yu is such a good cook. I want to marry him. Just as the host was debating whether to leave due to hunger, a massive shadow suddenly loomed over Lu Yu and Mei Xian. The Songyu eagle finally launched its attack. This 9th-tier star beast, with intelligence comparable to humans, chose the perfect moment to strike from the sunny side, cleverly avoiding any shadows that might give away its approach. By the time Mei Xian noticed it in terror, the gigantic creature was less than 100 meters away. In that critical moment, Mei Xian felt a gentle tap on her shoulder. Keep eating. In the next instant, Lu Yu's figure shot up into the sky like a blaze of fire. Lu Yu was seething with anger. As someone who had studied culinary arts, he valued praise for his skills above all else. Just when Mei Xian was enthusiastically complimenting him, this guy decided to cause trouble. Today, he was determined to teach him a lesson. As Lu Yu steeled himself, the massive Songyu eagle was already upon him. At this distance, there was no turning back. The eagle let out a sharp screech, its talons, gleaming with a black-golden hue, aimed straight at Lu Yu. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. If those talons caught him, it would be certain death. A regular adult eagle can easily lift prey 3 times its own weight, let alone this colossal creature. To it, Lu Yu was no more than an ant. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lu Yu didn't dodge the incoming lethal attack. Instead, he thrust his spear directly at the giant eagle's wing. This scene left the audience in shock. Even the Songyu eagle hadn't expected such a move. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in its eyes as it continued its dive, without hesitation. Shoo! The sound of flesh tearing was accompanied by a piercing eagle's cry. The right wing of the Songyu eagle was pierced by Lu Yu's spear. Meanwhile, an earthy yellow glow enveloped Lu Yu. This was his level ability, Earth Spirit Body, which doubled his defense and increased his recovery speed by 50. He withstood the eagle's attack heaten. No way. Lu the Invincible actually took it heaten? And he's unharmed. That's definitely some kind of ability. Wait, how many abilities does he have? At least 4, right? That's insane. As the audience marveled, an even more jaw-dropping scene unfolded. Lu Yu was climbing onto the Songyu eagle's body. The 2 figures were rapidly ascending into the sky. The host quickly explained, "Everyone, don't worry. Contestant 0100 must have been forced to cling on. He'll likely jump off soon. Otherwise, if the eagle reaches an altitude of 10,000 meters, even a 9th-level body refiner wouldn't survive." This analysis quickly garnered agreement from many spectators. Although Lu Yu managed to withstand the attack from the Songyu giant eagle, he was now firmly grasped and being carried into the sky. The spectators on the ground held their breath, expecting him to jump off immediately. After all, at this height, any warrior below the mountain-moving realm would surely die from the fall. However, Lu Yu's actions were beyond anyone's expectations. "I'll make you cry. I'll make you howl," Lu Yu shouted, fiercely stabbing his red lightning spear into the eagle's back. "Weren't you arrogantly staring at me just now? Why so timid now? Can't even let me cook in peace, can you?" He decisively pierced 2 bloody holes into the eagle's back and unhesitatingly leapt inside, almost engulfing himself within the eagle's flesh. His stance clearly indicated his intent to kill the Songyu giant eagle on the spot. Sensing the danger, the eagle let out a harrowing scream, wildly twisting and spiraling in the air. But Lu Yu had already anchored himself firmly with his red lightning spear, rooted in the eagle's flesh without budging an inch. The live audience and the host were stunned. What is he doing? This isn't the Songyu giant eagle hunting Lu Yu. It's Lu Yu hunting the eagle. Just because it interrupted his cooking? That's really unfortunate, isn't it? The host swallowed hard. Contestant 0100's actions are too risky. The current flying altitude is at least 5,000 meters. But Lu Yu was confident. The moment he touched the eagle, he had already copied its S-level ability Wind Wing Slash, and it was an upgraded system version with temporary wind control. He just needed to focus on defeating the eagle, then he could easily jump down and land safely using the wind. The Songyu giant eagle finally panicked. It let out an unprecedented screech, causing the winds in the sky to suddenly freeze, then transform into hundreds of sharp wind blades sweeping towards him. These blades were incredibly sharp, deadly even to a 6th-level body refinement warrior. "Human, do you really seek your own demise?" The eagle surprisingly spoke in a human voice, its furious eyes locked onto Lu Yu. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, looking up at the eagle's eyes which had turned 180 degrees, and suddenly laughed. "Didn't expect you to speak human language. What now? If you have the guts, come and cut me. With that, he drove the red lightning spear deeply into the eagle's back, nearly the entire 2-meter length submerged, leaving only the hilt visible. Wow, that's brutal. The host couldn't help but exclaim. Are you ruthless? Lu Yu stood on the back of the Tsanyu giant eagle, a fierce smile playing on his lips. I'm bouncing on your back, are you going to stab me? If you do, we'll both die under these wind blades. If not, I'll just keep bouncing. The live stream erupted instantly. Comments flooded in like a downpour. Textbook move. Lu the King never fails to impress. This kind of rogue tactic is going to drive the Tsanyu giant eagle crazy. Hearing this shameless threat, the Tsanyu giant eagle nearly spat out a mouthful of eagle blood in anger. It hovered high in the air, hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Human, do you really want mutual destruction? I'll let you go now and won't trouble you again in the future. This concession surprised everyone. However, Liu didn't accept it. Instead, he raised his scarlet lightning spear and stabbed it into the eagle's back once more. No. Today I want roast eagle wings. A piercing eagle screech tore through the sky. The Tsanyu giant eagle could no longer endure this. It had refrained from action due to its impending breakthrough to the mountain-moving realm, but now its bloodline's ferocity was fully unleashed. Hundreds of wind blades converged in the air, howling towards its own back. The audience's expressions turned to regret. They were 10,000 meters high. Even if Lu Yu could dodge the wind blades, he would hardly escape a fatal fall. In the control room, Zhuoqi frowned but gestured to keep watching. Lord Zhua, let's see. No fool gets this far. Lu Yu looked at the oncoming wind blades and suddenly burst into laughter, leaping out of the bloody hole. He stood there on the eagle's back, facing the howling wind, completely still. Human, let's die together. The Tsanyu giant eagle roared, increasing the speed of the wind blades. Facing the threat of death, Lu Yu wore a confident smile. Sorry, but the only one dying is you. With that, he extended his hand forward and uttered a single word. Stop. In the next moment, the wind blades that were about to strike suddenly halted a few meters from Lu Yu, as if they had hit an invisible barrier. This unexpected turn of events left everyone present stunned, except for Zhuoqi, whose eyes gleamed with excitement. Wind element ability. The host's voice echoed through the live broadcast. Lu Yu has mastered the wind element ability, and it's at least in S level, possibly even reaching S level. Otherwise, it would be impossible to stop the innate ability of the Tsanyu giant eagle. The Tsanyu giant eagle's eyes widened as it desperately tried to control the wind blades, only to find them completely beyond its control. Human Yu. Before it could finish speaking, Lu Yu gently waved his hand. Hundreds of wind blades instantly changed direction, shooting like lightning straight towards the head of the giant eagle. With a piercing ripping sound, the eagle's head vanished instantly, and its massive body lifelessly plummeted. Lu Yu had already calmly stepped forward, using the power of the wind element ability to gracefully descend, as if walking down an invisible staircase. This scene sent the live stream chat into a frenzy. Lu God, I bow to you. This move was pure genius. Skipping straight from level 1 to level 6, incredible. Suddenly, someone remembered the points issue. Wait, how many points do you get for killing a 9th level star beast? The host paused for a moment before responding. 25,000 points. Almost simultaneously, the AI notification sounded. Congratulations to number 0100 for hunting a 9th level star beast, awarding 25,000 points. This message spread to all contestants' AI terminals. Those who had already found hiding spots were shocked. They eagerly opened the leaderboard and saw Lu Yu at the top with a staggering 47,100 points. Again, it's number 0100. This guy really hunted a 9th level star beast? Is this even fair? The top 10 contestants were instantly filled with a deep sense of defeat. Lu Yu looked at the exaggerated number and couldn't help but pat his chest, relieved he had given up in time. Competing with such a monster is just asking for humiliation, he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, in the control room, Zhuoqi burst into laughter. Promising talent. Zhuoqi couldn't hide his excitement. I must report this discovery to Lord Yin immediately. Lu Yu's performance amazed him at only 18 years old. He had managed to kill a 9th-tier star beast at the 8th level of body refining. Even more remarkable were his numerous talents. Any one of these abilities would mark him as a genius among his peers, yet they were all embodied in one person. Zhuoqi felt as if he could already see a bright future where humans rise in the endless sea of stars. Our human race is certainly not the weakest, he thought to himself. Beside him, Lu Yushan was even more delighted, already contemplating how to approach Lu Yu when they met. This young man was destined for greatness and might even surpass the one in the Star Hall. Just as the two were immersed in their joy, an intelligence officer hurried over. Lord Zhua, there's a change in the situation. 2 more 9th-tier star beasts are converging on contestant number 0100. Zhuoqi's brow furrowed instantly. Both at once. How could they be so coordinated? Lu Yushan felt uneasy. Huh. It's likely that mountain-moving realm star beast pulling the strings, Zhuiqi sneered. The star beasts are relentless in their intent to destroy our human race. What should we do now? Lu Yushan asked worriedly. Zhuiqi turned and asked, do you trust Lu Yu? Absolutely. Lu Yushan replied without hesitation. Zhuiqi nodded with a smile. Then that's enough. I trust this young man too. He's already at the peak of the 8th level of body refining and just battled the Tsang Yu giant eagle. With his extraordinary talents, he's likely to break through again. He then inquired, how long until the star beasts arrive? About an hour. The intelligence officer replied quietly. That's plenty of time. Zhuiqi's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Let's keep watching and see what other surprises this young man has in store. Lu Yushan nodded in agreement, and at that moment, Lu Yu had just landed. Lu Yu landed gracefully, his movements fluid and seamless. Mei Xian was stunned. Her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Yu had actually slain a 9th-tier star beast from such a high altitude. Seeing Mei Xian's dumbfounded expression, Lu Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. He smirked slightly. What do you think? Didn't you doubt my abilities earlier? Do you think I'm strong now? Mei Xian was momentarily taken aback, then nodded vigorously. Very strong. Her tone was full of genuine admiration. Want to see just how strong? Lu Yu asked with a meaningful look. Mei Xian's eyes lit up, thinking Lu Yu wanted to spar with her. She was secretly thrilled. The thought of sparring with someone stronger was exciting. Sure, let's try, she agreed happily. Lu Yu's smile widened. Then let's try tonight. Mei Xian instantly caught the suggestive undertone in his words, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed. Yet she dared not act rashly. She couldn't beat him in a fight, nor could she scold him. The livestream audience watched this unfold, and the comments section exploded. Lu Yu's flirting game is on point. Just finished slaying a star beast, and now he's flirting? The giant eagle was probably killed for interrupting his flirting. Having teased Mei Xian enough, Lu Yu turned serious. Remember the conditions? I'm off to train. Training again? Mei Xian was puzzled. I'm close to a breakthrough, Lu Yu said matter-of-factly. Isn't that normal? Another breakthrough? Mei Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. The audience in the live stream was equally shocked. He had just had a breakthrough last night, and now another? The host looked at the screen and explained in a deep voice. The idea of an unstable foundation is too vague. Some people spend their whole lives cultivating without stabilizing their foundation, while others progress rapidly and still have an unstable foundation. But Lu Yu, his breakthroughs are as natural as drinking water. Lu Yu was oblivious to the external chatter. He sat directly on the corpse of the giant eagle and laid out over 100 high-grade source crystals. These were the remainder of the 200 high-grade source crystals he had brought on this trip. Mei Xian was speechless with shock at the sight of so many source crystals. This is too extravagant. Want to join? Lu Yu asked, turning his head. I'll pass. Mei Xian shook her head. I'm afraid I'll affect your breakthrough. She was too embarrassed to use someone else's training resources and worried her presence might disperse the star energy. But as it turned out, Mei Xian's worries were completely unnecessary. Lu Yu's training scene was absolutely astounding. The star energy flowing from the source crystal was so dense it could overwhelm any martial artist at the 8th level of body refinement. However, Lu Yu not only absorbed all this power completely, but also drew in all the star energy from the surrounding air. 100 meters away, Mei Xin felt a chill down her spine, as if the star energy within her was being stripped away, causing her face to pale. Her beautiful eyes flashed with curiosity as she thought to herself, such talent and strength at this age is simply unheard of. In the live stream, viewers were eagerly watching Lu Yu's training process. How long will it take for the king of breakthroughs this time? Based on past experiences, at least 3 hours. I bet 5 hours. The host confidently analyzed. According to the data, number 0100 will take about 4 hours to break through this time. The higher the level, the longer the breakthrough. That's a rule. However, before the words were out, an invisible wave of energy had already spread from Lu Yu. Even Mei Xin, hundreds of meters away, could feel the heart palpitating. Lu Yu had completed the breakthrough in just half an hour. Opening his eyes, Lu Yu's powerful energy was so intense that it made the sweat on his body evaporate. He tentatively threw a punch, instantly pulverizing the 1,000-pound corpse of a Tsang Yu giant eagle into pulp. When he ran, his figure turned into a streak of light, leaving only an afterimage. Checking the system panel. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, 9th level of body refinement. Copy points, 300, any number of copies, 5. Talent, SS level ability. Skills, Wind Wing / S level wind. Torrential Ice Needles S level ice. Scarlet Flames level fire. Golden Holy Lights level gold. Water Escape a level water. Earth Spirit Body a level earth. Wood Healing level wood. Strength, 10,300 kilograms. Speed, 1,030 milliseconds. Neural Response, SSS. Weapon, Scarlet Lightning Spear level. Looking at these strength data surpassing 10,000 kilograms and speed nearing 3 times the speed of sound, Lu Yu felt a surge of confidence. Facing a mountain-moving realm beast might not be impossible. At this moment, Meixin approached and asked, Lu Yu, have you reached the 9th level of body refinement? Accidentally leveled up again. Lu Yu maintained his humble demeanor. You know, that's really annoying. Meixin gritted her teeth. Okay, actually it was through great effort that I leveled up. I still think accidentally is more fitting. I'm stronger now, wanna try? Get lost. Meixin continued to grind her teeth, secretly wondering why this guy was never serious. The live chat was buzzing with comments. Noted the golden phrase. Accidentally leveled up again. Such humility, a traditional virtue. Meixin brushed the hair from her forehead and asked, what now? Do we wait until the time's up to leave? No, now. Lu Yu pointed to the wings of the Tsangyu giant eagle. We're having roasted eagle wings. Meixin's eyes lit up. You're cooking? Of course. Then I'll just wait eagerly. Thinking of Lu Yu's culinary skills, Meixin beamed with a smile. Just then, both of their smart devices sounded an alert. Attention contestants, 2 9th-level star beasts are moving towards the southeastern plains area. Southeast Plains region? Both Lu Yu and Meixin were taken aback. Meixin quickly accessed the smart brain, and her face turned pale instantly. Lu Yu, the 2 9th-tier star beasts are coming for us. Meixin's voice trembled. Lu Yu rapidly scanned the map, confirming the terrible truth in the entire southeast region. They were the only ones in this plain. Even more alarming, the smart brain indicated that the 2 star beasts were less than 10 minutes away. The live stream room exploded with activity. 2 9th-tier star beasts. It must be the battle vibrations that attracted them. Lu Baolong is in danger this time. Should we watch the 2 beasts team up? Stop dreaming. Lu Baolong isn't foolish. He'll definitely run. The host, ignoring the pain on his face, quickly adjusted the camera. When the screen returned, his expression froze. Thunder Lion and Giant Spirit Python. In the camera, a massive, bluish-gray lion and an equally gigantic python were racing towards Lu Yu. Trees toppled wherever they passed, as if swept away by bulldozers. The audience's comments flooded in. This is big trouble. Both are powerful combat species. The Thunder Lion's lightning ability is terrifying. It can summon lightning strikes. The Giant Spirit Python is even scarier. It inherits the bloodline of the 7-colored python. Even Tianyuan realm experts struggle against it. The ground had already started to tremble, and Lu Yu could feel the vibrations from the approaching beasts. Soon, their figures appeared on the horizon, a majestic thunder lion, and beside it, a giant spirit python, its scales shimmering magnificently in the sunlight. Meixin trembled slightly, turning to Lu Yu, awaiting his decision. Whether to fight or flee, she would follow. Noticing Meixin's pale face, Lu Yu gently pinched her cheek. What are you afraid of? Of course I'm afraid. These 2 are no joke, Meixin replied nervously, not even realizing Lu Yu was teasing her. In the distance, the Thunder Lion was the first to spot them. It roared towards the sky, the sound like a thunderclap. This roar made Lu Yu's eyes light up. As someone who had studied star beast illustrations, he immediately recognized this as the Thunder Lion's innate ability, Thunder Roar. It can summon thunder and lightning. Lu Yu looked at the skill in front of him with a hint of excitement in his eyes. This combined with the red lightning spear is simply perfect. Just as he was about to dismiss the giant spirit python with disdain, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. Host, bloodlines can also be copied. System, are you sure? Lu Yu was taken aback. As long as the host can afford the copy points, the system can replicate anything. The system replied with a touch of pride. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Amazing. Your capabilities are incredible. Serving the host is the system's mission. The system replied humbly. In that case, how about giving me a few billion copy points? Lu Yu joked. Host, you're dreaming. The system retorted bluntly. At that moment, 2 star beasts were already closing in from a few kilometers away. Mei Xian instinctively grabbed Lu Yu's arm, trembling slightly. Lu Yu, what do we do now? Feeling the soft touch on his arm, Lu Yu secretly enjoyed it, but the situation was urgent. He gently patted Mei Xian's shoulder. Don't panic. I'm here. Before Mei Xian could speak, Lu Yu assured her. Trust me, I'm strong. I can handle this. In the live broadcast room, the comments poured in like rain. It's over, it's over. Goddess Mei Xian is going to fall for him. Are girls really that easy to fool these days? Don't underestimate Lu Yu. He's a rare genius who stood out from billions. The host timely summarized. Ladies and gentlemen, the most critical question now is whether Lu Yu can defeat these 2 9th-tier star beasts. If he succeeds, he will become the first of his age group in Blue Star's history. All the viewers held their breath, eyes fixed on the screen. This battle would not only determine Lu Yu's fate, but would also be recorded in Blue Star's history. Lu Yu stood calmly in the arena, sizing up the 2 star beasts in front of him, oblivious to the murmurs of concern from the crowd. If he knew that everyone was worried about him, he might not be able to suppress a laugh. In truth, if he hadn't just broken through to the 9th level of body refining, facing 2 powerful star beasts would indeed be challenging. But now, even against a 10th level opponent, he felt confident in handling them with ease. His composed demeanor brought some comfort to Mei Xian, who was watching from the sidelines. Lu Yu, go for it, Mei Xian quietly encouraged. Lu Yu nodded in acknowledgement and reminded her, remember, after a big fight, you'll need to replenish your energy. Before the words were fully out of his mouth, he shot towards the two star beasts like an arrow. His sudden offensive left everyone stunned, including the star beasts, who didn't react immediately. The Thunder Lion was the first to recover, letting out a deafening roar that shattered the surrounding rocks with its sonic waves. But this had no effect on Lu Yu, who crossed several kilometers in mere seconds. Lu Yu stomped the ground, launching himself into the air like a cannonball. His silver-gray combat suit gleamed with a metallic sheen, and his crimson lightning spear aimed directly at the Thunder Lion's chest. The beast's eyes widened with a human-like expression of shock. It had intended to swallow Lu Yu whole, but suddenly sensed a powerful threat to its life, and hurriedly raised its paw to defend itself. The crimson lightning spear collided with the Thunder Lion's paw, and in the next instant, the spear penetrated deeply into the beast's paw. The spear's glow pierced through, leaving a bloody hole in the Thunder Lion's paw. Roar! The Thunder Lion was a mix of pain and anger, unable to believe its paw had been pierced by a single strike. In its fury, it shook Lu Yu off. But Lu Yu held firmly onto his spear, smoothly withdrawing it as he landed gracefully, unscathed, despite another roar from the Thunder Lion. This initial clash left the audience in awe. The leap from the 8th to the 9th level of body refining had dramatically boosted Lu Yu's power. Previously, during his battle with the Sky Feather Giant Eagle, he hadn't seemed so effortlessly composed. The Thunder Lion growled low, its eyes filled with caution. Lu Yu, however, shook his head in disappointment. Big guy, your strength is really too weak. This remark not only infuriated the Thunder Lion, but also thrilled the live stream viewers. Human, you're a bit too arrogant. The Thunder Lion spoke, showcasing the high intelligence expected of a 9th-tier star beast. In the live stream chat, comments flooded in. Lu the King is still Lu the King. Always saying you're too weak, huh? Did Lu the King really get this much stronger after the breakthrough? I was just worried about him a moment ago. Let me guess, Lu the King probably used less than 50 of his strength. Seeing Lu Yu gaining the upper hand, the atmosphere in the live stream became much more relaxed. In the arena, the Thunder Lion's gaze was locked onto Lu Yu like a sharp sword. Lu Yu casually spread his hands, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. You're too weak to even admit it? How about this? I won't use any weapons. Let's have a unknown fight. He then turned to the side to address the giant spirit python, pointing at the massive creature flicking its tongue. Hey, you, with the tongue thing, do you think that's cute? While I'm dueling with the big guy, you better not interfere, or I'll cut off your tongue. The giant spirit python was momentarily stunned, its tongue frozen midair. A moment later, its snake eyes narrowed with fury. Human, are you looking for death? The Thunder Lion suddenly spoke, its voice like thunder. Do as he says, don't interfere. As fellow 9th-tier star beasts, they were naturally rivals, and if not for certain orders, they wouldn't be traveling together. There's no need for politeness now. The giant spirit python grew even more enraged. Fine. Even if you get killed by this human today, I won't lift a finger to help. Huh. The Thunder Lion sneered. A human without weapons. How can his body compare to mine? He's nothing but food for me. You better stay out of it. With that tone, are you looking to spar with me? Spar it is. Do you think I'm afraid of you because of what happened last time? The Thunder Lion's body suddenly crackled with lightning as it roared at the giant spirit python. The python stood its ground, coiling its body and baring its fangs. The sudden onset of an internal conflict left all the spectators dumbfounded. The live broadcast chat room erupted instantly. What's happening? An internal fight. Lu the King just pulled a masterstroke, stirring up a fight between star beasts with just a few words. Amazing. Can't wait to see the star beasts clash. Even the host was stunned for a couple of seconds before reacting. It's clear that contestant 0100's ultimate goal was to instigate a fight between the star beasts. This move is truly brilliant. Contestant 0100 is undoubtedly both brave and wise, worthy of learning from. However, Lu Yu himself was confused. What did I do? I didn't do anything. I really wanted to fight you guys unknown. Hey, don't start fighting. He thought to himself. I was just trying to trick them into a duel to copy their abilities. But this unexpected result is quite something. Let them fight while I sneak over to copy their abilities, then clean up afterward. Thinking this, Lu Yu praised his own cleverness and stealthily approached the Thunder Lion. Just as he was about to touch the lion's furry leg, the Thunder Lion kicked him away. Human, get lost. Lu Yu flew back several hundred meters before stopping. At that moment, he was furious. You really don't take me seriously, do you? I have my pride too. I can't stand this anymore. Even the most patient person wouldn't tolerate this. In the next instant, Lu Yu transformed into a burst of flames, darting towards the Thunder Lion. Fiery red flames ignited instantly, followed by a heart-wrenching roar that echoed throughout the arena. Human, are you seeking death? The Thunder Lion's eyes bulged nearly out of their sockets. Done. Completely done. Lu Yu dusted off his hands in satisfaction. Now, can you talk to me properly? All the viewers in the live broadcast were left bewildered by Lu Yu's astonishing maneuver. The live stream was plunged into a stunned silence. The audience was left speechless, staring wide-eyed at Lu Yu's jaw-dropping move, unable to believe what they were seeing. Holy, Lu the King is ruthless. He just wiped him out right away. That's the ultimate humiliation for a man. The Thunder Lion is completely done for. The chat was flooded with comments, as the viewers' shock quickly turned into uproarious laughter. The host struggled to find words, finally saying, let's just enjoy the show, kids, don't try this at home. The giant spirit python was initially stunned, then erupted into thunderous laughter, its tongue hanging out as it laughed. Thunder, you're finished. Those lionesses at your place are as good as gone. Its laughter was so intense that the ground shook. Lu Yu remained composed in the face of the python's mockery. Don't worry, I'll take care of your vital parts next. This remark immediately froze the giant spirit python in place, a hint of sarcasm flashing in its snake eyes. Human, you're getting too cocky. Whether I'm cocky or not, why don't one of you come and find out? Lu Yu turned to the Thunder Lion, who was on the brink of a rampage. Big guy, since you've lost your pride, are you ready to fight me unknown now? The Thunder Lion, wrapped in a violent storm of electricity, glared at Lu Yu with blood-red eyes. Human, I will kill you. Before the words were fully spoken, it transformed into a streak of lightning, charging straight at Lu Yu. The livestream audience immediately became serious. The Thunder Lion is going all out. Of course, wouldn't you be furious? All his future happiness is gone. The host looked grave. The Thunder Lion is now unleashing its full power. In its fury, it might even exceed its usual strength, putting Lu Yu in danger. However, given Lu Yu's breakthrough to the 9th level of body refinement and his weapon advantage, he still has a good chance. Yet, Lu Yu seemed to enjoy defying the host's expectations. Just as the host mentioned the weapon advantage, Lu Yu planted the red electricity spear into the ground and charged at the Thunder Lion in a blaze of fire. The host sighed, rubbing his forehead. He's always proving me wrong. Do I not deserve any respect? Lu Yu's reason for abandoning the red electricity spear was simply hadn't planned on using it in the first place. After advancing to the 9th level of body refinement, Lu Yu felt fully confident as he faced the Thunder Lion. He glanced at the gun on his waist and smirked. Using a gun? What a waste. Let's see how powerful my physical strength has become. For Lu Yu and the Thunder Lion, the distance of several hundred meters vanished in an instant. As they rapidly closed in on each other, the Thunder Lion's crimson eyes fixated on Lu Yu, and its forepaw, accompanied by a fierce gust, aimed directly at his chest. Human, challenging my beast clan in physical strength? You're doomed, the Thunder Lion roared, its voice echoing all around. Lu Yu remained calm, a spark of battle intent flickering in his eyes. Oh? Is that so? Before the words fully left his mouth, he had already thrown a punch. Great mountain cracking fist. A burst of golden light enveloped Lu Yu instantly. This was his class ability, Golden Holy Light, an auxiliary ability that provided a 50 boost to all attributes. More terrifyingly, this 50 increase stacked on top of the 100 power boost from the mountain cracking fist, effectively doubling Lu Yu's original strength. With this dual enhancement, the power of his punch soared to 3 times its original force, a staggering 40,000 kilograms. The air compressed violently under the force of the punch, emitting a sharp, explosive sound. The Thunder Lion's eyes widened, and before it could react, Lu Yu's fist slammed into its forepaw. In an instant, the beast's right forepaw disintegrated into a mist of blood, exposing stark white bones. Roar! A piercing wail echoed through the area, and the Thunder Lion could no longer support its injured limb. The livestream erupted in chaos. What kind of power is this? Holy crap! He obliterated the Thunder Lion's paw with one punch. This punch has to be at least 20,000 kilograms. The host choked on his own words, unable to believe what he was witnessing. What's going on? Was Lu Yu hiding his strength all along? On the sidelines, Meixin finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from her palms. She looked at Lu Yu's back and silently grumbled. This guy, acting weak when he's so strong, made me worry for nothing. She patted her chest, calming her nerves. Lu Yu, however, felt it was necessary. If he showed his full strength right away and scared off either the Thunder Lion or the giant python, it would be a huge loss. How does it feel? Lu Yu asked with a smile from 100 meters away. The Thunder Lion, now awakened by the searing pain, gazed at Lu Yu with eyes full of fear. Human, what level are you at? This is the 9th level of body refining? Who are you trying to fool? The Thunder Lion roared incredulously, unable to accept that it had been beaten by a mere human at the 9th level of body refining, despite its own battered state. I really am at the 9th level, and I just broke through, Lu Yu said, shaking his head. After a moment's thought, he added, I only used about 80% of my strength against you. He deliberately downplayed his abilities, worried that the lion might flee. Hearing this, a trace of disdain flashed in the Thunder Lion's eyes. 80% strength? Clearly, it was just pretending. This human must have used all his power. Today's humiliation will not go unavenged. Human, you're pretending. The Thunder Lion stammered, finally roaring in frustration. Roar? Your human words are too tricky. Prepare to die. Before the sentence was finished, the Thunder Lion erupted in dazzling lightning, electric currents coursing under its blue fur. This was its innate ability, thunder augmentation of the body. It struck again, its paw crackling with dangerous electricity. I'm pretending? Lu Yu was taken aback, a wave of emotion washing over him. Could it really see that I was being modest? I'm so touched. No one ever believes me when I say that. They all think I'm showing off. I can't believe Brother Lion actually understands me. Filled with this inexplicable emotion, Lu Yu threw a punch. Golden light burst from his body, his fist like a small sun, colliding directly with the Thunder Lion's electrified paw. You tricked me, human. Amidst the booming sound, the Thunder Lion's attack was shattered once again. It roared to the sky, its gaze full of malice. You claim to be using all your strength, yet you still have more to unleash. What the heck? Lu Yu was baffled. Didn't I say I only used 80%? So you didn't believe me either? Huh. None of your human words can be trusted. They must all be understood in reverse. The Thunder Lion became increasingly wary, realizing it had been deceived again. Lu Yu's face fell instantly. I swear, I'm telling the truth, but you still don't believe me. What else can I do? The livestream audience was already in stitches with laughter. This is hilarious. The Thunder Lion outsmarted itself. Doesn't it know Lu Bawang is always honest? I thought he was bragging too, but it turns out this kid is genuinely sincere. Imagining things on your own is the most lethal. Meanwhile, the Thunder Lion on the scene was already considering its escape route. This human was not only powerful, but also cunning. Truly a formidable opponent. As soon as the Thunder Lion conceived the idea of confronting Lu Yu, it turned and fled, its front paws barely touching the ground in its hasty retreat. This unexpected turn of events left the giant spirit python, who was watching from the side, dumbfounded, and Lu Yu was momentarily stunned. No way, I haven't copied your talent yet. Lu Yu shouted, immediately giving chase. Realizing he couldn't catch up at normal running speed, he decisively activated his wind-based abilities, soaring into the air to pursue from above. Due to its injured front paw, the Thunder Lion's speed had significantly decreased, and Lu Yu quickly caught up. The lion halted, its fur standing on end as it growled. Human, do you really want to fight to the death? Lu Yu sneered. Who's fighting to the death with you? Get down. Before the words were fully out of his mouth, he descended from the sky, landing heavily on the Thunder Lion's back. With a loud crash, the massive lion's head smashed into the ground. Copy, Lu Yu said without hesitation. The system promptly provided a notification. Thunder, Grade Lightning ability, increases strength by 100 and speed by 50 when used. Additionally, gain the ability, Thunder Roar, which inflicts 40 extra lightning damage on the target. Just as Lu Yu was considering whether to copy again, the Thunder Lion erupted in fury. Human, you're courting death. It roared, its body instantly enveloped in arcs of electricity. The previously clear sky suddenly filled with ominous clouds. A deep blue lightning bolt descended from the dark clouds, targeting Lu Yu. The onlookers held their breath, urging Lu Yu to dodge. Yet, instead of evading, Lu Yu casually plopped down on the Thunder Lion's head, taunting, let it strike. Boom. The lightning struck, but bizarrely veered off course, hitting the Thunder Lion instead. Arg. It howled in agony, its fur standing on end. It tried to rise but was pinned down by Lu Yu's weight, unable to move. Lu Yu leisurely plucked a tuft of lion fur, teasing, hey, you missed. Try hitting me again. I'm right here, not moving. Whoever moves is a coward. The Thunder Lion, puzzled, assumed it was just a fluke and activated its ability again. This time, the lightning was even thicker, yet once more it bizarrely struck itself. The arcs crackled, smoke rose from its body, and its consciousness began to blur, the air filled with the scent of charred meat. Lu Yu, growing bolder, lay down on the Thunder Lion. Go on, big guy. I'm lying down now. Surely your chances of hitting me are higher. The Thunder Lion, thoroughly enraged, mustered its strength to fling Lu Yu off. It staggered to its feet, summoning lightning once more. Human, turn to ash. However, Lu Yu merely glanced at the sky and shook his head slightly. In the next instant, the most massive bolt of lightning crashed down, striking the Thunder Lion directly. With a thunderous crash, the Thunder Lion collapsed, its limbs twitching, its eyes losing focus. Human, why do you have my ability too? With its last breath, the Thunder Lion realized something was amiss. The storm clouds in the sky hadn't been summoned by it at all. The audience watching the live stream heard this and were equally bewildered. The words of the Thunder Lion brought the live stream to a sudden silence. The viewers were struck by a shocking realization. Not only does Lu Yu possess lightning abilities, but his power level is so high that he can suppress the Thunder Lion. The audience in the live stream had already learned to maintain a calm attitude towards Lu Yu's abilities. Another power? They've lost count. This guy has long surpassed the realm of ordinary people. Meanwhile, the host choked on his drink, muttering under his breath. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Damn, this is insane. This comment seemed to open the floodgates, as the once quiet live stream erupted into chaos. The host is right. Damn, this is insane. Agreed. Support. Not too many, just 8 or 9 dozen abilities, barely enough. In the arena, Lu Yu had already shifted his attention to the giant python. The Thunder Lion's death epitomized ease and elegance. Its thundercloud was sealed by Lu Yu, with no chance to fight back before it was killed. At this moment, the giant python cowered under Lu Yu's gaze. It calculated internally. After battling the Thunder Lion for centuries without a clear winner, watching its opponent be effortlessly slain left nothing to compete for. Ha! Young man, what a skill you have to easily kill that scoundrel Thunder Lion. The giant python immediately changed its strategy, flattering with a flick of its tongue. As they say, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Young man, you've avenged me for hundreds of years. We hit it off right away. Why not seize this opportune day to become sworn brothers, one man and one beast? The live stream audience was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Oh my goodness, what kind of mythical snake is this? The enemy of my enemy is my friend? This tactic is brilliant. I, the snake, and brother Lu don't ask to be born on the same day, but to die on the same day. The host was dumbfounded in the centuries of the Federation's history. What grand scenes haven't they seen? But a star beast recognizing kinship? That's a first. The giant python was now on edge. It vividly recalled Lu Yu's earlier comment about chopping it up and feared it wasn't a joke. Lu Yu's expression turned peculiar. What the heck? You want to be brothers with me? Sorry, I'd rather chop you up than be brothers. The giant python was terrified. No, please. Young man, I have some daughters at home. Would you like to meet them? In this critical moment, it resorted to emotional appeals, seeing Lu Yu's youth as an opportunity. Now it was Lu Yu's turn to be startled. A human-snake romance? Sorry, I'm not playing Susian today. Die. Lu Yu waved his hand, and the red lightning spear flew through the air, landing firmly in his grasp. As the thunder ability abruptly activated, lightning flickered in the sky, and dark clouds swiftly covered the heavens. The giant spirit snake was stunned by the bizarre scene before it. It opened its massive mouth, eager to explain. What's with this guy? Not interested in a little snake? Actually, my wife, she. Before it could finish, Lu Yu vanished in a rage. In the blink of an eye, he appeared atop the giant spirit snake's head and stomped down hard. With a snap, the giant spirit snake's mouth clamped shut, unable to utter another word. Lu Yu let out a sigh of relief and immediately declared, "Copy." The system promptly notified, "Ding. The copy points required for this attempt exceed the points you have left. Would you like to use a free copy attempt?" This message caught Lu Yu off guard. His remaining 200 points weren't enough. This indicated that this was a big catch. Excited by the thought, he quickly responded, "Copy." Ding. Copy upgrade successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Half-Blood Rainbow Python Bloodline. Ding. Bloodline mismatch detected. Converting bloodline. Congratulations, host. You have received a Bloodline Development Potion. The system's notifications kept coming, but Lu Yu couldn't focus on them now. He had only one thought. He must make sure this foolish snake never spoke again. If it continued, his image in front of Mei would be utterly ruined. Even if he admitted to being young and impulsive, a cross-species romance? Not a chance. Die. Lu Yu raised the Scarlet Thunder Spear, channeling the power of lightning into its tip, and fiercely stabbed at the giant spirit snake's head. Terrified out of its wits, the snake desperately tried to struggle, but it was too late. The Scarlet Thunder Spear pierced through its brain, and Lu Yu gave it a few more stabs to ensure it was completely dead before stopping. The live stream audience erupted. Too bad. What was the giant spirit snake trying to say? His wife? Could it be? Ha ha ha. This is killing me with laughter. This is definitely Liu Bikang's ultimate blackmail material. Just then, Mei rushed over, concern evident in her voice. Lu Yu, are you okay? Lu Yu was about to relax when he saw Mei biting her lip, hesitant to speak. I didn't expect you to. At that moment, Lu Yu felt his blood run cold. No, he had to prove himself. He suddenly tackled Mei to the ground. Lu Yu, what are you doing? Mei exclaimed in panic. Lu Yu cupped her face, putting on his most heartfelt expression. What do you think? As all the viewers held their breath, anticipating this dramatic kiss, the AI suddenly announced, "Congratulations to contestant 0100 for successfully slaying 2 9th-tier star beasts. The Genius Tournament is ending early. Congratulations to contestant 0100 for successfully defeating 2 9th-level star beasts, bringing this talent competition to an early close." The arena echoed with the voice of the AI. Lu Yu paused for a moment, then heard, "Congratulations to contestant 0100 for earning 50,000 points. This huge reward from defeating the Thunder Lion and the giant spirit python catapulted Lu Yu's score from 47,100 straight to 97,100, nearly hitting the 100,000 mark. The news quickly spread among all contestants, who opened the leaderboard to see one serial number at the top with 97,100 points. The second place had only 5,600 points, a staggering gap. Even more astonishing was contestant 0100's record, defeating two 9th-level star beasts simultaneously, including the one before. That's 3 9th-level star beasts he has taken down. The top 10 contestants could only smile wryly, not daring to even consider catching up. Li Yu, however, remained particularly calm, even somewhat relieved. I'm glad I came to terms with it early on, or I'd be fuming right now. In the control room, Lu Yushan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. This kid is something else. Zhuoqi nodded in agreement, eyes full of admiration. His earlier bet had finally paid off, and this kid's performance was 3 times his own back in the day. They can be called back now, Zhuoqi said, pondering what kind of reward to give Lu Yu. With Lu Yu's wealth, ordinary rewards might not catch his eye, but a talent like this couldn't go unrewarded. On sight, Lu Yu was still lying on Meixin. Meixin's face was flushed, biting her lip as she said, "If you're going to do something, hurry up and do it." Lu Yu looked surprised. "No rush, we can do it tonight." He seemed completely at ease. This scene was broadcast live, driving the audience crazy. I had my popcorn ready, and this is what I get. Anyone know Lu Yu's address? I want to send him some local specialties. Damn it, I'm losing my mind. No live stream tonight. Don't worry guys, I'll sneak some footage. Following you now, can't wait for the stream. At that moment, a booming voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. All contestants please arrive at the southeastern plains within 3 hours to board the aircraft, or you will be disqualified. The announcement repeated. All the contestants in hiding emerged, looking at Lu Yu's score on the leaderboard, shaking their headsets over already. The contestants reluctantly headed towards the southeastern plains. Meixin lightly tossed her long hair and, after checking the map, said, "The southeastern plains, that's where we are." Lu Yu asked, "Ever tried roasted eagle wings?" Of course. Meixin immediately perked up at the mention of Lu Yu cooking. On the plains, the massive corpses of 3-star beasts lay sprawled on the ground: the blue-feathered giant eagle, the thunder lion, and the giant spirit python, all 9th-tier star beasts. Several contestants who arrived looked at Lu Yu, who was cutting meat from the blue-feathered giant eagle, their faces filled with fear. Is that contestant 0100? He killed 3 9th-tier star beasts all by himself. They quickly retreated to the other end of the plains, not daring to approach Lu Yu. Unfazed by the surrounding gazes, Lu Yu focused on cutting a large piece of eagle meat and began roasting it. He didn't eat much himself, mainly preparing it for Meixin. Before long, Meixin was rubbing her stomach, saying, "I'm so full. Lu Yu, I can't eat anymore." "Can't eat anymore?" Lu Yu nodded and extinguished the fire. It was then he noticed that hundreds of people had gathered on the plains, all deliberately keeping their distance from him. Unbelievable. He killed 3 9th-tier star beasts and is using the blue feather giant eagle as a barbecue skewer. Who would believe this? The crowd whispered among themselves. Lu Yu glanced at his smart device. Only an hour had passed since the time limit began. This was normal, considering the star beast area wasn't very large, and warriors could arrive quickly by running at full speed. In the sky, a massive aircraft slowly descended, heading towards Lu Yu's location. "Let's go." Lu Yu led Meixin to the entrance of the aircraft to wait. Hundreds of contestants lined up behind them, none daring to overtake Lu Yu. Just as Lu Yu was about to board the aircraft, he suddenly stopped. "Meixin, do you feel like something's not right?" Meixin was momentarily confused, but Lu Yu suddenly realized. "Wow, isn't this the perfect opportunity for a heist?" He asked his smart device. "If I rob their points now, will I still get them?" "Yes, contestant 0100. The competition only officially ends once you step onto the aircraft. Fortune smiles upon me." Lu Yu grinned, turned to face the crowd, and shouted loudly. "This path is opened by me. This tree is planted by me. If you wish to pass, leave a toll." All the contestants looked bewildered, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. "This path is mine, this tree I planted. If you wish to pass, leave a toll." With a commanding shout, Lu Yu abruptly silenced the scene. Not only were the contestants stunned, but even the viewers in the live stream were left speechless by this unexpected robbery announcement. Wow, Lu Yu's move is ruthless. Blocking the spring directly, he's grasping everyone's fate in his hands. Comments flooded the screen like raindrops, with the audience both shocked and amused, most thinking it was just a joke. The host shook his head repeatedly. "Contestant 0100, don't try this at home. It's a surefire way to get ganged up and beaten." However, the atmosphere on site was completely different. All the contestants looked at each other, but no one dared to step forward and resist. Their eyes involuntarily drifted to the massive corpse of a 3-headed, 9th-tier star beast nearby, and a terrifying thought arose in their minds: could this guy be planning to gain 100 of the points by defeating them all? Lu Yu, seeing the fearful expressions of the crowd, was taken aback. He had expected fierce resistance and was prepared to suppress it with force. As time ticked by, someone finally mustered the courage to step forward. One by one, soon a long line of over 1,000 contestants formed. Contestant 0-100, points 1,000. Thank you. Contestant 0-100, points 800. Thanks for the passage. Each person passing through the checkpoint felt a wave of relief, as if they had narrowly escaped death. Seeing everyone's respectful demeanor, Lu Yu felt a bit embarrassed. How about, I don't take your points? As soon as he said this, the scene erupted. Everyone's faces were filled with fear, interpreting it as a signal of impending doom. With the competition time running out, the contestants began to plead. Please, just take them. We beg you, we don't want to die or be disqualified. Faced with their almost pitiful pleas, Lu Yu was even more bewildered. He sighed. Since everyone is being so polite, I'll reluctantly accept. The livestream was eerily silent. The audience stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them, and the chat was filled with incredulous comments. What the hell? Can someone explain what's happening here? I'm blown away. Why are people begging Lu Yu to take their points? It's definitely my bro's charisma. Charisma? Are you sure you're in the right show, Yao Yaoling? The king of charisma strikes again. Amazing. The host stood to the side, his mind blank. In all his years of hosting, he had never witnessed such a bizarre scene. Contestants weren't avoiding, but were instead eagerly trying to give Lu Yu their points. As Lu Yu reluctantly accepted the points, Lu Yu approached him. Li go. Lu Yu looked at him, surprised. Just as Lu Yu was about to admit defeat, Lu Yu waved him off, saying, You can go, I won't take your points. This statement made Lu Yu frown. A surge of anger rose within him. Did this kid look down on him, thinking his points were too few? Lu Yu, whether you want them or not, you're taking these points today, Lu Yu said firmly, his tone resolute. Li go, what are you saying? Just go. I really don't feel right taking your points. System, I concede to contestant 0-100. Lu Yu declared directly. Ding. Points deducted by 50. Congratulations to contestant 0-100. You receive 1,500 points. This number left Lu Yu stunned. 1,500 points meant Lu Yu originally had 3,000, a surprising amount for someone at the second stage of body refinement. Seeing Lu Yu's shocked expression, Lu Yu felt immensely satisfied. Finally, he had made this paragon show surprise. Those 1,500 points were worth it. He turned and walked away confidently. Watching Lu Yu's retreating figure, Lu Yu sighed inwardly. He wanted to say he didn't care about the 1,500 points, but it was too late now. Moreover, this boost pushed his total points past the 100,000 mark. Reward, 2,000 replication points. The system's notification thrilled Lu Yu. He quickly checked the achievement details and saw the next target was 300,000 points. With over 800 contestants left, Lu Yu grinned. Even if each only had 500 points, the total could reach 400,000, more than enough. The subsequent point collection was unusually smooth, with contestants voluntarily conceding and points flowing in continuously. 150,000, 200,000, 250,000, 300,000. When there were only 200 contestants remaining, the system issued another notification. Reward, Physical Development Potion. Lu Yu intended to examine this new reward, but there was no time. He swiftly completed collecting the remaining contestants' points, and as he boarded the aircraft, his points had reached an astonishing total 520,000. 520,000 points. This number seemed like an insurmountable mountain, 100 times the score of the runner-up. As Lu Yu was the last to step into the aircraft, all the contestants couldn't help but focus their gazes on him, filled with awe. Lu Yu glanced around, searching the crowd for Mei Xin. Just as he was about to approach her, Lu Yushan strode over, giving him a pat on the shoulder with a look of approval. Well done, he said. Although some of Lu Yu's actions were a bit unconventional, they were still within the rules, and his incredible potential was undeniable. You're too kind, Lord Lu. Lu Yu replied with a modest smile. My score is quite average, just barely enough to take first place. The word barely caused everyone present to twitch at the corners of their mouths, including Lu Yushan, who showed a helpless expression. When it's time to be confident, be confident. Show some of that genius spirit. Excessive humility isn't advisable. Lu Yu pondered for a moment, then nodded earnestly. Well, I didn't really give it my all in this competition. I didn't expect to end up with 500,000 points. His candid words made Lu Yushan's face darken instantly, and the other contestants lowered their heads, thinking to themselves, he's too good at pretending. Casually taking first place, who talks like that? Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was in stitches. Why force Lu the Bragger to tell the truth? Haha. Humble and low-key Lu the Bragger, sticking to traditional virtues. Amidst the laughter, the host organized his notes and announced, All right, everyone, the second Blue Star Talent Competition has come to an end. Thank you all for watching, and let's look forward to the next decade. The audience was not pleased. Hey, I want to see Lu the Bragger. Oh no, what about Lu the Bragger? Keep broadcasting. How am I supposed to learn bragging techniques if you stop? Despite their protests, the live stream was cut off. In the command room of the aircraft, Lu Yushan led Lu Yu to Zhuiqi. Lord Zhuiqi wants to see you. Remember to be respectful, Lu Yushan advised. Lu Yu nodded in agreement, secretly pleased. A powerful figure in the Tongxin realm, another target to replicate. Zhuiqi stood at the front of the command room, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Seeing Lu Yu enter, he smiled with satisfaction. Finally meeting you in person. You performed very well in the competition. With his prowess, he could easily see Lu Yu's solid foundational skills. You're too kind, Lord Zhua. Lu Yu responded with a smile. Zhuiqi nodded approvingly, pleased with his humility. However, Lu Yu then added, the reason I was able to achieve first place is mainly because of your fair and impartial judgment as the referee, Lord Zhua. Zhuiqi's eyelid twitched as he glanced at Lu Yushan. Is this flattery? Who taught him that? Lu Yushan wished he could find a rope to hang himself. He had advised Lu Yu to be respectful, not to flatter. Meanwhile, Lu Yu watched the changing expressions of the two with a look of puzzled confusion. Just as Lu Yu was about to speak, Zhuiqi cut in. As the champion of the genius competition, what reward would you like? Reward? Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. How about an S-grade weapon? He thought that if he could replicate it a few times, he could upgrade it to an SS-grade weapon, which would be truly amazing. Zhuiqi frowned. Pick something else. Clearly, S-grade weapons were rare on Blue Star and couldn't be given as a reward. Lu Yu sighed. Then how about a martial skill above the Earth level? Earth level is possible, Zhuiqi nodded. Any other requests? Other requests? Lu Yu shook his head. Then just throw in a few billion star coins. I'm not asking for much. This almost made Zhuiqi laugh out of exasperation. A few billion? The prize for the genius competition was only 2 billion. At most 2 billion, but I can personally sponsor you an additional billion. This statement surprised Lu Yushan. Zhuiqi's willingness to sponsor Lu Yu personally clearly showed high expectations. This kid has a bright future, Lu Yushan thought with satisfaction. Aren't you going to thank Lord Zhua? Thank you, Lord Zhua. Lu Yu quickly expressed his gratitude, extending his hand. At the same time, he asked the system in his mind, is there anything I can replicate? The system suddenly prompted, combat skills of the profound realm. Would you like to replicate? Lu Yu was thrilled. Combat skills were the valuable experiences accumulated by warriors over the years. How rich would the combat experience of a profound realm expert be? Replicate, he chose without hesitation. The system indicated successful replication, deducting 300 replication points, while a vast insight flooded Lu Yu's mind. Seeing Lu Yu still holding Zhuiqi's hand, Lu Yushan couldn't help but remind him. That's enough. Lu Yu snapped back to reality and quickly let go. Zhuiqi didn't mind and continued. You can go back now. After enrolling in the first martial school, someone will escort you, and resources will follow. By the way, Lord Yin is very interested in you. When you get to the capital, I'll take you to see him. Lord Yin. Lu Yu was shocked. According to his memory, Lord Yin was the strongest being on Blue Star, a superpower guarding the planet. Since the Federation's founding, there had been over a dozen Lords Yin, each a powerhouse above the Tianyuan realm, capable of easily destroying asteroids. Such a being wanting to meet him? Lu Yu was thrilled, thinking that if he could replicate something, it would be an incredible opportunity no matter what it was. Wow! Lu Yu's exclamation immediately caught the attention of Li Yu and Mei Xin. What happened? Mei Xin asked curiously. Lu Yu smiled. Oh, nothing. Just amazed by my own good looks. Mei Xin snorted. Yeah, right. Li Yu, who initially showed no expression, quickly sensed something was off from Mei Xin's reaction. She glanced between the two of them. Something's up with you too. At that moment, the aircraft gradually came to a stop. The trio looked out the window to see Yuanwu City sprawling beneath them. We're here. They all shared a relieved smile. Surviving such a perilous genius competition was a reward in itself. The aircraft descended towards the Martial Artists Association of Yuanwu City. On the landing platform, Wang Chongming and others, including Luo Sha, eagerly awaited with smiles as the aircraft slowly landed. As soon as Lu Yu disembarked, Wang Chongming's face broke into a wide grin. Huh? Lu Yu, you did a fantastic job. He gave Lu Yu's shoulder a hearty pat, unable to contain his delight. Yuanwu City was surely going to make headlines now. At the next Federation-based conference, who would dare underestimate them? Lu Yu rubbed his aching shoulder, silently noting how heavy a pat from someone at the mountain-breaking level could be. President Wang, you're too kind. It was just okay, he replied humbly. Wang Chongming nodded and turned to Luo Sha, his tone serious. Luo Sha, look at Lu Yu. He's modest and composed. You should learn from him. Luo Sha looked exasperated. You have the nerve to say that? Who was it that talked about throwing a grand celebration, inviting martial artist associations from dozens of base cities around? You even said the whole of Yuanwu City should celebrate, and that we'd show everyone at the Federation-based conference. Seeing Luo Sha's face turning green, Lu Yu felt concerned. Brother Luo, are you okay? I'm fine, Luo Sha waved it off. Brother Luo, Your face is literally green with anger, sister-in-law. No sister-in-law. Luo Sha interrupted, eyes wide. Lu Yu gave an awkward smile. My bad. Just as Wang Chongming was about to say more, Lu Yushan descended from the spacecraft. Master Lu, care to join us for a drink tonight? Wang Chongming invited warmly. Lu Yushan waved off the offer. No, I have to head back later. Lu Yu, come over here for a moment. The others sensibly stepped back, but the scene that followed was a bit awkward. Lu Yushan looked at Lu Yu, full of emotion, yet saying nothing. 10 minutes passed in silence. Lu Yu was puzzled. Master Lu, is there something? In truth, Lu Yushan wasn't at a loss for words. He was contemplating how to build a good relationship with this future powerhouse. Lu Yushan faced Lu Yu, his expression slightly troubled. This silent standoff lasted for a full half-hour, until Lu Yu's legs grew numb, and he could barely stand, when Lu Yushan finally spoke. Lu Yu, do you know why the Lord Yin wants to see you? Lu Yushan asked, looking directly into Lu Yu's eyes. This question made Lu Yu's heart skip a beat, his gaze instantly sharp. Could it be? My replication ability has been exposed, he wondered to himself. It shouldn't be. I've only revealed 7 or 8 abilities, keeping them well concealed. Seeing Lu Yu's bewildered expression, Lu Yushan sighed helplessly, deciding to approach the topic differently. In the vast universe, from superclusters to galaxies, star systems, and even down to the solar system, human civilization is but a drop in the ocean, Lu Yushan said gravely. Even with wormhole ships, the area we've explored remains insignificant in this boundless universe. As a high school student, you should understand this. Lu Yu reflected silently. From the memories he had accessed, he knew that the civilization on the blue star was thousands of years more advanced than his past life's Earth. Yet, even so, the explored regions of the vast universe were still very limited. But what did these topics have to do with him? Seeing Lu Yu still looking confused, Lu Yushan nearly choked with frustration. He took a deep breath and got straight to the point. The Lord Yin wants to see you because of your talent. You might be the strongest genius in Blue Star's history, and it's unlikely anyone will surpass you in the future. In fact, the traits Lu Yu had exhibited had far exceeded everyone's expectations. The higher-ups even suspected that he wasn't just an ordinary S-level talent, but the legendary SS level. What was even more astounding was that the number of abilities he displayed far surpassed the usual 1 or 2, with more than 8 known, and possibly others hidden. According to Zhuiqi, the Federation was holding a special meeting about Lu Yu. If circumstances allowed, Lu Yushan would have loved to tell Lu Yu directly, "You are the prophesied savior." However, seeing Lu Yu's bewildered expression, he couldn't help but worry. Forget it. Talking to you is like playing the lute to a cow, Lu Yushan said, waving his hand dismissively. The first martial school starts in 15 days. You should rest and prepare for the entrance exams. Lu Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had been playing dumb to avoid suspicion about his identity. Little did he know, everyone already considered him anything but normal. By the way, Lu Yushan asked casually before leaving, what major are you planning to apply for? Lu Yu thought for a moment. Which major has the most girls? Get out. Lu Yushan turned away, his face darkening, unwilling to continue the conversation with someone on a different wavelength. Watching Lu Yushan's angry departure, Lu Yu thought to himself, it seems they really don't suspect me, which is good. Just then, Wang Chongming returned. How about I take you guys out for a meal? He suggested. Wang Chongming was in an exceptionally good mood. The admission list for the first martial arts school had been finalized. Lu Yu was naturally accepted. Mei Xian made it into the top 20 since her points weren't stolen by Lu Yu, and even Li Yu, with only 1,500 points, managed to get in. The thought of Yuanwu City sending 3 students directly made Wang Chongming eager to spread the news. Let's go. I'll treat you all to dinner, Wang Chongming said enthusiastically. Lu Yu was about to agree but remembered he hadn't claimed his system reward, so he politely declined. President Wang, I have something to do. I'll treat you another day. I'm in the same boat, President Wang, Li Yu added. Same here, Mei Xian chimed in. Seeing all 3 decline, Wang Chongming gave Lu Yu a stern look and said, all right then, you 3 owe me a meal next time. Lu Yu nodded in agreement and turned to leave. To his surprise, Mei Xian hesitated for a moment before following him. Is she more eager than I am? Lu Yu was taken aback for a couple of seconds. Just as he was thinking about heading home to take care of things, Mei Xian caught up to him. Let's exchange contact information. After all, we'll be classmates at the first martial arts school, Mei Xian said, a bit shyly. Lu Yu silently praised her excuse and was about to agree. No problem. If you ever have questions about martial arts, feel free to reach out for in-depth discussions. Just then, a head suddenly popped out. Hey, bro, are you trying to set up a date? Lu Ling asked innocently, her big eyes blinking. This unexpected scene left both Lu Yu and Mei Xian stunned. Before Lu Yu could explain, Lu Ling clung to his arm. Oh, let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Yu's girlfriend. Lu Yu's mouth twitched, and just as he was about to speak, he saw Mei Xian's expression change drastically. So, you already have a girlfriend. She turned coldly and walked away quickly. Mei Xian, let me explain. Lu Yu called out, but Mei Xian only walked faster. Damn it. I'm losing it. Lu Yu thought, looking at Lu Ling still hanging onto his arm, utterly speechless. He had hoped that traveling thousands of years into the future would offer a different life experience. But now, you don't need to thank me, bro. Lu Ling said with a cheeky grin. I heard that dating can be risky, and getting sick would be bad. Getting sick can be treated. Lu Yu said weakly. Sure, but I heard it's usually a drastic solution, Lu Ling said, mimicking a sword-drawing motion. A true warrior should steer clear of women. They only slow down your sword draw. Lu Yu sighed deeply. All right, go back. Don't be mad, bro. Lu Ling beamed. I'm doing this for your own good. You're a super genius. Her expression turned unusually excited. Brother, you wouldn't believe it. Your autograph is selling for 1,000 star coins each at our school. Lu Ling said proudly. So? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. I sold all your books from when you were a kid. Lu Ling replied with an innocent smile. Lu Yu was stunned. Did you sell the love letters I wrote too? Of course, Lu Ling said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Lu Yu tilted his head back and stared at the ceiling, feeling a wave of gloom. He dragged Lu Ling back home, where the dinner table was already set with steaming hot dishes. Without a word, Lu Yu began to eat, and the dining room fell silent. Brother, I know I was wrong, Lu Ling finally admitted, her voice tinged with regret. Lu Yu could only manage a wry smile. It's okay, as long as you're still here. I knew you were the best, brother. Lu Ling lowered her voice suddenly. Actually, there's something else I haven't told you. What is it? Lu Yu suddenly felt a sense of doom. Well, I sold your selfies from your smart device to my classmates. Lu Yu dropped his chopsticks. How did you get my password? Isn't your password my birthday? Lu Ling said with a cheeky grin. Lu Yu felt utterly defeated. He had thought that crossing over to this world, his sister would be his little angel, especially since she used her compensation money to buy him source crystals. Now it seemed this angel had a few holes in her wings. After dinner, Lu Yu tossed a few high-grade source crystals to Lu Ling. Focus on your cultivation, little Ling. Your brother's got things to do. Okay, brother. Don't sneak out to see that big sister. Lu Yu returned to his room expressionless, and after ensuring the door was shut, he contacted Wang Chongming. Hey, President Wang, do you have Meixine's contact address? Once he got the address, Lu Yu found it was just a few kilometers away. As he prepared to climb out the window, a flying hoverboard silently floated up to it. Brother, what are you doing out so late? Lu Ling sat on the hoverboard, blinking her innocent eyes. Just going for a walk. Then why not use the front door? Climbing out the window feels more ceremonial. Oh, I see. Little Ling will go with you. Lu Yu was speechless and had to lie back down. It seemed his plans for the night would have to be postponed. He then called up the system to check on his genius competition rewards, and upon learning they were still being processed, he took out the bloodline development serum and the physique enhancement serum. Two transparent but sturdy bottles appeared in his hand, one filled with a blue liquid that crackled like lightning, the other with a golden transparent liquid, occasionally revealing phantom images of swords. Lu Yu gazed at these precious serums, a joyful smile spreading across his face. Lu Yu stood by the roadside, tightly clutching two rare potions in his hands, feeling more and more exhilarated the more he studied them. The effects of the physique-enhancing potion were simply unbelievable. In this world, the essence of martial training is to harness the power of star energy to unlock human potential, reaching the level where one could move mountains and traverse the stars. Remarkably, this physique-enhancing potion could perfectly replicate this process. While there are similar drugs on Blue Star, they can only unlock up to one of potential and are priced in the billions. However, the potion in his hand could unlock 100 of human potential. This is nothing short of miraculous. Lu Yu thought excitedly. After taking this potion, he might indeed reach the legendary limit of body refinement. Although the 10th level of body refinement is theoretically non-existent, Lu Yu had achieved it, with his physical strength surpassing 10,000 kilograms. According to federal research data, if one could raise the limit of body refinement to 15,000 kilograms, a warrior's strength after advancing to the mountain-moving realm would be 3 to 4 times that of their peers. This had never been accomplished in Blue Star's history, and even a 10th level body refinement like Lu Yu's was unprecedented. His gaze shifted to the second potion, the bloodline-enhancing potion. This potion was equally significant. On Blue Star, the importance of bloodlines is evident in star beasts like the timid giant spirit python, which, despite its timid nature, possesses a powerful multicolored python bloodline that can reach the heavenly origin realm in adulthood. As Lu Yushan had said, humans are but a trivial race in the vast sea of stars, with bloodlines far inferior to other races. Yet, this bloodline-enhancing potion could change everything, not only unlocking one's potential, but also awakening the power of their bloodline. These two potions were a perfect match, complementing each other. Looking at the potions in his hand, Lu Yu couldn't help but ask the system, "Can I replicate these two potions?" The system's response came quickly, hinting at a limitation. "Host, you can, but with low-level bloodline potions, your body will develop resistance after one use. Copying it won't work. You'll need a more advanced bloodline development potion. After pondering for a moment, a determined look flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. He decided to replicate the potion, not for himself, but to give his sister Xiaoling a chance. Xiaoling only had a clever talent. Though she never complained, Lu Yu could sense the disappointment in her eyes. With his exceptional talent and her limited potential, her future seemed bleak. The ceiling of a clever talent was well-defined, and no amount of effort could lead to significant achievements. Knowing that he would eventually have to travel far and couldn't always protect his sister, Lu Yu couldn't help but worry. If Xiaoling were bullied, it might be too late by the time he returned. System, replicate 2 potions. The system promptly responded. Ding. Talent competition rewards settled successfully. 1,000 replication points awarded, 10 free replication attempts available. Lu Yu's mouth twitched at the perfect timing. Use replication points to replicate, he said decisively. The free replication opportunities were too valuable to waste. Ding. Replication upgrade successful, 1 intermediate bloodline potion acquired. Ding. Replication successful, 1 physique potion acquired. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. The 50.5 drop rate was indeed impressive, yielding an intermediate bloodline potion right away. He immediately added another command. System, replicate the bloodline potion and physique potion again. The system quickly responded. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successful bloodline potion replication. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successful physique potion upgrade replication. Looking at the 6 bottles of potions before him, Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction. Although he spent 800 replication points, the rewards were undoubtedly worth it. Without hesitation, he opened a low-level bloodline development potion and gulped it down. The liquid was slightly bitter, followed by a burning sensation that swept through his body. Lu Yu felt like a shrimp tossed into boiling water, his blood boiling and surging, his entire body glowing with a strange golden light. If someone could see inside him, they would find each blood cell undergoing transformation, with DNA sequences changing. As the pain gradually subsided, Lu Yu was surprised to find his senses remarkably sharpened, able to catch even the light steps of a cat on the roof. System, what's the bloodline development percentage? 15. Lu Yu was not satisfied with the number, so he downed the intermediate bloodline development potion without hesitation. This time, the pain was more intense, contorting his face in agony and clenching his fists tightly. Several minutes later, he finally exhaled deeply, feeling the new power surging within him. Lu Yu glanced out the window and noticed a shocking change. The minute patterns on the glass, usually invisible to the naked eye, were now clearly visible. As he raised his hand for a closer look, even the outlines of the cells beneath his skin seemed to appear faintly. More astonishingly, he could hear the breathing of Lu Ling in the next room as if she were right beside him. System, what is my current bloodline development level? 45%, the system replied, which allowed Lu Yu to breathe a sigh of relief. The number was indeed satisfactory, but his gaze had already shifted to the 4 remaining vials of potion on the table. Without hesitation, Lu Yu picked up a vial of physical development potion and drank it all in one go. Unlike the mild experience of the bloodline development potion, this was intensely fierce. The effects surged through his body instantly, as if every cell was enveloped by an invisible force, beginning an astonishing transformation. Old cells rapidly decayed while new cells generated quickly, with star energy coursing through him, continually fortifying his body. After about 10 minutes, Lu Yu lay on the sweat-soaked sheets, overwhelmed by pain. Forcing himself to rise, he looked at his reflection in the mirror and was taken aback. The person staring back had distinct features, with muscle lines seemingly sculpted by nature, exuding a sense of natural strength and beauty. Who knew a physical development potion could make someone look more handsome, he thought delightedly. On impulse, he picked up another intermediate physical development potion and downed it in one gulp. He instantly regretted this decision. A wave of intense pain swept over him as his previously calm blood suddenly boiled, glowing a faint golden hue like a flowing galaxy. This golden blood surged into every cell, initiating a comprehensive transformation. System, are you trying to kill me? Lu Yu questioned in agony. Please remain calm, the system responded. You have simultaneously ingested bloodline and physical development potions in a short period, causing an unprecedented collision of effects. This is a first in the history of the universe. What? Why didn't you warn me not to take them together? Apologies, host. The system overlooked this. Lu Yu was at a loss for words, and the system continued to explain. Do not worry, host. This is a positive reaction. After the brief pain, you may reap unexpected rewards. This statement was the final straw for Lu Yu, and he blacked out. In his last moments of consciousness, only one thought lingered. Unexpected rewards? I don't believe you for a second. In a state of unconsciousness, Lu Yu's mind was lost in a sea of darkness. Within this endless void, he vaguely saw a figure bathed in light approaching him. He tried to discern the face, but it remained elusive. Just as the figure was about to reach him, his consciousness was abruptly pulled back to reality. Opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a stark white ceiling. Brother, I only told you not to date older girls. Why did you have to overindulge yourself? Lu Ling sobbed by the hospital bed, her face streaked with tears, her voice choked with emotion. Having just regained consciousness, Lu Yu felt a wave of dizziness at these words, wishing he could faint again. Catching the odd expressions on the faces of a few nurses out of the corner of his eye, he decisively shut his eyes, feigning unconsciousness. In such an awkward moment, opening his eyes would only make things worse. However, Lu Ling suddenly giggled. Brother, I just saw you open your eyes. You're pretending to be dead to trick me. Lu Yu's mouth twitched, and he had no choice but to sit up in bed. Xiaoling, don't say anything. Brother, I know you're okay now. Lu Ling immediately wiped her tears, her tone cheerful. Seeing his sister's mood change so quickly, Lu Yu felt a pang of melancholy. Looking around, he noticed Wang Chongming and Luo Sha were also in the room. What intrigued him more was the presence of a 17 or 18-year-old girl standing nearby, with a delicate and charming appearance. Lu Yu, you scared us to death. Did something go wrong with your training? Wang Chongming immediately noticed the anomaly in Lu Yu's aura. Quickly averting his gaze from the girl, Lu Yu nodded. Yes, something went wrong with my training. How do you feel now? Wang Chongming asked anxiously. After all, Lu Yu was a prized member of the Martial Artists Association, and nothing could be allowed to happen to him. I feel great physically, just a bit depleted in one area, Lu Yu replied. What area? Wang Chongming's concern deepened. Lu Yu looked earnestly at Wang Chongming. President Wang, can you help me? Of course, just say the word. Wang Chongming promised, thumping his chest. Lu Yu's condition was crucial for the upcoming base conference, and he was determined to support him fully. With Wang's assurance, Lu Yu smiled. President Wang, who is this? He asked, gesturing to the girl standing beside them. The girl blushed under Lu Yu's gaze, appearing flustered. She's my granddaughter, why? Wang Chongming answered hesitantly. I see, Lu Yu chuckled. President Wang, I just need your granddaughter's contact, and I'll be fully recovered. You little rascal. Wang Chongming finally realized that Lu Yu was teasing him. Lu Yu laughed as he swung his legs off the bed. He was indeed fully recovered, feeling better than ever, likely due to the effects of 2 potions. However, he didn't have time to delve into the changes in his body just yet. Wang Chongming glanced at Lu Yu, and seeing he was unharmed, he let out a cold snort. He turned to leave but paused, speaking with a hint of helplessness. Yue, haven't you always wanted to meet him? Well, here he is. Watching his beloved granddaughter so infatuated with Lu Yu, Wang Chongming sighed inwardly. It wasn't just a case of a good cabbage being eaten by a pig. It was more like his heart was bleeding. The young girl wanted to follow her grandfather and Luo Sha out, but Lu Yu's gaze held her in place, making her hesitate. Just as Lu Yu was pondering how to start the conversation, Lu Ling suddenly spoke up. Brother, are you trying to flirt? Her words made Lu Yu tense. Oh no, how had he forgotten about this little troublemaker? Lu Ling immediately enthusiastically grabbed the girl's hand. Hey, are you from Yuanwu High School too? So am I. Let's exchange contacts, and I'll send you my brother's old photos. He looks so handsome in them. The girl instinctively nodded, and in a flash, Lu Ling had whisked her away. Lu Yu stood there, looking helpless. After leaving the hospital, Lu Yu was glum, while Lu Ling was in high spirits. Brother, don't be upset. I found you a match, interested? Lu Yu's eyes lit up, thinking his little sister finally understood him. Who is it? Me, how about it? Lu Ling grinned at him. Lu Yu's expression changed, and he immediately picked her up. Though his sister was indeed excellent in many ways, he definitely didn't have such thoughts. Besides, if it came to that, how could he experience the wonders of this world? Once home, Lu Yu set Lu Ling down in the living room and headed straight to his room. I'm going to train, don't bother me. Got it. By the way, I took out all your discs. Lu Ling called out smugly from outside the door. Looking at his ransacked collection, Lu Yu felt a pang of emptiness. I remember running under the setting sun. That was my lost youth. With a sigh, he summoned the system, opened the personal panel. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, Body Refinement Stage 9. Bloodline, 1 unlocked. Physique, 75 unlocked. Copy points, 500. Available copy uses, 14. Abilities. SSS Psychic Power. Wind Wing / SS Wind Element. Storm Ice Needle SS Ice Element. Thunderclap S Thunder Element. Crimson Flame S Fire Element. Golden Holy Light S Gold Element. Water Escape A Water Element. Earth Spirit Body A Earth Element. Wood Healing B Wood Element. Strength, 12,300 kilograms. Speed, 1,230 milliseconds. Nerve Response, SSS. Weapon, Red Lightning Spear S rank. My strength and speed have increased. Lu Yu discovered with delight that his strength had gone up by 2,000 kg and his speed by 200 milliseconds. I didn't expect such a bonus. As Lu Yu carefully examined the system panel, an unusual value immediately caught his attention. Wait, Why is my bloodline unlock rate only 1? He frowned, staring at the tiny number. The system's voice promptly sounded. No need to be surprised, host. This is a surprise prepared for you by the system. System, why do you sound like you're asking for a beating? Just speak clearly. Lu Yu impatiently urged. Ding. The host's blood has undergone a mutation, awakening the Divine Clan bloodline. The system officially announced. The Divine Clan bloodline is one of the highest bloodlines in the universe. With the awakening of divine blood, you will command respect among all beings. Divine Clan bloodline? Lu Yu looked puzzled. I am clearly of the human clan, so why give me the Divine Clan bloodline? Host, this mutation was not caused by the system. The appearance of divine blood indicates that there was already a trace of divine blood within you. This explanation left Lu Yu astounded. He stroked his chin in thought. A trace of divine blood. Wow. Does that mean one of my ancestors from thousands of generations ago was quite remarkable? I didn't expect to be a rich kid from generations past. Excited, Lu Yu further inquired. So, system, what exactly does this divine blood do? The effects of the bloodline manifest in 3 main areas: bloodline intimidation, combat power enhancement, and increased talent augmentation limits. The specific effects can be experienced firsthand by the host. Lu Yu nodded in agreement, but felt a bit unsatisfied looking at the 1 unlock rate. Host, your bloodline exceeds your imagination. The system's words reminded Lu Yu of an advertisement he had seen before. Your energy exceeds your imagination. Without further thought, Lu Yu headed straight to the training room. He took out over 100 premium source crystals he had collected and ordered the system. System, use the replication points to replicate twice. Ding. Replicating. Replication successful. Looking at the replicated source crystals, Lu Yu suddenly thought of a question. I clearly have a 50.5 drop rate. So why are the replicated ones still premium source crystals? Host, premium source crystals are currently the highest level of cultivation material available, the system explained. Unless you find a higher level cultivation material of a different tier than source crystals, only premium source crystals can be replicated. Feels like a bit of a loss. Although Lu Yu felt it wasn't quite worth it, he decided to replicate enough, replicate twice more. The system deducted 2 free replication times, and the original 200 source crystals instantly turned into 800. Looking at the source crystals scattered all over the floor, Lu Yu laughed with satisfaction. Even though it feels like I got ripped off, this sense of extravagant indulgence is truly thrilling. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began absorbing the spiritual energy from the source crystals. With his enhanced bloodline and physique, he believed he could soon break through the limits of body refinement. As the vast energy from the source crystals surged into his body, a mystical scene unfolded. As Lu Yu absorbed the power of the star source, an astonishing transformation occurred within his body. His blood, once a vibrant red, instantly turned into a brilliant gold, flowing through his veins like liquid gold. With each breath he took, the golden blood surged rhythmically, accompanied by the faint sound of thunder. Wow, is my bloodline really this strong? Lu Yu was so shocked by this phenomenon that he was momentarily speechless. The system's voice chimed in at the right moment. Host, please keep up the effort. The higher the bloodline unlock percentage, the more surprises await you. Couldn't you have mentioned that sooner? I would die. Lu Yu shook his head in resignation, choosing to ignore the unreliable system and focusing entirely on his cultivation. The special effects during the training session captivated him, and time flew by. After several hours, Lu Yu opened his eyes and noticed that half of the top-grade source crystals on the ground had lost their luster, turning gray. I've absorbed them all, he marveled to himself, astounded by the efficiency of his divine bloodline's absorption. With an already SS-level cultivation speed, combined with the divine bloodline, he was practically a phenomenon among phenomena. Opening the system panel, Lu Yu was stunned by the data before him. Realm, Body Refinement Stage Level 9. Bloodline, 1 Unlock Rate. Physique, 75 Unlock Rate. Copy Points, 500. Unlimited copy uses, 12. Various abilities and attributes had also seen significant enhancement. This power. I've completely surpassed the body refinement limits set by the Federation. Lu Yu exclaimed, looking at his strength value of 17,300 kilograms and speed of 1,730 milliseconds. What excited him even more was that he seemed far from reaching his limits. With my current strength, I can definitely take on a mountain-moving stage opponent. Lu Yu was brimming with confidence. A typical mountain-moving stage level 1 opponent had a strength of about 20,000 kilograms, only 3,000 kilograms more than him. Coupled with the numerous abilities and martial skills he had mastered, he could even consider challenging a level 2 opponent. Continuing his training until late at night, Lu Yu checked the system panel again, finding that his strength had increased to 21,300 kilograms and his speed to 2,130 milliseconds. He estimated that his bottleneck might be around 25,000 kilograms, but this didn't worry him. What might be an insurmountable resource barrier for ordinary people was not an issue for him. who could replicate top-grade source crystals. Just as he was about to continue his cultivation, he heard Lu Ling's voice from outside the door. Big brother, it's time to eat. A knock on the door startled Lu Yu. Xiaoling knocking? This small detail unexpectedly brought tears to his eyes. He opened the door to find Lu Ling standing outside, filling his heart with emotion. What's up, brother? Lu Ling squinted in confusion at Lu Yu's expression. Nothing. Lu Yu gently patted his sister's head, silently reminding himself not to praise her. If he did, this girl would surely get carried away. Let's eat. After dinner, I'll show you something good. Okay. Lu Ling nodded. At the dinner table, she chatted away as usual, asking questions about everything, and Lu Yu patiently answered each one. Half an hour later, as Lu Ling was clearing the table, Lu Yu took out 2 bottles of elixirs. Body Development Elixir and Bloodline Activation Elixir. Drink them, he said simply. Lu Ling's eyes widened as she stepped back warily. Brother, are you trying to drug me? Lu Yu's face darkened instantly. Do I need to drug you? Well, I guess not. So what are these? Lu Ling's wariness turned to curiosity. You'll know once you drink them. Lu Yu waved his hand. Without thinking much, Lu Ling gulped down the bloodline elixir. Hey, brother, this is kind of sweet, she exclaimed happily. This reaction surprised Lu Yu. Sweet? Wasn't it supposed to be bitter? But he didn't dwell on it, instead anticipating the upcoming spectacle waiting to see this girl cry from the effects. However, several minutes passed, and Lu Ling showed no signs of discomfort. Don't you feel anything? Lu Yu asked, puzzled. Brother, you really drugged me. I'm going to pass out. Lu Ling dramatically collapsed onto the sofa, pretending to faint. Lu Yu pinched her cheek. All right, stop pretending. Get up and drink the other bottle. But Lu Ling remained motionless. Lu Yu teased her. If you don't get up, I'll go on a date with your charming big sister. When Lu Ling still didn't react, Lu Yu grew anxious. He angrily asked the system if it had given him fake elixirs since Lu Ling said it was sweet. The system replied, no need to worry, host. Lu Ling is activating her bloodline. She already possesses a bloodline, and the elixir is stimulating it into an active state. Just then, Lu Ling suddenly curled up, her voice trembling. So cold, brother, so cold. She flailed her hands in the air. Lu Yu sighed and held his sister's hand. Lu Ling immediately clung to him, her body shockingly cold, even for someone with Lu Yu's resilience. Divine bloodline. Lu Yu recognized the signs and immediately channeled his star power. A radiant golden light enveloped him, his blood flowing like a river, rumbling like thunder. Under his bloodline suppression, the coldness in Lu Ling's body gradually subsided, and her breathing steadied. Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief, holding his sister in the living room until dawn, when she finally opened her eyes. Lu Ling was startled and tried to break free from Lu Yu's grip, but she was too weak to do so. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully scolded. Brother, what are you thinking? Without a word, Lu Yu tossed Lu Ling onto the nearby sofa. She looked down at her clothes, incredulous, and asked, did you really not do anything? I'm a gentleman, Lu Yu replied calmly. I don't believe you. Lu Ling pouted. All right, I actually know you secretly went to see Meixin last night. Brother, you've changed. Tears welled up in Lu Ling's eyes. Lu Yu sighed helplessly. You were in a bad way last night, and I stayed with you the whole time. I had no chance to see anyone else. Hee, you're the best, brother. Lu Ling tried to hug him again, but Lu Yu gently pushed her away. Try using your powers now, Lu Yu suddenly suggested. Powers? Lu Ling tilted her head in confusion. What's different? I don't feel anything. She reached for the glass on the table, and as soon as her fingertips touched it, the water inside instantly froze. Wow! Lu Ling was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed excitedly. Brother, did you give me some magic potion last night? This is amazing. She curiously touched the kettle next to her, and sure enough, the liquid inside also froze instantly. Seeing his sister's innocent delight, Lu Yu felt a twinge of worry. He silently asked the system, what bloodline has Lu Ling activated? Not entirely clear, but it should be inferior to the host's bloodline, and it's of the ice element, the system responded. Will her cultivation speed increase? Any awakening beyond the human bloodline will not be slow in cultivation speed. The system's response reassured Lu Yu. No matter what bloodline it was, as long as it could enhance Ling's future achievements, it was good. Hey, brother, Lu Ling suddenly pointed outside. Why are there so many aircraft out there? Lu Yu looked up and indeed saw numerous aircraft hovering outside the villa, all seemingly heading towards the outskirts of the city. As he pondered this, a piercing alarm blared throughout the city. Red alert. Yuanwu City is under attack from a star beast horde. A piercing alarm echoed across the sky of Yuanwu City, and the red alert signal spread instantly to every corner. Yuanwu City is under attack by a wave of star beasts. The sudden alarm shattered the city's tranquility. Lu Yu immediately grabbed his sister Lu Ling's hand and rushed to the window. With his enhanced vision from genetic modification, he could clearly see the black tide of star beasts spreading outside the city walls, a staggering number of them. His original memories told him that star beast waves were one of humanity's greatest crises. In this era, human living space was compressed into thousands of base cities spread across Blue Star, like isolated islands in a vast ocean. The star beasts were the sea that could engulf these islands at any moment, attacking in numbers no less than 30,000 under the command of a Lord-level star beast. Each wave was led by a mountain-moving realm Lord-level star beast, which not only possessed immense strength, but also tactical intelligence. The city had descended into a state of organized chaos. The broadcast repeatedly announced, "All citizens, please remain calm. Do not use any flying devices. All minors under 18 and women of childbearing age under 30 are to immediately proceed to the underground train entrances. All certified warriors and adult men over 18 are required to report to the city walls." Lu Ling clutched her brother's hand, her voice trembling. "Brother, what should we do?" Lu Yu's smart device had already received the command. Federal citizen Lu Yu is required to proceed to the Yuanwu city walls to resist the Star Beast invasion. Please adhere to the Warrior Association's rules. He smiled wryly. As a certified warrior enjoying certain privileges, he had the responsibility to protect ordinary people in times of crisis. It was an unshakable duty. "Brother, don't go," Lu Ling cried, gripping his arm tightly. "You're a super genius. You can apply for a special exemption." Lu Yu shook his head, his tone firm. "No, the scale of this star beast wave is too large. We need to buy time for your evacuation. You go first. I'll be fine." Priority broadcast for the first sequence. Students from Yuanwu City No. 1 High School, please proceed to the A1 underground train entrance with your electronic student ID. Thank you for your cooperation. The announcement echoed over the city, soon followed by a second one. Students from Yuanwu City No. 2 High School, please proceed to the A2 underground train entrance. Lu Yu was about to speak when Lu Ling's smart device received a notification. He gently patted his sister's hair, offering a warm smile. "Go on, Xiaoling. Your brother is a super genius. Everything will be fine." Lu Ling clutched her brother's hand tightly, tears welling in her eyes. "You're lying. Hardly anyone survives the beast tide. Please come with me. I'm begging you. I can't bear to see you die." Seeing his sister's tearful face, Lu Yu paused for a moment before nodding. "All right." His simple response brought a smile to Lu Ling's face. "That's more like it. When we're stronger, we'll come back and teach them a lesson." The siblings left the spot, weaving through the chaotic streets of Yuanwu City. Lu Yu glanced at the city he hadn't lived in for long since his arrival, sighing inwardly. Beep beep. Federal citizen Lu Yu, deviation from your designated route detected. Please proceed to the Yuanwu City Martial Arts Association. The warning sounded 3 times in quick succession. As they hurried through the city, Lu Yu carrying Lu Ling, they received countless disdainful looks. In this era that revered heroes, deserters, like him, faced condemnation. Some law enforcers attempted to stop them, but Lu Yu evaded them with remarkable speed. "Hurry, we're almost there," Lu Ling exclaimed excitedly as they neared the entrance. The area was already crowded with students from Yuanwu No. 1 High School being prioritized for evacuation due to their potential to become martial artists. The warning from the smart device drew attention, and when people recognized Lu Yu, their faces showed surprise and confusion. As Lu Ling was about to explain, she suddenly felt weightless, as Lu Yu tossed her over the crowd, landing her safely in the underground station. "Brother, no!" Lu Ling cried out, her voice filled with anguish as she processed what had happened midair. Lu Yu smiled warmly at his sister. "Xiaoling, stay safe." Before he finished speaking, a silver-gray combat suit enveloped him, and he sprinted towards the Martial Arts Association. As he ran, Lu Yu's emotions were mixed. If he were his pre-transmigration self, even with this power, he might have chosen to flee. But now, a powerful conviction surged within him, compelling him to fight. In times of peace, martial artists enjoyed privileges. In times of war, they were expected to stand up and protect civilians, all for the continuation of humanity. At that moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Random mission triggered. Mission: defend Yuanwu City. Mission reward: master level gun technique, 2,000 replication points. Mission difficulty detected as challenging. Accepting the mission grants immediate access to the reward. Wow, the system really knows when to lend a hand. Lu Yu laughed. "System, I accept." Ding. Master level gun technique proficiency being distributed. Distribution complete. Feeling the incredible changes within himself, Lu Yu's lips curled into a confident smile. "Star beasts? Sorry, but with my breakthrough and master-level gun skills, taking down a mountain-moving level 2 is no problem. I wonder how many shots you can withstand." The Wu Association Plaza in Yuanwu City was bustling with people, as over 10,000 certified warriors stood in orderly rows. Some faces were as resolute as steel, while others showed a slight tremor in their legs, yet not a single person was absent. Faced with the sudden threat of star beasts, humanity had no retreat. Wang Chongming stood on the high platform, gazing at the solemn crowd below. The distant clamor reached his ears, and his eyes grew moist. This disaster struck without warning. Tens of thousands of star beasts that were scattered around Yuanwu City had, under the command of a level 2 mountain-moving realm star beast, encircled the entire city. 50,000 star beasts, the weakest, are at level 1. Luo Sha's face was ashen. President Wang has already requested help from neighboring base cities, but the fastest they can arrive is in an hour. Moreover, they won't send too many warriors. Wang Chongming's expression darkened. It was understandable. The star beast's onslaught was fierce, and half an hour was enough to destroy everything. Nearby cities dared not rashly dispatch a large number of warriors, fearing a feint. The so-called request for help was more about retrieving remains than actual rescue. How are the evacuation plans proceeding? Wang Chongming asked solemnly. According to plan, Luo Sha replied expressionlessly. High school students first, followed by middle school students, elementary students, young children, women, adult men, and finally us. Everyone present was painfully aware of the cruel truth behind these words. At most, only the first 3 groups could evacuate, while the rest were destined to sacrifice themselves to satiate the star beasts and prevent a larger beast tide. Are all the warriors of Yuanwu City present? Wang Chongming's voice suddenly boomed. Present. The unified response of over 10,000 warriors shook the plaza, bringing tears to the eyes of those evacuating. They all understood that these warriors were about to lay down their lives to buy them time to escape. Wang Chongming steeled himself, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. At this moment, he could not afford to show any fear. The star beast tide is upon us, and the situation is clear. 50,000 star beasts, the strongest at level 2 mountain moving realm. We are 10,000 warriors, with only one at level 1 mountain moving realm. Are you confident you can hold them off? No. The unified answer echoed through the plaza. Wang Chongming laughed angrily and then, with tears in his eyes, roared. Even if you're not, you must be. Millions are counting on you to buy time. Your loved ones are among them. If you don't want to see them perish at the jaws of star beasts, fight with all you have. Now, are you confident? Yes. The deafening roar soared into the sky. Distribute the equipment. Prepare to follow me to the city walls. Wang Chongming commanded. The warriors began to receive their standard weapons, with guards closely monitoring to prevent any desertion. Wang Chongming watched all this, his gaze gradually losing focus. These people would all become lost souls. It was only a matter of time. Star beasts, a bunch of scum, Wang Chongming muttered with a bitter smile. As he laughed, Lu Yu's figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Wang Chongming stood on the city wall, gazing into the distance, silently calculating that Lu Yu must have already boarded the train to leave. He thought to himself that it would be good if this young man became a superpower and returned to avenge Yuanwu City. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke his thoughts. President Wang, what are you thinking about? Looking up, he was surprised to see Lu Yu himself. Wang Chongming couldn't help but rub his eyes. You didn't leave? Seeing Wang Chongming's expression, Lu Yu almost choked with frustration. Do I look like a deserter? Yes. After a moment of silence, Wang Chongming patted Lu Yu on the shoulder. Go on, the bus for Yuanwu City's second high school hasn't left yet. You still have time to catch it. He handed over a boarding pass. Did you come to me because you couldn't get on the bus? Lu Yu took the pass without speaking, feeling quite displeased by the lack of trust. Seeing Lu Yu standing still, Wang Chongming was startled. Do you really want to stay? Of course. Get out. This is not a place for you. It's fine if we die, but if you die, the Federation suffers a great loss. Before Wang Chongming could finish, Lu Yu had already locked his arm in place. President Wang, try to break free. Wang Chongming tried with all his might, but found he couldn't break free, even when using his full strength. I've already surpassed the physical training limits, Lu Yu explained as he released his grip. My strength is around 20,000 kilograms. This number made Wang Chongming gasp in shock. It was equivalent to the first level of the mountain-moving realm. But he still insisted. That makes it even more important for you to leave. Yuanwu City needs you, but not now. If I don't stay now and Yuanwu City is gone in the future, I won't have a place to return to. Besides, the second level of mountain moving is nothing to me, Lu Yu said with a smile. Wang Chongming was silent for a long while, but eventually relented. Fine, you can join, but promise me you'll retreat immediately if things go wrong. After Lu Yu promised, Wang Chongming turned to the warriors below the city wall. All warriors, follow me to the wall to defend against the star beasts. Luo Sha, activate the war relics. Immediately, hundreds of drones took to the sky to begin broadcasting the battle between humans and star beasts. This was both to allow others to learn from the experience and to leave a lasting memory for the millions in Yuanwu City. As the cameras panned across each warrior on the wall, they finally focused on Lu Yu standing in the sunlight in his silver-gray combat suit, holding a crimson electric spear, calmly watching the tide of star beasts approaching in the distance, his intent resolute. This scene left countless viewers of the broadcast deep in thought. Lu Yu's appearance on the live broadcast caused an immediate uproar. The comment section was flooded with messages like, "Why is Lu Yu there? And shouldn't the super genius be evacuated first?" The situation in Yuanwu City seemed so dire that even Lu Yu couldn't be evacuated. However, a verified comment from a Yuanwu high school student clarified the truth. Lu Yu volunteered to go to the city wall. This revelation shocked the audience even more. What a tragedy it would be if such a super genius were to fall here. Perhaps he has his own beliefs. The comments kept pouring in. Meanwhile, in the Federal High Council chamber in the imperial capital, dozens of high-ranking officials of at least the Tongxian realm were fixated on the holographic projection. Zuiqi abruptly stood up, unable to mask his agitation. What's that kid doing? At the front of the chamber stood a man in a red robe, his back to the others, bathed in radiant starlight. He was the Flame Master. Flame Master, we can't let Lu Yu die there, Zuiqi said urgently. The Flame Master gently shook his head, and another person explained, the Flame Master cannot leave, nor can any of the Tianyuan realm powerhouses act rashly. There are stronger star beasts outside the capital waiting for an opportunity. If a superpower leaves, they will undoubtedly strike, destroying the entire Blue Star civilization. Are we just supposed to stand by and do nothing? Zuiqi's voice was filled with despair. After a moment, the Flame Master spoke calmly. Everyone must take responsibility for their own choices. We cannot intervene in Yuanwu City. We can only hope it survives. Flame Master, Zuiqi shouted in frustration. You've been trapped on Blue Star for so many years. Are you willing to accept this? Lu Yu is our last hope for humanity. If we don't act now, it will be too late. The Flame Master continued to watch the holographic screen in silence. Zuiqi seemed drained of all energy, muttering to himself, protect Blue Star, protect Yanhuang. How much longer can we hold on? When the star beasts truly arrive. The other high-ranking officials clenched their fists, but were powerless. The disadvantage humans faced against the star beasts was undeniable. Without the emergence of a true superpower, this predicament would persist for generations. Outside Yuanwu City, the star beast horde suddenly halted its advance, forming a neat line 10 kilometers from the city. As both sides faced off, a colossal star beast, as massive as a mountain, slowly emerged from the rear. This creature was a humanoid star beast with gigantic, jet-black wings sprouting from its back, covered in eerie patterns that exuded an overwhelming presencia, Lord-level star beast, the dark-winged angel. In front of the live broadcast, countless viewers erupted in shock. Damn it! Why is there a Lord-level star beast here? At the mountain-moving second realm, it should only attract leader-level star beasts. The comments flooded in like a storm. Though this dark-winged angel was not yet mature, its bloodline far surpassed that of an adult leader-level star beast. Despite being at the mountain-moving second realm, it could unleash power comparable to the mountain-moving third realm and possessed intelligence far beyond ordinary star beasts. Silence fell over the city walls. The dark-winged angel, as large as a small mountain, fixed its gaze on the walls of Yuanwu City and let out an excited screech. It could sense the vast reserves of human flesh and blood behind the walls, the very nourishment it craved for evolution. My subjects attack. The dark-winged angel spread its wings and let out a long cry. Instantly, the previously silent horde of star beasts erupted with deafening roars. Their eyes were bloodshot, completely losing their sanity, as they swarmed from the sky, ground, and underground, forming a dark cloud that blotted out the sky, launching a full-scale assault on Yuanwu City. Wang Chongming, at some point, had taken his place atop the command platform. He straightened his hunched figure, clad in a crimson battle suit, his eyes filled with a tragic determination. Warriors of Yuanwu City, form battle arrays, charge. Tens of thousands of warriors leapt down from the city walls, weapons in hand, forming groups of 3 to 5 to meet the Star Beast army. Yet, in the face of tens of thousands of star beasts, this human army seemed so insignificant. In just an instant, casualties began to mount. Certified warrior of Yuanwu City, He Yun, deceased. Certified warrior of Yuanwu City, Zhang Huaigua, deceased. Certified warrior of Yuanwu City, Han Xiancheng, deceased. The cold data from the intelligence system displayed. Current casualty rate is high, advising the commander to retreat. In just 1 minute, the human casualty rate had reached 20, making this battle nearly a one-sided massacre. In the live stream, countless viewers were in tears, unable to watch any longer. If not for the Star Beast's inability to fully descend upon Blue Star, humanity might have already faced extinction. Just as the human front lines were faltering, a spark suddenly ignited on the battlefield. That spark leapt forward, transforming into a streak of light that cut through the star beasts, causing them to vanish upon contact. Who was that? In the midst of countless shocked gazes, the live broadcast zoomed in, revealing a familiar face. Lu Yu. Lu Yu wielded the crimson lightning spear, flames dancing around him. Each thrust of his spear cut through the ranks like a hot knife through butter, reducing star beasts of all levels to mere blood and flesh in an instant. Within just a minute, he single-handedly erected an iron wall in the small area, halting the onslaught of the star beast tide. This astounding display of power quickly caught the attention of the star beasts. Those at the forefront turned back and swarmed towards Lu Yu's position, trying to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. However, with a single sweeping motion of his spear, dozens, if not hundreds, of star beasts fell, granting the warriors behind him precious time to catch their breath. Viewers in the live stream were deeply moved by the scene. Lu Yu alone is holding back at least 1,000 star beasts, someone marveled. But if this continues, he'll eventually run out of stamina. The star beasts seemed to realize Lu Yu's formidable strength and shifted their strategy. Instead of launching direct attacks, they sent lower-tier beasts to wear him down. Noticing this, Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Not coming to me? Then I'll come to you. No sooner had he spoken than an ice orb appeared in his hand. He casually tossed it into the densely packed star beasts, and it exploded instantly, sending hundreds, if not thousands, of ice needles raining down. The hit star beast struggled for a moment before falling still, the power of the S-level ability, Rain of Ice Needles, leaving everyone present in awe. Isn't this the move he used against the Golden Horned Rhino? A collective attack method so powerful. Lu the Awesome is incredible. The warriors on the scene, witnessing hundreds of star beasts being effortlessly cleared, were greatly encouraged. Someone saluted Lu Yu from a distance. Thanks, little brother. Lu Yu nodded in acknowledgement and turned to another group of star beasts, unleashing another rain of ice needles, felling hundreds more. The livestream chat erupted with excitement. Lu the Awesome's trademark style is back. Lu the Awesome 10086. Remarkably, Lu Yu alone managed to hold back nearly half of the Vanguard star beasts. On this narrow battlefield, he wielded the rain of ice needles with his left hand and the wind wing slash with his right, moving freely amidst the tide of star beasts. After demonstrating the power of his master-level spear technique, he switched to deploying these two S-level area damage abilities, striking down swathes of star beasts and clarifying the situation. The first wave of star beasts was instantly reduced to corpses, covering the battlefield. The second wave was still 5 kilometers away, but the massive clouds of dust they stirred up were already visible. The surviving warriors rubbed their eyes in disbelief as they looked at the dense pile of star beast bodies before them. It had actually survived the first assault. All eyes were naturally drawn to Lu Yu, standing at the front line. Without his incredible feat of single-handedly battling thousands of star beasts, survival would have been impossible. Wang Chongming watched Lu Yu's back with a gleam of admiration in his eyes, clearly not expecting Lu Yu to display such astonishing power. The livestream chat was already in an uproar. Comments flooded the screen like raindrops. Lu Bai Wang should be renamed to Lu God. No way. Showing off is a traditional virtue. If he survives tomorrow, he should still be called Lu Bai Wang. The audience was fired up, cheering for this heroic feat of holding the line single-handedly. However, a voice of reason quickly emerged. Don't get complacent. The first wave was just cannon fodder. The real threat is the second wave. Those star beasts above the 4th tier are the real killers. Everyone started to worry about Lu Yu, wondering how he would handle the upcoming battle after expending so much energy. At that moment, Lu Yu calmly opened the box on his back, and hundreds of top-grade source crystals poured out, forming a radiant halo around him. Absorbing the immense star power, he charged towards the second wave of star beasts. Ha! Lu Bai Wang is truly extravagant. The Darkwing Angel must be stunned, trying to exhaust his energy, but didn't expect him to be so lavish. Having surpassed the limits of physical strength, Lu Yu moved through the second wave of star beasts as if they were nothing. Alternating between two abilities and wielding masterful spear techniques, even the 4th-tier star beasts couldn't get close. Inspired, the warriors at the back shouted and rushed forward to support him. However, just then, the star beast horde suddenly parted, revealing a terrifying figure. A massive black lizard, over 100 meters long and several dozen meters tall, was approaching. A mountain-moving star beast. Cries of alarm rang out. This was the trump card of the Darkwing Angel. A colossal creature akin to a mountain had already set its sights on Lu Yu. Dark demon, go deal with him. I want his flesh and blood. A dark demon giant lizard suddenly appeared on the battlefield, its massive body exuding the powerful aura of a mountain-moving realm level 1, instantly instilling fear in everyone. Wang Chongming's face turned pale as he urgently shouted, "Damn it! The intel was wrong. Lu Yu, retreat quickly." As a veteran at the same mountain-moving realm level 1, Wang Chongming understood the terrifying nature of this star beast. It was not only inherently stronger than humans, but its aura indicated a power far beyond the ordinary. Lu Yu was in a dangerous situation, at risk of disaster at any moment. In the livestream, comments flooded in like raindrops. A mountain-moving realm star beast. Lu Yu is in danger. He's still in the body refining realm. Run. Countless viewers held their breath for Lu Yu. In the Federal Council Hall, Zhuqi clenched his fists, his brow furrowed. Facing a mountain-moving realm while still in the body refining realm was beyond Lu Yu's capabilities. Others watched the holographic screen, shaking their heads and sighing. A mountain-moving realm level 1, plus a lord-level mountain-moving realm level 2, put Yuanwu City in dire peril. Everyone believed Lu Yu should retreat, as he had already done his utmost. However, on the battlefield, Lu Yu wore a meaningful smile. His combat suit was stained with star beast blood, yet the red electric spear in his hand remained pristine. Mountain-moving realm level 1? Perfect for practice, though I'm curious if this creature has any talents worth copying. The previous star beast's talents hadn't piqued his interest. To the astonishment of all, Lu Yu not only refused to retreat, but charged towards the giant lizard. His actions inspired other warriors, who shouted slogans like "Slay the star beasts" and "Hold the walls," charging forward with him. Lu Yu became a streak of fire, stopping a few hundred meters from the giant lizard. The lizard's crimson eyes flashed with ferocity as it opened its mouth to unleash its innate ability, corrosive venom. The pitch-black liquid rained down towards Lu Yu. Faced with the disgusting attack, Lu Yu showed a look of disdain, saying, "Spitting everywhere, how disgusting of you." This remark surprisingly stunned the giant lizard for 2 seconds. The once serious livestream erupted into laughter. Viewers watched as the dark demon giant lizard sprayed venom at Lu Yu, jokingly saying, "Oh my gosh, that's disgusting. This lizard has no sense of honor, spitting like that." "Just to clarify, it's venom," someone corrected. Amidst the laughter, a burst of flames suddenly ignited around Lu Yu. The venom droplets evaporated in the intense heat several meters away, unable to reach him. "Is that all you've got?" Lu Yu asked the giant lizard calmly. He thought to himself that copying such an ability was awkward. Couldn't just spit at people every time he used his powers. That wouldn't suit his cool image at all. The dark demon giant lizard, realizing its venom was ineffective, became furious. It twisted its massive body and swung its tail, as thick as several meters, like a giant whip towards Lu Yu, trying to crush him with sheer force. The viewers in the live stream finally understood the gravity of the situation. As a mountain-moving level star beast, the lizard's strength exceeded 20,000 kilograms, far surpassing the 9,000 kilograms limit of a human at the peak of body refinement. "Lu, run. Don't take it, Hedon. Use your powers to outlast it." No way a body refinement level can withstand a mountain-moving level beast strength. In the Federal Council Hall, the high-ranking officials were extremely tense. As the strongest genius of Blue Star, Lu Yu carried the hope of the entire planet. If he survived, he might truly change the rampant star beast situation in the coming millennia. Yet, as the massive tail swung towards him, Lu Yu smiled. "Trying to compete with me in physical strength? You must be tired of living." Without hesitation, he raised his spear to meet the attack. With a base strength of 21,000 kilograms, combined with a 120 boost from the Shocking Cloud Spear technique, a 150 boost from the Master Spear technique, plus a 50 strength boost and a 20 weapon boost from his Golden Holy Light ability, the final force of his strike reached an astonishing 140,000 kilograms. Viewers watched Lu Yu charge forward with despair in their eyes. The dark demon giant lizard's eyes showed a human-like sneer, clearly unaware of this mere body refinement human's true power. In the next moment, Lu Yu's spear, moving at a speed beyond anyone's imagination, fiercely pierced towards the giant lizard's tail. Lu Yu's shot was executed with unparalleled speed. The combination of various abilities and weapons pushed the velocity beyond human visual limits, making it difficult even for high-speed cameras to capture its trajectory. Before the mocking expression in the dark demon giant lizard's eyes could fully emerge, a deafening explosion erupted at its tail. Boom! The shockwave surged, nearly causing the hovering drones to lose control and crash. Once the drones readjusted their filming angle, the scene before the audience left them breathless. Lu Yu had landed steadily, with his back to the dark demon giant lizard. The enormous tail, stretching for dozens of meters, had completely vanished, leaving only a layer of bloody debris on the ground. Blood gushed from the massive wound, while the creature seemed too stunned to comprehend, staring blankly at its severed tail. "Human!" The dark demon giant lizard let out a heart-wrenching wail, the agony driving it to thrash wildly on the ground. Its crimson, beastly eyes were filled with horror and confusion, fixated on Lu Yu. How was this possible? In a single encounter, its tail had disappeared, and it hadn't even seen its opponents move. The surrounding warriors erupted in thunderous cheers, while other star beasts instinctively stepped back, their morale crushed. In the live broadcast, comments flooded in like a torrent. "Lu the King just obliterated the dark demon giant lizard's tail with one shot. How did he do that? I'm watching this on my knees." As viewers puzzled over how a physical realm warrior could possess such power, an explanation suddenly appeared on screen. Lu Yu had surpassed the physical limits, using advanced martial skills, weapons, and abilities to achieve this feat. This explanation did not quell the audience's astonishment, but instead sparked even greater uproar. Breaking the physical limit? A realm thought to be purely theoretical, never before achieved in the Federation's thousands of years of history. Say no more. Lu the King is my idol. Kneeling to watch this is justified. an unprecedented super genius of Blue Star. In the Federation's council chamber, Switchy couldn't help but laugh heartily. I knew this kid was clever. There's no way he'd go to his death for no reason. So he broke the physical limit. Other high-ranking officials also smiled knowingly, with someone remarking, "This guy's a freak. He effortlessly achieves what others can't." It seems this little guy's strength surpasses the limits of body refinement. The crowd exchanged meaningful glances. Some raised questions while others showed knowing smiles. "He's already arrived in the capital. We can discuss this in person then," said the man with his back to the group, nodding slightly with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. A genius. The group had just begun to relax, when suddenly, they tensed up again. The footage showed Lu Yu facing an unexpected twist. Just as Lu Yu was about to deliver a fatal blow to the dark demon giant lizard, a piercing screech cut through the sky. From several kilometers away, a figure quietly descended. The dark-winged angel was slowly landing, its terrifying appearance sending shivers down everyone's spine. This was a Lord-level star beast. An adult dark-winged angel could rival a human in the profound realm. Although this one was not yet fully grown, its strength was far beyond that of ordinary mountain-moving realm star beasts. As soon as the dark-winged angel appeared, star beasts within a radius of several kilometers retreated and cowered on the ground. Trembling such was the pressure of a Lord-level star beast. Countless warriors halted their battles, their eyes filled with fear. Wang Chongming was especially anxious, shouting hoarsely, "Lu Yu, retreat." However, Lu Yu remained unmoved, confidently saying, "Don't worry, President Wang, I can handle this big guy." "You can handle nothing. Get back here immediately." Wang Chongming was on the verge of exploding. To him, Lu Yu was the Federation's most promising super genius, his life more valuable than those of millions in Yuanwu City. But Lu Yu turned a deaf ear, still smiling at the dark-winged angel. The latter, with a half-human face showing disdain, spoke. "Human, I can see you're very confident." "Of course, I'm confident. I can easily crush someone like you." Lu Yu's words slightly angered the dark-winged angel, but it quickly wore a strange smile. "Human, I suddenly have an interesting proposal." "Oh, let's hear it. If you let my subordinate go now, I'll give you a chance to become my servant." The dark-winged angel's tone was full of condescension. The livestream audience erupted. How arrogant. Just a Lord Star beast, daring to act so brazenly. If only I had the strength, I'd slap it. Lu Yu remained calm. "What? You want to be my servant? Sorry, you're too ugly. I'm afraid I won't be able to eat or sleep. And this guy who likes to spit, he's just disgusting." Before the words finished, Lu Yu stomped heavily. The dark-winged angel tried to intervene, but it was too late. The dark demon giant lizard's head was crushed under Lu Yu's foot. "Human!" The dark-winged angel roared in fury, glaring at Lu Yu. "Fine. You have successfully angered me." The moment the dark-winged angel erupted in anger, the entire battlefield became tense. Its roar caused countless star beasts around to tremble, responding in unison, creating a terrifying scene. However, Lu Yu remained as calm as ever. He glanced at the dark-winged angel, a mocking smile playing at the corner of his lips. "Really? Is that all you've got? Just a lot of talk?" He cast a disdainful look its way. This provocation completely enraged the dark-winged angel. "Human. Very well. I love nothing more than snuffing out geniuses. Let's see if you can still talk after this." "Hey, I'm still talking, aren't I?" Lu Yu feigned a puzzled expression. The audience watching the live stream was amused by the exchange. Haha. Lu, the king of trash talk, could drive the dark-winged angel insane. The thing is, he's not wrong. This creature does love to talk big. Absolutely hilarious, haha. Someone quickly reminded. Stop laughing and think about what Lu Yu is going to do. The dark-winged angel may love to boast, but it's undeniably powerful. This sobered everyone up. As a commander-level star beast, the dark-winged angel's strength was indeed formidable. Even though Lu Yu had broken through the limits of body cultivation, matching it was still a daunting task. In the Federal Council Hall, everyone wore serious expressions. Switchy was restless, inwardly sighing that the more outstanding Lu Yu's performance, the more he worried about the young man's safety. But now, the Federation's reach was limited, and it was up to Yuanwu City. He glanced at the man with the indistinct face, hoping Lu Yu would survive. The rewards might exceed everyone's expectations if he did. Back on the battlefield, the dark-winged angel finally made its move. It flapped its wings, charging at Lu Yu with blinding speed, striking with a palm. Die, human! It was confident that Lu Yu couldn't possibly evade at such speed. But Lu Yu had no intention of dodging. Just as the dark-winged angel's palm was about to strike, he thrust his spear straight at it. Boom! Star power erupted between them, and both were forced to take a step back. This scene stunned all the spectators. Lu Yu could actually hold his ground against the dark-winged angel, resulting in a draw. In the Federal Council Hall, those who had doubted Lu Yu excitedly exclaimed, "See, I told you, he hasn't just broken the limits of body cultivation we set. He's reached a higher realm." This limit, which had existed for millennia without being reached by anyone, was not only broken by Lu Yu, but far surpassed. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, casually spreading his hands. Mouthy angel, is that really all you've got? The audience's tension immediately turned into laughter. Ha ha, I was so worried earlier, but it seems the dark-winged angel isn't all that. Mouthy angel, that nickname is spot on. You guys calling it Mouthy angel, how embarrassing for it. Meanwhile, the dark-winged angel's fury had reached an unprecedented peak. You humans are too arrogant. Dark Knight descent. The voice of the dark-winged angel roared across the battlefield. In an instant, numerous black auras snaked out from the surrounding star beasts, intertwining in the air before converging around the dark-winged angel, forming a spear that emitted a dim, eerie glow. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback by the sight. This was the first time he had encountered a star beast that wielded a weapon, and coincidentally, it was a spear. Just curious, how skilled are you with that spear? Lu Yu asked with keen interest. Upon hearing this, the dark-winged angel proudly puffed out its chest, its voice brimming with arrogance, mastery, and spear technique. It had every reason to boast, having awakened its shadow spear talent just decades ago. It had already reached a master level. These words immediately stirred the surrounding warriors. Mastery and spear technique? This star beast has such high talent. This isn't good, it's a genius among star beasts. Lu Yu might be in trouble. They're both at the master level. However, upon hearing the dark-winged angel's response, Lu Yu merely smiled calmly. Mastery? Sorry, I just reached the grandmaster level. So how do you want to die? The dark-winged angel sneered. Arrogant human, you'll die soon enough. Before it finished speaking, it lunged forward with its spear, black energy surging like a tide. Lu Yu sighed lightly. I told you you'd die. Why don't you believe me? He also drew his spear to meet the attack, their spear tips colliding midair. Clang! The deafening clash of metal echoed across the battlefield. To everyone's shock, the dark-winged angel was forced to retreat by the blow. Human, how is this possible? The dark-winged angel stared at Lu Yu in disbelief. Lu Yu's response remained calm. Why wouldn't it be possible? You should just accept your fate. Before the words were fully spoken, he shot forward like a cannonball, his spear aimed straight at the dark-winged angel's heart. Despite the dark-winged angel's desperate defense, it was sent flying even farther, its chest pierced through. Everyone present was left speechless by this display. What level of skill do you have? The dark-winged angel asked with difficulty. Me? Lu Yu pointed at himself, casually waving his hand. Barely grandmaster level, just average. This statement caused an uproar among the onlookers. Lu Yu is at it again, always with the damn humility. However, the battle wasn't over. The dark-winged angel suddenly burst into laughter, soaring into the sky, absorbing the black energy from other star beasts, its body swelling rapidly until it reached a massive 100 meters. This transformation alarmed everyone present, and in the Federal Council Hall, Zhuiqi exclaimed, "This is bad. The dark-winged angel has awakened its bloodline." Wang Chongming immediately shouted, Lu Yu, run. It's an awakened bloodline dark-winged angel. Yet, Lu Yu's expression turned peculiar. He quietly asked the system, how does my divine bloodline compare to the dark-winged angels? Host, please don't compare divine bloodlines with such trash, the system replied coldly. Hearing this, Lu Yu's face broke into a bright smile. Oh, it's just a trash bloodline. Then don't blame me for being rude. No need to worry about weak bloodlines, Lu Yu said calmly, looking directly at the dark-winged angel. Do you think your bloodline is powerful? The dark-winged angel sneered. It's far more noble than that of you humans. I see. Lu Yu smirked slightly. Then take a look at my bloodline now. Before his words faded, a tidal wave of roaring energy erupted from within Lu Yu. Golden light radiated from his body, even his hair shimmering with a brilliant gold hue. The terrifying pressure swept over the entire scene, causing countless star beasts to howl in terror and flee, ignoring the dark-winged angel's commands. Standing with a spear in hand, Lu Yu was enveloped in flowing golden light, appearing like a young god descended to earth. The dark-winged angel was incredulous, the overwhelming pressure forcing it to bend, almost kneeling before Lu Yu. You, how do you have a bloodline? It struggled to ask. This scene shocked not only the dark-winged angel, but also left all onlookers dumbfounded. Wang Chongming, who was racing forward, froze in place, and the live broadcast chat exploded with excitement. Holy crap, Lu just intimidated the dark-winged angel with a single sentence. Bloodline? What's that? Aren't bloodlines exclusive to star beasts? In the Federal Council chamber, many high-ranking officials wore grave expressions. After a moment, Yin Zhu, with his back to the others, looked at Lu Yu on the screen, starlight shimmering around him. He has awakened a bloodline. An elderly researcher and warrior wept tears of joy. The power of bloodlines. This is the first time a human has awakened a bloodline. We can finally compete with star beasts from the start. Yet after the brief joy, everyone in the council chamber began to worry about Lu Yu. While bloodlines are powerful, they vary in strength. Can Lu Yu's newly awakened bloodline truly suppress this star beast? Someone broke the silence. Switchy stared intently at the screen, feeling a surge of inexplicable confidence. Don't worry, everyone. I have a feeling this kid's got it under control. His words prompted unanimous nods of agreement from those present. On the battlefield, the dark-winged angel let out an earth-shattering roar. So what if you've awakened your bloodline today? The stronger your bloodline, the greater the reward for killing you. Phantom of the demon realm. With the angel's furious shout, pitch-black demonic energy erupted from its body, enveloping the entire sky and surrounding Lu Yu. Even the aerial devices lost their vision, plunging the screen into darkness. This is bad. In the demon realm, the dark-winged angel's power gets a boost. Lu Yu needs to get out of there fast. Damn it, we can't see a thing. The audience, watching through the live stream, was on edge for Lu Yu. In the distance, Wang Chongming was so anxious he was practically jumping up and down. That damn kid. Everyone, fall back to the city walls. I'm going in to save him. He was about to rush into the black mist. At that critical moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth. The golden light seemed to pierce through all darkness, sizzling and obliterating the demonic energy in its path. President Wang, don't worry, Lu Yu said, his body radiating light, dispelling all the demonic energy. He looked at Wang Chongming with a helpless expression. Wang Chongming paused for a moment, then huffed. I'm just worried about your safety, you brat. Hey, President Wang, you're so kind. I didn't get your granddaughter's contact last time. How about giving it to me now? I promise I won't die, Lu Yu said with a hopeful look. Get lost. Wang Chongming's face darkened. Wow, President Wang, you're so heartless. Your is my motivation to survive, Lu Yu said, feigning a hurt expression. The live stream chat exploded. Lu's cheekiness is still top-notch, asking for a girl's contact in a life-or-death situation. Who's Yuer? Never heard of her. Guys, I just found Yuer's photo on the Federation network. Wow, she's stunning. Someone reminded. Can you guys focus? Didn't you see the dark-winged angel's face turn black? Indeed, the dark-winged angel's already dark face was now even more intense. Human, how dare you ignore me? Wang Chongming spoke up. Lu Yu, you should handle this first. We can talk about Yuer later. He tried to pull Lu Yu away. Lu Yu shook off his hand, looking annoyed at the dark-winged angel. President Wang, you go first. I'll handle this. I was so close to getting her contact, and you ruined it with all your yelling. I'm so mad. The dark-winged angel was bewildered. I'm here ready to fight to the death, and you're busy flirting? Infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. Just as it was about to roar again, Lu Yu charged with his spear. You talk too much. Lu Yu thrust his spear forward with unstoppable momentum. His blood boiled with energy, and even his hair seemed to glow with a golden light as his life force surged like a vast ocean. The Darkwing Angel sneered at Lu Yu's attack. Good. This time, you will surely die. As it spoke, a spear materialized in its hand, covered in intricate patterns. The moment it appeared, eerie wails filled the air. Gazing at the spear, the Darkwing Angel spread its arms and chanted in an ancient language. Ignite my bloodline, wield my spear. With the demon god above, ancestors descend. Humans die? With the incantation, it thrust its spear fiercely, causing demonic energy to swirl behind it, manifesting into grotesque faces that merged into its body, amplifying the spear's power immensely. The livestream audience erupted in shock. Damn, the Darkwing Angel is using its bloodline power. It's over. A second-tier mountain realm using bloodline power can reach the third tier. Lu, get out of there. In the Federation Council chamber, Switchy stood up abruptly. This star beast has mastered bloodline power. This is bad. He had assumed that a juvenile star beast couldn't handle such complex skills, and now he was deeply concerned. Only the Flame Master remained calm at the forefront, saying, perhaps Lu Yu can do it too. The room fell silent at his words, but everyone remained Tenzino one on Blue Star had ever known how to harness bloodline power before. Lu Yu was the first human to awaken it, and had to figure it out on his own. On the battlefield, Lu Yu sensed the extraordinary nature of his opponent's attack. Is this thing having a cosmic burst? The system quickly responded. Host, the Darkwing Angel is using its bloodline power. Can I use it too? Of course, the method has been transmitted to you. As the deadly strike approached, Lu Yu suddenly halted. The audience thought he was about to retreat, but then he raised his spear again, adopting an offensive stance. In the next instant, a golden aura exploded around him, so brilliant that the cameras struggled to capture it, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed through the arena. It was like the heartbeat of a giant. The camera suddenly regained its ability to capture images, and everyone's attention was drawn to the extraordinary phenomenon behind Lu Yu. It was a towering, solitary apparition, reaching 100 meters high, as if it had traversed endless ages, radiating a divine light that was almost impossible to look at directly. Lu Yu was stunned for a couple of seconds, then broke into a satisfied smile. Pretty big. Not bad at all. His gaze shifted to the dark-winged angel, who was now in shock. It hadn't expected Lu Yu to wield the power of his bloodline, and the aura emanating from him was far stronger than its own. An overwhelming fear began to spread within the dark-winged angel. At that moment, Lu Yu made his move. He thrust his spear forward, and the giant apparition behind him mirrored his action, both attacks targeting the dark-winged angel. With no way to evade, the dark-winged angel had no choice but to brace itself for the assault. In the blink of an eye, the distance of several kilometers was crossed. As the two spears collided, everything seemed to collapse. A burst of golden light surged, instantly engulfing all the dark energy. The dark-winged angel let out a harrowing scream as the golden light pierced its chest. It stared blankly at its vanishing heart, muttering, "Human, how is this possible?" Lu Yu looked at the spear in his hand, then glanced at the dissipating apparition behind him, exclaiming, "Damn, how is this strike so powerful? I only used less than 70% of my strength." He quickly rushed forward to support the dark-winged angel, saying, "Brother, I'm sorry. I misjudged the force." After confirming the completion of the task, Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the dark-winged angel with newfound kindness. "Brother, you've had a tough time." Already at the end of its rope, the dark-winged angel heard these words and expired, leaving behind a final statement. "Human, you insult me." The livestream room was silent for a moment before erupting into an uproar. He actually pulled it off. The dark-winged angel wasn't speared to death. It was literally angered to death. Only used 70% strength. And brother, you've had a tough time, those are classic lines. "Human, you insult me," captures the dark-winged angel's despair perfectly. Who would have thought that the dark-winged angel, who had previously been so intent on destroying the city, would be dispatched by Lu Yu in such a manner? Lu Yu set the dark-winged angel's body down, contentedly thinking, "An S-level dark type. What a profitable gain. Good thing I acted fast." On the city wall, countless warriors erupted in a tidal wave of cheers. "We're saved. We're actually alive." At that moment, the walls of Yuanwu City erupted in thunderous cheers. Countless warriors gazed at the corpse of the dark-winged angel and the scattering star beasts, their eyes brimming with tears of joy. Deprived of their leader, the star beasts were like headless flies, no longer able to mount an effective attack, fleeing in panic. All eyes on the wall turned towards Lu Yu. Someone started a chant of, "Thank you, Hero Lu," and soon the cries surged like a wave across the wall. In the live broadcast chat room, the comments were exploding with excitement. "God Lu is awesome. Invincible God Lu. God Lu is awesome." Viewers unanimously bestowed the title God Lu upon this young hero who had turned the tide. In the Federation Assembly Hall, Zhuqiqi slumped heavily into his chair, exhaling deeply, his back soaked with cold sweat. Even with his profound cultivation, Lu Yu's performance had left him utterly amazed. In the history of the Federation, fewer than 3 cities have survived a star beast tide, the Flame Lord stated solemnly. Today, Yuanwu City's survival is largely due to Lu Yu. Issue my order. Award Lu Yu the Human Hero Medal. This decision left everyone present stunned. The Human Hero Medal was the highest honor, previously awarded only to past Flame Lords and those who made historic contributions to Blue Star. And Lu Yu, a mere 18-year-old, had achieved this honor. Yet no one objected. Saving millions single-handedly was a feat worthy of the medal. Moreover, Lu Yu was a super genius. "You handle this, Zhuqiqi," the Flame Lord said as he stood up. Meeting adjourned. Prepare for the first martial school's entrance exam. We've completely severed ties with Planet Caster, and this exam might not go smoothly. With that, he vanished from sight. The joy on everyone's faces shifted slightly, but soon they wore dismissive smiles. Zhuqiqi, in particular, said with schadenfreude, "In the past, we might have worried. But now," everyone knowingly glanced at Lu Yu on the screen, sharing a silent smile. Meanwhile, in Yuanwu City, Lu Yu was leisurely making his way back into the city. The warriors on the wall spontaneously lined up on either side, creating a path for him. Inside the city, the millions who hadn't evacuated via the underground train flooded the streets, ready to welcome their hero home. In this critical moment, everyone had braced themselves for the worst. However, when they witnessed through live broadcasts how Lu Yu repelled the Star Beast invasion, countless people were moved to tears. As Lu Yu returned triumphantly, the streets were lined with citizens who had spontaneously come to welcome him, chanting "Hero." In this era that reveres heroes, Lu Yu's feat of single-handedly defeating the Star Beast horde undoubtedly made him the undisputed hero of Yuanwu City. Despite the grand reception, the usually composed Lu Yu showed rare signs of embarrassment. He maintained a slightly stiff smile, nodding in acknowledgement from time to time. The viewers of the live stream were amused by this sight. Haha, even the mighty Liu King has moments of awkwardness. That expression is so fake, haha. Look at Liu King, he's so flustered he can't speak. While people were still teasing Lu Yu's rare awkwardness, an important announcement suddenly appeared on everyone's smart devices. Federal government announcement. Congratulations to Yuanwu City on its rebirth. Thanks to federal citizen Lu Yu for his contributions to the Federation, he is awarded the Federation Human Hero Medal. This announcement quickly spread across Blue Star, with billions receiving the news simultaneously. Everyone was astonished. The Federation Human Hero Medal. The weight of this medal was well known. Recipients not only have their names written into textbooks, becoming compulsory content from elementary to high school, but it also symbolizes the highest honor for making great contributions to humanity on Blue Star. The live stream erupted with excitement. Liu King is truly amazing this time. All hail Liu God. Please accept my respect. Liu God is incredible. I want to confess my admiration. 1, 2, 10,086. The streets of Yuanwu City burst into overwhelming cheers, with people's faces beaming with genuine joy. This honor was well-deserved in a situation where retreat was an option. This super genius chose to charge forward, saving millions of lives. Amidst the tide of praise, Liu Yu's face turned slightly red as he humbly said, "Ahem. In my view, this medal should be awarded to all the warriors who fought alongside me, not just me alone." His words sparked even more applause and cheers, with everyone praising his humility. Just as Liu Yu was about to continue explaining, a cute teenage girl approached him with a bouquet of flowers. "Liu God, this is for you." As Liu Yu accepted the bouquet, the girl gently planted a kiss on his cheek. Liu Yu stood there, holding the bouquet, watching the girl with a flushed face run away, momentarily stunned. Before he could gather his thoughts, a large group of girls holding flowers rushed towards him, surrounding him completely. Lu Shen, I want a hug," the girls shouted, pushing forward eagerly. With the aura of a super genius, a human hero, and a city-guarding warrior, even the shyest girls were emboldened to express their admiration. Surrounded by so many girls, Liu Yu felt lightheaded, his vision darkening. Just as he was about to collapse into the arms of a stunning girl, a warm embrace suddenly held him tight. Looking up, he saw his sister Lu Ling's tear-streaked face. "Thank goodness, brother. You're alive," Lu Ling cried, clinging to Liu Yu. The girls around them stepped back, watching the siblings embrace. Liu Yu said awkwardly, "Xiao Ling, from the way you said that, it sounds like me being alive is unusual?" "Oh, sorry, brother, let me try again." Lu Ling released him, stepped back, then threw herself at him again. "Thank goodness, brother. You survived." Liu Yu was speechless, wondering what the difference was between the two phrases. The people around them watched the touching scene, smiling knowingly. As the underground train returned, survivors were reunited with their families, tears and hugs filled with the joy of reunion. At this moment, Wang Chongming strode over. "Liu Yu, you've really outdone yourself," he laughed, giving Liu Yu a hearty punch on the chest. "President Wang, that hurts," Liu Yu complained, rubbing his chest. "Oomph. You can defeat the dark-winged angel, but you're afraid of my old punch." "No. In front of you, I'll always be a child," Liu Yu said seriously, shaking his head. Wang Chongming burst into laughter. "Well, you sure know how to sweet talk." "Yeah, I'm good at that, so what reward are you planning to give me?" "Not much, just a few billion star coins will do." Wang Chongming's smile froze instantly. "I knew you weren't sincere. Come with me. Lordswell will soon be here to award you the Human Hero Medal, and you can discuss rewards with him." Liu Yu patted his sister's head. "You go home first, Xiaoling, I'll be back soon." "No, brother, I want to go with you." Lu Ling tugged at his sleeve, acting coy. Liu Yu thought for a moment and agreed, figuring that with his sister around, no pretty girls would approach him. However, he was quickly proven wrong. Just as they reached the Warrior Association's entrance, they encountered Mei Xian. "Liu Yu, congratulations." Mei Xian approached, her eyes shining with admiration. From her gaze, Liu Yu clearly read the words, "I've got him right where I want him." "Hello, Sister Mei Xin." Lu Ling waved her little hand while clinging even tighter to Liu Yu's arm. Liu Yu sighed helplessly. "I have something to attend to first, let's talk later." He had already made up his mind to find an excuse to shake off Lu Ling, otherwise, his happy life might be in jeopardy. On the top floor of the Martial Artists Association, 3 people stood high in the air. Wang Chongming glanced at Lu Ling and asked, "Liu Yu, is this your sister?" "Yes," Liu Yu answered briefly. Wang Chongming didn't ask further. The records showed that Lu Ling only had a clever talent, which made sense. Both siblings couldn't possibly be super geniuses. This thought made him think of his granddaughter, wondering if she too might be a genius who had kept it a secret all these years. At that moment, a black dot appeared on the horizon, quickly transforming into a round flying craft. Zhuoqi leaped down from the craft, thousands of meters high, and approached them. "You rascal! You almost gave me a heart attack," Zhuoqi exclaimed, giving Liu Yu a heavy pat on the shoulder, making him wince in pain. "Master Zhua, you didn't come all this way just to hit me, did you?" Liu Yu looked at him expectantly. Zhuoqi laughed, and a light blue square box materialized in his hand, its unique material exuding a dreamy sheen. "Take it. There are only a dozen of these in the entire Federation." Liu Yu accepted the box eagerly and opened it. Inside lay a medal with a base of purple and gold, adorned with a ruby. The most striking feature was a speck of crimson light suspended above the rubia core of the sun, with temperatures reaching millions of degrees. tightly contained by the metal's anti-gravity magnetic field. The light blue box symbolized Blue Star, its eternal glow captivating everyone present. Lu Ling's eyes sparkled as she examined the metal closely. As Lu Yu studied it, a bold idea crossed his mind, but he quickly suppressed it off. He was determined to try. Now was clearly not the time. Thanks for the medal, Master Zhua. Is there anything else you'd like to say? Lu Yu hinted with a smile. Zhuqi's eyelid twitched, thinking this kid really lacked a sense of service for the people. But he couldn't withhold the reward that was due. Tell me what you want. This puzzled Lu Yu, who was used to bargaining but rarely made requests. After a moment of thought, he said, how about this? 1,000 premium source crystals, and help me upgrade the red electric gun deal. He handed over the red electric gun. Glass weapon. Zhuqi was shocked as he took the weapon, internally noting that even he used its glass weapon. After some contemplation, he replied, all right, but the Federation will need time to prepare the materials and a smith. Your crystals will also be ready after the first martial school opens, and I'll take you to get them. Zhuqi's words brought a reassuring smile to Lu Yu's face, and he nodded gently to express his gratitude. However, Zhuqi raised an eyebrow, feeling something was off about the young man's expression. In truth, Lu Yu had already devised a clever plan in his mind first. He would have the Federation help upgrade the red electric gun to SS level, then invest 1,000 replication points himself, and maybe he could get an SS level artifact. The thought of effortlessly defeating anyone in his path made Lu Yu's grin stretch from ear to ear. The more Zhuqi observed Lu Yu's expression, the more peculiar he found it. He turned his gaze to Lu Ling, standing nearby, and casually asked, is this your sister? Yes. Xiaoling, say hello to Lord Zhua, Lu Yu instructed. Hello, Lord Zhua. Lu Ling greeted with a sweet smile, her innocence shining through. Zhuqi nodded, thinking that while Lu Yu was a genius, there was no guarantee his sister would inherit the same talent, as the odds were incredibly slim. Here, this is a gift for you, Zhuqi said, handing Lu Ling a pure silver pendant. In the center was embedded a glowing fragment of a fire-type star beast skull, which would keep her warm in the winter. Lu Ling accepted it joyfully, but before she could thank him, the glow from the skull suddenly extinguished. Ah, brother, she exclaimed in panic. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. This was normal for someone who had just awakened and couldn't yet control her bloodline. Casually, he reignited the skull and handed it back to his sister. This time, Lu Ling was more cautious, carefully avoiding contact with the pendant, thus preserving the flame. Thank you, Lord Zhua, I really like it. Lu Ling said happily. The siblings shared a joyful laugh, leaving Zhuqi dumbfounded. Does your sister have ice or water abilities? He asked, the only explanation he could think of. Nope, Lu Yu replied, shaking his head. No. Zhuqi seemed to have stumbled upon a significant secret, struggling to contain his shock. Lu Ling, may I hold your hand for a moment? Lu Ling cautiously extended a single finger. Zhuqi didn't mind and gently touched it, immediately feeling an intense cold surge through his bloodstream. Fortunately, he was prepared and quickly expelled it, though his hand was still covered in a layer of frost. Bloodline power. It has to be bloodline power, Zhuqi exclaimed. Lu Yu, didn't you know your sister also has a bloodline? Of course I knew. What's the matter, Lord Zhua? Lu Yu responded with confusion. Seeing Lu Yu's calm demeanor, Zhuqi could hardly believe it. Do you understand what bloodline power signifies? How can you be so casual about it? He turned to Wang Chongming, asking, Wang Chongming, where is Lu Ling currently attending school? Wang Chongming was completely taken aback. He had no idea Lu Ling possessed bloodline power. It was unbelievable. However, he quickly regained his composure, ready to answer Zhuqi's question. Yuanwu No. 1 High School. Zhuqi pondered for a moment before asking. Lu Ling, the first martial school will soon open a junior class. Would you be interested in studying there? Wang Chongming widened his eyes in surprise. Was Zhuqi planning to have Lu Ling join the junior class at the first martial school too? On second thought, it made sense the entire Blue Star had only 2 warriors with bloodline power, and they happened to be siblings, Lu Yu and Lu Ling. Lu Yu was taken aback by the suggestion. He quickly replied earnestly, Lord Zhua, I believe Xiaoling might not be suited for that environment. Zhuqi glanced at him and said calmly, no rush, the junior class won't start until next year. Lu Ling, clearly understanding her brother's concerns, pinched Lu Yu's waist playfully and said with a smile, brother, when you go to the first martial school, be good on your own. Got it, Lu Yu replied with a smile, though internally he was already dreaming of the freedom without his sister's oversight. Being able to do whatever he pleased sounded wonderful. After giving a few more instructions, Zhuqi left. He felt it necessary to report Lu Ling's situation to his superiors. A super genius had already shaken the Federation, and if this genius had an equally gifted sister, the higher-ups would likely be too excited to sleep. Wang Chongming turned to Lu Yu and said, the first martial school starts in 10 days. Make sure to rest well. With Lu Yu's strength, securing the top spot among the freshmen was practically guaranteed. The thought of Yuanwu City producing 2 super geniuses filled Wang Chongming with joy, and he looked forward to boasting about it at this year's base conference. But as he looked at Lu Ling, a sudden realization struck him, changing his expression. Wait, my granddaughter must be hiding something from me. With that, he hurriedly left the Martial Artist Association, determined to question Yue about whether she had also become a super genius. Lu Yu and Lu Ling returned home, where Lu Ling offered to cook for her brother as a treat. Lu Yu wanted to tease her about always being the one to cook, but considering his sister's recent awakening, he wisely kept quiet. Back in his room, Lu Yu took out a light blue box. Inside, a metal flickered with a spark of fire, the solar core, with temperatures reaching millions of degrees. Even a tiny fragment, if not for the restraining anti-gravity magnetic field, would instantly obliterate anything it touched. Each fragment was retrieved from stars by flame master-level warriors, who risked their lives in the process. Gazing at the solar core, Lu Yu's lips curved into a smile. System, can I replicate the solar core? Host, yes you can. Then it settled. System, replicate. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a successful upgrade. Looking at the gift, Lu Yu sighed to himself. Alright, I guess I don't deserve a break. Ding. The system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading to the Heart of the Sun. Lu Yu was taken aback and quickly asked, System, what is the Heart of the Sun? The Heart of the Sun is the core material of a star-level celestial body, with a temperature above 100 million degrees, the system replied succinctly. This simple introduction made Lu Yu instantly realize the terrifying power it contained. Above 100 million degrees? Touch it, and you're dead, he exclaimed, then glanced at the dazzling material in the system space. After checking the remaining 1,800 replication points, Lu Yu decided immediately, System, replicate it 2 more times. Ding. Replication successful. The system's prompt had barely ended when another alert sounded. The material is mutating. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the SS-level ability, Solar Flame Element. This unexpected change made Lu Yu gasp. He quickly understood the reason behind it. The extreme temperature beyond known celestial limits had prompted the system to transform it into an ability, and an SS level 1 at that. System, what exactly does the Solar Flame ability do? The system explained in detail. Solar Flame, the supreme of all universes. It boosts power by 200, speed by 70, weapon effectiveness by 50, and grants immunity to all fire abilities. The active skill domain of Solar Flame can create a field with a radius of over 10 meters and a temperature not lower than 5,000 degrees. My goodness. Lu Yu was ecstatic. Just the 200 power boost was incredible, not to mention the ability to become a miniature sun. His mind was flooded with countless possibilities, from roasting star beasts to attracting the opposite sex, and even applying for a job at a power station. Host, the Solar Flame is a very powerful ability. The system reminded him kindly, seeing his thoughts wandering. Lu Yu chuckled dismissively. System, you don't get it. Now I'm the warmest guy around. He then looked at the S-level talent Shadow, which he had previously copied from the Darkwing Angel. Though slightly lower in level, this dark ability was quite unique. It allowed him to become a shadow, manipulate dark energy to erode or control other beings, and even teleport to wherever the dark energy reached. A perfect combat skill. Lu Yu's eyes lit up as he imagined the battle scene, sneaking up behind an unsuspecting enemy and delivering a fatal blow with his red electric spear. The combination of lightning power and the Solar Flame ability was simply invincible. Even though he spent 300 replication points, the rewards he gained put Lu Yu in a great mood. The Heart of the Sun wasn't just a powerful trump card, it also granted him his first ever SS-level ability. As Lu Yu was enjoying the pleasure brought by his SS-level talent, Hengyang, there was a knock on the door from Lu Ling. Brother, it's time to eat. As Lu Yu opened the door with a smile, he asked, So, Xiaoling, do you feel like your brother has become a warm and caring guy? Lu Ling looked at him suspiciously. Brother, did you take the wrong medicine again? You're clearly a player. Lu Yu was at a loss for words and simply said, Let's eat. The dining table was filled with star beast meat, and ever since their meals improved, every meal made Lu Yu's mouth water. Just as he was about to finish eating and head to the training room, Lu Ling suddenly asked, Brother, when are you going to the first martial school? In about 10 days, Lu Yu replied after checking the time. Then, brother, aren't you going to leave something behind before you go? Lu Ling's eyes sparkled with anticipation. What do you mean? Lu Yu was puzzled. Lu Ling sighed. I knew it, brother. You don't care about your sister anymore. You're not even leaving something for me to remember you by. Just tell me what you want. Lu Ling came over with a big stack of notebooks, smiling. Brother, you're leaving soon. So is it too much to ask for a few thousand signatures? You've got 10 days, and it's not like you're busy. You can practice your handwriting. Lu Yu's face instantly darkened. He knew his sister's little scheme too well. His signature could sell for 3,000 star coins each at school. I transferred 3 million star coins to you. Don't bother your brother if there's nothing important, Lu Yu said, pinching Lu Ling's cheek before heading to the training room. Brother, did you rob a bank? How did you get so rich? Lu Ling exclaimed as she stared at the numbers on her bank card. Lu Yu ignored her, thinking she always made a big deal out of things. He took out the only 400 premium source crystals left and ordered the system without hesitation. System, duplicate twice. Ding. Duplication successful. The number of source crystals instantly increased to 1,600, consuming 600 duplication points. This is painful, still not enough. System, open the personal panel. The panel displayed. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, body refinement level 9. Bloodline, 1 unlocked. Physique, 75 unlocked. Duplication points, 1,200. Any duplication attempts, 11. Talents, SSS ability, Hung Yang SS level fire, Shadow SS dark, Wind Wing / SS wind, Storm Ice Needle SS ice, Thunders level lightning, Scarlet Flames level fire, Golden Holy Lights level gold, Water Escape a level water, Earth Spirit Body a level earth, Wood Healing level wood. Strength, 21,300 kilograms. Speed, 2,130 milliseconds. Neural response, SSS. Weapon, Scarlet Electric Spears level. Looking at these stats, Lu Yu's mouth twitched slightly. The resources needed to break through the body refinement limit were far beyond imagination. Even with great talent, it's all in vain without enough resources, as ambient resources are quite limited. System, can you give me a little help? After a while, Lu Yu asked tentatively, thinking it wasn't too much to ask for some resources given his current state. Ding. Unlocking random task. Report to the first martial school. Reward. Ding. A system notification echoed in Lu Yu's mind. Random task unlocked. Report to the first martial school. Reward, 1,000 copy points. Wow, is there really such a good deal? Lu Yu's eyes lit up, but then he frowned. Just for reporting, and only 1,000 points? System, that's a bit stingy. I mean, I'm leaving Shaoling, leaving Yuanwu City, heading to a strange place alone. Shouldn't I get more? Ding. Excessive demands detected from host. Reward cancelled. Wait. Stop. I'll take the task. Lu Yu hurriedly interrupted the system, secretly relieved to have avoided losing the reward. The system coldly replied, a true strong person doesn't haggle over rewards. Come on. Lu Yu interrupted bluntly. A true strong person can't get far without resources. You really are stingy. After weighing his options, Lu Yu decided to use a free copy to duplicate source crystals. Using copy points would cost 1,200, while items like abilities often required just a few hundred points, a calculation he was all too aware of. Once the duplication was complete, the ground was covered with thousands of premium source crystals, shimmering enticingly. Lu Yu took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and began a day and night-long training session. During this time, although Xiao Ling knew her brother was training, she thoughtfully refrained from disturbing him. On the third morning, as sunlight streamed through the window, Lu Yu opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. Surprisingly, he found there was still room for improvement, even though he thought 25,000 kilograms was his limit. Exiting the training room, he found Xiao Ling was already out, but a warm breakfast was left on the table. Seeing this, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile. His sometimes annoying sister, when not around, was truly missed. After a simple breakfast and a shower, Lu Yu immersed himself back into training. This time, he was completely absorbed in breaking his limits, losing track of time. The golden glow of divine bloodlines enveloped him. His vitality surged like ocean waves, and his strength climbed. 26,000 kilograms, 27,000 kilograms, 28,000 kilograms, 29,000 kilograms, finally settling at 30,000 kilograms. Opening his eyes, the golden light almost became tangible. Lu Yu felt the immense power within, knowing he was ready to step into the mountain-moving realm, but he chose to stabilize his current state first. Smart brain, how many days have passed? 6 days. Huh? Lu Yu was taken aback, only then feeling a strong sense of hunger. He quickly got up and headed to the dining table. As the aroma filled the dining table during dinner, Lu Yu emerged from his room after practicing to find his sister, Lu Ling, approaching with small, quick steps. Brother, why were you in there for so long? Training, Lu Yu replied briefly, grabbing the rice cooker and beginning to devour his meal. Lu Ling rested her chin in her hands, watching her brother eat with wide eyes. When Lu Yu finally put down his chopsticks, Lu Ling beamed with pride. My cooking skills must be amazing. You ate so much in one go. Lu Yu thought to himself that it was purely because he was hungry. He took a sip of water and gently patted his sister's head. I'm going to school tomorrow, so be good at home and don't go looking for any useless boy classmates. Are you afraid I'll start a relationship? Lu Ling asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Lu Yu sighed. The world is dangerous these days, and not everyone is good. If you meet someone like your brother, that's fine, but stay away from any bad guys. Lu Ling shook her head, making a face. Forget it. You're still young, you don't understand. I'm going out for a bit. Where are you going? To enjoy the moonlight. Oh, I get it. You're meeting Sister Machine for a romantic evening. Lu Ling teased with a grin. Without another word, Lu Yu turned back to his room, thinking, what's the rush? Mei Xin is also going to the first martial arts school. There will be plenty of opportunities. He had even planned his moves. The next morning, as Lu Yu got up, his smart device beeped with a notification. Wang Chongming, the president of the Yuanwu City Martial Artists Association, was requesting a call. The contact image was a red flower with happiness and joy written on it. Looking at the age-old traditional design, Lu Yu couldn't help but wonder if the family of love and harmony group still existed. Hello, President Wang. Ha ha ha, Lu, are you ready? No problem. That's good. Lords will arrive in half an hour, so come to the Martial Artists Association now. Lu Yu calmly went about his morning routine. Lu Ling had already prepared breakfast but suddenly said, Brother, I thought a lot about what you said last night, and I feel like I can't stop you from pursuing your love. This almost made Lu Yu choke on his porridge. Have you realized? Yes. Lu Ling nodded seriously. Lu Yu became suspicious. What are you planning now? He even wondered if his sister had been possessed by a powerful being. Brother, it's nothing. Lu Ling's evasive demeanor only heightened Lu Yu's suspicion. He carefully checked his private collection and found everything in order, yet something fell off. Before leaving, Lu Yu repeatedly reminded her, I'll visit you once a week. Remember, no boyfriends. With that, he closed the door and left. In this era, traveling from the capital to Yuanwu City took just over an hour, even accounting for avoiding star beasts. After Lu Yu left, Lu Ling patted her chest, muttering to herself, that was close. I hope he doesn't find out. If he does, would he kill me? Probably not. He only has one sister, and if he did, he'd have to find another one. And so, Lu Yu arrived at the Yuanwu City Martial Artists Association. In the Martial Artists Association of Yuanwu City, Wang Chongming was anxiously waiting for the arrival of the last trainee. When Lu Yu pushed the door open and walked in, the old president's face lit up with a smile, as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. You finally made it. You're the last one. Sorry, President Wang. I was dawdling a bit at home. Lu Yu apologized with a nod, and his gaze quickly scanned the room, noticing that Mei Xin and Li Yu were already present. It was clear that both of them had also successfully been admitted to the first martial school. Mei Xin had a clear advantage in points since she hadn't encountered Lu Yu's robbery, while Li Yu, despite having his points halved, had worked hard to hunt star beasts to keep up with Lu Yu, just barely reaching the admission line. Lu Yu. Mei Xin waved excitedly, her eyes shining with admiration. As a martial artist who had experienced battles firsthand, she vividly remembered Lu Yu's performance. Li Yu hesitated for a moment before speaking. Lu Yu. Brotherly. Lu Yu, seeing Li Yu let go of past grievances, grasped his hand excitedly, leaving Li Yu momentarily at a loss, only able to nod in response. As they were talking, a spacecraft hovered above the association, and Zhuiqi descended from it. Is everyone here? He asked, looking around with a calm demeanor. To him, Lu Yu was the only one in Yuanwu City truly worth his attention. Yes, that's everyone. Wang Chongming nodded emphatically. All right, come aboard, Zhuiqi said briefly. Lu Yu turned to Wang Chongming and smiled. President Wang, I'm off then. I'll come back to visit when I have the chance. Ha ha ha, no worries. Seeing you all succeed is enough for this old man. Wang Chongming laughed heartily, already planning to visit old friends in nearby cities once they left. As Lu Yu was about to board the spacecraft, a clear voice called out. Lu Yu, can you wait a moment? Wang Chongming's granddaughter, Wang Xia, hurried over, leaving the old president momentarily stunned. Yue, what are you doing here? I came to find Lu Yu. Wang Xia replied softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Lu Yu's heart skipped a beat. Could she be here to confess? He quickly put on a calm expression. Oh, Yue, what do you need from me? Could we talk over there? Wang Xia's head lowered even further. Wang Chongming realized what was happening and immediately regretted it. Oh no, she's been taken by a pig. Lu Yu thought to himself. Where else could you find such a good son-in-law? But he still followed Wang Xia to the side. If there's anything you want to say, go ahead. Lu Yu was already rehearsing in his mind how to gently turn down her affections for the sake of his aspirations. However, Wang Xia's first words struck him like a bolt from the blue. Lu Yu, maybe I won't like you anymore. What? Lu Yu tried to remain calm. Wang Xia asked in confusion, didn't you say you didn't like me? Now it was Lu Yu's turn to be completely bewildered. It was Xiaoling who told me. Wang Xia said softly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu felt a wave of dizziness, cursing inwardly. Of course. No wonder Xiaoling looked so guilty when I left. He composed himself and softened his tone. Actually, Xiaoling wasn't wrong. But we can start as friends first. Next time I come from the capital, want to hang out? Wang Xia's previously dim eyes brightened again, and she nodded quickly. Sure. Seeing her reaction, Lu Yu felt a sense of triumph. You think you can fool your brother with such simple tricks? Huh. Is it that hard to add another word before friend? Back on the aircraft, Zhuiqi looked at Lu Yu with a face full of admiration. I didn't expect it, kid. You've got some skills. Lu Yu feigned confusion. After setting the autopilot, Zhuiqi laughed. Back in my day, when I was your age, I was quite the charmer. There wasn't a girl on Blue Planet I couldn't win over. Lu Yu continued to play dumb. Master Zhua, what are you talking about? I don't understand. He noticed Mei Xin watching him and thought, no way am I discussing flirting techniques with you. Zhuoqi seemed to sense something as well and smiled knowingly, then switched to the main topic. After you report to the first martial school, come find me. I'll be waiting at the school gate. The Flame Lord wants to meet you. You'll receive your rewards then too. This news left Mei Xin and Li Yu stunned. The Flame Lord was the most powerful presence on Blue Planet. For him to personally meet Lu Yu was an unimaginable honor. Mei Xin's eyes were filled with even more admiration, while Li Yu tried hard to control his racing heart, silently chanting to himself. He's not human. He's not human. In contrast, Lu Yu remained calm and even began to ponder. After meeting the Flame Lord, besides the known rewards, what other benefits could he gain? Copy the Flame Lord's cultivation? No, that might cause him to explode on the spot. Copy his weapon? Not wise. Carrying an identical weapon would be too conspicuous. After much consideration, Lu Yu concluded there was only one choice: to copy the Flame Lord's combat skills. He had previously copied Zhuoqi's combat skills, which had been extremely helpful in the fight against the Dark-Winged Angel. Although the power difference in that battle was too great for the skill advantage to be obvious, in an evenly matched fight, combat skills were crucial. It's like two equally strong bodybuilders, one being a world champion fighter, and the other just a gym-goer who would win. The answer is clear. With this thought, Lu Yu became even more eager to meet the Flame Lord. Maybe he could even gain some supernatural abilities. How exciting. Amidst these thoughts, the aircraft finally arrived at the capital. The Imperial capital, the largest city on Blue Star, is truly awe-inspiring in its scale. From above, the city's area is more than 10 times that of Yuanwu City, with a permanent population of 200 million. Sitting in the aircraft, Lu Yu watched countless flying vehicles weaving between the towering buildings, creating a spectacular scene. Beep. Blue Star Commander, Zhuoqi, confirmed passage. As the voice of the intelligence system sounded, an energy shield appeared in the sky, and the aircraft passed through the light curtain opening. This energy shield, designed to fend off Star Beast attacks, is a level higher in protection than that of Yuanwu City. After entering the Imperial capital, Zhuoqi visibly relaxed. Recently, due to the failure of the Star Beast City massacre plan, the Star Beasts outside the city have been restless, and even while escorting Lu Yu here, he remained on high alert. I'm taking you to the first martial school now, Zhuoqi said. The first martial school, the highest institution on Blue Star, is located in the heart of the Imperial capital. Its massive grounds are so vast that they extend beyond the horizon even from the air. Numerous aircraft were already parked at the school gate, with presidents of various martial artist associations escorting talented students for registration. As soon as Zhuoqi's command aircraft landed, it drew attention, but it was Lu Yu's presence that turned heads. Wow, isn't that Lu Yu? Lu Yu is enrolling at the first martial school. I've only seen him on TV. He's even more handsome in person. Excited whispers filled the air as Lu Yu calmly stepped off the aircraft. In contrast, the arrivals of Mei Xian and Li Yu were much more subdued, though they seemed well prepared for their low-key entrance. Go ahead and register. Zhuoqi suddenly remembered something and added with a smile. Oh right, you don't actually need to register. Students from the talent competition are directly placed in the talent class. This made Lu Yu's mouth twitch slightly, as he had been considering choosing based on the number of girls in each major. After Zhuoqi left, Mei Xian asked with a smile. Lu Yu, what major are you planning to choose? I thought we couldn't choose a major? Lu Yu asked, puzzled. Mei Xian shook her head and explained. That's not exactly it. No matter what major we choose, we'll be in the talent class, but that doesn't stop us from picking a major as a hobby. Is that so? Lu Yu's eyes lit up, and he asked, what are you planning to choose? As for me, I'm not planning to choose one for now, Mei Xian replied, and then Lu Yu turned to Li Yu. Fire, Li Yu said after a moment of thought. Lu Yu nodded. Unlike the universities before his time travel, Blue Star's universities don't have cultural majors. They focus solely on martial arts-related courses. In this era, knowledge outside of martial skills can be directly imparted. The first martial school offers a variety of martial arts majors, including weapon forging, alchemy, body refining, and a specialized major for teaching the use of special abilities. With this in mind, Lu Yu quickly made his decision. I'll choose two majors, one in water and one in ice. After all, these two abilities had the most female students awakening to them. Lu Yu immediately set a big goal for himself. I want to pursue a double major. I will work hard to earn dual degrees. Once he decided on his majors, Lu Yu waved goodbye to his two companions and turned towards the school. He soon realized a large group of students was already waiting and watching. As soon as he mentioned he wanted to enroll in both the ice and water departments, someone eagerly offered to show him the way to the registration desk. Wow, Lu Shun, exclaimed a blushing girl. You were so amazing in the battle against the Dark-Winged Angel in Yuanwu City. She was a sophomore in the water department and had come to guide him upon hearing he wanted to join their program. She was accompanied by several other equally excited girls whose eyes sparkled with anticipation who would have thought Lu Yu would choose their major, meaning he would become their junior and attend classes with them. Surrounded by the girls, Lu Yu maintained a composed demeanor. Along the way, male students from the fire, earth, and other departments cast envious glances. It was well known that these majors were predominantly male. Seeing Lu Yu surrounded by so many beautiful girls, the guys couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, even if they didn't express it. Lu Yu tried to remain calm, but he couldn't deny that the girls were indeed very attractive. It's no wonder. In an era where human technology allowed for genetic modification, average looks had long been phased out, leaving only the truly stunning. With a cool and aloof expression, Lu Yu first completed his registration with the water department senior, who was still in a daze. Then, he headed to the ice department's registration point, accompanied by a group of eager admirers. The senior there was equally entranced, taking Lu Yu's documents with a look of adoration and proudly showing off his ID photo to those around her. By noon, not only had the number of girls following Lu Yu not decreased, but they had grown bolder, asking for his contact information. Lu Yu obliged, which thrilled the girls and caused the male students present to clench their fists in silent frustration. Although they were somewhat annoyed by Lu Yu's actions, they could only endure it, acknowledging the difference in their abilities. Their only consolation was that at least the campus beauty hadn't been drawn to Lu Yu, right? However, just then, a figure in white hurried towards Lu Yu. It was a girl in a white dress, with skin as fair as snow and a face as angelic as a pure, untouched lily. Her presence evoked a protective instinct, like a white lotus untainted by the world. It was Tian, the campus beauty. The guys felt a warmth in their hearts, but soon realized something was amiss. Wait, why wasn't Tian here? In the next moment, their hearts shattered, and Tian, blushing, looked timidly at Lu Yu and said, "Lu Shun, can I be with you?" And Tian stood on the campus path, clutching a bouquet of white flowers, her gaze nervously fixed on Lu Yu's figure. This was her first time confessing to a boy, and upon hearing that Lu Yu was here, she rushed over, afraid of missing the opportunity. Lu Yu was completely taken aback by the scene before him. A stunningly beautiful girl was standing in front of him, holding flowers. He had imagined such scenarios countless times, even envisioning further developments. But reality far exceeded his imagination. This girl was more breathtaking than any image he had conjured in his mind. Quickly searching his memory for comparison, he concluded that only his sister's future beauty could rival this. All other girls he had seen were a notch below. More captivating was Tian's petite and delicate aura, making one instinctively want to protect her. However, Lu Yu simply said, "I'm not ready for a relationship right now." With that, he walked past her and continued on his way. This scene shocked everyone present. The surrounding boys erupted. Is this guy crazy? He rejected a confession from the goddess and Tian? My mind is blown. Lu Yu's got the no woman, perfect cultivation mindset. I've learned something today. I'm breaking up with my girlfriend. And Tian stood frozen, her flowers trembling slightly, tears welling in her eyes. Why, Lu Shun? For the first time, she experienced the pain of being rejected by someone she cared about. Lu Yu paused, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. I said I'm not interested in dating now, but I didn't say I never will be. You could try chasing me. Maybe one day I'll be interested. With that, he left the campus with flair. In his mind, his words were well calculated. He was a master at the art of flirting. The unattainable is always the most alluring, and what comes too easily is often not cherished. Besides, if he accepted Tian so quickly, what about the other girls? His heart was in pieces, each piece wanting to offer a warm embrace to a heartbroken girl. Sure enough, Tian smiled through her tears, her eyes sparkling with hope. Lu Shun, I will definitely pursue you. Her sweet smile shattered the hearts of countless boys around. I'm done for. The goddess in Tian smiled at a player. Wasn't she supposed to never date? Count me in for the library queue to jump off. If Tian's going to be a simp, there's nothing left to believe in. Let's jump together. And so, countless male comrades collectively broke down that day, weeping bitterly. Lu Yu was unaware that he had become a prominent figure on campus. Countless people saw him as their #1 rival, and some even drank alone because their girlfriends showed infatuation towards him. At the school gate, Zhuqiqi paused for a couple of seconds, looking at the confident Lu Yu with a complex expression. Impressive, truly impressive. I must admit defeat, he thought to himself. He had believed he was unrivaled in matters of the heart, but now realized he had been sorely mistaken. This genius from Blue Star might need the title Saint of Romance. So, want to pay some tuition? Lu Yu asked with a proud smile. Zhuqiqi's eyelid twitched as he glanced around before hesitating. I had a close female friend who turned against me. Any advice? Simple. Tell me. 10 top-grade source crystals, Lu Yu said with a grin. Zhuqiqi's mouth twitched as he handed over 10 top-grade source crystals. Lu Yu pocketed them and leaned in to whisper in his ear. Zhuqiqi listened in astonishment, finally gasping and giving a thumbs up. Impressive. Truly impressive. Just a small matter. Feel free to consult me again and help spread the word. Lu Yu waved him off. With a peculiar expression, Zhuiqi said no more and led Lu Yu straight to the Federation headquarters. There, he guided Lu Yu to the center. Go on in. The Flame Master is waiting for you inside. Entering the renowned Star Palace, Lu Yu found the interior decor strikingly vintage, contrasting sharply with the high-tech exterior. He looked around, but saw no one. Stop looking. I'm here. A voice came from the side. Lu Yu turned to find the Flame Master sitting on a sofa. Teleportation, he thought with a start. Greetings, Flame Master. Lu Yu bowed respectfully, trying to discern the person's features, but saw only a layer of starlight. Take a seat. No need for formalities, the Flame Master said with a hint of amusement. Lu Yu sat down without hesitation. A cup of tea floated over to him. You're the most talented junior I've encountered. I know that myself. Lu Yu replied with a candid smile. The Flame Master fell silent for a couple of seconds. Meanwhile, Lu Yu activated his system in secret. System, is there anything on the Flame Master I can replicate? Ding. Detected. Star Master level combat skills, S level spatial power, Moonlight Sword SS level, spatial bracelet, Flame Master's coat, Flame Master's undershirt, Flame Master's underwear. Stop. What are these last items? Am I supposed to replicate underwear from my collection? Host, you can. The system's response nearly made Lu Yu cough up blood. What's wrong? Is the tea not to your liking? The Flame Master noticed Lu Yu's change in expression. Oh no, it's fine, quite good. By the way, Flame Master, could you help me with this? I've never figured it out. Lu Yu handed over an empty vial of the bloodline potion he had used before. As their hands were about to touch, Lu Yu decisively activated the replication skill. System, replicate. Seeing the Flame Master about to pull back, he quickly amended. Replicate everything. Ding. Replication upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Ding. A series of notifications appeared before Lu Yu, indicating that he had acquired several items. Star Master level combat skills, a S-strength space ability called Crack the Void, the SS-strength Moonlight Sword, and a complete set of Flame Master's attire. Another notification followed, announcing an upgrade to his spatial wristband's capacity, now increased to 100 cubic meters, and the Flame Master's attire had been upgraded to glorious collection quality. Lu Yu was caught off guard and spat out his tea upon hearing these notifications. His reaction drew the attention of the Flame Master sitting across from him, who frowned and asked, "Is there something wrong with the tea? Let me get you a different kind." He stood up to prepare another brew. Suppressing his internal frustration, Lu Yu forced a smile, while internally he was sarcastically thinking, other than the wristband upgrade, the rest of these so-called goodies are just an overly extravagant set of clothes. Glorious collection? Does the system think this is some MOBA game, or that I could sell these for a good price if I wore them outside? The system chimed in. Host, a suitable attire is the hallmark of a strong individual. Just look at the Flame Master. This nearly made Lu Yu laugh out of anger. Fortunately, he had cleverly used a free copy opportunity. Otherwise, spending 2,200 copy points on these items would have been a huge waste. By then, the Flame Master had freshly brewed the tea and handed it over with a serious expression, saying, "Try this one. It's made from the leaves of the last ancient tea tree on Blue Planet." Lu Yu took a sip, his eyes widening instantly. As the tea entered his mouth, a rich star energy flowed throughout his body, making every pore feel like it was opening up. Although it didn't enhance his cultivation, it made him feel immediately refreshed and invigorated. Excellent tea. Lu Yu praised sincerely, despite his lack of knowledge about tea. The Flame Master nodded. It is excellent, but there's less and less of it each time we brew. Why is that? With Blue Planet's current technology, cultivating tea trees should be easy, right? Lu Yu asked curiously. The Flame Master gave a wry smile. The tea trees are gone. How could we grow more tea? Gone, Lu Yu said as he took another big sip of tea. Seeing his lack of understanding, the Flame Master felt a bit helpless, recalling that Lu Yushan and Zhuiqi were right. This kid really didn't know how to continue a conversation. Do you know why the tea trees are gone? The Flame Master prompted further. Destroyed by someone? Lu Yu guessed after a moment's thought. Close enough, the Flame Master replied, standing up. But it wasn't people who destroyed the tea trees, it was star beasts. As he spoke, he tapped the air lightly, and a holographic image of Blue Planet appeared, dotted with red points representing various base cities. Do you know where Blue Planet is located in the universe? The Milky Way, Orion Arm, third orbit of the solar system. Lu Yu answered without hesitation, as these were basic facts even elementary students knew. The Flame Master nodded, waving his hand again, and an expansive star map unfolded slowly before Lu Yu. Countless points of light were scattered across the map, seemingly chaotic and disordered. As Lu Yu gazed at the star chart before him, he quickly identified the three spiral arms of the Milky Way. Yan Zhu turned to Lu Yu and asked, "Do you know the position of the Milky Way in the universe?" The question left Lu Yu momentarily stunned. After a brief silence, he admitted, "I don't know." "Neither do I." Yan Zhu nodded in agreement. Lu Yu's expression turned peculiar, wondering if Yan Zhu's purpose was just to share this with him. Before he could ponder further, Yinzhu pointed at the star chart. As he did, the image of the Milky Way began to shrink, revealing more galaxies around it, some disc-shaped, others elongated, and still others spiral. The universe is vast and unknowable, Yinzhu remarked, highlighting two white points on the map. These represent one of the farthest distances explored by the Human Federation. The 2 points were then connected by a line. Lu Yu glanced at the scale, and his eyes widened in shock. 10 billion light-years. That's impossible. The known universe's diameter is only 160 billion light-years. Even with wormhole technology, that's too far. It's true, Yinzhu replied calmly. If someone was truly that powerful, why would Blue Star still be troubled by star beasts? Lu Yu questioned skeptically. You're right. It was indeed accomplished by a powerful individual, but it has nothing to do with the current Blue Star. Someone from the Castor planet. Lu Yu thought of the predominantly Caucasian human colony. No, it was someone from Blue Star. Yinzhu's response only deepened Lu Yu's confusion. If it was a Blue Star native, why was Blue Star in such dire straits now? And why hadn't they returned to help? Before Lu Yu could ask more, Yinzhu handed him a small box. This is your personal reward. Lu Yu sensed the contents and was immediately taken aback. 3,000 premium source crystals. This generous gift instantly brought a smile to his face. Thank you, Yinzhu. You can return to school now, Yinzhu said. Is there nothing else you want to say? Lu Yu asked with a playful smile. After a brief silence, Yinzhu finally said, train well and aim to surpass that individual someday. Before Lu Yu could respond, he found himself inexplicably outside the Star Palace. Not bad, kid. Zhuqi, who had been waiting for some time, greeted him immediately. It's okay. Yinzhu gave me 3,000 top-grade source crystals, Lu Yu said with a cheerful grin as he looked at Zhuqi. Do you have any thoughts, Lord Zhua? Zhuqi responded with a sly smile. Of course. How about we split it? Lu Yu sighed inwardly, realizing that Zhuqi had learned his tricks. He guarded the box containing the source crystals closely, remaining silent. Zhuqi, still smiling, teased. You're already so rich and still want to squeeze some out of me? That's not very nice. With that, he piloted the aircraft towards the first martial academy. Yinzhu observed everything, his gaze settling on Lu Yu's half-full cup of tea. Did he understand what I was saying? Yinzhu wondered, feeling a bit anxious as he recalled Lu Yu's confused expression. Damn it, I shouldn't have acted all mysterious. I just want him to develop quickly so I can retire. Thinking about the 3,000 top-grade source crystals, Yinzhu winced, hoping Lu Yu wouldn't waste them. Upon arriving at the first martial academy, Lu Yu stood at the aircraft's exit and extended his hand towards Zhuqi. Lord Zhua, the reward. Zhuqi's mouth twitched as he reluctantly handed over 1,100 top-grade source crystals. You're ruthless, kid. I lost. Outside the aircraft, and Tian awaited eagerly with a fruit drink in hand. Lu Shun, you're back, she exclaimed, stepping forward to offer the drink. Lu Yu smirked, tossing the red lightning gun to Zhuqi. Lord Zhua, I need it back by tomorrow. After Zhuqi left, Lu Yu took the drink and walked alongside Tian towards the school. They attracted envious and jealous glances from countless male students. The dormitory balconies were crowded with onlookers, their eyes fixed on the pair. Lu Yu chuckled to himself, thinking, it's just impotent rage. If your goddess wants to be with me, there's nothing I can do. As a super genius, Lu Yu naturally enjoyed privileges on Blue Star, a world where strength ruled. While ordinary students crammed into 6-person dorms, he had already secured a private villa. And Tian walked beside him, her hands nervously twisting together, clearly wanting to say something. Lu Yu noticed and inwardly laughed, choosing to remain silent. Finally, Tian gathered her courage. Lu Shun, are you aware of the entrance exam tomorrow? Entrance exam. Lu Yu's eyes gleamed with confidence, his arrogance almost palpable, as if he could easily surpass not just his peers, but even those in higher grades. However, Tian's next words left him stunned. Lu Shun, I truly believe you can achieve a top 100 ranking. Tian flashed a sweet smile, encouraging Lu Yu. Lu Yu frowned slightly, his expression somewhat gloomy. Tian quickly noticed the change and hurriedly explained, Oh, I'm sorry, Lu Shun. You might not be familiar with the specific rules of the entrance assessment since you just arrived at the school. I'm not very clear about it, Lu Yu admitted with a nod. Tian earnestly explained, the first martial arts school has branches on all civilized planets across the Orion Arm. Seeing Lu Yu's understanding look, she continued, a civilized planet is one that has reached the level 1 civilization standard, capable of interstellar travel at the speed of light. Each civilized planet not only has a first martial arts school, but also a branch of the Martial Artists Association. This association is spread throughout the galaxy, and although no one knows which civilization founded it, it has always adhered to the mission of cultivating the strongest martial artists and promoting the development of civilizations, maintaining neutrality among them. Noticing Lu Yu's puzzled expression, Tian quickly got to the point. The important thing is, the entrance exam is held uniformly across the entire Orion Arm. She counted on her fingers, There are about 1,000 first martial arts schools in the Orion Arm. Our Blue Star First Martial Arts School belongs to the 5th sector, with around 100,000 candidates participating in the exam. Being in the top 100 gives you the opportunity to enter the Martial Academy. Lu Yu fell into contemplation. 100,000 candidates? And they're all elites from the first martial arts schools of various planets? Just as he was hesitating, a system notification sounded. Ding. Main quest activated. First glimpse of brilliance. Quest requirement. Achieve first place in the 5th sector entrance exam. Quest rewards. Bloodline Development 5, Master Level Martial Arts, 3,000 replication points. Seeing the generous rewards, Lu Yu's attitude immediately shifted, and he confidently told Tian. Actually, getting first place isn't that difficult. Host has successfully accepted the quest, the system confirmed. And Tian was momentarily stunned, then gave a thumbs up. Lu Shun, I believe you can do it. Lu Yu made a quick excuse to say goodbye to Tian. He wasn't joking. With the exam tomorrow, there was no time for flirting. He needed to quickly assess the strength of the other candidates. Although he was the best on Blue Star, he knew nothing about the abilities of martial artists from other systems. If his skills weren't up to par, it would be embarrassing. I'm off to prepare for the exam. I'll find you afterward. Okay, Lu Shun, good luck. And Tian watched as Lu Yu walked into the small villa. Once inside, Lu Yu immediately took out his phone and dialed Zhuqi's number. Hey, Lord Zhua, what do you think are my chances of taking first place in the 5th sector? Zhuqi was busy handling weapons for Lu Yu. When asked, he thought for a moment and quickly sent over a contact. The principal of your first martial arts school. Ask him yourself. I'm swamped with your weapons here. With that, he hung up. Lu Yu looked at the contact information in his hand and immediately dialed the number. A female voice answered. Hello, who is this? Principal Lin, this is Lu Yu. Lu Yu? What's the matter? The voice sounded noticeably surprised. As a super genius on Blue Star, she naturally knew the school had such a student. Principal, could we meet? I'd like to learn about the first martial arts school's assessment. Assessment? Sure, come to my office, building A1, 6th floor. All right, thank you, Principal. After hanging up, Lu Yu headed straight for building A1. When he opened the door to the 6th floor office, he was stunned by the sight a woman in a business suit was leisurely sitting with her long legs draped over the desk, playfully teasing a cat in her lap. Thinking he had entered the wrong room, Lu Yu was about to leave when the woman said, Hey, Lu Yu, where are you going? Lu Yu turned back, incredulous, studying the woman with an air of authority. Was this really the principal, who was said to be a transcendent realm expert? Noticing Lu Yu's gaze, the woman nonchalantly said, I'm just a figurehead principal, not involved in actual teaching. Sit down, ask me anything you'd like. Yanju specifically mentioned you to me. Lin Shui smiled. After sneaking another glance at her long legs, Lu Yu sat down, feeling a strange sensation inside. Principal Lin, what level are the geniuses from other civilized planets usually at? Lu Yu asked directly. Lin Shui frowned and thought for a moment. On average, they are around the 7th level of body refinement, a bit higher than the average level of geniuses on Blue Star. Lu Yu nodded. He had already looked up this information on his way here. The geniuses on Blue Star were indeed generally not as advanced as those from other planets. The reason was simple. Long-term threats from star beasts meant that top combat forces were dedicated to defense, and resources were concentrated on a select few. Plus, Blue Star's interstellar civilization was only a few tens of thousands of years old, naturally lagging behind other civilized planets. Although not at the bottom, it was ranked quite low. Then, Principal, what about the super geniuses in our 5th region? What level are they usually at? Well, it varies, Lin Shui replied, shaking her head. The civilized planets in the 5th region are among the less advanced in the Orion Arm. Those who reach the 9th level of body refinement or enter the 1st level of the mountain-moving realm by 18 or 19 are considered super geniuses. Why are you asking? Lu Yu smiled at this. I just want to be first. Hearing this, Lin Shui withdrew her legs from the desk and looked at Lu Yu with a serious expression. Lin Shui gazed at Lu Yu with a hint of concern in her voice. Lu, this time the exam in the 5th region is special. A group of students from planets about to advance to the 4th region will participate, including some extraordinary talents, even those who have surpassed the limits of physical training. In fact, just making it into the top 100 in the 5th region would qualify you for the entrance assessment of Orion Academy. Lu Yu listened quietly. He understood that Lin Shui was looking out for him. The developmental stage of Blue Star civilization was indeed a challenge. In previous assessments of the first martial school, Blue Star had mostly been a mere participant. However, these concerns did not trouble Lu Yu. While their physical training limit was 15,000 kilograms, he had already reached 30,000 kilograms. After breaking through to the mountain-moving realm tonight, he was confident he could advance to at least the 4th level. But Lu Yu kept these thoughts to himself. He simply thanked her and left. Lin Shui watched Lu Yu's retreating figure, her brows slightly furrowed. After a moment of contemplation, she pressed a button. In the Federation Council Hall, Virtual projection technology cast the images of the high-ranking members of the Federation in their seats, including the figure of the Flame Lord. Lin Shui, what's the situation? The Flame Lord inquired. Flame Lord, Liu Yu just came to me and said he intends to take first place in this 5th region's first martial school assessment. Lin Shui explained directly. Her words caused a stir in the council hall. As senior figures from Blue Star, they were all too aware of the gap between their planet and others. Someone shook their head with a wry smile. We originally just hoped he could outdo Castor Star, but it seems this young man's ambitions surpass ours. It is indeed challenging, especially with 4 planets about to advance to the 4th region participating, another official concurred. They had thought that getting into the top 100 would be quite an achievement for Liu Yu, securing him the chance to apply to Orion Academy. Orion Academy, after all, consolidated resources from the entire Orion arm, and its graduates almost invariably became leaders on highly advanced planets. The Flame Lord fell into deep thought. He had intended to motivate Liu Yu, but the outcome seemed to exceed expectations. Let him try, the Flame Lord finally said. Perhaps Liu Yu will surprise us. Hearing this, the others had no more to say, and the meeting concluded as the virtual images faded one by one. As night fell, Liu Yu began his training in the villa, preparing to break through to the mountain-moving realm. Liu Yu stood in the center of the villa, a determined look in his eyes. Lin Shui's words echoed in his mind. Those top-tier geniuses had almost all reached the peak of body refinement or the mountain-moving realm. He couldn't fall behind. He had to break through. Looking around, the source crystals shimmered faintly. With 3,000 gifted by the Flame Master, 1,000 as a reward, and contributions from Zhuiqi, he had a total of 4,110 top-grade source crystals. After careful consideration, Liu Yu used a free duplication opportunity to double the number to 8,220. The brilliant source crystals nearly covered the entire floor of the villa, with the power of the star source surging like a tide. Liu Yu began his cultivation, golden energy bursting from within him, each breath as thunderous as a storm. This remarkable phenomenon spread throughout the first martial school, drawing countless students to stop and watch. The male students were awestruck by the intimidating aura, not daring to approach, while the female students gazed at him with eyes shining, as if beholding a brilliant star. Half an hour passed, and the cultivation continued. Suddenly, Liu Yu let out a low shout, break. The ocean-like golden energy blood instantly boiled, creating a massive wave. If not for his deliberate suppression, the entire villa might have been leveled by this force. Sweating profusely, Liu Yu clenched his fists, feeling the power within him capable of moving mountains and filling seas. He quickly checked his system panel. Host, Liu Yu. Realm, Mountain Moving Realm Level 1. Bloodline, 5 unlocked, increase of 4. Physique, 75 unlocked. Duplication points, 1,200. Free duplication uses, 11. Talents, SSS abilities. Eternal Sun SSS Fire Element. Space Rift SS Space Element. Shadow SS Dark Element. And other elemental abilities. Strength, 61,300 kilograms. Speed, 6,130 milliseconds. Neural Response, SSS. Weapons, Moonlight Sword SSS, Crimson Lightning Spear S. Liu Yu nodded to himself. Doubling his strength to 60,000 kilograms after breaking through to the mountain-moving realm was expected, but the true excitement came from being able to harness the power of the star source. This was the essence of the mountain-moving realm. Even more thrilling was the direct 4 increase in bloodline unlock. Recalling the power his bloodline displayed in the battle against the dark-winged angel, Liu Yu felt a surge of joy. His gaze finally settled on the abilities copied from the Flame Master. The Star Master-level combat techniques were impressive, but the S-level Space Rift ability seemed to hold intriguing mysteries. Spatial powers. Liu Yu exclaimed in surprise, recognizing this as an exceptionally rare ability. What does the Space Tier ability do? He immediately asked the system. The system replied succinctly. The Space Tier ability grants the host the power to rip through space, enabling short-distance teleportation and the ability to kill enemies directly through spatial rifts. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, but Liu Yu's eyes lit up. Moving through space, combined with shadow abilities, would make him elusive and unpredictable. The thought brought a cunning smile to his face. Even though it was only rated SS, considering the rarity of spatial abilities, it could easily be compared to SSS level. As for the Moonlight Sword, Liu Yu decided to set it aside for now. After all, he didn't know how to use a sword yet. The spatial bracelet appeared on his wrist, a piece of equipment capable of storing supplies. On Blue Star, each cubic meter of space sold for 1 billion star coins, and his upgraded version held 100 cubic meters, freeing him from the worry of carrying source crystals. Noticing the Flame Lord's garment in the storage space, the system suddenly suggested, strongly recommend the host wear it now to showcase the aura of a strong individual. Get lost, Liu Yu retorted angrily, clearly unwilling to discuss it. After a moment's thought, he asked, System, How do you think my chances are of taking the top spot now? The system quickly calculated. Ding. Upon inquiry, the current top-tier talents under 20 in the 5th region are about half as strong as the host. Only half as strong as me. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily. I thought they were much stronger, made me train all night. He stood up to take a shower, but stopped midway. No, as a super genius, I aim for complete dominance. A gap of half isn't enough. I need to keep pushing. With that, he sat back down. The host is truly a diligent and hardworking genius, the system praised. Lu Yu smiled proudly. Of course, I can't just attract the girls of Blue Star. As a true powerhouse, my charisma must reach across the universe. Without further ado, he resumed his training. Breaking through to the second level of the mountain moving stage was crucial. Time flew by, and dawn arrived. Lu Yu opened his eyes right on schedule, feeling the surging power within him. Second level of the mountain moving stage. His strength had surpassed the 90,000 kilograms mark, tripling the usual 10,000 kilograms breakthrough of an average person, demonstrating the advantage of breaking the body refinement limits. System, how many times can I now overpower the top talents in the 5th region? Ding. The current top talents in the region are about a quarter as strong as the host, the system responded. Got it. This is a sure thing. Lu Yu stood inside the villa, a confident smile spreading across his face at the thought of the upcoming first martial school assessment. I don't care which planet's super genius you are. You'll all be talking to me on your knees. He quickly stepped into the bathroom, took a shower, and changed into fresh clothes. Just as he exited the villa, his smart device alerted him. All new students of the first martial school, please proceed to the plaza for assembly. Looking around, many new students were already heading towards the plaza. Unlike others who had done their homework in advance, Lu Yu, having awakened his system just before the college entrance exam, knew very little about the first martial school's assessment. But such details were insignificant to him with absolute strength. What else was there to worry about? Lu Shun, just as he was about to set off, a cheerful voice called out. And Tian ran over with a lunchbox in hand, dressed in a black plaid skirt with a white shirt and tie a classic JK uniform. Have you had breakfast? If not, you can try some. I made it myself. What are you doing here? You shouldn't be a freshman, right? Lu Yu looked at the older student in front of him, silently admiring her. No, I'm a sophomore. I just wanted to accompany you, Lu Shun. And Tian shook her head and said. As they made their way to the plaza, Lu Yu enjoyed the breakfast Tian had made, drawing the attention of many male students, especially the upperclassmen, whose hearts ached at the sight. Zhang, don't be in such a hurry. On the balcony of a third-year dormitory, a student was comforting his roommate, who lay on the ground, eyes vacant. And Tian likes him just because he's a super genius, right? We've all been through the martial school assessment. No matter how good Lu Yu is, he might still fall short compared to the freaks from other planets. If he doesn't make it into the top 100, maybe Tian won't like him anymore. These words reignited a spark in the eyes of the boy lying down. Yeah, help me up. I want to watch the live broadcast and clip together the moments of him getting defeated. At this moment, Lu Yu was unaware of these thoughts. If he knew, he would certainly respond with a calm smile. Sorry, after today, your goddess will only fall deeper in love with me. By the time they reached the plaza, nearly 1,000 freshmen had gathered. These were the top geniuses of Blue Star, either through talent competitions or college entrance exams. Lu Yu's arrival immediately drew everyone's attention after all. The disturbance he caused during his training last night had shocked the entire school. Moreover, with the school beauty and Tian by his side, it was hard not to be noticed. Lu Shun, I've brought you here. Do your best. And Tian stood at the door of the Star Realm room, seeing Lu Yu off. Lu Yu turned to look at Tian, a hint of hesitation in his expression. And Tian, how well do you think I can rank? Top 100. And Tian replied hesitantly, then added, in the history of Blue Star, only one person has ever reached that rank, and it was barely. Hearing this, Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips. If I get first place, would you reward me? What? And Tian was obviously taken aback, her cheeks quickly turning red. If you get first place, maybe a kiss? A kiss. Lu Yu's gaze briefly flickered to Tian's rosy lips, his expression still calm. All right, we'll negotiate terms when I return. With that, he turned and walked away, though his heart was already leaping with excitement. The surrounding boys, witnessing this scene, ground their teeth in envy. Some angrily pounded the walls. Damn it, even at a time like this, he's showing off. Doesn't he know how tough the first martial school's assessment is? If he gets first place, I'll swallow the entire school's sewage tank. I'll swallow the entire school's urine tank. I'll swallow whatever's left after you two. In stark contrast, the girls were cheering Lu Yu on. Lu Shun, go get first place. Lu Shun, go, go, go. Lin Shui stood at the podium, observing the lively scene with a sigh. Lu Yu, that kid, he's serious. Then she turned solemn. Let me reiterate the rules of the first martial school's assessment. All students from Blue Star's first martial school must cooperate. Your enemies are the talents from other planets. You can earn points by defeating or killing these talents, as well as other creatures. The exact evaluation criteria will become clear once you enter the Star Realm. Now, all students, enter the Star Realm. As Liu prepared to head to the Star Realm room, Zhuiqi hurried over, handing him a gun. Lu boy, here's your gun. Zhuiqi then noticed a change in Liu. Wait, have you had a breakthrough? Yes, I've reached the mountain moving stage, Liu replied calmly. Zhuiqi gave a stern warning. The Star Realm is a virtual consciousness upload, but your abilities still count. If you die more than 3 times in the Star Realm, you'll be permanently removed from its space. Also, your biggest enemy is the planet Caste. Caste is a planet ruled by the Caucasian race. Although it's part of the Human Federation, its lack of star beasts makes it exceptionally powerful, often bullying Blue Star. Liu silently vowed to teach them the meaning of respect. Watching Liu leave, Zhuiqi looked worried. I've bet 500 premium source crystals with those guys. Liu, if you don't get first place, I'm in big trouble. In the Star Realm room, Liu lay in the loading machine, his consciousness beginning to log into the Star Realm virtual space created by the Martial Artists Association to connect talents across the galaxy. Meanwhile, in the central control of the Orion Arm Star Realm, an alien exuding a bluish glow was staring idly at the screen, suddenly widening its eyes. Heavens, why is there such a strong loading wave in the 5th assessment area? Heavens, there's an unusually strong loading fluctuation in the 5th examination area. Yuan, the alien, exclaimed, breaking the silence of the control room. His entire body began to shimmer with vibrant colors, a physiological reaction of his species when extremely excited. The other 4 examiners, each responsible for monitoring one of the other 4 examination areas, turned their attention toward Yuan. Yuan, what's going on? One of the examiners asked. Such anomalies had been extremely rare over the past few decades. Come and look at these numbers. Yuan called out excitedly to his colleagues. One alien, puzzled, stood up and approached, and upon seeing the data, his body also began to glow. Soon, the other 3 gathered around the machine, filling the control room with a kaleidoscope of colors. A combat power level of 100,000? That's unbelievable, one examiner exclaimed. How could such a remarkable talent appear in the 5th area? This meets the criteria for a 5-star genius, which should have been assigned to the 1st area. Check the loading machine address Blue Planet? Another examiner questioned. That planet isn't ranked very high. Could it be a machine error? Impossible, Yuan stated firmly. Every loading machine is equipped with a comprehensive self-check program. It wouldn't detect anomalies. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in use. Does that mean this participant truly possesses such power? Someone sighed. The 5th area is in trouble. A tiger that belongs in the 1st area has entered a flock of sheep. I'm afraid even the candidates from the 1st area might not be able to match up. This statement brought a thoughtful silence among the aliens, with their bodies glowing even more intensely. Ranked 915, Blue Planet is destined to shine on the interstellar stage this time. Meanwhile, Liu was unaware of the events unfolding in the control room. He had successfully logged into the Star Realm and found himself amidst rolling mountains. Congratulations to participant Liu from Blue Planet, Orion Arm, Sector 915, for successfully logging into the Star Realm. Please select your personal ID, the system prompt announced. Liu looked down at his hands, realizing that everything was indistinguishable from reality. This was the hallmark of the loading machine, perfectly replicating the user's physical details while enhancing combat power to match their real-world level. This is why the Star Realm, though called a virtual world, offers an experience nearly identical to reality. Injuries sustained here can even affect the real body. Surveying the unfamiliar terrain, Liu pondered. He knew this was the hallmark of the 1st martial school's examination, placing all participants in a world perfectly replicated from a real star. Candidates from the same school would be placed on the same star. As he contemplated, the system prompt sounded again. Please select your personal ID, participant Liu. Liu looked down at his wrist, where he wore a small device resembling a smart brain. Liu was about to register an ID when the smart brain suggested a series of names filled with early 2000s internet flair, like "The more it hurts, the more I love," and "Addicted to your kiss." He nearly bit his tongue at the sight. This wasn't anything new. It was clearly resurrecting outdated IDs from millennia ago and trying to pass them off as fresh. After a moment of contemplation, Liu stood up and solemnly announced that he had decided on a name. ID: Heartbreak Girl Sanctuary. Please add LX2341. The smart brain immediately confirmed. ID successfully registered, connecting with all candidates of this martial school. The message quickly spread among the students of Blue Star's 1st martial school on the assessment planet. Everyone was stunned by the flamboyant ID. Compared to others using their real names or generic aliases, Liu's choice was exceptionally eye-catching. On the other side of the planet, Liu was momentarily taken aback by the notification, then twitched a smile. Who else could act like this but him? After registering, Liu began to explore the smart brain's functions. The map displayed the locations of all candidates, and the assessment planet wasn't large. At his current speed, he could run around it in about an hour. Just then, a message came through. It was Machine asking for his location. Lu Yu smiled, sent his coordinates, then shut off the smart brain, planning to upgrade his gear while Machine made her way over. System, how many replication points do I need to upgrade the red lightning gun? 500 replication points. The system quickly responded. Confirming that the upgrade effects would be effective in reality, Lu Yu didn't hesitate to replicate twice. The second attempt was successful, and the red lightning gun was upgraded to an SS-level weapon, gaining a 100 power boost, along with new passive skill, Red Lightning, and active skill, Thunder. As Lu Yu quietly celebrated the successful upgrade, Machine appeared in his view. During their conversation, they noticed something odd. They hadn't encountered any monsters along the way. At that moment, the smart brain suddenly issued a warning. 1 hour until mutated creatures appear. Mutant creatures? Lu Yu frowned slightly, noting that this message was not just sent to him. All participants received the same alert. Machine's face turned pale instantly. Damn, it's Wild Plains Star. Her voice was filled with obvious fear. Seeing Lu Yu's puzzled expression, Machine was a bit surprised. You don't know about Wild Plains Star? When Lu Yu shook his head, she immediately explained. Wild Plains Star is one of the top 10 most dangerous assessment planets in the 5th assessment zone. Its peculiarity lies in the fact that beneath its entire surface is a vacuum, inhabited by an enormous number of monsters. Although the strongest among them are only at the mountain-moving realm, they are numerous, and even the weakest have reached the 5th level of body refining. In the history of the first martial arts school assessments, participants encountering Wild Plains Star have almost always failed. At least tens of thousands of such creatures reside underground, and they surface to hunt at regular intervals. After listening, Lu Yu nodded, reached out to pinch Machine's pale cheek, and said in a relaxed tone, "Don't worry, with me here, everything will be fine." This made a slight blush appear on Machine's face. Just then, the AI voice rang out again. 50 minutes until mutant creatures appear. Interstellar live broadcast commencing. This kind of broadcast is open to all assessment planets to monitor the process and prevent inappropriate actions by participants. As the broadcast began, viewers flooded in like a tide. On Blue Star, almost everyone immediately entered Lu Yu's live stream. It's starting, so excited to be in the front row. What's there to be excited about? Just watch Lu the king of show-offs do his thing. This time is different. Many assessment planets are stronger than our Blue Star. Wait, they're on Wild Plains Star? It's over. Once someone explained the dangers of Wild Plains Star, the entire live stream's atmosphere instantly became tense. The audience buzzed with discussion, worried that Blue Star might be eliminated at this stage of the assessment. In the Federal Assembly Hall, the high-ranking officials watched the situation unfold through the live broadcast. Zhuiqi stood up abruptly. Damn, how could it be Wild Plains Star? Other members of parliament also furrowed their brows. Wild Plains Star posed a threat not only to Blue Star's participants, but even to the top-ranked talents of the 5th zone. The most concerning part was that many of Blue Star's talented contestants hadn't yet reached the 5th level of body refining. As time ticked away, after the initial panic subsided, Blue Star's participants began to look for shelters or chose to band together for protection. Everyone understood that the upcoming challenge would be exceptionally difficult. There's no way to face those monsters from the Wild Plains Heathen. Attracting one means attracting countless others. Lu Yu, with Mei Xin, sprinted up the mountain with determination. Viewers in the live stream and the high-ranking officials in the Federal Council agreed that this was the sensible choice. Avoiding confrontation was indeed wiser than a direct fight. However, without defeating the monsters, they couldn't earn points, making this evasion ultimately futile. Unexpectedly, Lu Yu's action surprised everyone. He stopped midway up the mountain, surveying the terrain below with a slight smile. This spot seems suitable. Lu Yu, why did you stop? Mei Xin asked, puzzled. Lu Yu pinched her cheek with a smile. You go up. I'll guard from here. Then he decisively opened the public channel on his smart device. Can all Blue Star First Martial School candidates hear me? This is Lu Yu. I'm currently at the 3rd mountain range. All nearby students, please head over quickly. I'll be waiting for you here. His message spread across the channel, causing a stir. Viewers in the live stream were abuzz with concern that more people would only attract more monsters. Within minutes, the first group of participants, a 3-person alliance, arrived. Lu Shun, are we teaming up to fend off the monsters? A freshman asked. Lu Yu simply pointed up the mountain. You guys go up first. By the last moments before nightfall, 200 to 300 participants had gathered at the mountain's peak, ready for battle. Mei Xin stood by Lu Yu's side, her eyes vigilantly scanning the area being swallowed by darkness. Mei Xin, didn't I tell you to stay up there? Lu Yu asked, puzzled. Aren't we fighting together? Mei Xin replied, confused. Lu Yu glanced at the 200 to 300 people behind him, growing more perplexed. When did I say anything about teaming up? He drew out his red lightning gun, embedding it firmly into the rock, its fierce gleam cutting through the twilight. Do I look like someone who needs to team up? This scene left everyone in awe, including Mei Xin, the participants on the mountain, and the livestream audience. When Mei Xin reminded him that he couldn't possibly handle all the monsters alone, Lu Yu was unfazed. Just say it. What if I managed to hold them off? Mei Xin bit her lip, recalling their previous agreement, and finally resolved. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. Lu Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he observed Mei Xin's reaction. It was clear that she was already captivated by his charisma. The livestream chat exploded instantly. Holy crap. Lu the King is firing shots left and right. Are we in a match? My cannon skills are top-notch. Ha ha. You two clowns above are killing me with laughter. I'm out of revive tokens. Can I borrow one? After the laughter subsided, the audience quickly returned to the main topic. The situation was indeed dire. The number of monsters was overwhelming. Could Lu Yu hold them off? If he failed, everyone might face elimination. Inside the Federal Council Hall, the atmosphere was tense. If any other candidate had made such a choice, the higher-ups would have already been discussing post-elimination penalties. But Lu Yu was different. No one dared to make a hasty judgment. Yan Zhu watched the livestream silently, saying nothing. Zuiqi's palms started to sweat. Lu Yu, don't play it this big right from the start. If you lose, my years of savings will go down the drain. But if you win, I'll make tens of thousands. I put so much effort into crafting your weapon. He prayed silently. 200 or 300 people gathered together, attracting the monsters like a beacon in the night. The sun had already set halfway, leaving only 10 minutes. Lu Yu, do you really not need our help? Mei Xin asked anxiously again. Go ahead. If you've chosen to trust me all the way, Lu Yu said as he gripped his gun tightly, gazing into the distance. In areas untouched by sunlight, the ground was collapsing, and monsters were emerging, roaring thunderously. Mei Xin hesitated no longer. Be safe, she called before retreating to the mountaintop. The others had already reached the high ground, nervously watching their surroundings. Viewers in the live stream held their breath. 5 minutes left. The monsters are here, so many of them. Go Lu God. Reactions at the first martial school were polarized. In the boys' dormitory, many were both envious and jealous. That guy is just showing off. How can one person hold them all off? If he causes hundreds of candidates to be eliminated, and Tian the goddess is ours. The girls' dormitory was a different scene. Many girls sat around the holographic screen, biting their lips nervously. Lu God will be fine. Lu God is the strongest. Go, go. And Tian wasn't flooding the chat. She simply clenched her hands tightly, praying silently. Lu Yu, please don't get eliminated. The 10 minutes ticked away, second by second. As night finally fell, a blood-red moon hung in the sky, casting a crimson glow over the land. Countless monsters emerged from the ground, wolf-head beasts, horse-bodied creatures with wolf mouths, all with varied and terrifying forms. Monstrous creatures of various shapes crawled out from the depths of the earth, each one more terrifying than the last. As soon as they emerged, they roared towards the sky, their deafening cries reverberating through the air. At the mountain's peak, hundreds of examinees huddled together, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Despite the distance from the creatures, their violent aura was palpable. These monsters were incredibly powerful, with even the weakest among them reaching the 5th level of body refinement, far surpassing the strength of the examinees. Even more frightening was the fact that the entire wild star was crawling with such creatures, numbering in the tens of thousands. Everyone was silent, afraid that the slightest noise would attract the monster's attention. However, standing midway up the mountain, Lu Yu frowned, feeling anxious inside. What's going on? Why aren't these monsters coming this way? How am I supposed to rack up points like this? He hadn't forgotten the goal of the assessment competition had to secure first place. Gathering so many people here was intended to serve as bait to lure the monsters. If he had to track down each monster individually, it would be a nightmare. Yet these brainless monsters hadn't noticed the crowd here. Sigh. I guess I have to take the initiative. Lu Yu sighed helplessly. This statement reached the live stream audience, leaving them utterly astonished. Did I hear that right? Lu Yu is going to actively seek out points? Is he trying to get himself killed? Countless viewers were stunned. At that moment, Lu Yu had already set his sights on a werewolf not far away, taunting. Hey, you with the dog head. Yes you. Why are you howling at the moon? Think you're the celestial dog. Although the werewolf wasn't very intelligent, it understood Lu Yu's mockery. As it stood there puzzled over what a celestial dog was, its head was already severed by Lu Yu. So slow to react. The celestial dog is your ancestor, Lu Yu remarked, stepping on the werewolf's head. He then turned to the other monsters drawn by the noise and flashed a bright smile. Yes, yes. Look over here. The genius is right here. Come on, little points. His cheerful waving resembled a hostess trying to attract customers, leaving all the monsters stunned for a moment. The livestream audience couldn't help but laugh. Unbelievable. Come on, have fun, little points. Lu Yu is too bold. Look, the werewolf's eyes are all green. Lu Yu is probably going to get mobbed to death. Before the words finished, earth-shaking roars erupted. Thousands of werewolves charged out from the surrounding forests, racing towards Lu Yu's location. Seeing a horde of monsters attracted to him, Lu Yu's lips curled into a smile. Humming a cheerful tune, he dashed down the mountain with such speed that he outpaced the pursuing creatures. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he were anticipating a bountiful harvest. The base of the mountain quickly transformed into a slaughter field. Although these monsters possessed strength ranging from the 5th to the 9th level of body refinement, their lack of intelligence rendered them ineffective against Lu Yu. With a single thrust of his spear, dozens of werewolves' chests were pierced as if they were mere paper. The notifications from his smart device chimed incessantly in his ear. Ding. Heartbroken Girls Refuge. Please add LX 2341 points 20. Ding. Heartbroken Girls Refuge. Please add LX 2341 points 10. Ding. Heartbroken Girls Refuge. Please add LX 2341 points 30. These alerts simultaneously appeared in the smart devices of all the Blue Planet candidates. Lu Yu's points skyrocketed like a snowball, quickly surpassing the 500 mark, firmly securing his position at the top. In contrast, the second and third place scores were pathetically low, achieved only by risking their lives. Heartbroken Girls Refuge. Please add LX 2341. All the contestants were stunned by this ID, but before they could fully grasp the situation, Lu Yu's score had already surpassed the 1,000 mark. This indicated that he had slain at least 100 monsters in just 1 minute, an efficiency so terrifying that everyone couldn't help but think of one named Lu Yu. In a crevice on the Wild Star, Lu Yu looked at the big 0 on his scorecard, watching the continuous stream of notifications on his smart device, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This maniac is at it again? Hundreds of contestants crowded the mountaintop, gaping at Lu Yu as he effortlessly slayed monsters below. Monsters, once described as extremely ferocious, were easier for him to handle than slaughtering chickens, not even needing to chase them as they came to him voluntarily. A genius at the 7th level of body refinement felt tempted. Why don't we give it a try too? He quietly slipped down the mountain, targeting a lone 7th level werewolf. However, just as his attack began, the werewolf flashed before him. With a thud, the genius's head fell, his body dissipating into a virtual shadow, marking his elimination. This scene drew a collective gasp from those on the mountain, awakening them from their dreams. It became clear that while watching from above made the battle seem easy, these monsters possessed combat power far beyond humans of the same level. The viewers of the live stream were also astounded by this stark contrast. This is hilarious. Does this guy really think he can take on what Lu Baiwang can handle? A comment flashed by in the livestream chat. Indeed, Lu Yu's strength had long surpassed ordinary expectations. The reactions from the male and female viewers in the livestream were starkly different. The guys were focused on the number of monsters Lu Yu had slain and his rapidly increasing score, while the girls eagerly started adding Lu Yu's contact, LX 2341. In the midst of hunting monsters, Lu Yu was suddenly interrupted by the continuous notification sounds of friend requests from his smart device. He glanced at the menacing monsters around him and nonchalantly stuck his gun into the ground to start handling the friend requests. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Hundreds of monster corpses already littered the ground, the stench of blood permeating the battlefield. Even these mindless creatures instinctively sensed Lu Yu's dangerous aura, but the blood-red moon seemed to drive them into a frenzy once more. As Lu Yu was focused on his device, a werewolf silently pounced from behind. The viewers in the live stream instantly tensed up. Lu Baiwang, watch out. It's over, he's too distracted with flirting to notice. Just as the werewolf was about to bite Lu Yu's neck, his hand shot up like lightning, grabbing the werewolf by the throat. You guys are so annoying. I told you to take a break, didn't you understand? He said, casually snapping the neck of the werewolf, a formidable 9th level beast, and hurling it into a group of monsters, instantly crushing a dozen into pulp. Sorry to the heartbroken girls still watching the stream. Let me finish off these guys first, then I'll add you all, okay? The live stream was immediately flooded with enthusiastic comments from female viewers. Go Lu God, go hubby, Lu Yu is the coolest. Meanwhile, the male viewers collectively fell silent, a sense of envy rising within them. Lu Yu activated the realm of eternal sun, turning a 10-meter radius into a sea of fire. He didn't even need to lift a finger. As he moved, all monsters were incinerated to ash. In just a short time, thousands of monsters were annihilated, and his score skyrocketed past 40,000. The area near the mountains fell silent, all monsters having been eradicated. The examinees stood in awe, watching the spectacle. In less than half an hour, he wiped out thousands of monsters. In the boys' dormitory of the top martial arts school, many students had already begun drinking to drown their sorrows. It's over. Even the girls from other schools are falling for Lu Yu. But suddenly, someone exclaimed, wait, look over there. In the distance, several colossal monsters, each the size of a mountain, were approaching Lu Yu with earth-shaking steps monsters of the mountain-shifting realm, and there were more than one. Under the blood-red moon, a breathtaking scene was unfolding. On the distant horizon, Massive figures appeared one after another, surging towards Lu Yu's location. Leading the charge was a towering silver-white werewolf, over 50 meters tall, with its crimson eyes locked onto Lu Yu, exuding an aura that reached the 5th level of the mountain-moving realm. Behind it was an army of terrifying monsters. A variety of gigantic beasts emerged, continuously enormous ants, menacing toads, and other indescribably horrifying creatures. The black tide in the distance seemed endless, composed entirely of mountain-moving realm monsters, numbering at least in the hundreds, while even further away, tens of thousands of body-refining realm monsters were closing in. The livestream chat room exploded instantly, with comments flooding in like raindrops. Oh my god, is that a 50-meter turtle werewolf? Wow, those ants are gigantic. Wait, are those toads? Meanwhile, messages poured in from examinees across the test area. All the monsters in their zones had vanished, heading in one direction towards Lu Yu's location. The response at the first martial academy was intense. In the boys' dormitory, students were practically glued to the holographic screens, betting that Lu Yu was doomed this time. In contrast, the girls' dormitory was filled with concern, especially in Tian, who was so tense that she bit her lip without realizing it, her eyes full of worry. In the Federal Council chamber, Zwichi's face had turned ashen, his breath coming in quick gasps, the previous smugness completely gone. Even Yanzhu couldn't help but sigh softly, evidently concerned about Lu Yu's overly high-profile behavior. However, faced with this astonishing scene, Lu Yu did not retreat. Instead, he raised his crimson electric spear, an excited expression on his face. They're here. Finally, they're here. Evil ones, prepare to face the judgment of the gods. Lu Yu exclaimed, eagerly licking his lips and already calculating the points he was about to earn. To him, these monsters were practically offering themselves up for him to harvest. Smart brain, where does my score rank now? Lu Yu checked the leaderboard. 489th place? Looks like I need to work harder. A glint appeared in his eyes as his voice suddenly rose. Charge. Our goal is to be number 1, and this genius's brilliance will shine across the universe. The Orion arm is just the beginning. Before he finished speaking, Lu Yu transformed into a streak of light, spear in hand, charging into the distance. His bold declaration caused a stir in the live stream, with countless viewers inspired by his determination. Go Lu the King. Destroy those monsters. Lu the King is unstoppable. The chat was flooded with messages, especially from male viewers who were fired up by Lu Yu's passionate attitude. At that moment, Lu Yu was surrounded by flames, darting through the forest like a silver lightning bolt. Trees crashed down wherever he went. The Silver Wolf King saw this and let out a long howl. With the howl, several werewolves of the first-level mountain-moving realm emerged from the shadows, launching an attack on Lu Yu. However, these wolves were nothing but weaklings in Lu Yu's eyes. With a single sweep of his spear, he shattered their spines. The system's notification chimed at the right moment. Ding. Heartbroken Girl Shelter, please add LX 23, 41 points, 1000. Lu Yu pointed his spear at the Silver Wolf King, a smile playing on his lips. You're not my target, just small fry. Isn't that right, big guy? This 5th-level mountain-moving realm Wolf King was clearly the strongest in the area, surrounded by several subordinates of the 3rd to 4th levels. The Wolf King didn't attack directly, instead gesturing for its minions to probe first. Smart move, sending your minions first, Lu Yu chuckled. But unfortunately, you're still not enough. In the next moment, Lu Yu unleashed his full 2nd-level mountain-moving realm aura. His overwhelming presence crushed the 1st-level monsters into pulp. The remaining creatures backed away, except for a 4th-level giant ant that continued forward. The red electric spear in Lu Yu's hand flashed, piercing the ant's skull before it could react, electricity crackling across its body. Sensing danger, the Wolf King let out a furious roar, commanding dozens of mountain-moving realm monsters to launch a full assault. Yet Lu Yu was unfazed, activating the Eternal Sun Barrier alongside his red electric spear, slicing through these monsters effortlessly. The 1st and 2nd-level monsters didn't even require his personal touch. Entering the barrier was fatal enough. The 3rd-level ones were no match, easily skewered like tofu. As for the 4th-level star beasts attempting to flee, Lu Yu used his spatial rift ability to teleport behind them, delivering merciless fatal blows. Piercing screams shattered the night sky, and within just 10 minutes, dozens of beasts lay dead in pools of blood. The remaining 20 or so creatures, even under the command of the Wolf King, were paralyzed with fear, unable to move. The live stream erupted into chaos. Viewers had originally thought Lu Yu was formidable, but they hadn't anticipated he would be this powerful. Defeating 4th-tier monsters seemed as effortless for him as squashing ants. Lu the Invincible. Now that's true invincibility. The chat was flooded with excitement and cheers. However, the cheers quickly died down. The Wolf King's eyes turned blood red, filled with murderous intent. It howled at the sky, and the blood moon's light intensified, enveloping its body. The sound of bones cracking echoed as the Wolf King rapidly grew to 100 meters tall. Its silver fur turned blood red, covered in menacing bone spikes, and its aura surged to the 6th tier. In the Federal Council Hall, Zhuqiqi clenched his fists. Damn it, a secondary mutation under the Blood Moon. He had thought Lu Yu had the upper hand, but the Wolf King had unexpectedly advanced to the 6th tier, fighting 4 tiers above its previous level. How could this be countered? The audience in the live stream was also stunned. Did the Wolf King just level up on the spot? That's insane. Lu Yu merely raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of surprise. Leveling up on the spot? Could you be the Wolf of Fortune? Despite the Wolf King's incredible luck, it was still insignificant in Lu Yu's eyes. He raised his spear, asking disdainfully, "Tell me, how would you like to die?" This remark completely enraged the Wolf King. Its newfound power overwhelmed its remaining reason, and its massive claw came crashing down, instantly shredding nearby monsters into pieces. Facing this lethal attack, Lu Yu simply smiled with disdain. "Just the 6th tier? Do you really think you can stand against me?" Lu Yu felt the surging power within him and flashed a confident smile. His sheer physical strength was nearing 100,000 kilograms, and when combined with his spear skills, the force was unimaginable. The Wolf King opposite him, a formidable beast, had a limit of only 60,000 kilograms. "Face your judgment." Lu Yu laughed loudly, as the crimson lightning spear in his hand shimmered dangerously. With a master-level spear technique providing a 150 power boost, and the SS-level crimson lightning spear offering an additional 100 boost, the pure force of this strike reached an astonishing 450,000 kilograms, not to mention the enhancement of the power of Eternal Sun. Break! As the spear thrust forward, it seemed to tear through space, transforming into a blinding light that clashed with the Wolf King's claws. In a deafening explosion, blood and flesh scattered, and a terrifying shockwave swept the area. Nearby beasts in the body refinement realm were instantly pulverized, leaving a massive crater on the ground. The Wolf King was blasted away, its right arm completely obliterated by the overwhelming force. The scene fell silent, and Zhuqiqi's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. But Lu Yu gave the onlookers no time to react, instantly appearing in front of the Wolf King. As it struggled to rise, Lu Yu stomped it down. Roar! The Wolf King let out a piercing howl, fear appearing in its eyes for the first time. Even a mindless beast could instinctively sense the threat of death. "Who would have thought you'd be afraid too?" Lu Yu chuckled. "Too bad. You're just a walking score to me." The crimson lightning spear struck again, and the Wolf King's head exploded, blood and flesh flying everywhere, without touching Lu Yu. The silence in the live stream was short-lived, replaced by thunderous cheers. Lu the Invincible. The competitors on the mountaintop were stunned. They had experienced the terror of the monster wave firsthand, yet Lu Yu, with just one spear, had repelled all threats. His seemingly limitless figure was etched into the hearts of hundreds. In the Federation Council chamber, Zhuqiqi excitedly slammed the table. "Damn, that Lu kid scared the hell out of me." He laughed heartily for several minutes, joined by the other high-ranking officials. Even the Flame Lord showed a satisfied smile. "It seems this young fellow will soon be able to take over my position." Yet, Lu Yu, having defeated the Wolf King, seemed unimpressed. Only 10,000 points for a Wolf King? That's stingy. Little did he know, the second highest score on Blue Star was only 300, while he had already reached 100,000. At that moment, Mei Xin came running down from the mountain, her cheeks flushed as she waved at Lu Yu, her face beaming with joy. Lu Yu nodded, his eyes resolutely fixed on the distance. "Be careful, everyone. I'm going after them." Going after them? The group was momentarily taken aback. Before they could react, Lu Yu had already dashed toward the retreating wave of monsters. "Kidding? I aim to be number one, and I can't do that without these." His voice carried off with the wind. The livestream chat exploded with excitement. "No way. Is Lu the King planning to wipe out all the monsters on Wild Star? He's ruthless. Seriously ruthless. I give up. This guy treats points like his lifeline. He said he wants to be first. Could he actually be serious?" As Lu Yu chased the scattering monster horde, he found they were fleeing in all directions, making pursuit increasingly difficult. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Wait a minute, Shadow, this S-rank dark ability can control minds, right? Let's give it a shot." With that thought, an endless black mist surged from within him. After attempting control, Lu Yu was thrilled to find it actually worked. "Keep going. Come on." He excitedly commanded the black mist toward the monsters. The chat was buzzing. "Holy crap." Lu Yu unleashed the black mist. "Ha. Is he farting? Sure, don't spoil it. Let's all joke about it, and give Lu the King a new dark history." Silence. Do not defame Lu Shun. As the viewers joked, a shocking scene unfolded. The black mist actually controlled the monster horde, drawing them toward Lu Yu. When the monsters came within 10 meters, they instantly turned to ash. The leaderboard numbers skyrocketed. 150,000, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000. I want to report this. Lu the King is farming points. Too ruthless. He's taking all the resources meant for 500 people. First place only has 200,000 points. Lu the King is going on a rampage. While Lu Yu was busy harvesting points, a round spacecraft suddenly appeared outside Wild Star. Lord Cruz, we've arrived at Blue Star. Inside the high-tech ship, dozens of geniuses from Castor Star's top martial school stood respectfully behind a white man. The man called Cruz looked down at Wild Star with disdain. Poor Blue Star people, they got assigned to Wild Star this time. Yes, my lord. There's a mountain-moving level 5 Wolf King there that can rival you. Cruz shook his head with a smile. No, even I am not a match for that Wolf King. The others bowed their heads in agreement. So, should we return now? The Blue Star people must have been eliminated, right? No, let's go down and take a look. Find the survivors, then kill them. Isn't that what we Castor Star people do? Cruz's smile grew colder. The others laughed in agreement. Right? Hunting Blue Star people is a traditional activity. Our home planet will be pleased. Just as Lu Yu finished off the last star beast and was about to check his points, his AI issued a warning. Warning. Castor Star invaders detected. Being killed will result in all points being revoked. Lu Yu paused for 2 seconds, then a smile crept onto his face. Finally, the point givers have arrived. A message from the intelligence system was simultaneously sent to all the genius participants on Blue Star, including Lu Yu. The content was shocking. The geniuses from Castor Star had invaded. This was part of the assessment rules. The difficulty of the test planet was just the beginning of the challenge. Participants also had to face competition from other test planets. The total points for each planet were fixed and equal. Once a planet's points were depleted, the more powerful geniuses from other test planets would begin interstellar plundering, seizing the points from other planets' geniuses. This was the eternal law of the jungle in the universe. As in previous years, the geniuses from Castor Star were the first to choose to descend upon Blue Star. In every previous first martial school assessment, they would prioritize plundering the points of Blue Star's geniuses. The most despairing fact was that Blue Star had never won in this contest. Without the interference of star beasts, the average strength of Castor Star's geniuses far exceeded that of Blue Star, making it almost impossible for Blue Star's geniuses to cope. The geniuses of Blue Star, having received the alert from the intelligence system, were thrown into panic, scrambling to find hiding places more frantically than when facing monsters. Mei Xin anxiously searched everywhere for Lu Yu's whereabouts. In the live broadcast room, the audience was in an uproar. Damn, those Castor Star bastards are here again. Damn it. It's always them. It's disgusting. Don't worry, Lu the King is still here. Lu the King is strong, but he can't compete with the overall higher level of Castor Star's geniuses. And they say this year their geniuses are even stronger. Does that mean we're doomed? In the Federal Assembly Hall, the expressions of many high-level officials were grim. Zhuiqi stared at the screen with a changing expression. Suddenly, he slammed the table heavily and squinted, asking, "Gentlemen, do you think we can win this time?" No one answered. Zhuiqi continued, "Shall we take a big gamble?" "What do you mean?" someone asked. "I bet Lu Yu can beat Castor Star at least once. Double the stakes, are you in?" This statement shocked everyone present. As a Transcendence Realm expert, Zhuiqi's annual salary was substantial, but doubling the stakes could mean losing everything. Zhuiqi snorted. "If you don't dare, then forget it." "I'm in," someone responded. "If we win, it's a bonus. If we lose, we'll just consider it an early celebration for Blue Star beating Castor Star." "Count me in too." Everyone chimed in, while sweat beaded on Zhuiqi's forehead. To be honest, he was never the type to seek out adventure, but when it came to Lu Yu, he had an unusual amount of confidence. This guy always managed to surprise him, so why couldn't he do it again? Zhuiqi stared intently at the screen showing Lu Yu, muttering softly. At that moment on the planet Field Star, Lu Yu was casually making his way back. There was no rush to find the genius from Castor Star. Without a map, searching blindly would be futile. "Smart brain, how many points do I have now?" Lu Yu asked as he walked. "The point calculation is too large, currently loading, please wait." The mechanical voice of the smart brain made Lu Yu feel like spitting blood. This thing was just as unreliable as his frustrating system with its loading delays. Mei Xin had been anxiously waiting in place, and as soon as Lu Yu returned, she hurried over. "Lu Yu, the genius from Castor Star has arrived." "I know," Lu Yu replied, puzzled, wiping the sweat from Mei Xion's face. "Why are you in such a hurry? Aren't you afraid?" Mei Xion looked at him incredulously. "The genius from Castor Star is at least at the 9th level of body refining, maybe even higher." "Oh," Lu Yu responded nonchalantly. "Those monsters are also at the mountain-moving level. It's like killing chickens. But it's different. Humans can use martial arts and weapons." Mei Xion was on the verge of tears, desperately wanting to drag Lu Yu to a hiding place. "I can too," Lu Yu said helplessly, quietly grumbling to himself. The audience in the live stream was also stunned by Lu Yu's calmness. Wow, Lu Yu is really not worried at all. Sister Mei Xion is almost crying. Monsters only use brute force, but humans can use martial arts, weapons, and even supernatural abilities. It's a whole different level. In reality, Lu Yu's composure was justified. The system had informed him that the geniuses in the 5th region were only a quarter as strong as he was. With that in mind, what was there to worry about? Once they showed up, he'd just take action, earning a substantial amount of points in the process. Trust me, as long as I'm here, I'll hold up the sky if it falls, Lu Yu reassured Mei Xine, patting her shoulder. He thought to himself that her lack of trust was annoying, and he'd have to show her his strength someday. Just then, a sudden message came from the smart brain. A genius from Castor Star has appeared at my location. Everyone stay away. Lu Yu froze, his gaze landing on the ID of the person who sent the message. Li Yu. Brotherly. Has he been discovered? In the desolate ruins of the northern plains of Yiyuanqing, a Castor Star genius roughly dragged a bloodied young man and threw him heavily in front of Cross. Sir, I found this blue star genius in the ruins, the young white man announced excitedly, as dozens of Castor Star geniuses turned their attention to the figure on the ground. Li Yu lay on the ground, severely injured. As a practitioner at the 5th level of body refinement, he was defeated and captured due to the overwhelming power difference against a 9th level opponent. He looked up at Crusa, typical white nobleman in an elegant black robe. TSK, how pitiful. You're the first blue star genius we've found, Crus said with a bright smile, aware that his home planet was watching through a live broadcast. He mercilessly placed his foot on Li Yu. Blue Star Man, do you know your greatest sin? Before he finished speaking, Li Yu spat on his shoe. Get your filthy foot off me, he demanded coldly, showing no fear in his eyes. Crus's face darkened, and he kicked Li Yu in the abdomen without expression. Ugh! Li Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body curling in pain. Go on, kill me if you can. Li Yu roared. He had seen through the situation. Escape was impossible, and begging for mercy was pointless. Death meant nothing, just the loss of a consciousness form. Blue Star Man, you seem unaware of the gravity of your situation, Crus said with a wild smile. Everyone has 3 chances to reconstruct their body in the star realm. Unfortunately, all your blue star geniuses have only 2 left. The mockery in his words was unmistakable. Every blue star genius had already been killed once by the Castor Star geniuses. Li Yu clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fury. What are you trying to say? Nothing much, just marveling at how your blue star still clings to life after all these millennia, Crus said as a spear appeared in his hand, ready to end Li Yu's life. At that moment, Li Yu's smart brain transmitted a voice. Hey Li, how are you holding up? Crus paused, a cold smile on his lips. A blue star genius trying to rescue you? He taunted, driving the spear down. Lu Yu, don't. Li Yu's words were cut short as the spear pierced his forehead. His body dissolved into a stream of data, leaving only a smart brain on the ground. Someone picked up the smart brain and handed it to Crus. Holding it, Crus smiled and said, Blue star genius, is it? I just killed one of your planet's geniuses. If you want revenge, I'll be right here waiting. With that, he crushed the smart brain underfoot. Around him, dozens of Castor Star geniuses laughed triumphantly. Lord Cruz's move was brilliant. A group of people gathered in the central mountains of Wild Star mocked. The angry blue star people will certainly fall into the trap. Too bad they're destined to be eliminated. No one from Blue Star has ever left the assessment planet. The group burst into raucous laughter. Lu Yu stood aside, his gaze as cold as a blade. He had anticipated that a genius from Castor Star might arrive and kill a Blue Star genius, at which point he planned to personally eliminate them. But he never expected that the one who died would be Li Yu. Even though it was just a consciousness that was killed, it was enough to ignite Lu Yu's fury. Li Yu was not only a companion from the same base city, but also the source of his talent, something Li Yu was unaware of. Lu Yu had always owed him this debt. Besides, Li Yu was a decent person, though sometimes stubborn. He was by no means a bad guy. To Lu Yu, the life and death of others might not matter, but Li Yu was different. And now, the people from Castor Star dared to kill him? Fine, fine. Lu Yu gritted his teeth and said. Mei Xine noticed his unusual demeanor and gently advised. Lu Yu, don't be impulsive, okay? I know you want to kill them, but I'm fine, Mei Xine. Wait for me here, Lu Yu said, turning into a streak of light, heading straight for the northern plains of Wild Star. With his wind, space, and dark abilities all unleashed, Lu Yu's speed was unimaginable. His body cut through the air, igniting sparks, like an angry meteor. In the live stream, countless viewers couldn't hold back. Lu Xun is really angry. Who cares if he can win or not? Just go for it. Take down those Castor Star bastards. Go Lu Xun. The footage of Li Yu being killed spread rapidly online, and the arrogant demeanor of the Castor Star genius humiliated all Blue Star people. At this moment, they had only one thought. Regardless of victory, fight first. In the Federal Council Hall, Blue Star's leaders angrily pounded the table. Too arrogant. If it weren't for the Star Beast troubles, we wouldn't be in this position. Even though they had witnessed similar scenes many times, and some had personally experienced defeat, they were still furious. The Flame Lord stared at the screen, expressionless, and simply said, Stay calm. The hall fell silent. Someone asked, Can Lu Yu win? Facing at least 30 elite geniuses from Castor Star, everyone was silent. Those sent to the assessment planet were undoubtedly geniuses among geniuses. The odds of winning against dozens were slim. Only Zhuqi was different. He slammed his palm on the table, denting it. Lu Yu can do it. I say. Lu Yuxing. Zhuqi's face turned red with anger as he panted furiously. Arrogant. You're so damn arrogant. You've been arrogant for thousands of years, and I'm done with it. The other top officials echoed his sentiments, their anger palpable. If Lu Yu can take down the genius from Castor Star today, I'll personally reward him with 100 premium source crystals. I'll offer 200. I'll put up 300. The leaders of Blue Star were incensed, each one filled with righteous indignation. Meanwhile, Lu Yu had accelerated to an unbelievable speed. The AI suddenly issued a warning. Blue Star contestant, you're about to encounter a large number of geniuses from Castor Star. Based on past records, avoidance is advised. Lu Yu nearly smashed the AI in frustration. I'm here to take down Castor Star's geniuses today. On the northern plains, dozens of Castor Star's geniuses were waiting. Suddenly, someone noticed a streak of fire in the sky, like a falling meteor. What is that? It looks like it's coming from space. Could it be one of ours arriving? No, they weren't supposed to come according to the plan. Crust looked up at the sky, his brow furrowed. Just seconds later, everyone's expression turned to surprise. Heavens, is that a person? Before the words even settled, Lu Yu crashed heavily into the ground. With a thunderous boom, the ground caved in, raising a cloud of dust. The Castor Star geniuses, 100 meters away, watched in shock at the speed that was beyond their reaction. Friend or foe? They grew wary. Crust stared at the figure emerging from the dust. Lu Yu surveyed the dozens present with an emotionless gaze. Are you the geniuses from Castor Star? Crust detected the murderous intent in his words and squinted, asking, Yes. Are you from Blue Star? Are you stating the obvious? Lu Yu suddenly smiled. Mountain shifting 4th level? The strongest is only at the 4th level. He had expected to encounter at least a 5th level opponent, but they were unexpectedly weak. Your strength is quite disappointing. Crust's face darkened. Blue Star guy, you're only at the 1st level of mountain shifting yourself. Why so arrogant? 1st level of mountain shifting. Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh, then released his true aura. Crust sneered. 2nd level of mountain shifting? Are you the strongest genius of Blue Star? Yes. That's a bit weak. Crust laughed aloud. He had been intimidated by Lu Yu's speed, but now it seemed like he merely possessed some kind of speed ability. The other Castor Star geniuses laughed as well, impressed by Lu Yu's speed but amused by his perceived lack of strength. Among the many Castor Star geniuses present, there were more than a dozen at the 2nd level of the mountain-moving realm. In the live broadcast, countless viewers from Blue Star watched this scene, seething with anger. Lu Yu smiled as he glanced at everyone present. I'm giving you a chance now. Kneel down, and maybe you'll find some comfort in your death. Kneel down. Cruz paused, then looked around and sneered. Are you talking to the air? The surrounding Castor Star geniuses burst into laughter. For someone at the 2nd level of the mountain-moving realm to demand that these 3rd and 4th level powerhouses kneel was utterly ridiculous. Lu Yu watched them laugh and joined in. But as his smile faded, he said expressionlessly, Since you won't kneel, I'll help you do it. Starting with you. He pointed at Cruz. Cruz's smile froze. Blue Star man, go ahead and try. Even I, Cruz. Before he could finish, Lu Yu had already appeared right in front of him. Spatial ability? Cruz was startled but remained composed. However, the next moment, he felt a hand on his shoulder, followed by an unimaginable force. Crack. Cruz's legs made a bone-cracking sound as he was forced to kneel heavily on the ground. Blue Star man, you insult me, he roared, trying to break free, only to find his body sinking deeper into the soil of Wild Star. The strength of the 4th level of the mountain-moving realm was utterly ineffective at this moment. Eventually, only Cruz's head remained above ground, staring at Lu Yu in terror. Blue Star man, how is your strength? Shut up, Lu Yu said, kicking dirt to cover Cruz's mouth. The other Castor Star geniuses could not believe what they were witnessing. Cruz had been buried alive in less than 10 seconds. As they attempted to flee, they found their legs had been severed from their bodies. Lu Yu placed them beside Cruz like dead fish, leaving only their heads above ground. In just a few minutes, over 30 Castor Star geniuses were neatly buried, their heads protruding from the earth, eyes filled with fear and making muffled whimpering sounds. The live broadcast erupted in excitement. From start to finish, none of these geniuses could mount an effective resistance, and Lu Yu effortlessly neutralized all attacks. Was this really the power of the 2nd level of the mountain-moving realm? It was simply unbelievable. The live stream erupted with gasps as viewers witnessed a shocking scene. A row of Castor Star geniuses were neatly buried in the ground, and Lu Yu hadn't even lifted a finger himself. He simply captured them one by one and buried them. This simple action rendered these so-called geniuses completely powerless. Klaus fixed his cold gaze on Lu Yu. He tried to free himself from the earth, only to realize in horror that his limbs had somehow shattered. Even in such a dire situation, he clung to his last shred of dignity and asked coldly, Are you really going to kill me? This question immediately ignited the fury of the livestream audience. Who does he think he is? Such arrogance. Go, Luyu, take them down. Countless viewers from Blue Star roared in anger. With a smile, Luyu approached Klaus, squatted down, and lightly patted his head, asking thoughtfully, how would it feel to play soccer with your heads? You wouldn't dare. Klaus struggled violently, but his resistance was futile. Luyu stepped back a few paces, aimed at Klaus's head, and with a running start, kicked it hard. Amidst Klaus's screams, his head separated from his body, flew like a soccer ball, and then dissipated into a stream of data. Witnessing their leader's gruesome end, the other Castor Star geniuses completely broke down. Please don't kill me. Spare me. Their pleas did not sway Luyu. He continued to kick their heads one by one, each time accompanied by a notification of points earned. Kicking your heads like soccer balls feels so satisfying, Luyu remarked, turning to the last remaining Castor Star genius, a blonde woman. Covered in dirt and with tears streaming down her face, she begged, please spare me. This is my last chance to log into the star realm. Luyu sighed and shook his head, about to kick, but then paused as a thought occurred to him. The people of Castor Star must be watching your live stream, right? The female genius quickly nodded. Yes. If you kill me, the entire Castor Star will hold a grudge against you. Luyu nodded thoughtfully, then broke into a bright smile. Hello, friends from Castor Star. I'm Luyu, the super genius from Blue Star. You can also call me Lu Daddy, because in the era of Luyu, Blue Star is destined to be the daddy of Castor Star. Don't worry, I'll treat you very gently. These words caused an uproar among the Castor Star geniuses watching the livestream. Arrogant, truly arrogant. The people of Castor were seething with anger, their eyes ablaze with fury. Kill this earthling. This is a grave insult to our Castor Star. Meanwhile, in the Earth livestream, laughter erupted continuously. Earth is always Castor's daddy. Lu Xun crushes Castor. Unstoppable and invincible. The audience shouted with excitement. Luyu remained calm, effortlessly kicking his opponent's head away. Farewell, friends of Castor, he casually waved goodbye. Soon you'll witness something even more thrilling. This act only fueled the Castor people's anger further, while the Earth livestream was filled with thunderous applause. Jinai, I want to go to Castor's test planet, Luyu suddenly announced, causing a sudden hush among the livestream viewers. Please select the team size. The mechanical voice of Jinai responded. I'll go alone, Luyu declared decisively. Beep. Traveling alone to an alien test planet is dangerous. Contestant, are you sure about this? Absolutely, Luyu replied without hesitation. In his eyes, wiping out all of Castor's geniuses single-handedly was a mere trifling task. The livestream erupted with excitement. Lu Xun is amazing. 1 against 100, Lu Xun will surely win. Going straight to their lair, blocking their spring. The comments poured in like a torrential downpour. A starship slowly descended before Luyu. Starship is ready, Jinai announced. Luyu walked into the ship with steady steps, as if he were merely embarking on a routine trip. Coordinates are being set, destination, Castor test planet, Yuanmu star. The ship is leaving the atmosphere. Passengers please refrain from moving, Jinai reported as the ship pierced through the atmosphere of Wild Star, heading into space. Luyu posted a brief message in the announcement channel. I'm heading to Castor. Meishin, wait for me here. Meishin gazed at the sky, watching the fiery ship gradually disappear. Through the porthole, she could almost see Luyu's tall figure. Luyu, good luck, she whispered, knowing in her heart that this man didn't need her concern. Countless Earth geniuses looked skyward simultaneously, and in awe, they all shouted in unison. Go, Luyu! Their voices echoed across the sky. In the medical room of Earth's top martial arts school, Liu lay on a hospital bed watching the live stream, a faint smile on his lips. This guy, he's really something. In the hall of the federal parliament, Zhuiqi suddenly stood up, and with a heavy slap, the specially designed conference table shattered into pieces. Old friends, a bet's a bet, he laughed heartily. The geniuses of Castor Star aren't all gone yet. What? You don't believe in Luyu, this young fellow? Believe, take it, take it. Voices echoed around as people eagerly pulled out their source crystals. Many laughed while wiping tears of excitement. Finally, Castor Star gets a taste of their own medicine. I'm more than willing to part with these source crystals. Centuries of pent-up frustration were released in that moment. Yen Zhu stood nearby, looking at Luyu with admiration, a slight smile on his lips. Those old folks on Castor Star will probably be half dead with anger once the assessment is over. Meanwhile, the first military school was in an uproar. In the boys' dormitory, even those who once held grudges against Luyu couldn't help but cheer for him. Take down those bastards. Even though he stole my goddess, watching him thrash the Castor Star people is so satisfying. In the girls' dormitory, and Tian gazed at Luyu on the screen, tears of joy in her eyes, her heart racing. The entire Blue Star was cheering for him at that moment. Finally, Luyu's spaceship arrived at the assessment planet of Castor Star Yuanmu Star. This planet, similar to the wild plain star, had a massive rift running through its center, resembling a giant open eye. Entering Yuanmu star's atmosphere. Please prepare yourself. Lu Yu stood by the porthole, looking at the planet before him, a cold smile on his lips. Caster star people, your god has arrived. The spaceship pierced through the atmosphere like a meteor, immediately drawing the attention of the caster star geniuses on the ground. The communication channels buzzed with excitement. It must be Lord Cruz returning. Hurry and welcome them. Blue Star is wiped out again. Time to celebrate. Hundreds of caster star geniuses rushed to gather at the landing site. They had already cleared threats from the assessment planet, ready to celebrate the defeat of the Blue Star geniuses. Meanwhile, in the caster star live broadcast rooms, countless viewers were chilled to the bone, shouting frantically, "Don't go over there. That's a demon. They're about to welcome a demon." As the spaceship slowly landed and the hatch opened, everyone held their breath in reverence. However, instead of the expected Cruz, a surprising figure appeared. Lu Yu stood at the hatch, a meaningful smile on his face. "Are you here to welcome me?" All the caster star geniuses froze in place, their expressions rigid. The guards eyed Lu Yu's unfamiliar face with suspicion. He didn't seem like a Casterian. Was he a prisoner brought back by Lord Cruz? As they pondered, Lu Yu conjured an ice ball out of thin air. With a casual toss, it shattered in the air, transforming into countless piercing ice needles. The guards couldn't even react as their screams echoed. These Casterian talents left on Yuanmu Star hadn't even reached the mountain-moving stage. How could they withstand Lu Yu's icy barrage? In an instant, dozens of them fell dead. "Everyone, attack him!" someone shouted in terror. Lu Yu sneered, "Attack me? Insects, receive the gift of death." With a wave of his arm, a flash of cold light swept across, and the bodies of hundreds of Casterian talents exploded violently. "No, Lord Cruz and the others are dead. This can't be happening." The survivors cried out in horror. Lu Yu, expressionless, struck again and again. The hundreds of Casterian talents gathered together had no time to flee and fell under his ice spear. Only a few managed to escape to the distance, but Lu Yu quickly activated his spatial ability, capturing them instantly. 3 surviving Casterian talents knelt trembling, unable to meet Lu Yu's gaze. How could there be such a powerful talent on Blue Star? Hundreds of us are no match for him alone. Lu Yu mocked. "Look, Casterians, this is what you call talent on your planet. Your strength is truly pathetic." As he spoke, he thrust his spear, and another talent's head exploded on the spot. Casterians watching the broadcast clenched their fists in anger. In the Caster Federation's Parliament Hall, a silver-haired man erupted with rage, his terrifying aura filling the room. "Can someone tell me what's going on?" The broadcast abruptly ended, replaced by a line of text. "All Casterian talents eliminated. Assessment concluded." On Yuanmu Star, after killing the last talent, Lu Yu received a reward of 2,000 points. Intellect. Hasn't my score been calculated yet? Score calculation complete. Current score, 1,024,020. Congratulations, you've become the top rank in the 5th assessment area, announced across all regions. This news caused an uproar across the assessment planets. Tens of thousands of participants stared at the leaderboard in shock. 1,000,000 points? The second place had only 300,000, a gap of 700,000. Meanwhile, Blue Star erupted with thunderous cheers. The entire planet of Launching was in an uproar. Cheers echoed through the streets, squares, and every corner. At this moment, everyone was cheering for one person, Lu Yu. He had accomplished 2 unprecedented feats, single-handedly defeating 500 geniuses from Castor Star and topping the leaderboard with an astounding 1,000,000 points. This achievement was groundbreaking in Launching's history. For thousands of years, Launching had been oppressed by Castor Star and plagued by star beasts. Now, Lu Yu had trampled on the dignity of Castor Star's geniuses. One person had managed to crush 500 elite talents from Castor Star, a feat that seemed miraculous. Meanwhile, the 5th assessment area was equally stunned. 1,000,000 points. This number left everyone gasping. It's important to note that the second-place contestant had barely reached 300,000 points, and the assessment had been underway for less than 24 hours. On hundreds of assessment planets, various geniuses exchanged bewildered looks. On Red Star, the tall figure of Komu, who had previously held the top position, stared at his sudden drop to second place, his eyes filled with shock. His followers were equally dumbfounded. It's worth noting that Red Star is a high-level planet where martial civilization has developed over 100,000 years, soon entering the 4th region. Even so, their strongest, Koemu, had only accumulated 300,000 points. Yet this newcomer had directly reached 1,000,000 points, surpassing everyone's imagination. Geniuses from other top-ranking planets were also thrown into disarray. They all knew Koemu's strength, understanding he was indeed formidable, but only by tens of thousands of points more than the other top 5 talents. But where had this competitor named Heartbroken Girl come from? An unfamiliar name, yet such an astonishing record. The geniuses from lower-ranking planets were completely bewildered. Regional broadcasts? They shook their heads with wry smiles, thinking, reaching 1,000,000 points, going there would just be offering our heads on a platter. As a result, everyone began deliberately avoiding the area where Castor Star was located. Ultimately, Lu Yu waited in the Castor Star area for over an hour without seeing a single soul. He sat on a large rock, waiting anxiously, muttering to himself. What's going on? Why isn't anyone coming? This is just 1,000,000 points, way too little. Lu Yu's voice echoed back to Blue Planet through the live stream, causing an immediate uproar in the chat. 1,000,000 points too little? Are you kidding me? The second place Heartbroken Girl only has 300,000. You're unbelievable. Lu, the king of modesty, could you maybe leave some room for others? Comments flooded in like a tide as viewers stared in disbelief at the leaderboard with its massive point gap. The second place held merely 300,000 points, while Lu Yu had already surpassed 1,000,000, a staggering difference. Lu Yu, however, remained unfazed. To him, there were still more points waiting to be harvested. He sat cross-legged on the ground, furrowing his brow in deep thought for half an hour. Suddenly, his gaze landed on his AI device, eyes lighting up with a spark of realization. They don't dare come after me because they think anyone with 1,000,000 points must be insanely strong. Lu Yu muttered to himself, then broke into a sly smile. Why not use that to my advantage? Having figured it out, Lu Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. This scene was broadcasted back to Blue Planet, leaving viewers puzzled. Is Lu the king losing his mind over points? Looks like he's about to do something crazy again. However, what happened next left everyone stunned. Instead of seeking out opponents as they expected, Lu Yu opened his AI device. AI, can I hide my identity and broadcast a message to the entire area? Yes, contestant. Once confirmed, Lu Yu immediately began crafting his broadcast message. When viewers saw what he was typing, the chat exploded. No way. Lu the king, have you lost it? Please, just keep your 1,000,000 points peacefully. I'm done. But Lu Yu had already made up his mind, his face set with a determined smile. AI, send it out if there are no issues, and make sure it's anonymous. Understood, broadcasting to the entire area now. During Lu Yu's free time, an astonishing piece of news spread like wildfire among the participants. Someone had earned 1,000,000 points and shot straight to the top of the leaderboard. This caused an uproar among the remaining 50,000 contestants, each one staring at the dazzling numbers with shock. After the initial surprise, the contestants had a surprisingly unanimous reaction. They immediately fled in the opposite direction. It was a wise choice. With plenty of time left in the competition, who would want to become prey for the 1,000,000-point master? Even the top 10 geniuses, including Kuei Mu, were deeply worried. They knew their high scores were like tempting targets, and without enough strength to defend them, they could easily become the first-place winner's next target. For Kuei Mu, in particular, the proximity between the Red Star and Castor Star heightened his concerns. As all the contestants were on edge, their smart devices suddenly received a broadcast across the entire area. The headline of this message was shocking. The 1,000,000-point scorer had exploited a loophole in the rules and was from a lesser-developed literary star. Driven by curiosity, the contestants opened the details, and what they discovered left them stunned. The so-called Heartbroken Girl, in first place, was actually just a first-level martial artist from a low-ranked star, ranked 15th from the bottom in the region. She and her companions were placed on a weak assessment planet, quickly eliminated all the monsters, and as per their prearrangement, the other participants transferred their points to her before leaving the star realm. This was the truth behind the 1,000,000 points, a cleverly executed exploitation of a rule loophole. Even more surprising, upon checking through their smart devices, it was confirmed that this Heartbroken Girl indeed hailed from a lesser planet called Blue Star, just as the broadcast stated, ranking 15th from the bottom in the region. This revelation sparked intense debate among the assessment geniuses in the 5th area. The regional broadcast comment section exploded with heated discussions. This is unbelievable. Would anyone really do this? It sounds too unreal. In response to the skepticism, an anonymous ID firmly replied, why not? For a chance to enter Orion Academy, it's totally worth it. Everyone can check through their smart devices. This statement prompted more people to verify the information, and the results only left them more astounded. Oh my god, this is real. The information on the intelligence system left everyone in shock. A contestant from the low-ranked planet, Blue Star, which is 15th from the bottom, had somehow amassed 1,000,000 points. The announcements on the channel were updating at a dizzying speed. In that moment, countless geniuses were thrown into a frenzy. The rules indeed allowed for such a strategy. On Red Star, Komu turned to the genius next to him and asked, what's the result of the intelligence query? Confirmed, the first place is indeed from Blue Star. The genius replied incredulously. Koemu burst into laughter. Heaven is helping me. As long as I eliminate this guy, those 1,000,000 points are mine. His eyes gleamed with a cold intent to kill. Although he sensed it might be a trap, the intelligence information was unalterable. Someone from a low-ranked planet, no matter how strong, must have their limits. You all, follow me to Yuanmu Star, Koemu decisively ordered, pointing to a dozen of the planet's strongest geniuses. We must act before anyone else. The news spread like wildfire, and the top 10 contestants erupted after verifying the information. Despite their doubts, no one dared to give up this chance. Missing out would be a regret too great to bear. The entire Fifth Zone's 10,000 contestants were set ablaze by this news. When the details revealed how Lu Yu exploited loopholes in the rules to gather resources, everyone went wild. How could a true genius emerge from such a weak planet? It was like a fortune had fallen from the sky. Numerous self-proclaimed strong geniuses, like sharks smelling blood, abandoned their original examination planets and flocked toward Castor Star. On Castor Star, Lu Yu looked at the messages in the public channel, unable to suppress his laughter. Huh? They're all coming. He felt proud of his clever plan. I'm simply brilliant. In the live broadcast, viewers were stunned. He's gone mad. He's absolutely crazy. This is a death wish. At least 10,000 people will come. It's over. In the Federal Assembly Hall, Zhuiqi was trembling and speechless. Originally, Lu Yu could have secured a top 5 position by keeping a low profile, but now he had actively attracted so many geniuses. The other high-ranking officials and Yin Zhu were frozen in shock. One person challenging tens of thousands of geniuses? This was sheer madness. However, in the Orion Arms Starfield Control Center, an alien suddenly shouted in anguish. It's over. The Fifth Zone is finished. That bastard is fishing. Oh no. Yuan's body trembled violently, surrounded by flashing multicolored lights at an astonishing speed. The other 4 examiners stared in shock at his unusual reaction. What happened? Yuan, calm down. One of his colleagues tried to soothe him. Yuan shook his head in despair. No, I can't calm down. Every contestant in the 5th region is going to be killed by this guy. What do you mean? Yuan took a deep breath and explained in detail. The entrant with the abnormal score didn't stop after gaining 1,000,000 points. He's actually using himself as bait to lure all the geniuses in the region. At this, the other 4's faces turned pale. Why didn't you stop him? His actions are within the examination rules. I have no right to interfere. Yuan slumped into his chair, his eyes vacant. All the elite geniuses in the 5th region will fall by his hand. This examination has lost its meaning. The points of the other contestants are just a gift for this monster. This is a disaster. The other examiners' faces were grim. He's reached a 5-star genius level, while the other contestants are at most 3-star. The 5th region is doomed to be a bloodbath. Why would a low-level planet produce such a monster? Stop asking why and prepare the report. None of us can escape responsibility. The 5 alien beings were in despair. Meanwhile, on the planet Castor, Lu Yu was deliberately suppressing his aura, restraining his power to the 1st level of the mountain-moving realm. No, it still seems too strong. He pondered for a moment, then decided to also conceal the aura of breaking the physical limits. Looking at the crimson electric spear in his hand, he decisively put away the SS Scrade weapon. The combat suit should come off too, to appear more ordinary. Lu Yu was about to take action. The live stream exploded instantly. Wow, hubby is taking off his clothes. Prepare to screenshot. Lick the screen. Damn, is Lu the King going to streak? Lu Yu suddenly paused. Wait, this is still live. He put his hand down. I don't mind if girls see, but if guys see, that would be a big loss. The live stream audience, although disappointed, was soon shocked by Lu Yu's next words. Perfect. He looked at himself with satisfaction. Now I'm just an unremarkable 1st-level mountain-moving realm. Anyone would dare to take a bite. He laughed, clearly not wanting the approaching geniuses to flee at the sight of him. The live stream audience was sweating. This is like a wolf in sheep's clothing. What if the ones coming are big tigers and Lu the King really gets eaten? With so many, who can withstand it? But Lu Yu paid no mind to these concerns. In his eyes, the geniuses of the 5th region were mere ants. Their numbers only meant he'd have to exert a bit more effort. As he waited leisurely, the sky above Castor finally revealed the silhouette of the first spaceship. Is it really Yuan Muxing? Kuei-mu frowned as he looked down at Castor. On this relatively insignificant planet, someone had astonishingly reached 1,000,000 points at an incredible speed. Before he could ponder further, a large number of spacecraft suddenly appeared on the horizon, densely filling the view. Lord Kuei-mu, geniuses from all over are arriving. His lieutenant quietly reminded him. This was not surprising. The spacecraft in the star realm travel at incredible speeds. Although Chixing and Yuan Muxing are relatively close, within just a minute, hundreds of spacecraft had gathered in outer space, with more continuously arriving. Lu Yu's emergence had clearly caught the attention of the entire galaxy. Sir, should we go down now? His lieutenant inquired. Kuei-mu did not respond immediately. He noticed several spacecraft from competing planets approaching, whose rankings were similar to theirs. In such a situation, whoever landed first would certainly become the target of all. Even though Kuei-mu was confident in his abilities, he dared not act rashly at this moment. Clearly, the geniuses from other planets shared the same thought. As more spacecraft arrived, no one dared to make the first move. On the ground, Lu Yu clearly saw the thousands of spacecraft hovering in space. Seeing these hesitant opponents, he shook his head internally. Looks like they need a bit of a push, Lu Yu muttered to himself, then ran towards one of the distant spacecraft. This move immediately drew the attention of everyone in space. When they realized Lu Yu might be trying to escape, the situation spiraled out of control. Not good. He's trying to run. Stop him. Get down there quickly. Like a domino effect, countless spacecraft rushed downwards, colliding and crashing in chaos. Seeing this, Kuei-mu had no choice but to order a descent. Lu Yu pretended to run in a panic while secretly observing. He was somewhat relieved to see that the points of the geniuses on the crashing spacecraft were being credited to their opponents. The first batch of spacecraft landed quickly, and a dozen alien geniuses eagerly jumped out, charging towards Lu Yu. However, before they could reach him, another spacecraft descended from the sky, crushing them into a neat pile. This guy belongs to our Harushing. In your dreams. The scene had completely descended into chaos. Each genius's primary task upon landing was to prevent others from taking down Lu Yu, hoping to claim the prize for themselves. But often, before they could even get close to Lu Yu, they perished in the melee. The 1,000,000 points are mine, one shouted, brandishing a knife. Not a chance, another retorted, raising a sword. Lu Yu stood still, watching the growing pile of bodies before him, with a bewildered expression. Wait, didn't they say I was supposed to fight thousands? Lu Yu stood there, bewildered, watching the chaotic battlefield before him. He had braced himself to take on tens of thousands alone, ready to endure the hardship for the sake of earning points. But the situation unfolded in an unexpected way. The crowd had already descended into a frenzied melee before he could even make a move. It seems I'm more tempting than I thought, Lu Yu mused, attempting to shift to the left. Where do you think you're going? The 1,000,000 points are mine. Ha! A genius charged at him, only to be struck down by a flash of cold steel. Kuei-mu retrieved his bloodstained blade, casting a deep glance at Lu Yu, but he didn't attack him. Instead, he turned to strike down another approaching genius. The other top-ranked geniuses seemed to have the same idea as Kuei-mu. They formed a protective circle around Lu Yu, not to fight him, but to shield him. Their plan was simple: let the others fight to the death, and the survivors would then have a showdown. Lu Yu watched this unexpected development with a peculiar expression. What are these guys up to? Protecting me? Afraid someone else will kill me and take the points? This doesn't add up. I was supposed to fight them all, but now they're helping me. Seeing some of his bodyguards getting injured, Lu Yu couldn't bear it and was about to intervene. Guys, there's no need for you to fight each other as long as the 1,000,000 points are mine. Another genius broke through the chaos, only to be swiftly cut down. The attacker glanced at Lu Yu before silently returning to the defensive circle. By now, 10 of the top 11 geniuses had surrounded Lu Yu tightly. Watching their backs, Lu Yu was at a loss for words. Brothers, listen, actually Before he could finish, another attacker fell at his feet. Feeling increasingly guilty, Lu Yu sighed. What have I done to deserve this? These guys are too loyal. I intended to take them down, but they're helping me instead. To avoid distracting his bodyguards, Lu Yu sat cross-legged and enthusiastically took on the role of battlefield commander. Go, go, go. Someone's coming from the right. Left side. Yes, left side. Oh, someone's attacking from behind. I'm about to die. The live stream audience was stunned by the scene. I'm impressed. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Using himself as bait to make them fight each other. This is genius. They all think Lu Yu is the weakest, not realizing he's actually the strongest. Taking on thousands might be tough, but unknown? I've never seen him lose. The audience was left in awe, as this was a strategy they'd never witnessed before. The chaos continued, while Lu Yu sat back, relaxed, waiting for his final face-off with the last standing victor. And when that moment came, he would say, actually, I'm very strong. Wow, incredible. The audience exclaimed in amazement. Lu Biwang's playing the pig to eat the tiger strategy is unbeatable. The crowd was in an uproar, marveling at Lu Yu's clever tactic of allowing the strongest to emerge only to eliminate them in one fell swoop without losing a single point. Such a calculated move truly showcased his exceptional strategic foresight. However, Lu Yu himself was unaware of being misunderstood as cunning. He was leisurely watching the ongoing battles. After the brutal eliminations, fewer than 1,000 remained, each a supremely skilled talent. Not very impressive, they're so weak, Lu Yu remarked, shaking his head at the fights. This left the talented individuals around him momentarily stunned. Don't worry, I wasn't talking about you guys. You're all doing great, Lu Yu quickly clarified, feeling increasingly guilty as he noticed their injuries. He had previously advised against the killings, but his advice went unheeded. Half an hour passed swiftly. The fierce combat left fewer than 100 on the field, each an elite who had battled their way through thousands. Though almost everyone was injured, their strength was undeniable. Just as Lu Yu was about to speak, Kuei-mu shouted, "Quick, team up and take them down." The other 9 top talents immediately sprang into action, and the battle quickly became clear. Moments later, Only 11 remained Lu Yu in the original top 10 talents. The 10 stared intently at Lu Yu, as if seeing millions of points within reach. Lu Yu stood up slowly, sighing. Everyone, let's settle this once and for all. Unexpectedly, the 10 began fighting among themselves. Lu Yu was both amused and exasperated. I meant for you to duel with me, not fight each other. Unfortunately, no one listened, as they were all determined to first determine the strongest among them. The live audience praised Lu Yu's divide and conquer tactic. Unaware that he was touched by their loyalty, none of them took the opportunity to ambush him. In the end, Kue Mu unleashed a powerful martial skill, his body glowing with a red aura, and with one strike, he decapitated the last 3 opponents. He turned to Lu Yu, a bloodthirsty smile on his lips. You're mine now. You belong to me now. This statement sent a shiver down Lu Yu's spine. Instinctively, he took a step back, eyeing Kue Mu's towering figure with caution. What are you doing? I don't do sword fighting. The livestream chat erupted in laughter. Ha! True love between men. Lu Shin is ours. The comments were filled with teasing remarks. However, the atmosphere on site was completely different. Lu Yu looked at Kue Mu with a serious expression, his tone carrying a hint of resignation. Brother, considering the huge favor you've done for me, how about you concede? I really don't want to kill you. Kue Mu responded with a cold laugh, slightly raising the long blade in his hand. You want me to concede? Why don't you just hand over your points and end yourself now? Maybe you'll die with some dignity. Despite his injuries, he stood firm, thinking that in his current state, any genius of the same level could take his life. But this young man in front of him, at the first level of the mountain-moving realm, wasn't qualified. Lu Yu's expression grew more bitter. Does it really have to be this way? What else? End yourself, Kue Mu stated arrogantly. In his view, as long as he secured these million points, combined with the points from previously defeating tens of thousands of geniuses, he would set a new record in the assessment competition. Although the exact points were still being calculated, the total was sure to exceed 2 million. Lu Yu sighed and slowly drew out his crimson lightning spear. Well, I have to be honest with you, brother. Actually, I was just baiting you guys. What do you mean? Kue Mu asked warily. It's simple. I was hiding my true strength. Kue Mu tensed up. What's your real level? Second level of the mountain-moving realm. Lu Yu answered honestly. Only the second level? Ha. Die. Kue Mu laughed as he swung his blade down. As the blade flashed, Lu Yu sighed softly. Is it really necessary? He casually thrust his spear forward. Kue Mu's smile froze. He looked down at the spear in his chest, unable to comprehend how Lu Yu had reached him so quickly. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he used his last strength to ask, what's your true level? Second level of the mountain-moving realm. Lu Yu sighed in response. I didn't use much force with this spear because I didn't want to hurt you. Upon hearing these words, Kue Mu, who was already on the ground, suddenly struggled to get up, disbelief evident in his voice. It can't be the second level of the mountain-moving realm. You're insulting me. Before he could finish speaking, his body completely dissolved into a stream of consciousness, dissipating into the air. The system promptly chimed in. Blood Fury, upon use, increases the user's attributes by 300 across the board for a short period. Looking at the relic left behind by Kue Mu, Lu Yu felt a twinge of guilt. His expression was a mix of resignation and sorrow. I kept telling you guys to stop fighting, but you wouldn't listen. Now that you're dead, you still don't believe it. This is so difficult for me. The livestream chat exploded with comments. He's losing it. This guy named Kue Mu is losing his mind. Who would have thought, after tirelessly killing so many geniuses, just when he was about to be number 1? It turns out to be a sad story of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Ha ha ha, this is priceless. Another genius now has a psychological shadow because of the King Lu Bai. In the infirmary of the first martial school, Li Yu watched the scene thoughtfully. Why does this seem familiar? At that moment, the system announced, score settlement successful, points 9,343,563. Total points, 10,367,583. 10,370,000 points. Lu Yu was startled by the figure. Wow, that's a bit scary. But it makes sense, given the number of geniuses here. Now I can finally relax and not worry about being surpassed. A broadcast echoed throughout the Orion arm. Congratulations to Heartbroken Girls Refuge. Please add LX2341, with over 10 million points, announced across the entire Orion arm. This news was like a bombshell, causing a huge stir in the astral realm. Contestants in various assessment areas were shocked the last record in the 5th area was only 1.5 million points, set 1,000 years ago. And now, this record has been surpassed by nearly 9 million. In the Federal Assembly Hall, the high-ranking officials of Blue Star stared at the screen, dumbfounded. Zhuiqi couldn't help but ask, Yen Lord, will this assessment's results be invalidated? No, they won't. Yen Lord laughed heartily. Lu Yu played by the rules, he's very clever. As the broadcast announced the early conclusion of the 5th region's assessment, all contestants' consciousness began to disintegrate. Lu Yu watched his hand gradually turn into a stream of consciousness and couldn't help but laugh loudly. System, I got first place. I got first place. Lu Yu shouted excitedly, his face beaming with pride. Host, this first place is just the beginning, so don't make a big deal out of it. The system's calm voice chimed in. Come on, I just wiped out so many people, and you won't even celebrate with me. Lu Yu protested, then had a sudden idea. System, considering how well I performed this time, shouldn't we consider increasing the reward? As his consciousness returned to the loading machine, Lu Yu saw Lin Shui approaching him. He seized the opportunity to enthusiastically recount his glorious achievements to the system. Look, system, I single-handedly took down the entire Wild Star and earned 1,000,000 points. And then I used strategy to lure and eliminate over 10,000 geniuses, breaking 10,000,000 points. With such moves, asking for an extra 10,000 replication points isn't too much, right? The system was silent for a while before responding. Host, do you really think it's wise to ask for so much? Why not? I'm your host. Other systems are generous with their rewards, afraid their hosts might run out. So why are you so stingy? Lu Yu continued to argue. After some haggling, the system finally relented. Replication points 1. 10. 100. 1,000. System, you're simply the best system in the universe. Lu Yu was finally satisfied. Just then, the loading machine slowly opened. Lin Shui looked at Lu Yu with concern. Lu Yu, are you okay? She had seen his changing expressions earlier and thought he might have been psychologically affected by defeating so many geniuses. But Lu Yu energetically jumped out of the loading machine. Don't worry, Principal Lin, I'm in great shape. The other loading machines opened one by one, and everyone's eyes naturally turned to Lu Yu, filled with amazement. 10,000,000 points. This number was far beyond their imagination. The second-ranked genius on Blue Star had only 1,000 points. Others, lacking strength, dared only to hide on Wild Star, and many even had 0 points. In comparison, Lu Yu seemed like he was playing with cheats. Mei Xin clenched her fists tightly, looking at Lu Yu with a mix of admiration and apprehension. You really know how to play the game, don't you? Traveling alone to Caster Star was already surprising, but what was even more astonishing was the remarkable skill Lu Yu demonstrated there. In a competition among thousands of geniuses, he emerged victorious in a way that was unmatched. Lin Shui looked at Lu Yu in front of her, her cheeks slightly flushed. She recalled how she had advised him to be realistic when he confidently declared he would take first place. Who could have imagined he would not only achieve it, but also set a potentially unbreakable historical record? Principal Lin, I know I'm strong, so there's no need for you to feel bad, Lu Yu said gently, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Lin Shui's long legs. Lin Shui nodded slightly. Come to my office. I have something to discuss with you. Something to discuss with me? Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly followed after bidding farewell to Mei Xian. On campus, the male students looked at Lu Yu with complex expressions. This opponent was so formidable that any thought of competition simply vanished. The adoring glances from the female students only confirmed this. What was the point of competing? It seemed the entire school's female population had become his admirers. Many male students sighed inwardly in unison. Lu Xun is back. He looks even more handsome than before. He's so strong. Lu Xun will definitely get into Orion Academy. His future is boundless. The female students' eyes sparkled as they watched Lu Yu intently. Lu Yu maintained a cool demeanor, occasionally glancing at pretty girls, which was enough to leave them momentarily stunned. So this is what it feels like to have maxed out charm, he thought with delight. Lin Shui noticed the commotion around them and cleared her throat. Lu, try to go out less often. Many students have reported that your presence is seriously distracting the female students from their training. Lu Yu instinctively tapped his smart device and immediately received a notification. Friend request accepted. Achievement, dazzling light. Unlocked. Over 10,000,000 female friends added. Seeing this, Lin Shui's face darkened as she pulled Lu Yu into her office and handed him a box. This is a reward from the school. Lu Yu opened it to find 100 pieces of top-grade source crystals. Not bad. Teacher, does the school have any other rewards? He asked eagerly. Lin Shui's expression darkened further. Leave some opportunities for others. If you go, they really won't stand a chance. All right, Lu Yu sighed. So, Principal, is there anything else? Yes, go to the Federation. The higher-ups want to see you about Orion Academy. You should go now, Lin Shui said, handing him a mask. Wait, put this on. Lu Yu looked distressed. Is being too handsome a crime? As soon as he left the office, he put the mask away. The brilliance of this genius must shine across the universe. A mere mask can't stop it. Before he finished speaking, a figure appeared before him. Looking up past the towering building, Lu Yu saw a familiar pretty face. Hey, Principal Lin, why are you here? This mask is really nice, and wearing it is quite comfortable. Lu Yu hurriedly put on the mask and jumped straight down from the 6th floor. Just like Xiaoling, Lu Yu murmured as he stood on the edge of the 6th floor, effortlessly leaping down. A few passing students stared in shock at the scene. Noticing this, he quickly slipped away, removing his mask as he walked. Just as he headed towards the school gate, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Intian. Lucian, are you out yet? Yes, I'm out. Where are you? I'll come find you. Lu Yu glanced around and replied, at the school gate. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Intian anxiously checked herself in the mirror. Girls, is everything okay with my makeup, outfit, and hair? Her roommates scrutinized her and nodded in approval. Going to see Lucian? Yeah, maybe I'll get to kiss him today. Kiss Lucian. Her roommates squealed with excitement. If you do, you have to kiss us too when you get back. Then we can say we indirectly kissed him. The dorm erupted in excitement as the girls surrounded Intian, escorting her to the school gate. Standing at the gate, Lu Yu was oblivious to all this. When he saw Intian jogging towards him, he quickly put on a cool demeanor. What's up? Nothing. Intian stammered, handing him a cup of milk tea. Taking it, Lu Yu thought to himself. She seems so innocent, probably hasn't dated anyone before. If there's nothing else, I'll head to the Federation. I'll catch up with you later. He gently patted Intian's head, making her beam with happiness. Okay, Lucian. After Lu Yu left, Intian looked troubled again. Some guys approached her, trying to flirt. What's wrong, Intian goddess? Nothing, she replied coldly, turning away, inwardly fretting. Lucian doesn't seem that interested in me. Arriving at the Federation Council Hall, the meeting wasn't over yet. As soon as Zhuqi saw Lu Yu, he enthusiastically clapped him on the shoulder. Lu kid, I'm growing fonder of you by the day. Lord Zhua, I prefer women, Lu Yu joked. Get out of here. Zhuqi laughed, prompting laughter from the entire room. The Flame Master watched Lu Yu with satisfaction. You did very well this time. So, Lord Flame Master, what about the reward? Lu Yu quickly seized the opportunity. The room's laughter froze. The Flame Master sighed inwardly. If I'd known this kid was so sharp, I wouldn't have praised him. There will be a reward. Let's talk about your situation first. Have a seat. The Flame Master gestured. Lu Yu sat down next to Zhuqi, and the Flame Master continued. First of all, your performance in the assessment competition was good. The Flame Master originally intended to lavish praise on Lu Yu, but after considering the situation they were about to face, he cautiously changed his wording. The assessment of the 5th zone was basically wasted this time because of your move, he said with a meaningful smile. Indeed, that was the case. Lu Yu's strategy was like removing the firewood from under the cauldron, diverting almost all the geniuses into the trap on the planet Castor. On the final leaderboard, Lu Yu stood alone at the top, while others couldn't even break the 10th ascent point mark. The true talents were now trapped on Castor, unable to move. This outcome was quite a headache for the Star Realm authorities, but there was nothing they could do. Lu Yu's actions were entirely within the rules, merely showcasing his extraordinary prowess. Lu Yu, with your skills, you're a shoo-in for admission to the Orion Academy. The Flame Master's voice was filled with satisfaction. Orion Academy? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Although the term sounded familiar, he didn't understand its deeper meaning. Seeing his confusion, the Flame Master explained, it's not covered in compulsory education because, so far, only 2 candidates from Blue Star have been admitted to Orion Academy. He paused before continuing. Orion Academy, also known as the Spiral Arm Academy, is a higher education institution established by the Warriors Association of the Orion Arm, where Blue Star is located. There are only 3 such academies in the entire galaxy, pooling resources from the entire arm to cultivate talent. Its mission is to produce super strong individuals through systematic education to advance the development of the Orion Arm. The assessment competition is just a preliminary stage of the entrance exam. Someone has been admitted before me? Lu Yu curiously inquired. While missing the top spot was a bit disappointing, he was more interested in knowing who came before him. However, this question plunged everyone present, including the Flame Master, into an awkward silence. We'll tell you after you pass the exam, the Flame Master said, his expression becoming complex. All right, Lu Yu nodded helplessly. Is there anything else? One more thing. The Flame Master's expression turned serious. A reporter from the Orion Daily wants to interview you, so watch your words. A reporter wants to interview? Zhuqi excitedly patted Lu Yu's shoulder. The female reporters from Orion Daily are all beauties. Really? Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Have you been interviewed, Lord Zhua? No. Zhuqi's face instantly darkened. The Flame Master continued earnestly. Lu Yu, this is important. Blue Star hasn't been in the news for hundreds of years, and many planets have almost forgotten about us. Thanks to you, we finally have a chance to reappear in the public eye, so make sure you do well. Of course, Lu Yu smiled. Without everyone's joint effort in governing Blue Star, there wouldn't be me, Lu Yu, today. This statement greatly pleased the Flame Master. However, the next moment, Lu Yu extended his hand. What about my reward? I'll give you 1,000 premium source crystals. I'll cover part of it, and others will chip in for the rest, the Flame Master said with an unchanged expression. Lu Yu's mouth twitched slightly, realizing that the Flame Master's wealth wasn't as vast as the legends claimed. While Luyu was busy handling these matters, a spaceship emerged from a wormhole in space outside Blue Star. A silver-haired beauty gazed at the blue star before her, murmuring in disbelief. Is this the place where that super genius was born? The silver-haired woman gazed at the blue planet, her red lips slightly parted. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. A super genius with exam points exceeding 10 million came from such a barren planet. Through the observation window of the spaceship, she could clearly sense the extremely thin star source power of the blue planet. According to the data, this planet was not only resource poor, but also occupied by alien monsters. It was simply inconceivable that a super genius like Lu Yu could emerge from such a harsh environment. Even more astonishing were Lu Yu's achievements in the star realm. He not only defeated top talents from the 5th region, but also successfully killed those on the verge of entering the 4th region. His feat of killing tens of thousands of geniuses in one go made this seemingly ordinary blue planet an anomaly. Moeen, can we start? The man beside her asked. The other passengers in the spaceship, although similar in appearance to humans, were not members of the Human Federation. These races from different planets, despite having human bloodlines, were named after their own planets for a simple reason. The Human Federation was too weak, and no powerful race was willing to join. Although these races differed from humans in blood, they all evolved into human-like forms of shape that seemed most suitable for unleashing power, though the mystery behind it remained unsolved. Hello everyone in the Orion Arm. I am Moeen, a special correspondent from the Orion Daily. She began her report to the camera. Today, we have arrived at a very special planet Blue Star. The cameraman focused on the blue planet below, and countless viewers followed this scene through the live broadcast. In this technologically advanced cosmic era, the distance between planets remained the biggest barrier to information dissemination. Lu Yu's astonishing achievements in the star realm had already spread across various planets. His record of over 9 million points and killing tens of thousands of geniuses at once was unprecedented in history. Upon seeing the barren landscape of Blue Star, viewers from other planets expressed their amazement. Is this the planet that defeated our Red Star genius? Unbelievable. Moeen piloted the spaceship to land in the Blue Star Federation Square. When she appeared in front of Lu Yu, the young genius was impressed. This reporter from another planet not only possessed outstanding beauty, but also had long legs and an impressive figure, distinctly different from the characteristics of Blue Star humans. The Flame Master stood beside Lu Yu and, noticing Lu Yu's expression, gave a slight cough before introducing himself. Hello, I am the Star Master of Blue Star. Moeen nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to Lu Yu with curiosity in her voice. Is this the super genius who broke the historical record? Lu Yu quickly adjusted his expression to maintain calmness as he responded. Yes. Moeen's eyes lit up, and she swiftly said, Great, I'm Moeen, a special correspondent for Orion Daily. I'd like to interview you about your experience of achieving first place in the 5th assessment area. The Flame Master and other high-ranking officials discreetly stepped back to give Lu Yu some space. Faced with the interview, Lu Yu felt conflicted. Should he remain humble and low-key, or reveal the truth? Just as Moeen wondered about Lu Yu's silence, he spoke up. Actually, getting first place wasn't my intention. Since the Flame Master mentioned creating a perfect image for Blue Star, he decided to be open about it. His words left Moeen and the aliens behind the camera in shock. Lu Yu looked at the camera with a regretful expression. Actually, from the beginning, I knew I didn't have much of a chance. My compatriots and I all thought so. For the love and peace of the Orion Arm, they transferred their points to me. I intended to pass them on to a potential genius who could enter Orion Academy. But they were too scared to come forward. I had no choice but to anonymously post on the announcement channel, hoping to attract 1 or 2 people. Unexpectedly, over 10,000 showed up, and to my surprise, they fought over the points. In the end, only a brother named Kue Mu was left, and he actually tried to force me to kill myself. In a moment of anger, I poked him. Little did I know, that move accidentally killed him and won me first place. Lu Yu sighed deeply, looking sincerely at Moeen. Believe me, that's the truth. If I'm lying, may I be struck by lightning. Before he could finish, a thunderclap boomed. Lu Yu coughed a couple of times and added, That's the truth. I'm done. Moeen was left in a daze, unable to process for a while. That's quite a coincidence. Is it? I think so too. Lu Yu seemed to read her thoughts and sighed again. Behind the camera, the geniuses were on the verge of collapse. That anonymous message was sent by this guy? Damn it. He was fishing. We fought among ourselves and ended up benefiting him. I need a respirator. He's lying. How can this guy be at the first level of the mountain-moving realm? In a medical pod on the Red Star, Kue Mu watched the live broadcast, his breathing becoming rapid. A dozing nurse was jolted awake. Oh my. Patient number 9's heart rate is skyrocketing. Not only Kue Mu, countless geniuses were struggling to breathe upon hearing Lu Yu's words. Many landed in the hospital because of this ordeal, losing their chance to take the Orion Academy entrance exam. On site, Moeen remained incredulous and asked, How do you feel about breaking 10 million points and setting an unprecedented record? Ah, I have to thank Brother Koemu, Lu Yu said, clutching his chest. He worked hard to kill over 10,000 people, and I just got lucky. I still feel guilty about it. The nurse on Red Star slumped to the ground. Patient number 9's heart has stopped. Meanwhile, on countless planets, many geniuses were so infuriated by Lu Yu that they couldn't catch their breath. Ma Yin's expression gradually turned peculiar. As an experienced journalist, she keenly noticed an issue that had sparked widespread attention. After a brief moment of thought, she asked, "Could you tell me if there's any special meaning behind your ID in the Star Realm? Sanctuary for Broken-Hearted Girls. Please add LX 2341. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's lips curled into a smile. "Ah, this ID carries quite a bit of significance," he said seriously, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "The first part, Sanctuary for Broken-Hearted Girls, represents my mission to provide refuge for every girl feeling lost and heartbroken, whether you're from Blue Star or another planet. If you're feeling confused, you can reach out to me. The LX 2341 is my contact info. Feel free to open your heart anytime." Ma Yin was momentarily stunned and instinctively asked, "Can I add you to try it out?" "Add me." Lu Yu looked Ma Yin up and down, nodding as he said, "I can tell you're feeling quite lost right now. Feel free to consult me about any psychological or physiological issues." These words made Ma Yin's cheeks flush instantly. In the interstellar live broadcast room, countless aliens angrily typed comments. "This guy has no shame. Utterly shameless. How dare he flirt with the goddess Ma Yin?" However, under their frustrated gazes, Lu Yu successfully added Ma Yin's contact. "Trust me, you'll be reporting on me frequently in the future, so it's good to have my contact," Lu Yu said with a smile. From a distance, Zhuiqi watched with a look of amazement. "Wow, this guy's flirting skills are impressive." Yin Lord's expression was somewhat strange. "Do you think Lu Yu is enhancing the image of Blue Star?" Zhuiqi was taken aback, unsure how to respond. Next to him, a senior official with a darkened expression suggested, "Yin Lord, maybe you should check the Orion Daily Live broadcast yourself." Yin Lord opened the live stream, and his expression immediately changed. The broadcast was filled with angry voices. "Shameless scoundrel. How could someone from the 5th region lose to this guy? Challenge him in the Star Realm if you're not convinced." Yin Lord's mouth twitched. He had hoped Lu Yu would enhance Blue Star's appeal, but it seemed to be backfiring. Meanwhile, Lu Yu continued his pleasant conversation with Ma Yin, finding more and more common ground. "It's getting late today. If there's a chance, Ma Yin, feel free to come find me another day," he said, flashing what he thought was a friendly smile, which only made the geniuses more furious. This guy is pretending again. What is his true strength? Who will challenge him in the Star Realm? This is intolerable. Ma Yin turned to the camera. "That's the end of today's interview. See you all tomorrow. See you in the Star Realm if you get the chance," Lu Yu said with that infuriating smile on his face. Before the live broadcast ended, Ma Yin waved goodbye to him. "Goodbye. I hope to see you at the Orion Academy assessment competition." Lu Yu shook hands with Mo Yin solemnly. "Our Orion Daily will be covering the event extensively." As the spaceship departed, Lu Yu immediately beamed and turned to Yin Zhu. "So, did I represent our Blue Star well?" Yin Zhu, however, looked resigned. This kid wasn't exactly bringing glory to Blue Star. He was clearly stirring up trouble. "Do you know how many people want to challenge you in the Star Realm?" "Someone wants to challenge me?" Lu Yu was puzzled. "Zinio, can you tally up how many challenge requests there are?" "The number of challengers is 6,785,588 and still rising." Question mark. Lu Yu looked bewildered. "I didn't say anything outrageous just now. Why do so many people want to challenge me?" Yin Zhu and the other high-ranking officials exchanged glances, unsure if this young man was truly clueless or just pretending. Finally, Yin Zhu sighed. "Forget about that. The entrance exam for Orion Academy is in 15 days, and it won't be in the Star Realm, but on a real assessment planet. You'll face not only the trials of the planet, but also fierce competition from 1,500 talented candidates. Only 300 will get into Orion Academy, and for those who fail, there's only one path no one will hold back." Hearing this, Lu Yu's expression finally turned serious. "All the geniuses from the entire Orion arm are participating." "Yes, there are 500 from the 1st region, 400 from the 2nd, decreasing to 100 from our 5th region. That's why I initially only hoped you could make it to the top 100. That alone would be promising." Yinju smiled. Lu Yu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "If I end up at the bottom, wouldn't I just be courting death?" Yinju glanced at him. "Didn't you say you wanted to come first?" Lu Yu was speechless for a moment, then said, "So, my main competitors are the geniuses from the 1st region." "Exactly. Those are successors meticulously trained by the major planets in the 1st region. Their strength is formidable." Yinju's tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. "Your task won't be easy." "This?" Lu Yu's eyes darted. "Yinju, I'm also technically your successor now, right? I need resources, lots of them. Let's start with 10,000 superior source crystals." Yinju's smile froze instantly. Not 10,000, at most 3,000. Then I'll drop out. Lu Yu sighed, shaking his head. Without enough resources, how could I possibly compete with those freaks from the first region? He pretended to leave, his silhouette desolate. Yan Zhu's heart bled, and he gritted his teeth. 5,000. Deal. Lu Yu immediately turned back, grinning as he extended his hand. Yan Zhu turned away expressionlessly. Zuiqi, take him to get them. With that, he closed the Star Hall door. Zuiqi gave Lu Yu a thumbs up. You're something else. It's the first time I've seen Yan Zhu so generous in all these years. Does that mean Yan Zhu is usually stingy? Kind of. Behind the door, Yan Zhu sighed deeply. You don't know the value of money until you manage a household. He shook his head, trying not to think about the 5,000 superior source crystals. I hope this kid can get into Orion Academy. The towering blue star source crystal vault stood proudly, with Lu Yu outside, intently watching the occasional aircraft going in and out. The knowledge that the vault stored an immense amount of blue star source crystals made his eyes light up and his heart race. You wait here. I'll go in and get something for you, Zuiqi said. I want to go in too, Lu Yu eagerly responded. No, that's the rule. No one can enter without permission, Zuiqi firmly refused. Lu Yu had to suppress his inner calculations. A moment later, Zuiqi emerged from the vault, holding a small box. This puzzled Lu Yu. How could such a small container hold enough source crystals? Noticing Lu Yu's confusion, Zuiqi smirked slightly. Inside is a star core. A star core? Lu Yu exclaimed in shock, eyes wide open. Zuiqi explained. A star core is an important remnant after a planet's destruction. Even a large planet like Blue Star produces a star core no larger than a cubic meter. Its function is simply to condense a massive amount of star source power. A star core the size of a fingernail contains more star source power than 100 top-grade source crystals. Lu Yu stared at the star core, about the size of a fist, in Zuiqi's hand, his body instinctively becoming restless, as if anticipating the wonderful feeling of absorption. Zuiqi handed him the box, his expression serious. This star core is equivalent to at least 7,000 top-grade source crystals. Don't waste the Star Lord's goodwill. Rest assured, I won't fail, Lu Yu promised solemnly. As Lu Yu left, Zuiqi slapped his thigh in excitement. It's in the bag. But his joy was short-lived as the Flame Lord appeared beside him, expressionless. Why did you take such a big piece? The Flame Lord asked directly. Haha. I just wanted to give Lu Yu a better chance, Zuiqi chuckled awkwardly. The Flame Lord saw right through him. I bet you're planning to continue betting with him next time to earn a few more years' worth, aren't you? Zuiqi was at a loss for words. The Flame Lord shook his head and then asked, why do you think Lu Yu isn't curious about why so many races in the starry sky are humanoid? Zuiqi was momentarily stunned. Actually, I've been curious about that for a long time too. Are you going to enlighten me, Flame Lord? But when he turned to look, the Flame Lord had already disappeared. In the Star Hall, the Flame Lord sighed deeply. Almost got exposed. Our human civilization has been disconnected for so long. Who am I supposed to ask? On the aircraft, Lu Yu was overjoyed. With the star core, he could easily replicate a few times and break through his current level. The sense of loss from using top-grade source crystals for replication would finally be swept away, making him burst into laughter. When Lu Yu got off the aircraft, he was surprised to find Tian still waiting at the school gate. Several hours had passed, yet she was still there. You're back. And Tian approached him. Yeah, I'm back, Lu Yu replied, maintaining his cool and aloof demeanor. Even if you're in a hurry, you have to pretend you're not. Lu Yu silently repeated this mantra in his mind, a shrewd glint flashing in his eyes. You need a long line to catch a big fish. And Tian stood in front of Lu Yu, watching his silent demeanor, and couldn't help but bite her lip. Lu Shun, some things are better left unsaid. Before she could finish, Lu Yu suddenly looked up, gazing at her with a deep and affectionate look. Do you know what my weakness is? What is it? And Tian was taken aback, instinctively asking. It's missing you. The word struck in Tian's heart like a hammer, making her feel flustered. Her hands twisted together unconsciously, and she couldn't even muster the courage to look at Lu Yu, instead staring down at her shoes. She finally gathered the courage to move forward for a kiss, only to find that he had already vanished. Lu Shun, has he left? An empty feeling filled in Tian's heart, leaving her forlorn. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was walking home with a smug smile, chuckling to himself. Haha, these cheesy pickup lines still work wonders. It's like a renaissance for them. String her along, make her anxious and unsure, and she'll fall deeper. Then, when I make my move, she'll be utterly hooked. Brilliant. And Tian stood there for a long time, growing more confused with each passing moment, her eyes soon filling with tears. Lu Shun, do you not like me? This scene was witnessed by passing male classmates, each one heartbroken. Some tried to approach, but Tian's cold glance sent them scurrying away. What the heck? She can't forget that jerk? I'm losing it. The boys complained in frustration. Little did they know, the much-maligned Lu Yu was currently admiring a star core in his hands, a fist-sized black object that, despite its ordinary appearance, emitted a powerful energy, far surpassing the finest source crystals. This feels great. System, why hasn't my reward been calculated yet? The system promptly responded, calculation complete. Rewards, Bloodline Development 5, Master Level Martial Arts, 3,000 copy points. Lu Yu frowned. What about the other 1,000 points? Ding. Additional rewards in process. Great. Trying to skim off the top when I'm not looking, huh? Host, rest assured. The system merely forgot temporarily. Heh. Lu Yu sneered, thinking that if it weren't for his good memory, the system might have shortchanged him. As he accepted the system's reward, an influx of knowledge surged into Lu Yu's body. He felt his understanding of martial arts advance rapidly, breaking through to the mastery level and entering the Grandmaster realm. When using fist techniques, his strength increased by 200, endurance by 100, and physical toughness by 100. Impressive. Lu Yu was delighted. Warming up with a set of punches before doing anything serious sounds perfect. Simultaneously, an even more astounding transformation was occurring within him. The 5 increase in bloodline development brought his total to 10, causing a turbulent sea of blood to churn, golden light surging like an ocean, accompanied by thunderous roars with each breath. His heart became a mighty drum, each beat echoing with thunder, golden energy fluctuating and manifesting various phenomena. What shocked Lu Yu even more was a mysterious presence descending upon him. A black city wall and a towering figure flashed before his eyes. After the vision faded, his energy became even more magnificent, golden waves crackling with lightning, phenomena appearing frequently. This incredible change was visible even at night at the first martial school. What the heck is that jerk up to now? It's a bit scary. My ears are ringing from the thunder. Damn it, the girl's dorm is screaming again. At that moment, the system's voice announced, congratulations, host, for entering the first stage of the divine bloodline, awakening the innate ability, divine might. In the small villa, Lu Yu looked at the information provided by the system and fell into deep thought. Lu Yu stared at the information provided by the system, a slight frown forming on his brow. The word Shenwei inexplicably stirred a sense of familiarity in his mind. System, can you explain the specific function of this Shenwei? The system's voice promptly responded, Shenwei is the first stage of awakening talent in the divine bloodline. It encompasses 2 major abilities, divine supremacy after the bloodline resurrection, which suppresses all other bloodlines and commands all things to bow down. Unrivaled Shenwei ensures the host remains invincible among peers, growing stronger as the enemy grows stronger. Lu Yu's eyes began to shine. These 2 abilities were simply perfect. He could make opponents submit without moving and grow stronger with the strength of his enemies. He couldn't help but strike a pose, hands behind his back, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, with golden energy swirling around him. Just then, the door suddenly swung open. Lu Shun and Tion's voice came from outside the door. Lu Yu maintained his pose, continuing to appear enigmatic, his gaze still fixed on the night sky. The next moment, a soft body embraced him from behind. Lu Shun, I really like you. And Tion's voice carried a hint of shyness. Before Lu Yu could adjust his mindset, and Tion had already moved in front of him, her soft lips pressing against his. This sudden tenderness shattered the masterful image Lu Yu had painstakingly cultivated. However, just as he was about to succumb, and Tion suddenly released him. Lu Shun, this was part of our agreement, remember? I'm leaving. Her eyes glistened with tears, yet her face bore a sweet smile as she turned and ran away. Lu Yu savored the lingering sweetness on his lips, hesitating whether to chase after her, when a soft sigh drifted down from above. Ah, I envy you young ones and your youthful days. Lu Yu looked up to find Lin Shui leisurely sitting on the roof, watching the scene with great interest. Lu Yu's expression froze instantly. Don't overthink it. I'm not here to spy, just to see how you cultivate, Lin Shui said, trying to maintain her composure, though the slight blush on her ears gave away her nervousness. Lu Yu smirked playfully. I don't believe you at all. Principal Lin, since you're here, why not come in and discuss cultivation techniques in depth, he said, his tone clearly teasing despite the serious expression. Hearing this, Lin Shui's face turned crimson, and she quickly used her agility to vanish from sight. Humph, definitely spying on my cultivation, Lu Yu scoffed, glancing outside only to find Tion already gone, which left him a bit frustrated. Oh well, there'll be other chances. Back in the principal's office, Lin Shui gently touched her flushed cheeks and muttered to herself, how is he so vigilant? I just wanted to see how he cultivates. Returning to his villa, Lu Yu brushed aside distractions and focused on replicating star cores. System, replicate 3 times for me. Go big or go home. The system promptly responded. Ding. Replication successful. Congratulations on obtaining a low-grade star core 1. Ding. Replication successful. Congratulations on obtaining a low-grade star core 1. Ding. Replication successful. Congratulations on obtaining a medium-grade star core 1. 3 star cores appeared before Lu Yu, with one distinctly darker and more crystalline, clearly different from the others. System, are there different grades of star cores? Of course, the formation of a star core depends on factors like the civilization level of the planet, geological environment, and its position in the universe, the system explained. Lu Yu sensed the energy in the medium-grade star core. This medium-grade star core's energy must be equivalent to 15,000 top-grade source crystals. Incredible. No need to praise the system. It's expected, the system said, sounding pleased. I wasn't talking about you. Lu Yu rolled his eyes. This system is so vain. I was praising the star core. Hosts should occasionally praise the system too. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. If I praise you, will you give me more replication points? Certainly. Wow, you're the most amazing, unbeatable, super awesome system in the universe. Replication point 1. Get out. Lu Yu exclaimed angrily. After all that, just one? Who are you kidding? Do you think so little of me, Lu Yu? I won't bow for mere benefits. As Lu Yu prepared to absorb the star cores, the system suddenly issued a new task. Ding. Main task released. Task name, shine brightly. Task requirement, achieve first place in the Orion Academy entrance exam. Task rewards, for 1,000 replication points. 5 bloodline development. Upgrade mountain cleaving fist and cloud piercing spear to mid-grade Xian level martial skills. Upgrade any 2 abilities to SSS level. Wow, Lu Yu gasped. The rewards this time are amazing. Not only a record number of replication points, but steady bloodline development. Most importantly, the upgrades in martial skills and abilities. The mountain cleaving fist jumps 2 major levels, and the cloud piercing spear goes up a level, plus 2 abilities to SSS level. Simply perfect. System, I love you. Replication point 1. You mock me. While Lu Yu bantered with the system, an important meeting was taking place on the planet Castor. As a member of the Human Federation, Castor Star boasts a superior living environment that starkly contrasts with Blue Star. Here, no star beasts run rampant, allowing civilization to flourish. At this moment, an urgent meeting is underway in the Grand Conference Hall of the Castor Star Federation headquarters. Why were our planet's geniuses all killed by a single genius from Blue Star? Castor Star's leader, Tongu, stood on a high platform, his gaze as sharp as a knife sweeping over those below. The senior officials of Castor Star lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact with him. Useless, Tongu suddenly shouted, turning to Crus beside him. Crus, what do you think that guy's strength is? Crus, pale-faced and still not fully recovered from the aftereffects of being killed in the Star Realm, knelt on his knees, his voice trembling. Lord Leader, I don't know either, but he must be at least at the 5th level of mountain moving. The true strength of Lu Yu remained elusive to everyone. He had only intervened at 2 critical moments, once easily killing Crus, and another time defeating the genius Kuei Mu from Red Star when he was already severely injured. Although Kuei Mu had surpassed the limits of physical refinement, possessing astonishing power at the 4th level of mountain moving, his severe injuries at the time cast doubt over Lu Yu's victory. Can't determine his strength? Tonga sneered. Given Blue Star's level, they probably can't produce such a strong genius. They haven't even broken through the limits of physical refinement. At his words, other senior officials laughed disdainfully. To them, breaking the limits of physical refinement was a basic measure of a genius's potential. Tonga spoke calmly. Send Yuka to see me. Yuka. The room was abuzz, and Crus asked excitedly. Lord Leader, has my brother come out? Naturally. Haha. Then that bastard Lu Yu is doomed. Crus laughed heartily. Moments later, a figure appeared at the door. It was a young man in a black robe, with unnaturally pale skin, almost translucent enough to see the veins beneath, and a pair of blood-red eyes so sharp they were hard to look at directly. The gaze of all the senior officials was filled with deep reverence. Brother, you're here. You must avenge me. Crus shouted excitedly, but Yuka seemed indifferent to his plea. He looked at Tongu and asked calmly, Star-Lord, what do you need me for? Tongu's blue eyes sparkled with admiration as he looked directly at Yuka and said, Yuka, you have a rival now. A rival? What do you mean? Yuka raised an eyebrow in confusion. Tongu chuckled softly and explained, you might not be aware since you just came out of the ancestral land. A genius has appeared on Blue Star and slaughtered all our planet students during the first martial school assessment. Yuka's eyes glinted with interest as he licked his lips with a crimson tongue. Oh, is there such a person? You have passed the internal test of the Orion Academy, Tongu said seriously. For the entrance exam this time, I hope you can eliminate him. Yuka bowed gracefully, revealing 2 sharp fangs. I will do it, my lord. I imagine his flesh and blood will taste quite good. These words made the high-ranking members of Castor Star present show expressions of awe. Vampire bloodline. Yuka was not only the first on Castor Star to awaken this bloodline, but possibly the first in the entire Human Federation. Although it was a low-level Viscount bloodline, this power was enough to crush any ordinary person. Moreover, Yuka had broken the 15,000 kilograms body refining limit. A trace of pride flashed in Tongu's eyes, and the leaders of Castor Star laughed heartily. Blue Star's so-called genius was destined to fall. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, Lu Yu opened his eyes in the villa. Phew, mountain moving level 3. With a casual punch, a boom echoed as a large hole appeared in the wall. This can be used as an air cannon. Amazing. After finishing his morning routine, Lu Yu stepped out of the villa, calculating in his mind. There are 14 days left until the Orion Arm assessment. Now at mountain moving level 3, reaching level 5 by the assessment should be enough, right? To be sure, he decided to ask the system, what level of strength should I aim for in the Orion Academy assessment? See expansion realm, the system replied. What? Lu Yu was startled. Don't tell me all the geniuses attending are at this level? The system responded calmly. No, just informing the host that reaching the sea expansion realm will allow you to crush them with a bit more despair. Just as Lu Yu was about to criticize the system's twisted sense of humor, Zhuiqi suddenly approached with a serious expression. Lu Yu. Zhuiqi stared at him coldly. Lu Yu instinctively stood up straight. Did I do something wrong? Zhuiqi seemed pleased with his reaction but maintained a stern tone. The Orion Academy exam is in 14 days, and you're slacking off here? Lu Yu was about to explain that he had been training all night and just wanted breakfast when Zhuiqi snorted. The Orion Academy exam concerns your future and the future of the entire Blue Star. You have no time to play around. Follow me. I need to hone your skills. Lu Yu's face showed a puzzled expression, his brow slightly furrowed. Zhuiqi's unusual behavior made him suspicious. Why was this usually reserved man suddenly so eager to help today? Noticing Lu Yu's doubtful gaze, Zhuiqi felt a twinge of anxiety. Damn, could he have figured out my bet with those old guys? He thought, annoyed at how obvious he was being. He had come early in the morning, intending to help Lu Yu improve his skills to increase his chances in the bet and earn some extra cash on the side. Actually, Lu Yu, Zhuiqi quickly softened his tone, putting on a sincere demeanor. I just want to help you improve your skills today. If you get into the Hunter Academy, it would be a great honor for our Blue Star, and for me, Zhuiqi. Lu Yu nodded thoughtfully, then changed the subject. Master Zhua, I trained all night last night, and I'm a bit hungry now. How about we go have some breakfast? Breakfast? Zhuiqi was momentarily stunned, then waved his hand grandly. Let's go. Moments later, in the most luxurious restaurant in the capital, Zhuiqi watched Lu Yu's actions with growing unease. Just as he was about to order the cheapest dishes, Lu Yu called over the waiter and said boldly, bring 10 servings of your most expensive dishes, and make sure it's the meat of the mountain-moving realm star beasts. Zhuiqi's face twitched. Lu Yu, can you really eat all that? Of course I can. Lu Yu replied confidently. What happened next left Zhuiqi dumbfounded. The table piled high with gourmet dishes vanished before Lu Yu like snow under the scorching sun, disappearing at an astonishing speed. Within seconds, each plate was emptied. Finally, Lu Yu leisurely sipped a glass of juice and let out a satisfied burp. Master Zhua, I finished. It's time to pay the bill. Zhuiqi, feeling like a ghost, walked to the cashier and almost fainted at the price 200 premium source crystals. Enough to feed him for a year. On the way back, Zhuiqi's face was dark as he gritted his teeth and said, Lu Yu, let's have a sparring session later. A sparring session? Lu Yu hesitated. Master Zhua, you fighting me with your profound realm strength against my mountain-moving realm doesn't seem fair. Don't worry, I'll suppress my strength to mountain-moving level 5, Zhuiqi said with a smile, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Lu Yu frowned. Are you sure? What, too high? Then mountain-moving level 4. Seeing Lu Yu still hesitant, Zhuiqi grew more frustrated. Mountain-moving level 3. Lu Yu thought. You might get beaten at mountain-moving level 5, but knowing that if he pushed further, Zhuiqi might actually lower to mountain-moving level 2, he sensibly kept quiet. We'll fight at your school's arena. Zhuiqi snorted coldly, leading the way ahead. You punk, aren't you always trying to chat up girls at school? Huh. I'll knock you flat on your back so you can't flirt anymore. Zhuiqi sneered as he spoke, and before Lu Yu could protest, he dragged him to the school. Principal Lin, I want to challenge Lu Yu to a duel to hone his skills, Zhuiqi declared with righteous determination. Lin Shui frowned slightly. Zhuiqi, is this really a good idea? What's wrong with it? I'm helping him improve his abilities, Zhuiqi insisted. Lin Shui turned to Lu Yu. What do you think? I'm easy. Lu Yu shrugged helplessly. He had already tried to dissuade Zhuiqi several times, but since Zhuiqi was so persistent, he could only go along with it. After getting permission, Zhuiqi added, Principal Lin, make sure to announce it to the school. This kind of sparring is beneficial for other students too. As he said this, he already pictured Lu Yu's defeat in his mind. Watching Zhuiqi's demeanor, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel touched. This Master Zhua, to make it easier for me to flirt at school, is even willing to risk his own reputation. I'll have to go easy on him later, or else I'll feel guilty. Once the news spread, the entire school was buzzing with excitement. The boys were eagerly discussing. This show-off is going down. Understanding of combat at the Tongxian stage is nothing compared to the Banshan stage. Meanwhile, the girls formed cheerleading squads, making the scene lively and spirited. The duel not only stirred up excitement within the school, but also caught the attention of many high-ranking figures on Blue Star. Only the Flame Master saw through the ruse and chuckled to himself. Facing Lu Yu, who is at the third level of Banshan, this old guy must have a death wish. On the stage, Zhuqi's struck a masterly pose. Lu, you still have time to surrender. Seeing Zhuqi's performance, Lu Yu felt even more moved. It's okay, Master Zhua, go ahead. I'll try not to kill you. That remark thoroughly infuriated Zhuqi. You brat. I'm not bullying you. I've suppressed my level to the third level of Banshan. I'll let you have 3 moves, and I won't retaliate. You're letting me have 3 moves? Really? Lu Yu feigned surprise, thinking Zhuqi was really playing along with his act. In the next instant, Lu Yu's figure vanished. Zhuqi was stunned. Where did he go? From behind, Lu Yu's voice echoed with amusement. Master Zhua, I'll try to make sure you only stay in the hospital for 3 days. Before the words fully landed, a heavy kick connected with Zhuqi's rear. Lu, you tricked me. Zhuqi's figure flew out like a kite with a broken string, only coming to a stop after crashing heavily through a wall. He lay among the rubble, eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Yu's kick was so fast it took his breath away. He hadn't even had time to react before being sent flying. This kid isn't just at the second level of mountain moving. He's clearly at the third level. Zhuqi raged internally. A guy who's broken the physical training limits, pretending to fight me at the same level. It's just not fair. He wanted to voice this complaint, but ultimately swallowed the words. Lu Yu observed the scene and sighed softly. I suggested from the start that Master Zhua should elevate his level, but unfortunately, he didn't listen. He thought to himself that with Zhuqi's strength, he should have easily blocked that kick. Yet, Master Zhua chose to endure it to appear more impressive in front of the students. At his age, his acting is still top-notch. The crowd was stunned, including Lin Shui. Who could have imagined that Zhuqi, even when suppressing his level, couldn't withstand a single kick from Lu Yu? After a brief silence, the female students erupted into cheers like a tidal wave. Lu God is invincible. Lu God is invincible. Zhuqi wanted to get up, but upon hearing the overwhelming cheers, he lay back down. This is so humiliating, he lamented internally. I'll never be able to show my face again. He completely understood Lu Yu's intentions now. Master Zhua, wake up. Lu Yu shook Zhuqi, and seeing no response, he panicked. Oh no, did I actually kill him? Master Zhua, please don't die. If you're really gone, I'm done for. That shout made Zhuqi unable to hold back any longer. This kid was lamenting on top of him. If he cried any longer, Zhuqi feared he might actually die from the crying. I'm fine, he said, forcing himself to stand and dusting off his clothes with a strained smile. I've got some matters at home. I'll be going now. Seeing Zhuqi able to leave on his own, Lu Yu finally relaxed. If he had actually killed Zhuqi, it would have been a psychological scar. The cheers from the crowd grew even louder. Lu God. Even Tongxian realm isn't a match. Lu God is invincible. Lu Yu smiled, basking in the glory of the moment. Outside the first martial school, Zhuqi felt as if his chest had been hit by a sledgehammer. Before he could board his aircraft, Lin Shui caught up with him. Zhuqi, you really went all out to build up Lu Yu's image. It's all over the internet now. In this era where information spreads like lightning, everything that happened had already made its way across the web. Hearing this, Zhuqi, though not seriously injured, felt as if he was bleeding internally. Ha ha, he forced a laugh. We always need heroes to build the people's confidence. That's nothing. With that, he quickly left the scene, fearing that staying even a second longer would make him cough up blood. I can't stay here any longer. I really can't. Lu Yu stood on the platform, watching as Zhuqi's aircraft ascended into the sky, a wave of shame washing over him. Lord Zhua had risked his lifelong reputation to cultivate Lu Yu's invincible spirit. I can't let Lord Zhua down, Lu Yu resolved silently. After savoring a moment in the spotlight, he decisively returned to his training. His plan to rest with Shelvid had no right to rest now. For star cores floated quietly around Lu Yu as golden energy threads unfurled from him. The crowd watching couldn't help but marvel. This show-off is actually quite dedicated. Exactly. Lu Shan's success isn't just by chance. Go, Lu Shan. A day and a night passed in the blink of an eye. By the next day, Lu Yu had broken through to the 4th level of the mountain lifting realm. The surging power within him was nearly uncontrollable, prompting him to stop absorbing star source energy and head to the school's martial arts room. The well-equipped facility was perfect for practicing his martial arts and stabilizing his internal power. However, as he stood before the equipment, a question arose: could these supposedly sturdy machines withstand the power of the mountain lifting realm? The standard power for this realm was 100,000 kilograms, but his 4th level strength reached 150,000 kilograms. Adding the 100 boost from his mountain opening fist and the 200 enhancement from his master level martial arts, these ordinary machines were clearly inadequate. Sure enough, with a casual punch, the force meter crumbled into scrap metal with a boom. The surrounding onlookers gasped. Whoa, has his power surpassed the mountain lifting realm? That's terrifying. Even the senior students looked on with awe. After all, even the strongest 4th-year students were only at the 5th level of the mountain lifting realm. From Lu Yu's past performances, handling someone at the 5th level seemed effortless. With no other choice, Lu Yu contacted Principal Lin Shui. Principal Lin, are there any Takumi realm or transcendent realm equipment available? The school's equipment can't withstand my strength. Aren't you in the mountain lifting realm? Lin Shui was surprised, then sighed. Check out the federal headquarters, they have what you need. After ending the call, Lin Shui reflected. Having a student whose strength far exceeds the teaching level is both a blessing and a challenge. For such a student, staying in school hardly seems necessary. Soon, Lu Yu arrived at the federal headquarters. They had already been informed and promptly led him to a training ground. Seeing the equipment, all at least at the Takumi realm level, Lu Yu finally smiled with satisfaction. These were the fine instruments reserved for the federal elite. Without hesitation, he dove into his training. The atmosphere in the Federal Assembly Hall was tense. On one side, Lu Yu was intensely practicing martial arts, while the other end of the hall was packed with people. All the senior members, including the Yin Master, occasionally cast glances at Zhuqiqi. Under their watchful eyes, Zhuqiqi remained silent until he finally couldn't hold back and spoke. Actually, I lost to that kid on purpose. As soon as he said this, the hall erupted in laughter. Even the Yin Master couldn't help but chuckle. All right, you lost on purpose, the Yin Master said, calming the room with a gesture. Let's get to the main topic. Let's discuss whether Lu Yu can enter the Orion Academy. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone present fell into deep thought. After a moment, a powerful Tianyuan realm figure broke the silence. Yin Master, isn't discussing this now meaningless? Why is it meaningless? The Yin Master asked, looking directly at the Tianyuan realm figure. What if the situation from back then happens again after Lu Yu enters? This question made the Tianyuan realm figure lower his head immediately, and the others fell silent. That incident remained an unshakable pain for Blue Star. Seeing everyone's reaction, the Yin Master smiled slightly. To be honest, we on Blue Star are quite inadequate. Lu Yu has reached this point, and apart from providing him with some resources, we haven't done much. These words made the senior members lower their heads even further. Indeed, compared to other powerful planets, Blue Star had little to offer Lu Yu. It was all up to him to strive on his own. There's no need for everyone to be overly discouraged, the Yin Master continued, pulling up a holographic screen. At least for now, Lu Yu's condition looks good. On the screen, Lu Yu was sweating profusely as he struck a Takuma-level force tester. The numbers were jumping wildly. 200,000 kilograms, 300,000 kilograms, 400,000 kilograms. Suddenly, with one punch, Lu Yu broke through the millionth mark. This scene made all the senior members gasp, and even Zhuqiqi stood frozen, thinking to himself, it's confirmed. This kid really did it on purpose. With a smile in his eyes, the Yin Master explained, the typical limit for a body in the mountain-moving realm is 100,000 kilograms, and for the Takumi realm, it's 1 million kilograms. Although Lu Yu used martial arts, his punching technique has reached a master level. Master level. The crowd was shocked again. It was known that Lu Yu's marksmanship was also at a master level. Among those present, apart from the Yin Master, only 2 or 3 individuals had reached the master level in any field, and that was after years of honing their skills. Yet Lu Yu, at just 18, had achieved master status in 2 fields. This talent went beyond terrifying. It was downright monstrous. The Yin Master, looking at the holographic screen, sighed. With Lu Yu's current strength, purely in terms of physical power, he could rival an average Takumi realm expert. Of course, no Takumi realm expert would be foolish enough to rely solely on physical strength. But even so, an ordinary 9th-level mountain-moving realm fighter is likely no match for him. This assessment contained no exaggeration whatsoever. The strength of an ordinary martial artist at the 9th level of the mountain-moving realm is around 100,000 kilograms. Even with the addition of martial techniques, weapons, and various skill enhancements, it would only reach about 1 million kilograms. Yet, at this moment, Lu Yu unleashed an astounding force of 1,200,000 kilograms with just a simple punch. And this was merely a display of his most basic strength, without employing his bloodline power or other abilities. Yin Zhu watched this scene with a smile that was almost impossible to hide. The average level of geniuses in the first region is indeed higher than ours on Blue Planet, but that doesn't necessarily mean they are stronger than Lu Yu. Even if a few geniuses temporarily surpass his strength, as long as he can successfully enter Orion Academy, with the quality resources there and his talent, it would be a breeze for him to catch up or even surpass them. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other high-ranking officials turned grim. However, Zhuqiqi stood up with a cheerful smile and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the bet has been placed, and there's no turning back now." Although he had been slightly outmaneuvered by Lu Yu earlier, the thought of the impending gains lifted his spirits. The other officials couldn't help but feel regretful had they known Yin Zhu held Lu Yu in such high regard. Who would have dared to bet against him? As night deepened, Lu Yu left the martial arts room and returned to his small villa to continue absorbing star cores. Compared to before, his cultivation pace had noticeably slowed. Before taking the Orion Academy entrance exam, he set a goal for himself to reach the 5th level of the mountain. Moving real mover doing the breakthrough could destabilize his foundation, which was not the outcome he desired. Thus, Lu Yu established a regular routine, practicing punches at the Federation headquarters during the day and absorbing source crystals at night, taking only 1 hour of rest each day. Yet, despite the intense training schedule, he remained full of energy. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. One night, Lu Yu finally broke through to the 5th level of the mountain moving realm. A golden aura of vitality surged skyward before dissipating. Feeling the surging power within him, Lu Yu let out a long breath as his personal status panel appeared. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, 5th level of the mountain moving realm. Bloodline, 10 unlocked, first stage. Physique, 75 unlocked. Copy points, 3,300. Unlimited copy uses, 7. Talent, SSS. Abilities, detailed abilities list remains unchanged. Strength, 151,300 kilograms. Speed, 15,130 milliseconds. Neural response, SSS. Weapons, Scarlet Lightning Gun SSS, Moonlight Sword SSS. Looking at these impressive statistics, a surge of confidence filled Lu Yu's heart. Having reached the 5th level of the mountain moving realm, combined with the first stage of his unlocked bloodline, his mastery of Grandmaster level martial arts and weapon techniques, along with his powerful bloodline talents, should be sufficient to face the upcoming challenges, right? To be sure, Lu Yu asked the system, how confident do you think I should be about the Orion Academy entrance exam? The system's response left Lu Yu both amused and exasperated. Host, please have more confidence. A small challenge like the Orion arm is not an obstacle to your conquest of the stars and seas. Lu Yu was about to argue against the system's motivational speech, but the system earnestly stated, this isn't just motivational talk. Those chosen by the system are truly exceptional, the best of the best. Hearing such rare praise, Lu Yu smirked and decided to return to his bedroom to rest. Tomorrow was the entrance exam, and he needed a good night's sleep. At 7 the next morning, Lu Yu woke up right on time. After washing up, he stepped out of his small villa and immediately sensed a different atmosphere. The male classmates who usually looked at him with disdain were now offering friendly glances. The girls were even more enthusiastic, cheering him on. Go Lu Shun. You can do it. Lu Shun is unbeatable. Go for the top spot. As he approached the gates of the first martial school, the crowd gradually formed 2 lines. Lin Shui stood at the entrance, smiling. Lu Yu, stepping through this gate means it's time for you to make our alma mater proud. The school is proud of you. The cheers around him were unending, clearly showing how much attention the Orpheus Academy entrance exam was attracting. Lu Yu felt a warm surge of confidence and nodded. Don't worry, I'll keep taking first place. This time, Lin Shui didn't refute his bold claim, only nodded gently. I believe in you. Go on, the Flame Lord is waiting for you in the council hall. Walking through the streets, Lu Yu was increasingly surprised. Passers-by were cheering for him, and even the flying vehicles in the sky made way for him. He couldn't help but wonder, has my fame on Blue Star reached such a level? In the Federal Council Hall, the Flame Lord and other high-ranking officials greeted Lu Yu with enthusiastic applause. The Flame Lord smiled and said, Lu Yu, I'll be the one sending you to the exam planet this time. You know the rules, right? Lu Yu nodded in confirmation. The exam rules were simple. All candidates would compete freely on the same exam planet, earning points by defeating opponents or forcing them to surrender. This was a real life-and-death struggle, unlike the consciousness battles and astral assessments. The Flame Lord patted him on the shoulder. As long as you know, it's getting late, so let's head out. With that, they boarded an advanced wormhole spaceship. The exam planet was several light years away from Blue Star. Meanwhile, on other participating planets, countless ships were simultaneously taking off. On Castor Planet, Yuka's ship streaked across the sky. He looked in the direction of Blue Star, licking his lips. The slaughter is about to begin. The Pegasus system is a unique galaxy where 2 stars of similar mass orbit around the Pegasus planet. This planet maintains an ideal distance from its binary stars, not only avoiding gravitational destruction, but also fostering a primitive civilization. It is now set to be the examination planet for Orion Academy. Lu Yu stood at the spaceship's window, transfixed by the magnificent planet before him. As a young man who had never left Blue Star, he was experiencing the awe of interstellar travel for the first time. The uniqueness of Pegasus lies not only in its binary star system, but also in the 3 asteroids that orbit it, meaning that when night falls, the sky will be adorned with 3 moons. Beside him, Yanju's gaze was directed at the various ships surrounding them. These interstellar-capable ships are a significant indicator of a civilization's development level. In the Cosmic Civilization Assessment System, civilizations without interstellar travel capabilities are considered juvenile, facing 2 possible fates: destruction or protection by the Interstellar Alliance. Blue Star belongs to the latter category, After the era of star beasts, it gained recognition from the Interstellar Alliance for its rapid technological advancement and was classified as a low-level civilization. To advance to a medium-level civilization, in addition to technological development, the prosperity of martial civilization is crucial. Specifically, having two Star-Lord-level powerhouses is necessary to ascend to a first-tier cosmic civilization, while reaching a fourth-tier civilization qualifies as a medium-level civilization. However, in the entire Orion Arm, the majority of planets remain at low or even juvenile civilization stages, with only a few dozen medium-level civilizations and even fewer high-level ones. How are you feeling, nervous? Yanzhu turned and asked with a smile. Lu Yu's lips curled into a confident grin. Nervous, yes. I'm just thinking about what to say in my acceptance speech when I take first place. Yanzhu was momentarily speechless. This confidence was both amusing and exasperating. At that moment, a grand voice echoed through the universe. All participating planets, please pilot your ships to the central region of the examination planet. Once the participants are ready, all non-participants must leave. This voice did not travel through the ship, but resonated directly in the vacuum of space, a phenomenon that left Lu Yu astonished. Soon, the fleet of ships began to move. One by one, they broke through the atmosphere of Pegasus and hovered in the equatorial region, with examiners disembarking from their ships. Yanzhu also brought their ship to a halt above. Lu Yu, the assessment will last for 3 days. I will wait for you beyond the stars for 3 days. Good luck. The words of Yanzhu carried a sense of gravity as he reminded that the risk of star beasts rioting increases with the time spent away from Blue Star. Lu Yu nodded silently and leaped down without hesitation. As a martial artist of the mountain-moving realm, a height of several hundred meters was no longer a challenge for him. His feet landed steadily on the earth-toned ground as he looked up towards the sky. Countless talents were jumping out of the spaceship one after another, each quickly distancing themselves from others upon landing, their eyes filled with vigilance. A heavy atmosphere pervaded the scene, and everyone remained silent. This was not without reason. In this competition, participants could genuinely eliminate their opponents, with points primarily coming from other contestants, making the event particularly brutal. However, Lu Yu seemed oblivious, wandering aimlessly among the crowd, an unusual behavior that immediately drew the attention of others. In reality, his plan was simple: copy abilities and talents. With such a rare opportunity, these top planetary talents surely had valuable abilities. As he approached a girl with pointed ears, resembling a little elf, the system's prompt sounded timely. Detected S-level talent, forest power. Hello, beautiful. Lu Yu greeted warmly, bowing slightly. Seeing the puzzled expression on her face, he quickly tried to build rapport. You see, don't we look alike? Unlike that guy over there, who clearly has a human body but a dog's, oh no, a wolf's head. This immediately angered the nearby wolfman genius. What do you mean by that? He asked with hostility. Nothing, I'm just stating the facts, aren't I? Lu Yu replied innocently. The elf girl was amused and extended her hand, saying, Hi, I'm Dualala from the Greenwood Star Forest Elf Tribe. Nice to meet you. I'm Lu Yu from the Blue Star Human Tribe, Lu Yu said, shaking her hand while quietly activating his copying skill. The system prompt immediately followed. Congratulations to the host for successfully copying the ability Forest Power S level Wood Element Forest Power, which increases all attribute recovery speed by 70 and allows borrowing forest power to enhance both personal and team recovery by 100 while in a forest. Lu Yu was delighted. This was a perfect support skill. Just as he was contemplating how to persuade Dualala to team up, the surrounding talent's gazes suddenly became dangerous. So this is Lu Yu? The guy who broke the 5th region's historical record. He doesn't look like much. Just like the rumors, he got lucky and took advantage. It turned out that Lu Yu's feat in the 5th region had already spread throughout the Orion Arm. When people learned he merely took advantage of Kuei Mu's injury, coupled with his arrogant behavior in front of reporters, many talents had marked him as a primary target for elimination. Facing the hostile gazes from all around, Lu Yu seemed at ease. What can I say? My charm is just too overwhelming. Then, he turned to Dualala with a genuine smile. Beautiful. Interested in teaming up with me? Lu Yu offered a very friendly smile, but Dora's reaction was unexpected. She furrowed her brows, looked hesitant, and finally just said, Lu Yu, take care of yourself, before hastily leaving. This puzzling warning left Lu Yu confused. As he pondered over it, a mocking voice suddenly broke the silence. Does someone really think they're that handsome? Yuka stepped out from the crowd, his eyes full of disdain as he scrutinized Lu Yu. This remark drew a chorus of laughter from the surrounding talents. Lu Yu squinted his eyes, a slight annoyance rising within him. He studied Yuka's face carefully, suddenly recalling something and curving his lips into an amused smile. A genius from the planet cast? Hold on. Lu Yu deliberately stretched out his words. Weren't your planet's geniuses already wiped out by me? Kicked around like a ball. The moment he said this, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone exchanged incredulous looks, staring at Lu Yu. Judging by Yuka's suddenly darkened expression, it seemed to be true. Rest assured, I'll kill you and then drain your blood bit by bit, Yuka said, baring his fangs with a chilling tone. Lu Yu feigned an excited look. Really? What do you think? Yuka smirked arrogantly, raising his chin. Lu Yu paused for a moment, as if making up his mind, and said, you like sucking blood so much, how about helping me with my hemorrhoids? The scene turned deathly silent. All the geniuses were stunned, and even Yuka was dumbfounded. If you can't even handle that, what can you suck? Lu Yu shook his head in mock regret. Instantly, the entire square erupted with thunderous laughter. With a face ashen with anger, Yuka shot Lu Yu a fierce glare before turning to leave. Just then, Imoen arrived with a team of reporters. Hello everyone. This is Orion Daily, and we're live at the entrance exam of Orion Academy. Recognizing Lu Yu immediately, she introduced him with a smile. This is Lu Yu, the genius who broke the historical record in the 5th region's assessment last time. Lu Yu waved at the camera. Hello everyone. I'm back. The audience watching the live stream was momentarily speechless at the sight of this familiar figure. Imoen took the opportunity to ask, Lu Yu, what rank do you think you'll achieve in this genius competition? First, unless something unexpected happens, Lu Yu replied nonchalantly. And if something unexpected does happen, there won't be any surprises, Lu Yu waved dismissively. When I first arrived, I observed that most of the geniuses are only at the 5th level of the mountain-moving realm, not even having reached the limits of physical refinement. He shrugged. Too weak. If I'd known, I wouldn't have worked so hard. Wouldn't it be nicer to slack off a bit and still score well? Imoen was momentarily at a loss for words, and after a brief silence, the live stream audience erupted in excitement. How arrogant. The live stream erupted with angry curses as countless viewers found it unbelievable that a contestant from a lower-tier planet could act this way. On the examination square, many geniuses frowned. As the strongest talents from their respective planets, they naturally held their own pride. But in a gathering of such extraordinary talents, a genius from an ordinary planet seemed insignificant. What truly drew attention were the dozens of individuals standing in the distance. These individuals merely stood quietly, yet their presence deterred other planetary geniuses from approaching. At this moment, they were all watching Lu Yu with amused smiles. This guy from the lower-tier planet sure is confident, a young man remarked with a grin. His strength can't be that impressive, given the limited resources of his planet. Just as others were shaking their heads, a young man in a silver robe suddenly spoke up. No, he's not simple. This statement left everyone present stunned. Inua, why do you say that? A red-haired youth inquired. The young man called Inua gazed at Lu Yu thoughtfully. Perhaps it's because his displayed strength is too ordinary. Indeed, Lu Yu had only shown the strength of the 5th level of the mountain-moving realm, which was relatively weak among those present. If his true strength was only this, he would be unable to gain admission to Orion Academy. As everyone pondered, a grand voice suddenly echoed across the sky. Everyone quiet. At the sound of the voice, all the geniuses instinctively straightened their postures and looked up. A middle-aged man in a purple robe stood in the air, his expression solemn. He was the examiner from Orion Academy, a stellar-level powerhouse beyond the Star-Lord realm, capable of destroying an entire small star system, including a place like Pegasus Star, with his power alone. Under the man's oppressive aura, the square fell silent. I'm sure you're all familiar with the rules. However, this year, a new assessment method has been added to the entrance exam, the examiner continued. The competition for first place will no longer be determined by points alone. In the last 2 hours of the exam, a guarded area will appear in the central region of Pegasus Star. To secure first place, you must not only have the highest points, but also defend this area for a full 2 hours. The announcement sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. This new assessment method increased the difficulty by tenfold compared to previous years. Defending the examination area for 2 hours against the attacks of over 1,000 geniuses seemed an impossible task. Most contestants secretly felt relieved, as they hadn't planned to vie for first place anyway. However, the expressions of the top-tier geniuses from the first area changed drastically. Why did they suddenly change the assessment method? Damn it, Lu Yu also cursed silently. You've got to be kidding. This is clearly targeting me. Initially, he only needed to defeat a few people to easily claim first place, but now he had to hold a position. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Heh, trying to mess with me? I'll just eliminate everyone, then no one can attack. The examiner noticed Lu Yu's calm demeanor and felt a twinge of unease. He sighed inwardly, hoping the change in assessment method would yield good results. Then, the examiner waved his hand, and beams of light descended on each contestant, transporting them to various corners of Pegasus Star. A radiant light descended, transporting Lu Yu to an expansive, boundless grassland. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the green grass to sway like waves in a verdant ocean. In the distance, a few snow-white lambs were nibbling on tender grass, while a group of cows tilted their heads, curiously observing this sudden stranger. Lu Yu chuckled softly and glanced down at the smart device in his hand. The ranking page had automatically popped up on the screen, showing that each contestant started with an initial score of 1,000 points. The rules were straightforward. Either hunt the creatures on Pegasus Star or eliminate other contestants to earn points. However, a brutal truth lay hidden within these rules. The truly worthwhile creatures to hunt on this planet were few and far between, compelling contestants to turn on each other. With 1,500 participants vying for a mere 500 spots at Orion Academy, possibly even fewer, the pressure to survive was immense. Yet, Lu Yu appeared exceptionally relaxed. He lay on the grass, a blade of grass in his mouth, gazing up at the blazing sun while humming a cheerful tune. His strategy was simple. Wait until the final day when the competition reached its peak, then eliminate all opponents in one fell swoop to seize the top position. This confidence stemmed from his absolute superiority in skill. Meanwhile, contestants in other areas had already engaged in fierce battles. From the moment they arrived, skirmishes had erupted. In the Orion live broadcast, the host, Moeen, reported the competition's progress with her ethereal and pleasant voice. The Orion Academy entrance exam has officially begun. In just 5 minutes, the leaderboard has already seen dramatic shifts. Currently, the first-place contestant leads by a narrow margin, with a score of 1,500 points. This broadcast was unprecedented in scale, reaching over 1,000 civilized planets, with more than 100 billion viewers tuning in. The live feed switched between various contestants, and when Moeen was about to introduce Lu Yu, the contestant from the 5th region with millions of points, she was taken aback by what she saw. Lu Yu was riding a pony, beaming brightly as he galloped across the grassland, a stark contrast to the life-and-death struggle of other contestants. Moeen hesitated. It seems the contestant from Blue Star, Lu Yu, has a different plan. Let's wait and see. Moeen stood in the audience, her eyes fixed on the live broadcast, watching Lu Yu's actions in disbelief. This contestant, who once vowed to take first place, was now leisurely riding a horse. Initially, she thought it might be some unknown strategy, but half an hour later, when she saw Lu Yu climbing a tree to casually munch on an apple, she was completely baffled. At this point, the leaderboard showed the first-place contestant had already accumulated 3,000 points, while Lu Yu was leisurely wasting time, his rank plummeting to the bottom 100. At this rate, elimination seemed inevitable. The audience erupted in laughter. Didn't this guy say he was going to take first place? With this attitude, it's a pipe dream. Look at Inue, he's already comfortably in the top spot. The competition was unfolding just like previous years. The geniuses from the first region dominated the top 100 spots, followed by contestants from the second, third, and fourth regions, with the 5th region participants filling the bottom ranks. The only exception was Yuka in 15th place, breaking the norm with 2,300 points. Yuka is from Castor, a planet more advanced than Blue Star, the audience murmured. Interesting, didn't Lu Yu defeat many geniuses from Castor in the Star Realm? Looks like Yuka might be out for revenge. Moeen watched Lu Yu on the screen, feeling anxious. But the live broadcast rules didn't allow the camera to focus on a single contestant for too long, and soon it switched to the current leaderboard leader Inue from Silver Moon Star in the 1st region. The name Inue itself exuded confidence, using his planet's name as his own. As soon as the camera switched, it captured him swiftly taking down a Tier 6 celestial beast from Pegasus Star. My god, Inue's strength must be at Tier 8, the audience exclaimed. His physical limit is 18,000 kilograms, and at only 24 years old, that's terrifying. He's sure to take first place. He might become the new leader of the freshman generation at Orion Academy. Meanwhile, on a spaceship outside Pegasus Star, Yanzhu observed Lu Yu's actions, initially frowning but then relaxing, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to understand what Chi's thoughts. This kid always managed to bring unexpected surprises. On another spaceship of Orion Academy, an important meeting was underway. Surprisingly, not only were many Academy leaders present, but even the vice president attended, indicating this assessment was far more complex than it appeared. Xuanxin, the female vice president, who looked to be in her 30s, in an elegant spacesuit, addressed the examiner. Are you certain there's no anomaly in the data from the Star Realm? The examiner slightly bowed his head and replied, Yes, Vice President. The data from the Star Realm shows that this genius from Blue Star is indeed exceptional, reaching a 5-star genius level. And that was data from half a month ago. We can't determine his current level. The meeting room fell silent. All the leaders intensely focused on the screen, showing Lu Yu's relaxed demeanor, their expressions serious, as if facing a formidable challenge. Who could have imagined that this unremarkable planet would give rise to such a super genius? Not only has he reached the 5-star genius evaluation standard, but he is also poised to achieve the 6-star level. His capabilities far surpass the strongest Silver Moon talent on the current rankings, who is only rated at 4 stars. The vice principal gazed at the situation before him and couldn't help but sigh. Although the Star Realm assessment competition in the 5th region had been turned upside down by this genius, he still hoped for something different this time. The expressions of the other Orion Academy leaders were equally complex. While recruiting such a powerful talent was certainly a cause for celebration, this genius seemed particularly keen on causing disruption. At the moment, he appeared calm, but no one could predict how long this tranquility would last. The examiner smiled and nodded gently. There shouldn't be any problems. If he wants to claim first place, the other contestants will surely team up against him. He might hold out for 2 hours, but it's impossible for him to eliminate a large number of other geniuses. Exactly, unless he's reached the threshold of a 6-star or even 7-star genius, but that's clearly not possible. The higher-ups smiled with relief. This newly added rule was clearly tailored for Lu Yu. Otherwise, if he single-handedly defeated most of the examinees again, the assessment would lose its meaning. Now it seemed that this possibility had been ruled out. After all, the improvement of talent is gradual, and how much progress can be made in just a few days? Doesn't this compromise the fairness of the competition? Someone suddenly questioned. The vice principal responded helplessly, perhaps. Once he officially enters Orion Academy, I will personally offer some compensation. Hopefully, this time he will show some restraint. Orion Academy has a long history, and this is the first time the rules had to be changed because a student was too strong, an unavoidable decision. Time passed, and a few hours later on Pegasus Star, night fell. Lu Yu gazed at the strange sight in the sky, exhilarated. Oh yeah, I'm now the first Earth human to spend the night on an alien planet. Under the soft light of 3 moons, the grass swayed gently in the wind, creating a unique scene. Lu Yu pressed his space wristband and took out a bottle of wine. In front of the fire, a large dog-like creature was sizzling on the grill as catch while protecting the flock on Pegasus Star. Perhaps due to his protective actions, the sheep were particularly fond of him. A lamb snuggled up to him, sniffing the wine bottle in his hand with its soft little nose, making a gentle ba sound. Lu Yu smiled and gestured for the lamb to open its mouth, pouring some fruit wine in. The little creature not only didn't resist, but licked its lips, eyes full of longing. Amused by its reaction, Lu Yu decided to give it the whole bottle after all. He had plenty in his space wristband. However, Lu Yu was unaware that his actions were being closely observed by Moyne. She had been watching for a few hours, eagerly anticipating what Lu Yu might do next. Lu Yu's actions were unexpected. In the midst of this intense interstellar competition, he chose a completely different approach, enjoying the scenery of Pegasus like a leisurely traveler. In the live stream, Mo Yin's comments sparked a flurry of reactions. Viewers marveled that this Earthling seemed to be on vacation rather than competing. They watched as Lu Yu skillfully set up a grill, placed slices of Pegasus creature's meat on it, and sprinkled spices from his portable seasoning box. No way. Is this allowed? Is he here to compete or to sightsee? Are all Earthlings food lovers? The audience was glued to the scene. While other contestants were still locked in life and death struggles, with participants dwindling from thousands to fewer than 1,000, Lu Yu was calmly cooking gourmet meals. The contrast was so stark that many viewers who had been watching the intense battles switched over to his live stream. Golden oil dripped onto the fire, producing an enticing sizzle. Lu Yu finished by sprinkling cumin and using his powers to lower the flame. He tore off a golden brown leg, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Just then, a curious lamb approached. Lu Yu offered the roasted leg to it, but the lamb simply sniffed it and ran off to bring back a clump of grass, tilting its head as if to say, "Try this instead." "Are you suggesting I go vegetarian?" Lu Yu chuckled, then began to devour his meal with gusto. The live stream audience was captivated. To these advanced civilization viewers, accustomed to robot cooking, Lu Yu's handmade barbecue seemed like a long-lost art. Just as Lu Yu was feeling satisfied and ready for a nap, the leaderboard showed that only 912 contestants remained. He thought there was no rush to start his rampage until the 3rd day, and was about to close his eyes when a derisive laugh broke the peace. "So, you gave up on the competition long ago." Lu Yu looked up to see a pair of scarlet eyes staring at him from the woods. Yuka. Yuka emerged slowly from the forest as Lu Yu leaned casually against a tree trunk, raising an eyebrow. Although he had anticipated Yuka coming to find him, the timing was sooner than expected. "What do you want with me?" Lu Yu asked nonchalantly. Yuka's eyes glinted with a crimson hue under the sunlight. "Are you really that stupid, or just pretending?" Unfazed, Lu Yu shifted the topic abruptly. "What's your rank now?" 12. Yuka replied confidently. Lu Yu checked the leaderboard and confirmed that Yuka was indeed ranked 12th, with over 4,000 points. "Not bad." Lu Yu yawned. "But it's still early. The crops aren't ready yet. Get lost. I'll finish you off on the last day. To me, you're all just workers. Once you've accumulated enough points, I'll harvest you all at once. Saves time and effort." Yuka's eyes narrowed with a murderous glint. "Are you looking for a death wish, Earthling?" His words echoed in the live stream, sparking a flurry of comments. "Yuka's rank 12? Lu Yu's in danger. I heard he took down a genius from the Castar Star. He's here for revenge. Rank 12? Lu Yu might not stand a chance." Lu Yu looked directly into Yuka's eyes and sighed. Honestly, Yuka, if you leave now, I really won't kill you. Why push it? This remark infuriated Yuka. Fine. Very well. As you earthlings say, you're digging your own grave. Before he finished speaking, Yuka's figure flashed in front of Lu Yu, his right hand sprouting sharp claws aimed at Lu Yu's throat. Lu Yu remained seated, seemingly unguarded. The viewers in the live stream shook their heads in resignation. He's done for. What a shame. I wanted to see more. I was hoping to learn some of his skills. Moen held her breath in tension. Lu Yu, what are you doing? Yuka's eyes gleamed with excitement, as if he could already see himself tearing through Lu Yu's throat. Yet in the next instant, his claws only grasped at empty air. The seated Lu Yu had vanished, and Yuka's strike hit the tree trunk instead, causing it to collapse with a crash. A lamb resting beneath the tree was hit by a falling branch and bleated in pain. Lu Yu had somehow reappeared beside the lamb, effortlessly lifting the branch to free it. The lamb nuzzled Lu Yu's leg in gratitude, bleating softly. Why are you so bent on self-destruction? Lu Yu sighed regretfully. Yuka stared at Lu Yu's back, his mind replaying the impossibly swift movements he had just witnessed, his gaze uncertain. That speed was astonishing, so fast that even he couldn't react. The viewers in the live stream were equally stunned, silenced by the breathtaking scene. How is Lu Yu so fast? In the live stream, countless viewers watched the scene in utter confusion. Instead of fleeing, Lu Yu leisurely rescued a lamb by the roadside, leaving everyone puzzled. On site, Lu Yu turned to Yuka, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Since you're insistent on courting death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Before he finished speaking, Lu Yu's figure suddenly vanished. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Yuka like a phantom. Yuka's pupils constricted, instinctively wanting to retreat, but it was too late to react. Boom! Lu Yu's punch landed directly on Yuka's chest. Instead of retreating, Yuka advanced, taking the blow head-on. The impact unleashed a shockwave, stirring up dust and debris. When the dust settled, everyone was stunned. It was Yuka who had been sent flying. Yuka crashed heavily into a distant boulder, shattering it to pieces. Struggling to stand, his right hand completely crushed, he stared at Lu Yu in disbelief. What level are you? Lu Yu didn't reply, simply stroking the lamb's head and sneering. Now, kneel and apologize to the lamb, and I might consider leaving you with an intact corpse. This remark utterly infuriated Yuka. Earthling, are you sure you want to humiliate me like this? In response, Lu Yu appeared behind him with a powerful kick. Before Yuka could hit the ground, Lu Yu teleported above him, sending him crashing skyward with a punch. Boom! Yuka smashed into the ground, creating a crater over 10 meters deep. The live stream erupted in an uproar. No one expected the formidable Yuka to be so thoroughly overpowered. At that moment, a non-human roar emerged from the crater. Yuka soared into the air, eyes glowing crimson, fangs bared, and a pair of massive bat wings unfurled behind him. His vampire bloodline had awakened. The audience went wild. Bloodline awakening signified absolute power dominance, and everyone believed Lu Yu was in danger this time. However, Lu Yu lazily looked up and said something that left everyone speechless. Could you put those bat wings away? They look pretty disgusting. Besides, looking up at you like this is straining my neck. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.